Hey, welcome everybody to Battle Hardened Philadelphia here in the great state of Pennsylvania. We are running a little bit late today. We're here from the basement of a casino, bringing it live to you. One of the last Battle Hardens before Pro Tour. Yanji, how are you doing today, man?
I'm doing good. I think we're going to catch everybody up with kind of the state of the tournament and everything else, but the players are ready to go. So we have an exciting match for you guys. It's going to be Riptide versus Kayo. Both players, I think, from around the Northeast region.
Yep, Trent's a good buddy of mine. He used to be based in the DC area, I believe. He's in Connecticut now, so a little bit further of a drive than up from DC.
Yeah.
And I know Tommy Fresh is also from this area.
I think he's from like Jersey. I've seen him around at a lot of like tier 2 events around the Northeast.
Oh, perfect.
Go to, like RTN's ProClass. Not sure exactly where they're from, but we have Kayo versus Riptide.
The life point should be different, right? It's funny because KO is a hero in Blitz that has the same life as the Blitz Riptide, but the new CC KO is 2 points stronger. Weird how that works out because he's missing an arm. You would think his life would be lower than in the base version.
Maybe he ate his arm to convert it to an extra 2 health points.
He gained extra life.
Yeah, and that's where it's from. The arm was holding him back. KO is going to be kind of a mainstay, I think, of the meta as heavy hitters came out. KO has a really strong kit. Riptide is more of, I think, like a meta pick, but pretty good, I think, into aggressive decks.
Yep.
So we're seeing Riptide come in right now with a red Bolton shot loaded in with the Riptide ability, which lets him put a card face down with premeditate.
Yep, and he has go again on this because it's a Bolton shot, so that's native go again.
Yeah, and we see that he has a Enlightened Strike in his hand, so probably choosing to draw a card, coming in for 5. Trent did block.
I think he's
coming
going
for 7. Oh, yeah, because
he has the ponder.
He has the premeditate, so he's going to get a ponder token. So Trent taking 7 damage on the first turn, most likely has a card that doesn't block in his hand.
Yeah, but that's hard to block out anyway, right? That's a 4-card 14 on the first turn. That's some pulverized levels of damage with a ponder behind that.
Yeah, really strong. Bolton Shot obviously is just like a really powerful card. We saw it in the Lexi deck. So what is the follow-up? Trent is coming in with a Blood Rush Bellow, pitching a Reckless Swing.
Yep. Trent also having a power turn 1. Let's see if it's as good as 4-card 14 with a ponder behind it. And it looks like you're right, Yanji. He did have that non-block in his hand.
Yeah, so we see we're discarding a Red Bear Fangs and creating a Might token. Now, one thing that the viewer should know is that Trent did pitch a Reckless Swing. So Reckless Swing is going to be one of the cards that is probably going to come up later on in the match as the player life totals both get low.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Trent here swinging for 5 with the claw.
Yeah, swinging with 5 go again. Now, Riptide is kind of unique amongst a lot of the heroes, as Riptide has access to a lot of trap cards. So I wonder if we'll see one coming in play. I see he has a Boulder Trap in his hand, which lets him put a -1 counter, actually, on one of Trent's armor pieces. So that's actually pretty big.
Yeah, the Brute from this set has gotten a lot of incidental armor, but this Boulder Trap is going to try to put them back in the Stone Ages from whence they came.
Yeah, so Riptide's hero ability makes it so that when he plays a trap that whose conditions are met, in this case, it's going to be if it blocks an attack that has added power. Tommy's going to get to put a -1 defense counter on a piece of equipment. So in this case, he's choosing Apex Bonebreaker. Now, Apex Bonebreaker is a tremendous piece of equipment that's come out in heavy hitters.
Yeah, for sure. That's an additional 1 point of value that he's denying Trent because Apex Bonebreaker has the additional effect of creating a Might token for Trent.
Yeah, so the Boulder Trap blocking 3, doing 1 damage, and also, kind of -2 armor and another, Might token denied. That's a very powerful Boulder Trap that Tommy just played.
For sure. Trent still coming in for additional 10 damage here. We do have 8 rounds today at the Battle Hardened. This is one of the, I believe it's one on the larger side, right? 162 players joining us today, Yanji. And luckily we were able to get 2 of the best, our green boys, Kayo and Riptide. Riptide in the tank here, thinking about what to do about this 10.
Yeah, so it looks like he has 2 cards in his hand that both pumped, so it's unclear if he had an arrow.
So no reactions.
Yeah, looks like he has 2 pumps in his hand, is what I'm saying.
32.
Yeah.
Hard to block with a pump. You have that kind of like Azalea syndrome where, it's you either block or you don't, and your hand dictates how well you block.
Yeah, so Trent kind of evening out the life totals, now 32 to 30. Tommy did make good progress by doing 1 armor damage to Trent's Apex Bonebreaker.
Yeah,
Now let's see what the follow-up is going to be.
despite being Riptide, which arguably is considered one of the weaker heroes, I think Riptide has a favorable matchup into these aggressive brute heroes, primarily based on the fact that all their traps are pretty much turned on. Trent's always going to be having +1 attack because of his might. He's always going to be trying to have go again. And, I mean, he doesn't play reaction speed, but I don't imagine too many Riptides are playing the reaction traps anyway.
Yeah, and kind of a disappointing sequence of events for Tommy. I think Tommy was hoping that he would draw into an arrow, but ended up with 2 arrow pumps in his hand. Probably would have been better to block with 1.
Yeah, I might have blocked a little bit
But
there. Is that a blue assault and battery you were saying there?
yeah, attacking with a blue assault and battery, discarding a savage feast. Now this is a play pattern that I think we're going to see a lot from Kayo. Kayo gets a lot of value from his hero ability, generating a might token every turn, but some of his cards don't always line up in the best of ways. So, you really need those agility tokens to kind of smooth everything out.
For sure. And you do have a very high blue count as KO because, you have the ability to because you can run all these 5s. But, the detriment to that is oftentimes you just have a full blue hand. But this is still a pretty good turn from Trent because he's able to generate 2 tokens. He attacks when Tommy looks like he's a little bit on the back foot there because he kind of passed his turn there just attacking with 4 pass. Let's see if Tommy can climb back and load an arrow this turn.
So we're starting off with using the Trench of Sunken Treasures to bottom his arsenal to generate a resource, and we're coming in with a Codex of Frailty. Now, Codex of Frailty, one of the most powerful cards that was printed in the Outsider set.
For sure, very very powerful card. Although in the Brute matchup, Trent doesn't have an arsenal now, but if he did, this would actually be pretty good for Trent because he has a Beast Within in his hand, which means he'd be able to more or less nullify the discard ability of this card and break even.
That's true, and we're coming in with a red infecting shot. Now this is the attack that was used to block during Trent's previous turn, coming in for 8 with a Seek and Destroy effect, but Trent is just going to block that out with his armor.
Trent's just blocking for 2 there, it seems. Trent's saying, I'm not phased at all by this damage that you're doing. Should he have a Blood Rot there?
No, he took, I think he blocked 8.
Oh, he blocked 8, I see,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, second, back-to-back, Trent with double Blood Rush.
Yeah, so Blood Rush Bellow discarding a Beast Within, so one of the most powerful interactions that you can really have, drawing into a Wild Ride. Now, the Wild Ride is a really powerful card, but is not going to be, as impactful because he does have the agility token to begin with.
He does. Maybe he has another attack that can make use of that.
So it looks like he drew into an Agile Wind-Up.
Okay, so his hand isn't, it wouldn't have mattered whether or not he had agility more or less there. He's able to have native go again with that Wild Ride. The more likely, he's just probably going to be doing Claw into an attack given the amount of mana that he has.
Yep, and we're coming in with an attack, and I wonder if he's going to save this Wild Ride for the next turn, or potentially you could also use Hardened Cross Trap to try to play, 3 attacks wide.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think the Cross Trap is pretty good, especially since you have +2 on all your attacks here. This would be cashing in that Cross Trap for a fair amount of value.
And the next time an attack action card hits the turn.
Yeah, so blocking with the Tar Pit Trap. Tar Pit Trap doesn't have a lot of effects in this matchup because Brute doesn't have a ton of on-hit effects.
Right.
Although a lot of Brute decks are playing Command and Conquer.
Mm-hmm. It is a 1-card 4 value with the Riptide ability. That's not horrible, but as you mentioned, Brute doesn't really have many on-hits.
So we're coming in with the Wild Ride. And the Wild Ride is going to discard the Agile Wind-Up that we saw.
Discard the blue. Let's see what the new card in Trent's hand is. I wonder if this is castable. Is that an E-Strike I saw? Trent keeping the cards close to his chest.
Coming in for 8.
8 go again here.
Now, Tommy looks like he has another Codex in his hand. a Remorseless, and a Mystery Arsenal card.
5.
Tommy taking 5 there.
Yeah, 23, 29.
And now Trent thinking about. Okay, so Trent is not going to cash in the Hardened cross trap here. I wonder what that last card was.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times, I think if it's going to be, you know, like a 2 or 3 cost attack, maybe you would want to cash it in. It could be that, like you said, it's an E-Strike, or it's a card that.
Or it could be something that's not buffed by
Yeah.
CNC or something. Okay, Tommy with a pretty good, swing back here. It's he bottomed the Arsenal, if I'm not mistaken, right, to get that resource. I'm guessing he's going to throw another Blood Rot here.
Yeah, it could be Blood Rot. It could also be the Remorseless. Now, Remorseless is not as powerful into a lot of brute turns. Sometimes you're only coming in for one attack or so, but I think this is more to disincentivize Trent from kind of taking the damage and throwing like a big hand back.
Right.
If Trent wants to kind of say no blocks and to try to either go for like a go again attack or to roll scab skins, he's going to be taking a lot of damage from this Remorseless.
I mean, he is fairly disincentivized here anyway because he has that Seek and Destroy on top of that Remorseless. So if Trent wants to keep his Arsenal, he likely wants to full block, but he may even want to throw his Arsenal. I guess it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, because he has that Frailty as well, so the Arsenal would be coming in for 1 less damage regardless of what it is.
Yeah, we see Trent's hand is Skull Crack, Command and Conquer. There's a blue and a Bare Fangs.
Okay, so his Arsenal must have some way to generate go again. Because I feel like Trent would block this a little bit more if he knew he wasn't going to be taking a
Yeah, so both Remorseless and Seek and Destroy are going to be active. Seek and Destroy, which destroys Trent's Arsenal at the end of the turn. So Trent is going to be, trying to play everything out. And like you said, it is the Enlightened Strike. So Enlightened Strike coming in 4/5 is going to take 1 life.
It'll be 4 because of the Frailty.
Oh, yes. For 4, so 4, go again.
Or go again into probably a Bare Fangs, I would assume.
Yeah, it looks like he has an.
Oh, it is 5 because there's a Might.
Yeah. And Tommy has an Inertia Trap in his hand, so this will likely be played for effect if Trent comes in with the Bare Fang.
Bare Fangs, yeah. Although if Tommy does use it here, maybe Tommy might not know that he has something that can gain attack because there's only a couple Bare Fangs in the deck, right? Here would obviously be a waste because the E-Strike's attack is its base because...
you got +1 from the Might and the -1 from the Frailty.
Maybe Riptide is the direct counter to Kayo because he just negates his ability with all his frailties.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that a lot of the traps that Tommy is playing are getting, great amount of value, great amount of effect in this matchup. I think the only downside that is kind of affecting Tommy is that, he had that one turn that wasn't as powerful.
Yeah, it's a lot harder for this hero than Azalea to, really get value because Azalea has the ability to look at 5+ cards every turn, whereas Riptide is limited to his hand. And also, this Riptide is not running the Death Dealer at all, so it's a little harder for him to generate that incidental value that Azalea gets just by playing her game plan.
So we have the Bare Fangs coming in for 8, so it did get buffed because he discarded a 6-power, at least a 6-power card. He discarded a red Assault and Battery.
Yep, and luckily Tommy has the perfect answer to give him that Nurture Trap to double destroy his Arsenal. Looks like he's going to be blocking for 6 here, taking 2.
21.
Yeah, but then Trent is also going to take 1 point of damage from the Riptide hero ability.
Yeah, I'll be taking 2. So I go to 19.
19, 21.
And you're 21. 19.
Okay, so Tommy down to 19, Trent 21. Trent ending his turn without an Arsenal, so no impact from that Seek and Destroy at all here. But surely Trent is a very good player. He wasn't going to take damage unless he knew he was going to be able to swing back and clear his Arsenal during this turn. Trent cleaning up Tommy, back to his turn. Looks like we're seeing a lot of that similar game plan, but here it's just an E-Strike for, I assume, 7, but he may choose to draw a card here.
Yeah, choosing to draw a card. I think because he has access to the Trench of Sunken Treasures, it's always pretty safe to draw a card, converting it into 1 resource. I think most of the time the Riptide deck isn't going to be playing more than 1 resource worth of cards for the turn.
Absolutely.
So kind of that 1 resource is going to pay for the whole turn.
I'll just cast priority.
Yep. Trent just taking 5 here like a champ. Of course, the best brutes just take it to the face.
Ooh, and we see Trent has another Beast Within his hand and is going to come in with a random discard. Now, Tommy hasn't yet hit kind of like the moneymaker trap, so to speak, which is, I think, what is it called? Collapsing trap.
Yep.
Which is going to be kind of huge in the face of these go again attacks.
Yep. And he misses the 1 out of 3 chance on the Beast Within, but no harm, no foul. He's able to get a might and go again on that wild ride here.
Yeah, and we see Tommy has 2 traps in his hand, both of which are going to have effect on this turn. The inertia trap is going to give Trenton inertia, do 1 point of damage, and then also the tar pit trap is going to prevent any on-hit effects.
No blocks, reactions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tar pit trap, trigger.
I wonder that's really only punishing if Trent has like a CNC, right? I don't really imagine that
Yeah, you actually.
it's actually being used right here because it's coming over for 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it interacts with send packing. So send packing also, I think, has a condition if it hits.
I believe it doesn't impact it because it's a on not hit, right? It's not an on hit ability. So it's just a static effect that's on the card, and if you block it out, you get a positive effect. But I don't believe it creates an on hit trigger, so there's no impact to that card if you do play this, I believe.
Trent follows the wild ride up with an Enlightened Strike 4/7.
7 into 7.
Yeah. Now these Enlightened Strikes have actually kind of been proving out to be very useful for smoothing out a lot of Kayo's turns. I don't believe that Yuki was playing it originally in her Battle Hardened winning list.
I don't believe so. We haven't seen too many KO lists since that one Battle Hardened topping list here.
Yeah, so we're seeing some innovation from Trent, choosing to play probably 3 copies of Enlightened Strike in his KO deck.
It is a very strong card. Enlightened Strike since the beginning of this game has always been one of the most flexible cards in the game. It had at some point in the game, it had a $100 price point, and for good reason. An extremely flexible card. Sometimes if you are not sure what cards to put in your deck, you probably won't get punished for just including 3D strikes in your deck.
Yeah, and then Kayo gets a little bit of extra bonus from his hero ability. Now, Enlightened Strike in Brute decks has been played in the past. We've seen it in some Rhinar and Levia decks before, but one of the downsides to Enlightened Strike when you're playing Brute is that it only has, the 5 base power. Now, Kayo's hero ability is going to bump that up for, all the effects that care about discarding 6s.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, and Tommy just choosing to take that to the face. I'm a little surprised by this block on GB because it looks like he has 3 arrows in his hand. I would have at least tried to block with, 1 arrow there in addition to the headpiece.
I think Tommy is trying to kind of put Trent in a position where he's going to have to, where he's going to have to kind of use cards to block.
And this isn't the worst. He can activate his bullseye here and still get value out of the remaining card in his hand.
Yeah, but now Trent does have a play available to him where he can block with the Scowling Flesh Bag. Scowling Flesh Bag is a little bit difficult to get value with when Tommy is just playing, pumps and kind of putting all the damage up front. But here we see the Scowling Flesh Bag is going to get a decent amount of value. So essentially, Tommy's turn is turning into 2 cards for 4 damage. So not the most efficient use of the cards, but at the cost of Trent's helm.
It's funny how far Ranger has fallen since the days of Lexi. If this was Lexi, he would definitely be not impacted at all. That Voltaire instant reload would have spelled doom for Trent here with the second arrow go again.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's right. So we're coming in with a wild ride for 7.
Trigger, go again.
And it has go again, discarding a Savage Beatdown. Savage Beatdown, really powerful if you get to keep a whole hand.
Absolutely.
Attacking for 12 base if you discard a 6 with it. Unlikely that he would have been able to play it. Actually, that's not true. If he didn't discard the Savage Beatdown, he could have used his chess piece. So, maybe that was a huge discard.
Right. Looks like there's a judge call being had here. Did he forget to draw a card?
Did he forget to draw a card?
Because he pitches. He did forget to draw a card, right? That's what the judge call is. Yeah, I assume that's what it was.
Oh yeah, he should have 2 cards left because he didn't block with any cards.
Yep. Yeah, and Trent, of course, not happy that he discarded that Savage Beatdown because, as you mentioned, off of that Heart and Cross Trap, that would have been a 1 cost 12 here. with a discard.
Yeah, I wonder what the fix in this situation is because if you forget to draw a card, sometimes that can be advantageous for you as the brute player, sometimes disadvantageous for you. You know, you always have a chance if you draw a random card for it to not be a 6. The KO deck does play some non-6s. We saw Blood Rush Bellow, and also maybe he's playing Cast Bones.
Right. Yep. Looks like he's just going to put that card back in Trent's hand and ask him to discard again at random. Which makes sense to me. You know, all this changes that his opponent has gained a little bit of information, which is a little bit on the brute player for, you know, missing the draw trigger. Yeah. Although, you know, it's both part of the same effect, so it should have happened at once anyway.
And we discarded the same card again.
Well, you know, sometimes you just can't change fate.
Yeah, that Savage beatdown was fated to head for the graveyard.
For sure. Let's see. Trent's remaining play. I believe he has the ability to go 2 wide here if he chooses to do so.
He can actually go 3 wided. Because I think he drew a blue, so he can
like
blue
two
extra. Yeah, agreed. And you know, this is going to kind of put a beginning to. We're kind of at the beginning of the end game because Tommy doesn't have any more life to kind of just take the damage head on.
Yeah.
So he is going to have to, you know, dedicate some cards to blocks.
Yeah, I wasn't paying the most attention, but did Tommy ever use, you know, the specialization trap that looks at if their attack is higher? That one would be devastating.
Buzzsaw?
Yeah, Buzzsaw. Yeah.
He hasn't played a Buzzsaw trap yet. You know, Buzzsaw trap really powerful for counteracting some cards like Cast Bones and
Savage Beatdown.
Savage Beatdown.
I think if he sees that at the opportune moment, that is going to be Tommy Fresh's path to clawing this match back from the jaws of what looks to be defeat based on the life totals as it is.
Yeah, Tommy has, it looks like 2 blocks in his hand. There's the Ravenous Rabble, 2 cards that buff his arrows, and a Falcon Wing.
Choosing to take it to the face. He's going to be forced to block this with at least a card and an equipment. Looks like he'll giving both.
Yeah, blocking 5, so Tommy is going to 3. Now, there's always the chance for the KO deck to kind of whiff, so to speak. So, for example, let's say if one of his next turns is he goes for a Wild Ride.
Yep.
Discards a non-6.
Play both of these.
Ooh, that's a pretty big clapback from Tommy here. It's a 3-card 10.
Yeah, coming in for 10 with the Drill Shot. So the Drill Shot is going to have 3 hit effects, threatening a Frailty token, a Blood Rot token, as well as putting a -1 counter on Trent's armor. So I wonder if we're going to see kind of a block out or if Trent is going to be looking to...
Very interesting. Trent choosing to just attack with Claw here. Claw for 5, not terrible. You know, the other option could have been to block out, waste his might, and then cast the Cast Bones. I guess Trent is going for the lower variance play here. He gets, you know, about 5 value either way on average. He's just taking that value up front. Oh, no, he has a play. He's able to swing big for 10. I did not see this coming, Yanji.
Yeah, so the Hardened Cross Trap proving out to be, you know, really powerful in this instance, being worth a full card, coming in with a swing big for 10. Now Tommy's going to have to block this with at least 3 cards.
For sure, he's going to need to give 3. If he gives 4, he can potentially get a Quicken token. He does have the option to reset, full block, take his Quicken, and then try to see if Trent gets punished with a Brute Hand.
Buzzsaw Trap.
Yes. Oh, so we're
perfect block here.
Yeah, we have the card that you were talking about, Buzzsaw Trap. So Buzzsaw Trap kind of removes all of the bonuses that the attack would have gotten. So nullifying the 2 My tokens. So Buzzsaw Trap blocking for 5 effectively, as well as doing 1 point of damage to Trent.
Yeah, absolutely. Although, you know, the Buzzsaw Trap is very impactful here, it more or less serves to save Tommy from that finishing blow. I believe, you know, this is probably the best 1-card hand that Tommy can ask for, Codex of Frailty. One of the most powerful cards that was introduced in the Outsider set. Unluckily for Tommy, though, he does not seem to have any other resources, so he's going to be probably attempting to throw a 4-attack arrow.
Yeah, now the Endless Arrow still represents a block that Trent has to make because Tommy does have access to Snapdragon Scalers and Bullseye Bracers. Oh, he does have a Quicken. Yeah. So he could actually, you know, for sure play this twice.
Yep. So Trent, I believe, is going to have to respect it. Luckily for Trent, he didn't take. He still has an armor block, so he's going to be able to block this for 4 when it hits.
Yeah, I think kind of deciding what it is that he wants to do with his turn. We see an agile windup, a smash, instinct, probably blue, a send packing, as well as another card. Now, send packing is going to be a great follow-up to Tommy's turn, kind of threatening. Like normally, like even if you're at 2 life, you know sometimes you want to just like take 1 point of damage. If you're coming in with the send packing, you know you're going to lose your card if you end up taking that 1 point of damage.
Absolutely. I think, you know, although we're recognizing this here, this could be a pretty sneaky play from Tommy. If Trent doesn't realize that he has the ability to play the arrow again, which I believe he will, he can get punished by this endless arrow.
Yeah, I think Trent is just kind of figuring out what attack he wants to get back.
I think
So there's a couple of options. I think he can.
Yeah, the swing big or one of the multiple CNCs are probably good choices here. I like the swing big just because it presents damage up front, and you know your opponent is already at a pretty low life total here.
Yeah. So one thing that Trent can do is he can save the agile windup and then get an agility token to kind of set up for the kill. He knows that Tommy is going to have to block at least 2 cards on that swing big, even though it's getting debuffed.
And I believe that was Tommy's third Codex of Frailty, so I don't believe he's going to have.
Oh, so he's actually discarding the agile windup, and then choosing the block. I think, yeah, maybe he wants to save the send packing, or he wants to just send the send packing.
Absolutely,
potentially to punish that.
And Trent, being the big brain brute player he is choosing to full block this, not getting punished by the endless arrow, and making sure that his opponent gets no value out of that quicken token that he gave him the turn prior. Here we have one of the new ish cards in the Riptide hand. Big green boy. Do you remember the name of that card, Yanji? The one that gives your opponent all the tokens?
Oh, it's Intoxicating Shot. So Intoxicating Shot, really good rate for a blue, 4 damage, 0 cost. The drawback is that you give your opponent Courage and a Quicken token, but sometimes that can be a benefit for you, as it will kind of turn on all of your traps.
It's kind of like the anti-down but not out. It's like down but not out in the reverse in some ways.
Yeah, so Tommy's going to have to block with 2 cards if he wants to.
And here.
Yeah, so I think he's deciding whether or not he wants to block the Intoxicating Shot, or if he wants to block.
Yeah, if he full blocks this, he has an extremely powerful turn. It's somewhat powerful, right? Because the frailty buff doesn't buff the what's that card called? Death. I'm blanking on this card.
Yeah, it doesn't block Death Touch.
Yeah, Death Touch. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, one thing that it's like kind of awkward. He needs like 2 Arsenal reloads in order for him to kind of play everything out.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what we're most likely going to see is going to be an Enlightened Strike for 7.
Yeah, and then Arsenal Death Touch for clapback on his turn.
Yeah.
Cool, that's a full block. Trenton now getting full value out of that swing big he put in Arsenal.
This goes back in my hand.
Oh, no. Because he blocked with a trap, he's able to load the Death Touch this turn. He can actually threaten.
Well, no, he doesn't have. He can't pay for the Death Touch. So he can only like throw the Enlightened Strike.
He can pitch for it if he wants.
Yeah, but then he can't throw the Enlightened Strike.
Right. So as you mentioned, Yaji is doing that E strike for 7. Very powerful play. It's been probably the most frequent play.
Oh, so we're choosing draw card. So.
Snapdragon.
Yeah, so this is going to be a play. He's going to kind of cash in on wanting to push all the damage. Now this is pretty heads up, because
Genius.
if Trent chooses to kind of no block the whole turn, then Tommy's basically threatening 11 damage plus like a Blood Rot.
See, this is why Tommy is the Riptide player, and we're here at the casting booth, Yanji. I did not see this play, but this is definitely one of the most heads-up plays that I've seen.
Yeah, so coming in for 5+6, Trent is just going to block most of it out, choosing to block 3 cards of this hand, and is going to come back with the swing big from the Arsenal, threatening 8 damage. Now again, Tommy is going to have to block at least 2 cards, it looks like.
Absolutely.
8 big ones.
I think at least 3 cards, or 2 cards in armor here.
2 cards plus armor. So the question is, do you want to block with the Premeditate, or do you want to...
I guess he's blocking with the Premeditate, taking the Quicken. If I'm here, if you're Tommy, do you activate that equipment here? Or, I see. I might have chosen to Arsenal this card, try to see if we can punish the Brute. I don't feel the Ranger hands, Ranger 1 or 2 cards hands are nearly as powerful as the Brute ones. So I might try to.
It's hard to make the call because I think that it's kind of up to the KO player to see whether or not they draw a hand that can send their full hand.
Right.
Any windup is going to make it so that they can by swinging claw and then discarding windup to give it go again.
Absolutely.
We see that Trent actually does have an agile windup in his hand.
He does have an agile windup. He also has that. Is that a Bear Fangs that we see as well?
Yeah, has a Bear Fangs, a Cast Bones, and a Mighty Windup.
Yeah, Bear Fangs, one of the strongest 2-card hands that you can have in the Brute deck. That's a 2-card 9 value usually, either 9 or 6, depending on whether or not he discards non-5 or higher attack off the top.
Now Tommy does have to be cognizant of the fact that, Trent has to be cognizant of the fact that Tommy hasn't drawn into his collapsing trap yet, and as a high-level player, like you have to be aware of potential cards that your opponent could be playing. I think this is pretty heads up, choosing to play around the collapsing trap.
And we discard the final Blood Rush there. This is a 2-card 6, Yanji. Maybe cursed him by even mentioning the other option.
6.
Yeah, but I think this is going to be one of the ways that Tommy has to kind of get back into the game. Now he can block with 2 traps or 2 defense reactions. We'll see if he sets the sink below or if he sets another trap.
No.
And he's going to be able to load that searing shot by playing the defense reaction from his hand.
Oddly enough, even though this was a miss and this was Trent's last Blood Rush Bellow, it's not the worst from a value perspective because he denies his opponent the value on the Riptide hero ability if he chooses to block with the trap because the attack is not higher than its base.
Yeah, Tommy does have some
Thinking about
incentive to kind of finish the game out fast. He did see that Trent pitch that Reckless Swing, on the very first turn of the game.
Yeah.
So we're getting to the point where I think in about like maybe three turns or so, he's going to be drawing into it. Now, Tommy did draw into that collapsing trap. That is going to be pretty big for kind of stuffing Trent's turn if he decides to kind of go for that go again play.
Pretty awkward hand though from Tommy. His one turn where he had the chance to kind of turn the tides, he drew into a 3 trap hand. I don't know if that's where you want to be with the life gap this high.
Yeah. Now I believe that the way that Trent is choosing to play the game now, he is opting to play very defensively, and so he I think is full on playing for that Reckless Swing finish. Not really kind of leaving anything up to chance. I think if you get a little bit hasty, if you try to close the game out, any faster, you're actually kind of walking into, pardon the pun, like the Riptide's trap, so to speak. And so Tommy maybe is thinking about whether or not he wants to save this collapsing trap. But I don't think that Trent is going to play into it.
I don't believe Trent, because the way they're playing, I don't think Trent is ever going to have a full card hand where he's going to be choosing to go again. I think, Trent recognizes that he has deterministic lethal already at this point. We're in Reckless Swing waiting room, as you mentioned, Yanji.
Yeah, and he's drawn it.
The one way that Tommy has to play around this is by activating the Dreadbore. And I believe the Dreadbore... Oh, the Dreadbore is passive, so Trent can never activate from hand.
Yeah, so Trent is probably just going to be looking to block out and then set that Reckless Swing.
Oh, yeah.
And I think when you Arsenal, I think kind of the jig is up.
Yeah, for sure. I think Tommy would know this. His other play is to be able to dig for the Remorseless. But we are in Reckless Swing waiting room here, and we found the Reckless Swing. So I believe more or less that Trent has this in the bag unless Tommy is able to recognize that. And I don't know. Do you think there's anything that Tommy can do from this point? I don't believe there is, because if he passes, then Trent just continues attacking and runs him out of cards.
Yeah, I think it's tough because you don't have access to like a weapon that you can repeatedly attack with turn after turn.
Right. Because the outs that I see to this are CNC and Remorselesses. He's probably going to be, I think he just activates a Reckless Swing here and wins. I'm not sure why Trent is blocking even more here. That was a Reckless Swing we saw in the Arsenal, right? Did Trent forget that he has a Reckless Swing in Arsenal?
Dreadbore says that you can't play defense reaction from hand, right?
Yeah. Right? Can we pull up Dreadbore?
Yeah, Dreadbore says defense reaction can't be played from hand this chain link.
Yeah, so I think Trent might have just forgot that he Arsenaled the
I mean, I don't think he forgot. Maybe he just like doesn't know exactly like the interaction. Like maybe he thinks that Dreadboard just shuts off defense reactions on the arrows that it's activating.
You know,
for.
if I'm Trent here, I pick up that Dreadboard and read that card 100% of the time. I think he just forgot, Yanji. I think he either forgot or, as you mentioned,
I
is
have
just
some
unfamiliar.
respect for these players.
Dude, I have a lot of respect for Trent, but we're going to be having a long talk after this game if he doesn't activate this Reckless Swing from the Arsenal at some point. You know, Trent, when he found out I was casting, he asked me not to roast him too much, but you know, he's just giving it to me, man.
Yeah, and so we see that Trent has drawn the other Reckless Swing. Now this is going to be a little bit awkward if Tommy chooses to attack with the with an arrow because Trent is not going to be able to play that Reckless Swing from his hand. So actually does not have guaranteed lethal. Does not have guaranteed lethal on this turn. So he's going to have to again kind of like walk out with cards from his hand and then use the Reckless Swing for pitch.
Yeah, Trent, from a determined game, has potentially managed to claw himself from the jaws of victory into potential defeat here if he doesn't realize that he can activate this Reckless Swing that he's has an arsenal for the past 2 turns. Tommy here, I would imagine, is very puzzled as to why he hasn't lost the game yet. You know, from Tommy's perspective, I would probably reckon.
And this Command and Conquer is going to be really strong. Kind of.
Yeah, he drew into a pretty heavy trap hand.
Can't really block with much of anything.
All right, Trent passing. Are we sure that that's a Reckless Swing in Arsenal?
Yeah, we're sure it's a Reckless Swing in Arsenal.
All right. Or maybe, you know, Trent's just playing it out for the viewers. Trent's like, you know, I don't want this game to end in less than 20 minutes, so let me see if I can. Oh, no, we're past the 20-minute mark, actually, Yanji. I think Trent's going to have to think about, you know, Trent.
Yeah, we could be playing around Sigil of Solace.
We could be playing around Sigil of Solace. Trent, you know, Trent used to be an Oldham player, so I wouldn't put it past him to try to draw out the game as long as he can here. Trent enjoys playing every minute of the game. You know, he's paid for this Battle Hardened. He wants maximum value out of his dollars, and that's really what we're getting. You know, the viewers here, you're really in for a treat because Trent, he's a showman at the end of the day, and he's really showing what he can do here. He's choosing to roast caps for the first time. He gets 2 attacks. Trent's going to say, look, I don't need Reckless Swing to win this game. I'm going to do it through damage, and I know you have traps in your hand. He doesn't even go again. This doesn't turn on the go again traps because he has an action point.
Yeah, that's correct. Now, Blue Smash Instinct is actually like a great finisher for Kayo towards the late game.
For sure. And with a 3-card hand, I'm going to bet that it's going to be really hard for Tommy to full block this unless he has a D-Reactor in Arsenal.
I think he does.
Okay.
1 action point.
Now, if you had 2 Smash Instincts, that would probably be a game closer here. But let's see. You know, there is a world here if Trent actually forgets that Reckless Swing is an Arsenal, and he's down to 1 card in hand, and Tommy's able to present lethal damage. This can end in a draw.
I want to.
That's true. We could see a draw. I think that the chances that will happen are low, but present.
Hey, don't ever put that past my friend Trent, Yanji. I think if anyone will be able to do it, it'd be Trent.
Yeah, so coming in with Tommy's coming in with a Pitfall Trap. So Pitfall Trap is actually going to do, I think, another point of damage.
Yeah, he's doing 3 points of damage actually, right? Because it does 2 by itself, and then the trigger off the Riptide. So Tommy is narrowly closing this gap.
This comes back.
This is insane to me, Yanji. That this game has lasted the last 5 turns.
Yeah, I think just choosing to try to play around, everything, is potentially going to come back.
I really think he forgot that he has a Reckless Swing in Arsenal.
I don't think that's the case.
maybe he just hasn't read what Dreadboard does.
No. I believe in Trent. He's gonna figure it out.
No block.
Trent's deck, I think, is getting actually quite low. It looks like he has maybe, I would say, like around 10 or so cards. Because I think that Reckless Swing is the card that we saw kind of pitched like a turn or 2 ago, unless he's playing 3.
Right, absolutely. And then Trent attacking for 6. That's going to demand 2 cards from his opponent's hand. But his opponent, unfortunately, wouldn't be able to swing back with anything because he only has buffs in his hand, which, is kind of playing around that Reckless Swing. So let's see if Riptide manages.
So Trent is actually out of cards.
I think I think the Riptide might have fatigued his brute opponent, Yanji.
Yeah, so again, Trent doesn't have a deterministic way to do 2 damage with that Reckless Swing in his hand because he can't play the Reckless Swing from his hand. He needs to kind of get rid of it if Tommy only attacks with arrows.
I think Trent is a master, dude. Trent has figured out how to lose an unlosable game, Yanji.
No, I don't think so. He figured out. Well, he's attacking. Ooh.
Oh, did he win?
Yeah, he's attacking for 6. Tommy only had 5 block after the last card.
Trent just didn't know what Dreadboard did. He never actually picked up the card and read it. That's why he never activated this Reckless Swing from his arsenal.
Yeah.
That was phenomenal. I really enjoyed that game, Yanji.
Yeah, because I blocked for 3 and then took it.
Yeah.
So
I thought you had it to turn on.
You know, Trent playing this game on hard mode, playing without an arsenal, and
I know.
you know, with permanent remorseless ability on the field.
And then I saw it.
Yeah.
I could have sworn I saw it.
It could have been kind of tough. Well, you know, guys, that was quite an exciting first match. You know, it didn't go exactly the way that we thought it would in the stages of the late game, but Kayo does kind of clutch it out against Riptide. So. -1 to the Riptide stands out there, +1 for the Kayo, what's it called?
Yeah, for sure. And
the Kayo bandwagon fans.
Yeah, and the Kayo here really cosplaying, you know, I don't need 2 arms. I can just play with 1, Yanji. Kayo not only having 1 arm, but also no arsenal there. I think Trent, you know, despite the, you know, locked arsenal, you can't really blame him for not knowing what Riptide cards do. Because let's be honest, how often do you see Riptides out there? But I think he played pretty well, and we got to see the bottom of his deck, which is always fantastic for the viewers.
Yeah, and you know, that's one of the advantages of playing a deck that is a little bit off-brand, off-meta, so to speak, because, you know, a lot of players, they have a limited amount of time to prepare, so they're going to prepare against, like, the most popular decks and cards, and, you know, Riptide isn't one of them.
For sure.
So great game by both Trent and Tommy. We're going to go on a short break to kind of clean some things up for the stream, but we'll be back soon.
Yep.
Stay tuned.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
Hey yo, Don Amarabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
SinFabTCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways Premium Discord server where you can access tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team, learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
We're also giving away the promo Boast and playmat from this season of Spoilers. All Majestics and Rares will be automatically entered, so stay tuned for the giveaway drawn at the end of March.
And we're back after an exciting round 1. So we're getting ready to jump into the second round, but Naive, I heard that you have some facts prepared to take us.
Yeah, I don't have facts, but we are live in Philadelphia here. You know, Yanji, the last time you and I cast Battle Hardened together, it was at Pittsburgh actually before the last Pro Tour. So it seems like casting Pennsylvania events is a thing we like to do before Tier 4 events. But just a measure of distance for our non-American viewers joining us. Although Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania, it is a 5-hour drive from Pittsburgh. Takes a while to get there. It's the same distance as between London and Paris. And the funny thing about that, just to give you a size of scale of how big America is, Pennsylvania isn't even in the top 10 largest states. It's not even in the top half. Pennsylvania is the 31st largest state, the 19th smallest. So, think about that for a second.
Yeah, all I'm getting is that in America, we have a lot of land, but somehow the rent is still so high.
Yep, for sure. Rent's high everywhere, honestly. Talking about high rent, we are going into this game. It's a Rhinar versus Kano game. As Kano loves to do, he loves taxing his opponents. So we're going to have a pretty eventful game here for you all.
Yeah, Dexter fan, a longtime Rhinar player versus Joshua Berger. I'm not too familiar with Joshua.
Yeah, Joshua, I believe he's from the East Coast. I haven't interacted with him too much. He seems like a very nice guy. I talked to him a little bit before this game, but he is a Kano enjoyer, as we're seeing today. I think. What do you think about this matchup, Yanji? Kano v Rhinar. Turn 1, we almost had a Kano on stream. I wanted to get a Teklovossen on, but it was going to be a Teklovossen v Kano match, and we couldn't do that to the viewers or to either opponent. So we had to get that KO game up on stream for you instead.
Yeah, Rhinar is one of the heroes that does have some play into Kano because of it being so easy to kind of hit Arcane Barrier 3. Rhinar has access to Skullhorn, which gives Arcane Barrier 2, and you're just going to play like a Null Rune piece somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that Rhinar presents also kind of some unique challenges for Kano by being able to kind of lead off, kill turn with Intimidate, kind of forcing the Kano to kind of guess whether or not that they have lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and guess while they have lethal, while Rhinar has access to all the rest of his cards in his hand.
Yeah.
So I believe this is slightly Rhinar favored, and Dexter fan, one of the best Rhinars in the world. I think it wouldn't be a stretch to say. He's been a Rhinar enjoyer through and through, and he's really proven it. We've seen him on these streams a few times. He's been at the top tables. If anyone knows how to play Rhinar, it's definitely Dexter. So
Dexter rocking the PCG player slabs, but it's for shame one of those Mandible Claws silver label.
Unlucky. But let's see if he wins this Battle Hardened, whether he's able to bump that rarity.
Have to upgrade Cold Foil Mandible Claws. We need only gold.
Here, I'll chime in for this, by the way. He specifically got them all graded as 6s. Like, every single piece of equipment. He posted on Twitter about it. Scabskins, Tunic, Skullhorn, like, all his equipment. I guess one of the Mandible Claws?
One is a gold label.
Wait,
okay, so one is gold, but the rest should all be 6s. He's a brute player, true and true.
Did he scuff the cards intentionally before he sent it?
I don't know if it was bribery.
How did you get that? That's hard to do.
I'm not sure what it was. Maybe it was bite marks.
Dexter personally bit the cards before he sent it in.
Yeah, that takes some skill to know how much you have to kind of damage the cards in order to hit that magical number.
Oh, for sure.
So we see Joshua is starting off with an energy potion, so pretty strong start.
Yep, Joshua, of course, a white border enjoyer, so he's a strong Kano because the best Kanos I've seen choose to play these white border cards.
Yeah, and then Dexter has the Arg Smash. I wonder if he would ever choose to play it. The Arg Smash in his hand, does have access to potentially destroy that Energy Potion. Now, Energy Potion is going to be one of the primary ways that Kano has to kind of threaten extra lethal.
Yep, for sure. Kano full blocking this, getting that ever so important Quicken token. David Mink said he has damaged his cards.
Yeah, so we see 3 of the attacks already three of the major combo pieces already have been blocked out. The Aether Wildfire, the Blazing Aether, and the Lesson in Lava.
For sure. Joshua just choosing to block with it rather than just go off. I guess it is hard to go off when they're in your hand rather than other places.
Yeah, and Joshua playing that Deja Vu potion from his arsenal. I believe that this is indicating that he wants to take like a more controlled approach. But Dexter does have access to that arc smash, so he's gonna cash it in right now.
Oh, this is you hardly ever see this in this matchup, but Dexter, of course, is a Rhinar enthusiast, and he really knows how to play these matchups.
Yeah, so arc smash lets you roll a 6-sided dice, and then you destroy up to X items. So
we have a judge call already. What do you think this judge call is about?
I believe they might be seeing if they're. I would guess that they're seeing if there's like a priority window after you roll the dice or not, or if you have to like choose
that makes sense.
to use the potions before you know the result. I believe once you roll the dice, then
I think it resolves.
You're locked in.
Yeah. Okay. The potions have to be popped beforehand. I would imagine as Joshua, you would wanna just hope your opponent rolls low here. He says destroy up to, and this is not random, right? So
yeah, not random. So Dexter is going to be able to kind of choose that energy potion if he rolls at least a 2. And so as the Kano player, these energy potions are kind of how are how you can kind of bring more consistency to your combo.
For sure.
I think like with 2 energy potions, you can and if you like set up your stack correctly, you can pretty much just kill you can kill like anybody through even AB3.
Yeah, absolutely. And that all this does is it buys Dexter more time. So Josh is gonna have to spend more time pitch stacking if he wants to beat the Rhinar that way.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things is that we're seeing is that the arc smash does have go again. So having go again is pretty key for Dexter to be able to continue his turn, and I think this is like a theme for a lot of the Rhinar cards in this Kano matchup. Like when you play barraging beatdown, arc smash, you're kind of forcing the Kano to make like a lot of decisions, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Like what do you think is going through the Kano player's mind when Rhinar's presenting these on-attack actions?
I mean, I think it's fear. I think they're embodying what the Brute is meant to be doing. When I see a Brute casting an Intimidate card and he has a full hand, I am scared shitless, Yanji, as a Kano player. At that point, you do have to calculate lethal. There's a lot of guessing game involved in this matchup, Yanji. I played it a few times in Blitz. And, it's not an easier, that's for sure. Rhinar can present lethal a lot faster. Of course, Kano can instantly kill you at any point. And so a lot of it, the agency is on Rhinar to choose when the game ends. And so the Kano player has to decide when he wants to go off, and he has to guess, how many blues, yellows, and reds are in my opponent's hand. And a lot of that is, you get a lot of that from soul reading. But, Dexter is a Brute, and I don't know if Brutes have souls, Yanji. It's going to be tough, I think. They're resolving this judge call here.
Do brutes go to heaven when they die? I think you're saying they don't have souls. Well, they just turn into dust.
Well, is a soul a necessity to go into the afterlife?
I don't know. I haven't done a lot of theology, theological studies.
For sure.
So I can't answer that question.
But yeah, I think for the Kano, he's going to be thinking he's going to have to find an opportunity to chip in some incidental damage throughout the game if he wants to close out. I don't think he can just full combo the Rhinar because of, as you mentioned.
Yeah, let's take a look at what Joshua's working with so that he's like in the tank. So Joshua, has 3 blues. One of them is an energy potion. He has access to this Toma Findel. So I think like ideally he would want to play his arsenal, set that Toma Findel, play the energy potion.
Yep, and he rolls a 2. Okay, and so he can choose that 1 E-Pot here, as you mentioned. But Joshua will just be able to recast the E-Pot here if he chooses to do so. Too bad that Quicken isn't an Eloquence, Yanji. It would be a lot better for him.
Yeah, Eloquence, not a lot of things make Eloquence on block, but maybe we'll see one of those in the upcoming set.
For sure. In part the Misspale. Coming out in a couple weeks.
Oh, interesting. Dexter had a swing big in his hand, but chooses not to attack with it. Actually, choosing to
because it does have go again, right? That's odd.
Yeah. The arc smash does have go again.
I forgot the special.
Very interesting. He chooses to not go again. I guess maybe he's afraid of Joshua being able to go off here. But he's at 40. I would be a little.
Yeah, potentially. There's a couple of things that you have to consider, I guess. on what the likelihood is for the Kano player to combo off. We did see Joshua block out, with a lot of his combo pieces, and choosing to go into a set after playing the Deja Vu pushing. So maybe Dexter choosing a little bit more conservative line because of that.
Dexter, I see. So he had no, but he only had a swing big and a yellow in hand that turn, right? So I'm surprised he didn't just play it, honestly.
Yeah, now we see Dexter having three reds and a yellow, so kind of the jig is up with regards to whether or not it's possible for the Kano player to combo, like pitching 3 reds to AB on your turn is not exactly what you want to be doing.
Right, and this is a spooky turn for Dexter because he has so many reds. He's going to be going into his opponent's turn without a hand, and that can't feel good as a Rhinar player. Especially when you're supposed to be the one that has agency throughout this game.
Yeah, and so if Joshua's arsenal wasn't a Tome of Findel, and it was instead something like a Blazing Aether or an Aether Wildfire, we could be in for a really short game, but as it stands right now,
Right. And Storm Striders doesn't allow you to activate the Tome of Findel from arsenal because it's only Wizard on attacks.
Yeah, so Dexter kind of escaping, getting away with one, so to speak.
Yeah, but Joshua gaining 5 life here. He is almost a full hero. 35 health with a 5-card hand. That is still spooky nonetheless, Yanji. One of the ways that Kano can win this is by maintaining the ability to strip cards from their opponent's hand, mitigating the full damage potential of the Rhinar player. And I think what Rhinar's goal here is to play around their big turns, When you have a Blood Rush Bellow, that's when you want to not block. That's when you want to discard from your hand, start intimidating, and really just presenting unpreventable damage to your opponent's side of the board.
Yeah, and we're seeing Joshua did banish a Lesson in Lava, so this might be a great time to go. So now, I think there's 2 ways that you can kind of play this Lesson in Lava. You can either search up, an Aether Wildfire, to kind of get a guaranteed setup for the next turn,
right?
Or you can you're gonna draw it to put in an arsenal, or if you're choosing to play for kind of to strip more cards from your opponent, then you're gonna be able to.
That's not good.
Oh,
3 reds again.
I wonder if he's going to.
I believe there's is there 2 Kanos on the stack? Is that what I'm understanding here, Yanji? There's 2 blue pitches. I'm not seeing any dice to represent.
No. So the first blue pitch, he banished a blue Prognosticate.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So the second one is going to be paying for the Crucible of Aether Weave plus the Lesson in Lava.
What's the third blue pitch for?
To pay for the Lesson in Lava.
There should be 3 mana spent, right? 1 at the Tome, 1 for the Lesson, and 1 for the Crucible.
And he had to grab the Lesson off the top.
Oh, he grabbed it off the top. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I see. Cool. So Lesson was grabbed off the top. He still has a 3-card hand here. One of them is a Chain Lightning, which is pretty spooky. He's activating Kano again. Oh, very interesting. He gets to play the Gaze the Ages, which lets him opt to.
Oh yeah, hitting Tome of Aether Wind is going to be pretty big.
Yeah, this is a really huge turn here, Yanji. We are going to be casting the Tome, drawing probably 2 more.
Yeah, for those of you guys who are kind of unclear as to what exactly Kano's doing, like it looks like Kano's doing a lot for what it looks like
is absolutely bonkers, Yanji.
Yeah, hitting a second Tome of Aetherwind. It looks like Kano's not doing a whole lot of damage, but basically is setting up to chip away at Dexter's life total. Dexter having blocked with 3 red cards. Joshua's really just looking for a combo piece, I think, to Arsenal.
Oh, no. He drew into a Chains of Eminence. That is kind of sad. The Chains of Eminence here, Yanji, for those of you who don't know, is oftentimes used by the Kano to make sure that they have lethal, even through Oasis Respite. And so what the Kanos will do is they will, go into their pitch stack, and then they'll pitch a Chains of Eminence, and then play Chains declaring Oasis. And because Kano does not have cards that persist on the field that can be targeted for Oasis, it essentially nulls out their opponents who might have Oasis in Arsenal. This is a really bad time to draw that because I don't believe this Kano is anywhere near their pitch and they're arsenaling a Chain Lightning. But
I think he just pitched the Chain Lightning.
No, did he? Oh, he pitched the Chain Lightning. So did he arsenal the Tome?
Yeah, he actually could have played the Tome, I think, because the Chains of Eminence does give him an action point.
It does. Maybe did he realize that? Maybe not.
So we are going to kind of have an opportunity for Joshua to go off if he chooses to do so.
Yeah, and for those of us who are joining or maybe not familiar with how Kano works, because Kano activates cards as an instant, Chains of Eminence has Go Again on it. And so that Go Again resolves and creates an additional action point for Kano because it was played as an instant. Little known interaction, though we haven't seen much because of the wane of the Rune Blades, who had that ability in Spellbound Creepers and used it more frequently in the earlier parts of this game's history.
Yeah, Go Again does give you an action point on the resolution of the ability. So now Joshua's coming in with a Crucible of Aetherweave, buffing a Sonic Boom. So that Sonic Boom is coming in for 4, I believe.
Sonic Boom's coming in for 4, and he gets a free Snapback off the top with that Sonic Boom.
Yeah, Naib, what do you think is the function of Snapback for the Kano list? It's sometimes it's played, sometimes it's not.
Yeah, Snapback is one of the most powerful cards into AB3, and the reason is you were able to concoct lethal from your hand on turns where you might be having to dig off the top, And so when you go Aether Wildfire or you have a big go-off turn, sometimes you're just short 1 or 2 points of lethal. And having Snapback in your deck means that if you draw a Snapback, you can just extend your turn by an additional, 3+ damage on that turn. More or less, Snapback is a turn extender. I can see it being played in any matchup. It's also block 3 at the end of the day, honestly. It really is a solid card, in my opinion. And there's a reason this card is banned in Blitz. It's just way too powerful when you have low life totals.
Yeah, now Joshua has finally kind of been able to chip in for some damage. It might not seem like a lot, but 31 is, a great break point for Kano. I think a common kill point for Kano is about 32 damage.
For sure, yeah. By all means, the Kano is winning here just by the life totals. Kano is up 5, and his opponent is down 9. Although Dexter has had a few bad turns. He's had very red hands here. Which, to his chagrin, let his opponent deal quite a bit of damage to him.
Yeah, now Dexter is kind of, he has drawn the Blood Rush Bella with, a Beast within.
Yep.
So this could be an opportunity to kind of allow the Kano to do some extra damage.
Oh, no, he's pitching it.
Yeah, he's choosing to block.
Oh, he has another one in his hand.
Yeah, so he had 2. So this could be an opportunity for Dexter to, be able to put on a lot of damage.
Oh, double Snapback. Yeah, Joshua's a very interesting take on this. It doesn't seem like he is necessarily prioritizing pitch stacking because he does have cards like Chain Lightning, which do incidental damage throughout the game.
Yeah.
And so I think he wants to bring his opponent to a low enough life total where he can't just win off the top as an option. A lot of Kanos into larger, bigger AB matchups will choose to, pitch stack perfect combo, but a lot of that can be disrupted by the Brute's Intimidate. And so I think Joshua, recognizing that, has built his deck in a way that lets him just do chip damage, and then at any point just go off and deal 20, 24 damage to his boot opponent when he triggers Intimidate.
Yeah, so Dexter kind of has to try to do something offensive. I think if you're playing defensively the whole game into Kano, then it's not a recipe for success.
For sure.
And it is kind of scary, though, because Joshua does have, the 2 potions on board. When you have the 2 potions on the field, you can kind of come out of nowhere.
Very safe route here from Dexter. He's playing just Show No Mercy with nothing behind it. Dexter is being very, very cautious with the resources that he keeps in hand. Although I do imagine he's probably going to want to arsenal that Blood Rush and go off on a turn where he hasn't been forced to discard from his hand.
I definitely think that's going to be the case. Now we see Joshua did draw into a Blazing Aether. I wonder if he thinks that now is the time to be taking some damage to kind of strip away at Dexter's hand and to set up a kill.
Yep, Joshua takes us to the face. I believe he should be at 29 right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at what Joshua's working with. So he has a red Snapback and a Blazing Aether. So he's going to be able to, pressure quite a lot of damage.
Oh, that's really strong.
Yeah, so this Aether Flare plus the Snapback. I wonder what his arsenal. It's still the Tome of Aetherwind, right?
I believe it's still the Tome.
Yeah, so this is going to be a huge turn. Dexter is very highly incentivized to be blocking this Aether Flare, then being able to present the Snapback afterwards, plus the Tome to kind of send another spell, and then to arsenal that Blazing Aether.
Absolutely, and we see in Dexter's hand, we do see that Oasis Respite. So he may just choose to gain value out of it right here. He is lower than the Kano opponent. Well, no, I believe Joshua should be at 29, right?
Joshua should be at 29.
Because he took 6 to the face on the previous turn. So I think, I think our players just haven't updated the life totals, I believe.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
In any case, you know, Oasis Respite is kind of a key card for this matchup.
Yep. Yeah, and there we go. Dexter recognizing that updates the life total. Yeah, so Dexter wouldn't gain there, but see, we see just here, Yonji, like how much of a threat that snapback presents. You know, this could have come in for 6 right here if Dexter chose not to block that card.
It would have come in for 7 if he.
Sorry, it would have come in for
7,
yeah.
if he had no block.
You know, he got 2 cards out of Dexter's hand there, which is really what you want to be doing as a Kano opponent, just stripping at least 2. Rhinar is not able to function extremely well with a 2-card hand.
Yeah, I think we're kind of seeing right now, you know, on there in Flesh and Blood, there's kind of this idea of compounding, I guess like inefficiencies. So like when you make a choice on one turn, the effects kind of get magnified turns later down the line.
Yep,
so
absolutely.
On that one turn that Joshua played, you know, what was that called? The card with Go again.
Oh, Chains of Eminence.
Yeah, when he played the Chains of Eminence on the top, choosing not to play the Tome of Aetherwind on that turn, instead arsenaling it.
Yep.
Kind of makes it a little bit awkward now to clear that arsenal, and Joshua wasn't able to make use of all of his cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we're going to be seeing that here. He's going to be drawing 2. Joshua recognizing that he doesn't have the ability to, you know, get potentially 2 cards out of his opponent's hand. He does get is that a blue?
No, that's a red Aether Spindle.
Oh,
so
red
Aether Spindle is actually a tremendous card.
Extremely powerful.
Yeah, so Aether Spindle is one of the cards that is going to be, you know, pretty huge for the player to want to block.
Yep.
If you let the Kano get like a full opt off.
That's pretty much this is one of the must blocks in against a Kano player for sure. Even if you have AB3, Kanos can still kill you if they have full information on the top there.
Yeah, so Dexter's actually letting Joshua get full
oh, Dex
info.
taking this. Wow.
And Dexter is getting, you know, quite low. Yes. Kano, on the other hand, quite healthy at 29, just one life below starting life total, and now is able to kind of arsenal that Blazing Aether with full information.
Absolutely. There are very few Rhinar builds that can just kill you from 29. So I think, you know, because I guess Dexter's taking the approach where he's saying, okay, I have a full card hand, so it's going to be really tough for you to kill me on your turn anyway because I have AB3.
Yeah.
But let me just try to here turn the tide of the battle.
So Blood Rush Bellow's discard is a cost.
Yep.
So there's going to be a period of time when Dexter only has 3 cards in his hand and 2 floating. So the question is whether or not it kind of makes sense to go off on this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he does have access to the Tunic, so yeah, I think Joshua recognizing that, choosing to be intimidated, and saying, okay, Dex, let's see if you can deal a significant amount of damage this turn.
Yeah.
So here, because the Kano has pass priority and chosen to get intimidated, we're probably not going to be seeing Dexter die on this turn.
Yeah, and I think this is pretty heads up from the Kano player. You know, one of the things in Flesh and Blood is in order to get an advantage, sometimes you have to kind of let your opponent do some damage to you.
Yeah.
You can't just like want to be in control of the game the whole time.
Yep.
You have to kind of let them play out their hands. And so because Joshua is fairly healthy, it's pretty unlikely that Dexter would be able to deal lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Flesh and Blood is a game where you're always making a cost-benefit analysis, and so you're either, you know, choosing to forego resources for health or vice versa. And so, you know, you have to at some point take damage to your health so you can play with a full card hand. And here Dexter is throwing at minimum 10. He's throwing 20 here, which is a significant amount of damage. Sorry.
20, 18.
Yeah, I keep thinking everything is a swing big.
That's funny. Yeah, so 18 is, while it is quite a lot of damage, Dexter is basically only even up the life total, only being 3 ahead of Joshua, and Joshua started the game, you know, 10 life below.
Yep.
I'm going to
and
discard an agile.
Yeah, so he's discarding the agile windup.
So this is the turning point here for Dexter. He now has agency going into his turn. There's no way, I don't believe Joshua can present lethal with a 3-card hand. I mean, I've seen Kanos do crazy things here, but Joshua has played all 3 Tome of Aetherwind, so it's going to be really hard to just find lethal off the top in the ways that, that's a good start. He has Chain Lightning here. Chain Lightning deals damage, but also allows you to play
Yeah,
another
this is
Artisan
kind of a funky interaction. So both Gaze the Ages and Chain Lightning have effects that have additional effects if you've played another wizard card this turn.
Yep, and they
both
both
of them check on resolution. So actually, Joshua choosing to use his action point, starting off with the Gaze the Ages.
Yep.
Knows that he's going to be able to, he knows the top of his deck is the Chain Lightning from the Aether Spindle from the turn before.
Yeah,
so he's going to be able to do the damage on the Chain Lightning. He's going to get the card back with the Gaze the Ages. And actually, the Chain Lightning is going to let him play the Gaze of Ages that he gets back from his hand, again, if he wants to.
Right, absolutely. And he also has a card in Arsenal there, so...
Yeah, the card in his arsenal should be Blazing Aether.
Yep.
So I wonder if he's going to be saving that or not.
Is he pitching that Gaze, or...?
No, I believe he's going to play it again as an instant.
Okay.
From the Chain Lightning.
He just resolved
ability.
the first Gaze, and so he's playing again with the Chain Lightning. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so we see a Tome of Findel on the top. That's going to kind of extend out the possibilities for this turn. He's going to draw 2 more cards. And really what Joshua, I believe, is trying to do is, take as many cards from Dexter as possible.
That's pretty good.
Banish and play Sap.
That's a good start there. That is one of the blue 1 damage arcane spells. As of this set, the Kano players access to 3 more with that Aether Arc that they now get.
Yeah, we see Joshua drawing into a Aether Wildfire. Not an ideal draw, but does let him set up for a potential combo kill on this turn if he so chooses to. Now Dexter did pitch a blue in his hand, so he is kind of letting Joshua know that he has access to more blues.
Yeah, for sure. We're seeing a 6 with go again here. So really taxing that arsenal from Joshua.
Yeah, and I think this might be the time to go. Dexter with only 1 card in his hand, none floating, and then Joshua, does have...
He does have Tunic, but...
He has access. He has access to the Blazing Aether, the Aether Wildfire. And so I think we might be seeing...
We're seeing movement here,
I think it's go time.
I think it's go time as well. He's over pitching here. Kano, is that Kano twice?
Yeah, so I think we're gonna see 2 Kano activations.
Oh, very smart.
And then he's gonna get the
tome. So he's doubling his resources here as a result of that play. Very strong play from Joshua here, resolving the first Kano, drawing into 6 more resources.
Yeah, and then
just showcasing the power of that.
Yeah, I wonder if it would have been good to activate the Ragamuffin's hat
at that point.
At that point, because you're guaranteed to get a blue on the top. So when you draw it off of the what's it called? You draw off the Ragamuffin's hat. You're going to draw into a blue. Now he would have drawn
he would draw
that red Aether flare off of the Tome of Findel, so maybe it's better here.
I think you want to do it at the end of your chain when you know for sure that you're done pitching. Maybe not. Maybe I'm not seeing the sequence there, Yanji. But how do you guarantee that you draw the 2 blues, but also put the
Well, you can't guarantee that you're going to draw the 2 blues, but I'm just saying, so the Ragamuffins, you really don't want to be drawing it like a red when you put your Aether Wildfire on top, because you don't want to be left with a red in your hand.
Gotcha.
But I guess no matter what, you're going to be you're going to have a you're going to have a random draw essentially.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and he does have that E-Pot there. I think the E-Pot is good insurance, just to make sure that even if you draw that red, when it's time to play your Aether Wildfire, you're able to...
And drawing a blue off of the top from that Ragamuffin set is pretty huge. So I think we're going to see a ton of damage.
Yeah.
So he needs 2 resources to pay for the Aether Wildfire.
Yep,
he needs 1 resource to pay for the Aether Flare. So we're at 3...
Absolutely. We're seeing, wow, he's making full use of this.
Yeah,
that is
coming in
6
for
power Aether Wildfire. That is extremely strong, Yanji.
4, 6. Yeah, and then he has a blue in his hand, so he can play everything. He can play the Aether Flare.
Oh, he has a Skull Crack. He's not even able to block out.
Yeah, so I believe Joshua is well over the kind of damage requirement.
Yeah, I think this is likely lethal here, even just face up.
Yeah, I think even if he had an Oasis Respite here to kind of block out, like if he had a blue and Oasis Respite to block out the Aether Wildfire, that Aether Flare would have come in for 3, so it would have done 3 and then 5, so 8.
Yeah, and
plus,
then
he would have actually been short if he had the Oasis Respite.
Does he have remaining? Is there remaining damage here? This is not lethal yet, right?
He has a Blazing Aether set.
7.
There's one resource. There's one resource left over.
Oh, he's a Blazing Aether. Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Wow. Yeah, well played from our Kano opponent here. Kano recognizing the power that is laden within the Rhinar's Intimidates, and he's chosen to go for this kind of like guerrilla warfare tactic here, where he's dealing chip damage over and over. I've never seen, I mean I have, but you seldom see the Kano ahead of their opponent in life. But that's exactly what Joshua did. He played to his tomes, he drew cards when he needed to, and he gained life strategically to make sure that he was never in lethal range of multiple Intimidates.
Yeah, I think Dexter got the bad end of variance on some of the draws. We saw him pitching 3 reds multiple times.
For sure.
And it can be scary to maintain the balancing act of do you take the damage? Do you pitch the reds for 1? It's not ideal. You'd rather be attacking with them. But then attacking for 6 into Kano oftentimes feels like you're just, punching the wall, so to speak. You're not really going to be able to do a lot of damage. Wizard doesn't have a lot of armor, but a lot of their cards block 3.
Exactly. So, you're just trading damage with them. Essentially, if the Kano had chosen to go for a pitch stack strategy, he would have been playing right into it. So I think Dexter played really well with the resources that he had. He did get a little unlucky there. We saw multiple 3 red or 4 red hands throughout that game there.
Yeah, so that's going to conclude the match. Joshua, congratulations to him for moving on 2-0. Kano's quite a strong choice for, I think, this tournament as well as future classic constructed tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming on in this meta.
Yeah.
And then so thanks for tuning in. We're about to go into an ad break. Make sure to check out all of the sponsors that help make this stream possible. And then we're going to try to see if we have a backup game available, because that match did, even though play out quite a few turns and rather quickly.
Yep, absolutely. See you soon.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects. Snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
SinFabTCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament, as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today. Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team, learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
We're also giving away the promo Boast and playmat from this season of Spoilers. All Majestics and Rares will be automatically entered, so stay tuned for the giveaway drawn at the end of March.
Welcome back to the Battle Hardened. We have, thanks to the power of technology,
a backup game.
Teklovossen versus Kassai. It looks like the life totals are 30 to 19. So Teklovossen is behind, but has transformed into what is
Macropotent.
The Macropotent.
Teklovossen, the Macropotent. This is very spooky for the Kassai. The Macropotent does have overpower. Is that right?
Yeah, it has overpower. Although Kassai is relatively healthy.
Yeah.
So I wonder if we're just going to be able to run the Teklo out of cards in his soul.
Potentially. Teklo, he doesn't have to attack with Macropotent each turn. He can try to play around his large combo turns. That's a blue or a red? I think it's
it should be a blue
with go again.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we can zoom into the middle.
Yeah, so a blue. Do you remember what it's called? It gets discounted by each Evo that you have. So coming in for 4 go again, when you transform into Macropotent, all of your attacks have go again.
Some kind of protocol. I haven't done Bright Lights draft in a while, so.
Yeah, so we see two of those. I think that Teklovossen is going to have to do a lot to kind of make up for this total amount of damage. Most of the time when you transform, you're kind of relying on these 3-for-9 overpower attacks to do most of the heavy lifting.
Right, for sure.
And so, yeah, Macropotent doing damage. How does he make you discard when he hits?
When it's not when he hits. When he attacks, he forces you to discard a card. So it's on attack, you discard, and so that's kind of Macropotent's way of evening out his intellect penalty that he starts with.
Got it. And Kassai, we see that the life totals have already been kind of equalized, where the Kassai is at 20.
Yeah, and that was just one turn of Macropotent.
Yeah, and we see an Annihilator engine.
Annihilator engine is the one that destroys.
Yeah, it destroys a blocking card. So not going to be able to block with the Valiant Dynamo.
Right, absolutely. So we are seeing a 4 go again here.
Yeah, coming for 4 go again, threatening. All of the weapon attacks this turn are going to threaten 2 copper tokens, which might be relevant if Kassai draws into a Blood on her hands.
And is that gold representing what it's threatening, or is that just on the field?
I believe it should just be on the field.
Okay, so I didn't see whether or not.
Or did he activate Kassai?
I'm not sure. I wasn't. I didn't see cards get banished. Oh, maybe he. I guess he did activate Kassai then. Yeah.
Yeah. So
4 copper
having
and 1 gold.
Making a gold. No. I think he blocked with the Macropotent. So blocking out the first attack and then and making 2 coppers.
Yep.
Blood on her hands. I think you only need 2 or 3 coppers to get a decent amount of effect from it.
Yeah, and if you just draw with the gold, you can make sure that all your swords are free, and potentially draw into another buff for your turn.
Yes, I think this turn we're going to see a Annihilator engine coming in with go again into a Macropotent attack.
Yeah, it'll be 9 overpower with go again, and then Macropotent forcing a discard. So Macropotent swinging here for 6. Overpower, go again.
Yeah. Now this is an interesting sequence. I think Matthew is trying to kind of bait PJ into not blocking with the Valiant Dynamo first, because something is going to come later, and then maybe he wants to save the Valiant Dynamo for that attack.
Yeah. Actually, the Macropotent's ability doesn't have overpower. He just says your Mechanologist attack action card.
Okay. Yeah. The other attacks have overpower, but I think he is kind of baiting the.
How did that Macropotent have go again? It says Mechanologist attack action.
Yeah, because it's a Shadow Mechanologist.
It's not an attack action though.
Oh, that is true.
I don't believe he's sequencing this correctly.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So he shouldn't be able to force the discard out of the hand before.
Yeah, Macropotent does have to be kind of the last attack in the chain. So I guess something that both players missed.
Yeah, it says whenever this attacks a hero, they discard a card. Your Mechanologist attack action cards go again.
Ah, I see.
This counts as having 4 Evos equipped.
Yeah, but I believe both players kind of missed that interaction, and so we are in the state where I think if Matthew had chosen to attack with the 9-liter engine, he loses a little bit of information value.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Kassai choosing to activate gold to draw a card. All of her sword attacks are going to be free this turn. And I think you really want to try to be clawing back, but like with Matthew having access to so much armor, I think it's unlikely that Kassai can like really threaten lethal for at least like the next like 2 or 3 turns.
Right, absolutely. Matthew here can probably take this if he chooses. It's just too. I don't think it's threatening any on hits. He probably
Why
should
do we have 4 cards in hand?
The Macropotent should have 3 cards in hand, right?
Yeah, I believe he should. I believe he should have 3 cards in his hand.
Has he been playing with 4-card hand?
No. I think
he's been playing with 3 cards.
I think this is the first turn.
Okay. Yeah, Ethan's running over there. I think he's going to try to correct the game state, but he is blocking a 5 here, which he gets clean block with the Macropotent. Macropotent escaping the intellect penalty here. Ethan quickly fixing that up.
Yeah, I believe usually the fix for this is they have to get like a judge involved, but I believe the standard fix would be to show your opponent your hand, and then they get to choose a card to either put on the top or the bottom of the deck.
Yeah,
it's drawing extra cards from like a hidden game state.
Yep, and if I'm the opponent here, I definitely choose that big boy.
Yeah, so the big boy is going to go back on top.
But there's the pseudo big boy there as well. Question is the pseudo big boy a red or a blue? The one in the middle there, I think that's the one that gains +1 attack for each Evo you have equipped.
Yeah.
Hopefully as well.
So you're going to be able to come in for 7 go again into Macropotent.
Yep, I'm hoping he chooses to attack first, since the attack is the thing that has go again. All right, cool.
He's coming in with Mechanized Strength. Blue Mechanized Strength, gonna come in for 7.
I mean, it's a blue 7, you know.
Yeah, quite strong.
At the end of the day, the Macropotent, you know, he takes a lot of equity loss throughout the game by playing so defensively, but he really claws it back with these very oversided cards towards the end.
I wonder how many cards does he have in his soul. Like, if he only has that 1 hat left in his soul, then he will not be able to attack with Macropotent again.
Right.
And then so kind of has to rely on, you know, overpower to close the game out. Now Kassai does have access to a lot of attack reactions, so you actually can block,
absolutely,
you know, overpower quite well.
I think once Macropotent runs out of soul, the Kassai can play with the full card hand, and Macropotent plays as dated all for the rest of the game. So the game really is on Teklovossen, the Macropotent, to close out this game in as orderly a fashion as he can.
Yeah, we do see Remembrance. So Remembrance is actually going to be quite huge to kind of refill your deck.
Can he recast Teklovossen, the Macropotent?
No, because the card,
right,
the card is, I think the
card is the hero.
The hero.
Yeah. The demi-hero. That would be really interesting if he could. But we are seeing...
Yeah, coming in for 7 with the Mechanical Strength.
I see. So maybe he's playing to that overpower larger turn next turn. Yeah, I think he's choosing to Arsenal the overpower card and then put it onto his opponent.
No, his last card's Remembrance.
Oh, is it? What happened to the... Oh, did he put it at the bottom of his deck?
Yeah, so normally the fix, you get to see your opponent's hand, and then you get, I think, as the opposing player, get to choose to put on top or bottom.
Cool, this is 2 go again, just 2 on hot streak.
Does Kassai have a deck? It looks like Kassai is running out of cards.
Oh, he ran Kassai out of cards. Really?
Yeah, so it's looking like
wow.
like it should be a Macropotent win, because I do not think that Kassai will have the amount of damage required to kind of close it out. Basically, Matthew can play any attack at this point, and
yeah, I think how
to take it.
I guess the Teklovossen has run Kassai out of cards before Kassai's able to run Teklo out of a soul. Yeah, really well played by the Teklovossen here. Although I do believe this matchup is one of the matchups where it's heavily favored on the Teklovossen side.
Yeah, I think we first saw this matchup play out in
AGE.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very exciting match where we saw the Teklovossen do what he could do, and then in the end of the tournament, we saw Dromai who took 0 damage across 2 hours of gameplay. In fact, even gaining life in his match at the end there. Really good game there if y'all want to check it out. But yeah, we get to see another Teklovossen on stream. Although this isn't the 0-1 bracket, it was a really good game overall. Seeing that Teklovossen getting some points in there for the Mecro Potent Enjoyers. Let's see if we can make his way to top 8 to see if we can see another top 8 Teklo.
Yeah, Teklovossen's a very interesting deck, I think, positioned into the metagame. Kind of like a controlling defensive deck. Very strong into the decks that are trying to kind of attack you on like a mid-range access, not trying to go like full out on aggro. I believe that the decks that are able to set up and do like really big aggressive turns do fare a little bit better into Teklovossen.
Right.
But if you're playing like Warrior that you're trying to like trade a little bit of damage at a time, I think you're giving the Teklovossen a ton of space to set up.
Absolutely. Yeah, Teklovossen is, what some in our circle would call a 90-10 deck, where, a lot of the Teklovossen matchups are like 90% favored for Teklo, similar to Warrior. 90 isn't a stretch, but, it's very favored. But then some games like Kano, which we almost had round 1, is just a bye because Teklo doesn't have that native AB. And so he's forced to just play worse dash into Kano usually.
Yeah, there are some things that Teklo can do. So we have to see if Teklovossen will become a force in the meta as it shakes out. Perhaps in future sets when he gets a little bit more support, because he's already quite strong into the physical attacking decks.
Yeah, absolutely. And in heroes that have overpower or dominate, because he's able to gain so much armor, he's able to bank his blocks and defenses. And so, you see Teklovossen take some damage early on, but he just really builds up this huge arsenal. And so he is a strong deck. He's not, he's not a weak deck by any means.
Yeah.
But he has very polarizing matchups.
Yeah, and so that's going to be round 2. Ethan has told us that we actually do have some insight into what the meta is.
Meta breakdown. Wow.
Yeah. So in the first week of Road to Nationals, kind of like a big surprise for everybody was Kano, doing extremely well, racking up a lot of wins.
Yeah, there's a little bit of meme in the community where we were thinking, hey, did people accidentally enter Kano instead of KO? Surely no one expects this many Kanos to do well, but I think we've seen throughout this meta that Kano is one of the strongest decks, and it's definitely a force to reckon with. You have to be prepared for if you don't want to just get murked throughout a 40-minute game.
Yeah, and then we have Dash, Kayo, Dromai, and Victor. A lot of these decks actually have pretty good representation. Bravo, Dorinthia. So a lot of people were kind of claiming that it's kind of like a wide meta in the sense that you could basically do well with any deck.
Yeah, for sure. And we did see in that week 1 that first Vincent win. We are seeing some of these heroes that you haven't seen too represented get wins here and there. You see even in this week 2 that there is a Vincent at the bottom, a Uzuri, and there's that Olympia. That was that 9-0 Olympia deck that we saw out of the Asia Pacific region that just took the world by storm.
Yeah, and I think like the big talk of week 2 was Prisoner Awakener of Soul, winning a battle hardened, Levia winning quite a lot of RTNs. Yeah. Levia not having a lot of success in the form of wins in previous seasons. Racking up like a ton of wins, and there's all this back and forth about Kano's not a problem, Kano is a problem, whatever you want to call it. But we're seeing a lot of the heavy hitters heroes making big impact on release.
Absolutely. And this week we had Victor Goldmane as the #1 hero. That's not a hero that I expected. I knew that the hero was good, but I didn't expect it to get that many wins, Yanji. What do you think? Why do you think so many people are shifting to Victor and winning rather than Bravo, which has always been a mainstay in these past few formats?
Yeah, I think Victor does have the advantage. So like one of Bravo's kind of disadvantages is that Bravo doesn't have like very good math on most of his turns and is very reliant on like getting hit effects through
Yep,
in
force
order
tune
to
and counter, yep.
in order to get to get good rate. Whereas Victor gets like really good turns if you can win clashes. Blocking with cards like Test of Strength, Trounce are really good for kind of getting additional blocks. So he kind of has the same kind of defensive power that Oldhim had with Crown of Seeds, being able to get like 5 cards to block with on a single turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And this week we saw also the rise of Sir Bolton, which was, wasn't missing in the first week, but we did see him be the most representative warrior in week 2, and as well. Kayo's just been top 3 heroes first 2 weeks. Moving into week 3. We see Kayo still top 3, but now we see Dromai at top. 14 heroes, 14 wins across this RTN season on Dromai. What do you think led to this spike in Dromai? Do you think the Dromai players just had week 3 as an RTN to come out and play, or why do you think there's so many Dromais represented here, Yanji?
Yeah, so I think one of the big advantages for a deck like Dromai, I would say that kind of polarizes his matchups depending on how you want to build it. So whether or not you want to build it aggressive, whether or not you want to build it more defensive and play towards permanence in building a board of dragons. I think we're seeing the meta kind of condense a little bit around, in the beginning it was the most wins that it was Kano with 12, but then we saw a lot of heroes with 7 and 6, and etc. And then in this week we have it's a lot more condensed at the top.
Yep.
Where we have Kayo, Azalea, Dromai, Katsu kind of appearing, posting a really strong Katsu list on the internets.
Yep. And one notable thing before we round out is this this week we had 13 other heroes, and so we're seeing a lot of spread. Despite Dromai kind of trickling up to the top, we are seeing one of the most diverse metas we've ever seen, and I think this is a really exciting time to play Fab, Yanji. We'll be going into a short break for you all while we tee up round 3. All right, we're back for you guys. Round 3. We have an exciting Dori v Uzuri matchup coming up here.
Yeah, from the top tables.
Yeah, from the top tables, they were both at the number 1 table here. Of course, there are quite a few undefeated still going into round 3, but they're both talented players from the East Coast region. So I'm really excited to show off this game. As we go into it, Omar on the right playing Dori, and then Caleb on the left piloting that Uzuri. Omar, I believe, is he's from this region. He's about an hour away from Pennsylvania. From Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And Caleb is a New York local, so both pretty local players.
So you hit me for like 12.
Yeah, I think one of the things when you sit down across the table from a Dorinthia is you never really know what they're going to do. Are they going to present Dawnblade? Are they going to present Great Axe? Are they going to present, hatchets or Centauri Sabers?
Absolutely.
I'd go for like a dual wield build.
Dorinthia, oddly enough, went from being one of the most linear heroes in the game to one of the most flexible ones across just one set. Although, Dori has been getting a little specs here and there just out of the blue. She had a whole structure deck dedicated to her where she got a very powerful specialization. Glint is a specialization, right? Yeah, it has Dori's picture on it. So she got a specialization, and then she's been getting one almost every set, I want to say.
Before we start playing?
I wonder, do you know if Dorinthia is the most specializations in the game, or is there other heroes?
Does Dorinthia have the most specializations?
Shiana, bro, what are you talking about?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think she's received, because like you have from the Dori versus Rhinar deck.
Yep.
She got one in Dust Till Dawn.
Her Course of Iron Song.
Yeah, and then
she has her own weapon. Is that a specialization?
No.
Dawnblade Resplendent.
Dawnblade Resplendent, I think, is a specialization.
Yeah. Then this set she got. What did she get this set?
So in this set, I don't think she got a specialization this set. She just got like a bunch of cards. You get Blade Flurry, Take It on the Chin. All the agility makers are really good for Dorinthia. So I think that heavy hitters, did a lot to kind of make the warrior class a little bit more dynamic.
Yeah. She has 5, it seems. I don't think she has the most, because Riptide already has like. I think there's some heroes.
Oh yeah, Riptide has like one of each trap as well. All right, so sitting down at the table, we see that Omar did choose to submit. Dawnblade. Kind of interesting hat choice, playing the Balance of Justice, which makes me kind of feel like he didn't submit, Crown of Providence.
Yeah.
Crown of Providence is normally very good in this matchup.
It may just be the only hat that he's playing, aside from maybe Arcane Barrier. Caleb, of course, the typical loadout. Spider's Bite and Nerve Scalpel. I would wonder if Caleb is playing other daggers, because I believe aside from, there are options other than Spider's Bite, given that Dori doesn't tend to run too many attacks in her deck. So I wonder if these are the only 2 daggers that Caleb has access to.
It's probable. I mean, like the main dagger that'd be really good to run, other than Nerve Scalpel is very good, but Orbido class is really strong. What do you think? Like, who has the advantage in this matchup between Dorinthia and Uzuri?
Yeah, this is a really tough one because Uzuri has the ability to defend really well. What Dori excels at is punishing heroes that lack the ability to play defensively. Because if Dori can, get 1 or 2 counters on her Dawnblade, she has the most efficient weapon in the game from that point on. Dawnblade is already a pretty efficient weapon, but the numbers go through the roof at that point. On the other hand, Uzuri has the ability to also play sneakily at reaction speed. However, Uzuri's damage does not compound. Uzuri excels in, making you have less than efficient turns with her disruptive abilities.
And we see the Leave No Witnesses getting buffed by the Cut to the Chase. So coming in for 7 is going to go over the blocks for 6.
Yeah.
But Omar does have the Fate Foreseen in the arsenal. So Fate Foreseen, while it's not, that efficient to be blocking 10 on a 7-power attack, Caleb did end the turn with, 2 cards in his hand.
Oh, yeah, that was really smart by Omar. He chose not to just slam the defense reaction. Rather, he chose to play a little more defensively. It looks like he's going for larger setup turns. And he's trying to tell his opponent, hey, I know you don't have that many ways to gain action points, and you play mostly at reaction speed, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to punish your abilities to disrupt me, and I'm going to just try to have go-eye turns as much as I can.
Yeah, choosing to play one of the new cards from Heavy Hitters, Goblet of Blood-Run Wine. You know, Heavy Hitters kind of gave Dorinthia all these extra ways to make Vigor tokens, to make Agility tokens.
Mhm.
I think Dorinthia is probably the hero that benefits the most out of the Vigor token because she can convert, you know, one resource into a Dawnblade swing.
Mhm.
Dawnblade is like one of the most resource-efficient weapons in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Homie has a full art goblet already. Has this armory prize come out yet?
I just know I'm jealous. I think
I'm
it's
not sure.
from March because
from
I'm
March.
looking for the Smashback one.
Yeah, maybe Omar showed up early to the the Super Armory and said, I want those Goblet of Blood-Run Wines.
Yeah, Omar Martinez, Farmer of Armories, Crusher of Souls, already has full art goblet. He's being attacked by a Death Touch here. Death Touch is one of those hyper-efficient plays that the Uzuri has access to.
Yeah, although pitching a red to play Death Touch certainly, means that you can't, you're not doing that much afterwards. Like, he couldn't swing a weapon, for example, to make it more difficult to block with attack reactions. I think Omar is just deciding, because if you do decide to let the Death Touch through, besides just taking the hit effect on the Death Touch, potentially Caleb could also use the Black Tech Whispers to give it a go again.
Yeah.
And have a follow up.
Yeah, it really, Omar is really using that strategy that we mentioned earlier. He is just saying, you don't have the ability to gain go again unless I let you. And so I'm going to let you take less than efficient turns and try to take the most efficient turns that I can. So this is 3 go again. If it hits, he'll be able to swing it again.
Yeah, unfortunately for Omar, it looks like he just has a blue overpower in his hand.
Oh, wow.
And I think a Warrior's Valor. So wanting to kind of save for the next turn, wasn't able to play the most efficient turns.
Absolutely. We've had 2 fairly inefficient turns from both players here. And that's kind of one of the tricky parts about playing these heroes. If they're fully blocked out, or if they're blocked out in the way that they are not able to respond to, they can essentially just end up IPing themselves, And so a lot of the Uzuri and Dorinthia gameplay boils down to either bluffing or, playing in a way that punishes your opponent from blocking incorrectly against you.
Who do you think gains an advantage when both players are playing a little bit more inefficiently? Is it Dorinthia or is it Uzuri?
I think it's got to be Uzuri because Uzuri still has the disruptive capabilities. Really depends on the way they're playing. Because Dorinthia really depends on hitting with her Dawnblade, essentially her turn gets stuffed if her opponent is able to block perfectly. Unless the Dorinthia is playing some attack actions and can, go Dawnblade into CNC or something like that. But the Uzuri is able to sneak through damage just because they have these daggers, right? So Caleb's already on the board because, obviously Dorinthia is not going to block a dagger if she can help it, until the very late game. Typically, I don't notice players blocking the dagger early on. But, Caleb's able to chip incidental damage. Whatever the case, I think, this game is going to go past 15 turns. It's going to be a very long game.
Do you think we're going to get to a fatigue situation?
That is definitely a possibility and one I would not roll out. If both heroes play very defensively, I think we can get to a point where, we're looking at the last few cards in their decks, and, at that point you might ask who's favored. I think at that point, Uzuri would be. Yes, there is a Mask of Perdition on the Uzuri side, which means that the Uzuri is definitely not necessarily planning to go into that game plan, but she has that option for sure.
Yeah, Mask of Perdition, kind of interesting, indicates that Caleb is likely playing, quite a few contract attacks. We saw she was playing, Red Cut to the Chase. So I think Uzuri playing some contract attacks does have a little bit more extra total deck value than going for a more red line attack focus build.
Absolutely, and this does seem to be more or less a contract focused Uzuri, and I don't believe we've seen the Uzuri user switchability once yet. This is more remnant of the Tau Tau style Uzuri that we saw at one of the earlier Pro Tours that we saw on a Rampage.
So Omar is letting the Leave No Witnesses hit. I believe it banished a blue Warrior's Valor and a Spoils of War from the top. So Caleb making 1 silver already. Yep. So he's kind of halfway there to getting
either the mask.
Yeah,
or
another equipment.
Absolutely. What do you think about this choice not to bring the new equipment, Yanji? I've been playing around with Uzuri, interacting a little bit, and I like that equipment a lot personally.
Which equipment?
Sorry, the new dagger, the one that you can bring back from grave and too. Grave and call, yeah.
Yeah, so I think if you're playing for this more like fatigue style, definitely grave and call would be pretty good. But you know, Caleb, I'm sure has thought about this, and it's most likely that he just didn't have the space in his deck. You know, when we're building decks for you know tournament play, it can be quite hard to.
Oh wow!
It can be quite hard to like find the space, and now Caleb is coming in with an inertia trap on this Dawnblade swing, giving inertia token. Now this would have been, you know, pretty big if Omar wasn't able to go over the top, but is able to go over the top so he can, you know, utilize all of his cards.
Absolutely. What looked like Omar was getting punished by that trap has now kind of like turned as a boon for Omar, as he is now demanding at least one more card from his opponent's hand if he doesn't want to give him the counter. I wonder if Caleb could have chosen a full block there and then saved the reaction to block if there was a reaction on Omar's side.
Yeah, I think Caleb is kind of banking on the fact where you get like a ton of upside if the Dorothea player doesn't have an attack reaction that pushes over the top.
Yep.
And you know the punish for them going over the top and swinging another weapon swing isn't that big, because Omar didn't pitch a blue at the beginning. I think if Omar had pitched a blue at the beginning, it would have been much worse, because then he could use like another full card towards the attack, but then like most likely at most you're going to get like a Brave Forge Bracers activation plus a weapon swing.
And we're seeing a Dawnblade for 6. Omar presenting the same exact gameplay pattern back to back. This time Caleb respects it and he chooses to block a full 9 here.
Yeah, and Omar choosing to pass an Arsenal. Now, normally you do want to kind of block, like blocking 3 over a Dorinthia attack is, you know, a pretty good line if it means that they're going to be stuck with a card in their hand. However, you have to play the guessing game whether or not the Dorinthia has access to, you know, cards like, what's it called, Singing Steelblade.
Yep.
Because Singing Steelblade is like a super punish in that instance.
Absolutely.
And we see Omar's kind of contemplating. Let's see what he has in his hand.
A little bit of a glare there. Hard to tell exactly.
Yeah.
But it looks like he has a Sharpened Steel.
Sharpened Steel, Puncture.
And is that a second swing?
Yeah, second swing. Second swing's kind of an interesting choice. I wonder how often it is that you get to attack with attacks twice.
Yeah, second swing in this type of deck feels almost like a win more card. In that, hey, you've already let me hit away my Dawnblade once, and now I attack with +4 on the second Dawnblade.
One thing that it is pretty good for doing is, I think when you are able to kind of force the first Dawnblade attack through, usually your opponent is going to be able to make like kind of an easy block, because on the second Dawnblade swing you're not threatening breakpoints. So second swing does let you put like another breakpoint on the second attack.
No, there's a second swing, I believe, in a center, or is that a Blade Flurry? I'm not sure. Is that a Blade Flurry? Okay, yeah, my mistake. It was not a second swing.
Oh, okay.
It's hard to see underneath the card. It looks like there's a Blade Flurry in the Dorinthia's hand. So this is coming in for +5 currently.
Yeah, so coming in for 8 currently. Now, Blade Flurry is going to be one of the really good cards for Dorinthia coming out of heavy hitters. You know, providing just like 4 value if you get to attack with the card twice,
which
is
really
something
powerful.
kind of unheard of. The other thing that it does is it's a little bit harder to play around, because like, you know, you threaten Blade Flurry and then you have to block 2 over, but then a lot of your other attack reactions go 3 over. So it just presents a kind of like awkward situation for your opponent to play around.
Yeah, for sure. And now, because Omar, I believe, is hit, right? We've passed the reaction step. Caleb's taking damage.
making the two copper tokens.
Yep. And now he swings Dawnblade for 5. Blade Flurry has one of the most powerful cards that was released in this set for sure.
Yeah, and Caleb is going to have to give the armor and his last card. So I think Omar doing like a great amount of deck damage, spending 3 cards, getting 4 cards out of Caleb plus like the armor.
Absolutely.
And is going to be able to have like a full grip to swing again.
Does Caleb have the Death Touch in Arsenal? I'm curious what has been there for a while. It doesn't seem like a card that he could play, so I would imagine some type of reaction.
Yeah, and let's take a look at
yellow shred.
Omar's hand. So he has a route, an Iron Song response, a blue Iron Song response, and a Sink Below, and another Blade Flurry. So actually, this attack is not going to be threatening a whole lot. He can choose to pop the Refraction Bolters if he wants.
But he hasn't blocked with it, so I feel he would lose a little bit of value there. Probably we're going to see just some kind of route action take place this game.
Route's one of those cards that I think you definitely kind of want to save for the end game. So I wonder what he's going to do.
We're nowhere close to the end game, though, so I wonder if he just uses it for damage.
I'll route here now.
Yeah, so he is going to use the route. Another card that kind of is helping Dorinthia get like a little bit more consistent is the chess piece that Omar is choosing to play, which is the Grains of Blood spell. So we're seeing him kind of convert that into a Vigor token. Now Vigor is really good for Dorinthia, as a lot of her most powerful turns are either 1 resource, 4 resources. 1 resource only, like solo swinging the Dawnblade, or 4 resources. Usually it's like 2 Dawnblade swings plus you can play like 2 things that cost 1.
Yep. I don't hate that turn at all. I think Omar's able to pitch a red reaction at the bottom of his deck, because I believe this game is going to go fairly long, unless for some reason the Uzuri just stops blocking and lets Dorinthia get a couple counters on her Dawnblade.
Yeah, and Omar's hand is quite an interesting texture. He has 2 Twinning Blades and a Singing Steel Blade, and we saw Omar pitch a Twinning Blade at the beginning of the game. He's playing 3 Twinning Blades. Twinning Blade is going to be like one of the, I think, key reactions for stopping your opponent who is going to be playing like kind of defensively.
Yep.
Especially if Caleb continues to overblock the same way that we saw him do it in the past. Now, Caleb doesn't know that Omar can't necessarily threaten huge damage with the 3 cards in his hand, but that's kind of the advantage of playing Warrior, where you're presenting a lot of unknowns, because he's like that Vigor token that he got at the beginning of the turn. He's going to be swinging the Dawnblade naked with 3 cards in your hand, and then you have to wonder what Omar is representing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is already, this is a very playable hand already. Even with all these yellows, the Singing Steel Blade is extremely strong into decks that want to play defensively, because you have the utility of your entire deck. For a turn, you get to Bikatsu and choose whatever, pretty much half the cards in your deck, whatever suits you for that occasion.
Yeah, so Omar pitching a card by accident, kind of just revealing to Caleb that he has a Twinning Blade in his hand.
Yep. Caleb choosing not to block here. He plays a reaction, which gets no. It should not. Does that go again?
This attack should not have go again.
I don't believe the Frailty Trap should trigger here, because there's no way of...
there's no go again. No,
yeah, okay. So they recognize that the agility was for...
Yeah, the agility was just made this turn. So the only token that Omar had at the beginning of the turn was a Vigor.
Yeah, absolutely. And so now Omar can choose to let the trap resolve and then give it go again, in which case the trap would not trigger. It looks like that's exactly what Omar
And this is going to be pretty big, too, because he's going to be able to probably get Glint the Quicksilver and draw a card. And even if Caleb decides to block it out, he has the second Twinning Blade, and nobody expects the second Twinning Blade.
Of course not, especially when you pitch the first one. What kind of man would have 2 Twinning Blades in hand?
Yeah, and then choosing not to block the turn before.
Yeah. Twinning Blade is one of those cards, as you mentioned, that really just punishes the correct block sequence on any hand.
Yeah, I think it's kind of I think one of the powerful play patterns for Dorinthia is presenting these kind of like 50-50s, where as the opponent you're kind of guessing, but as the Dorinthia player you know that you have both 50s.
Yep, absolutely.
I keep forgetting to display the numbers.
Omar's going to be able to draw a card off of the Glint the Quicksilver, as Caleb did block with the Frailty Trap from hand.
Yep, absolutely. So that gives Omar...
What did he draw into? I believe it's a Puncture?
Oh, there's a Sink Below here.
Yeah, but now we see like Twinning Blade is going to be so good here, because he's going to be able to essentially like do, 3 extra damage because Caleb ended up overblocking for 0, and he's able to swing again.
Absolutely.
And if Caleb lets this attack hit, Omar has the option of breaking the Refraction Bolters to attack a 3rd time.
He does.
If he can give, if if he so chooses, because Twinning Blade gives you an extra attack, but Dorinthia also gives you
absolutely
another extra attack.
And that's the sequence that players often forget when they're faced with Twinning Blade. Oh wow, Caleb mega respecting this Dawn Blade attack. He's saying there's no shot that you have the third Twinning Blade, so I'm going to give you 6 here and just end your turn.
I will pass a drop.
Caleb.
Yeah, and quite a good turn. So Omar kind of showcasing the real power of the heavy hitters cards. Spending 3 cards essentially on attack last turn, taking 4 cards, but also setting up an agility and a vigor token, so he has his go again already for the turn.
Yeah, absolutely. The new Goblet of Wine, it's one of the polarizing cards. I've seen people hate it. I've seen people love it. I think in Dorinthia, it's quite a powerful card, especially in this type of Dorinthia, where you really starve for go again on some of your turns, and so just having access to that to start off is an extremely powerful gameplay pattern. Here we see a blue overpower, which lets Omar go over the top and get a second swing, unless there's a D-react on Caleb's side. Cool.
So Caleb taking 4. Omar has the go again and is going to potentially activate Brave Forge Bracers here.
Yep, looks like we're going to see that Brave Forge activation. No, we're seeing the Grains activation there. We'll see if Omar chooses to go with the Brave Forge or whether he wants to leave that mana, that resource remaining, to be able to react off the top and get a counter.
Yeah, I think because we've already moved past making the Vigor token, now we're coming in with a Dawnblade for 3, and Omar's kind of baiting Caleb into like an easy block, like you're just maybe like block 6.
Yep, and this is the exact type of play pattern where the Dorinthia gets the equity in the deck, because if it goes to Fatigue, the Uzuri will be having to overblock the sword back to back, and every time you overblock, you are playing out of your own gameplay pattern of potentially fatiguing your opponent.
Yeah, I'm blocking 5, so Omar is going to be able to get the
Iron Song?
Steel Blade, getting the Iron Song response, pushing it to 7. Now, even if you blocked, I think it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. If we think that the game is going to fatigue and you overblock, you block 3 cards on it, then Omar has only spent like a blue card. Like two blue cards from his deck, the Goblet plus the blue Overpower.
Yep.
And it's taking like 4 cards from you. Now if you block 2 cards, you're giving Omar the counter and taking some damage.
Yep. And here it doesn't look like Caleb has a trap or a reaction to block Omar's turn, and so this is the first Dawnblade counter that I believe we'll be seeing this game.
Yeah, and we're in phase 2. We're basically in phase 2 of the game now. Dorinthia, phase 1 of the game is always like trying to get that first counter on your Dawnblade, and now we're trying to keep it. So coming in with a looking for scrap for 5.
5 go again from Caleb. If the card in Arsenal is a Shred, it is still stuck there, Yanchi. I wonder if we can get a Shred stuck in Arsenal counter to see how many turns the Shred has not gained equity. It is tough to do that if you're on the breaks, though, as Caleb has been in a blocking pattern for the past couple of turns.
No reactions.
Yeah, Caleb is like really looking for an opportunity to attack with, a threatening on hit. Now he has already expended, I think, 2 Leave No Witnesses, so it's going to be a little bit hard. I think that Omar can kind of safely no block, some of the contract cards if he so chooses.
Absolutely, and I think as the Dawnblade accrues counters throughout the game, Omar is less incentivized to block and more incentivized to be the aggressor. This is a 1-cost 4 on the Dawnblade, and he gets go again off of Precision Press, in addition to that piercing, which means that Caleb is now not able to block with that armor to really gain equity there if he needs to.
Yeah, and I think one of the kind of powerful aspects of the kind of the vigor that we see play out is that Omar is able to play for these like 4 cost turns, so he can attack with Dawnblade and threaten another like 1-cost attack reaction.
Yep, and there's the second Twinning Blade, I believe. Omar has been shuffling the deck for his Singing Steel Blade, and so despite that being pitched early on, he's able to draw it back because Dorinthia constantly shuffles her deck with her specialization. Wow, this is a very powerful turn here. we get go. Now, if this Dawnblade hits Yonti, will he be able to attack again, or does he have to?
Well, he would have to use the refraction bolters
right?
to attack a third time. I think it's always a question of whether or not it's worth it to spend the armor to kind of accumulate a snowballing advantage, or if it's better to just like save it to kind of bail you out of a brick turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And Omar had to use the reaction there because he wants to keep the counter on his Dawnblade. As long as that Dawnblade has a counter, Caleb is very punished because he has to overblock if he wants to remove that counter. And because we've seen 2 twinning blades here, if I'm Caleb, I feel like I'm okay with blocking this to the full extent of my ability. But it does look like you have a reaction as well.
Yeah, let's see what he's working with. Caleb does have a sink below available and 3 block 3s. That shakedown is kind of prime target for what you would want to use that shred on, but it seems unlikely that we're going to get to it. So Caleb is just going to sink it to the bottom and save it for later, drawing into another defense reaction. Quite good.
So Caleb was successfully able to stuff his opponent's turn, remove that Dawnblade counter, and so I believe Caleb is now in a position where he's still a little bit on the back foot, but he has the ability to play a more natural game plan.
Yeah, Caleb choosing to pass the turn. I think normally, you have to know that there is a defense reaction in his hands.
Absolutely. And here we see one of the huge power cards on the Dorinthia side. This is a one-of card in a structure deck where you had to buy the structure deck to be able to play Dorinthia reasonably. This is, of course, Glint the Quicksilver. Sorry, not Glint the Quicksilver. It's called Glistening Steelblade.
Yeah, Glistening Steelblade.
Which generates a counter on the Dawnblade. But looks like Omar is choosing just to keep it in hand, maybe to play on a turn where he has a reaction.
Yeah, I think both players have arsenals that are just kind of mucking up the game and making the game kind of play a little bit more down and dirty, if we want to call it that. Omar has a defense reaction set while he is the aggressor, and Caleb has a shred set while he is the more defensive player. So it's kind of going to be up to both players to kind of get out of it. Now it's kind of interesting how it's playing out because both of their arsenal cards kind of counteract each other, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like an immovable object meets an unstoppable force.
An immovable force versus an unstoppable object.
Yeah. Now, one of the objects or forces has to either stop being immovable or unstoppable for a second to be able to flip. And so here we're just seeing Omar pitch his specialization card to attack again.
So Caleb actually let the first attack through, letting Omar kind of play efficiently.
Yeah, Caleb wants to really get that shot out of his arsenal. He's like, look, I'm going to just block the second attack, and I'm going to attack with something that has an on-hit to force this arsenal out so I can finally play with the 5-card hand.
Yeah, I think Caleb is debating whether or not he wants to... does he want to use the defense reaction, or does he want to block?
No, I like this a lot from Caleb. I think one of the priorities from the Uzuri is to be able to get that defense reaction in arsenal, and he has to cycle his attack reaction that's been sitting there for at least 8 to 10 turns.
Sorry, this one goes on top.
Oh, he's pitching. Okay, never mind. He's gonna pitch to gain a resource on this D-react.
Coming in with an Eradicate for 4.
That's pretty good, honestly.
And he's holding a Codex of Frailty in his hand.
This may be one of the power turns. If Omar does not block this for 7 if that's yellow, or 6 if that's a blue.
Yeah, but we know that he has a defense reaction set, and Omar has drawn another defense reaction in his hand. So, one of the things that you kind of have to, I guess, consider.
Oh, I like this a lot.
One of the things that you have to consider on the previous turn. Like Caleb had the opportunity to kind of take a risk. Omar hasn't been playing his arsenal for the past however many turns, so you kind of have to figure that there is.
I'll shred the sink below.
There is a defensive card.
Yep.
So Omar getting to play both of his reactions, kind of baiting out the turn in that way by blocking with the boots.
Yeah, Omar definitely played that turn extremely well. He blocked with only the boots to force his opponent to break his own boots. And then knowing he had the 2 reactions, saved it to stop what I'm sure by now he knew is a shred in the opponent's arsenal.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. If the arsenal card was a blue shred, he's actually also playing around a shred plus a cut to the chase.
Yep, absolutely.
Or you know, blue shred plus yellow shred.
Yeah, for sure. Omar again presenting this consistent pattern of Warrior's Valor, Dawnblade. If you let it hit, I'm going to get 3 additional damage on a counter. This has kind of been the bane of Caleb's existence, just forcing the overblock and. Oh, well, he didn't. He blocked with a non-block card, which turns off Reprise. So that actually stops Omar's turn.
Yeah, and Caleb, if he has the Codex of Frailty, I wonder if he's going to play for that. So it looks like he is. He's going to pitch the 2 attacks. Now he has an interest, or the 2 reactions. He does have an interesting decision on what he chooses to get from the arsenal. So he can get, for example, a Leave No Witnesses or a Death Touch. But he also can spend that tunic counter to play for a Command and Conquer.
Yeah, does he have a Command and Conquer in?
I believe he blocked with one earlier.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. What do you get here? I feel like I'm a Command and Conquer enjoyer, so I often try to get Command and Conquer in these instances.
Yeah, I think Command and Conquer is quite good in this situation. It's high value. Although Omar does have, all his armor available, hasn't blocked with any of it yet.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely. And he's blocked with the bolters, but that's something you want to get a block on as fast as you can.
And swing CNC.
Yeah, and even though Caleb has been on the back foot this whole game, we see he's kind of evening it out because, Omar's going to have to block with 2 cards, potentially some armor, and Caleb is not that far behind in life. This Codex of Frailty is going to catapult him forward a little bit with the Ponder token, giving him, a little extra piece of card advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Nerve Scalpel minuses any reactions that Omar block with. I see he's potentially considering a Puncture block, which would be a reaction.
Yeah, so it works on both attack and defense reactions.
Exactly. I mean, he wouldn't be able to play defense reactions because that's Command and Conquer, but hopefully Omar recognizes that. Maybe he's thinking about blocking with that and 2 equipment pieces, I'd imagine.
Ooh, and
I wonder if he realizes that it minuses attack and defense reactions.
Yeah, this is going to be an awkward conversation if Caleb says, take 1.
Yeah, Caleb has that stare in someone's eye of, I know you're going to block with a reaction.
And take 2?
This is 5.
Oh, no. It looks like Omar knows. He just choosing to forego his arsenal.
Yeah, so choosing to take 1.
Yeah, I already showed you the information. I'll take 1.
Take 1.
Oh, getting his Steelblade Supremacy destroyed.
Interesting. That is one of the power cards in Dorinthia.
Yeah, and Caleb has kind of done a great job of kind of coming back. Like, he was on the back foot for almost the whole game.
I like the way that Omar's approaching this, having prioritizing arsenaling a reaction. But as we saw, he got punished. I don't know if we can say he got punished. His opponent just never had a chance to fight back. But the reaction was sitting in arsenal for a good couple turns earlier on in the game. I'm guessing Omar is prioritizing and just having it there, such that his turns go in without disruption, and he has that fallback because he knows his opponent likes to play at reaction speed similarly as he does.
Yeah, I wonder what Omar's deck construction looks like because Steelblade Supremacy is like a really strong card, but you really want to be playing that card on like your 5-card turns. It can be hard to find those windows into Uzuri, and so as Dorinthia, you're kind of trying to construct the best 4 or 5 card turn if the Uzuri lets you have it.
Yep. I think without knowing the number of cards in both players' decks, I would say this is actually a very even foot still, and either player has the ability to close out this game, or not close out, but win the game essentially.
Plunder the 4.
This is 2 daggers and a 4 attack. Classic Uzuri gameplay pattern.
And Omar, I think, has kind of all the pieces necessary to put together a really strong turn. He has the Vigor token giving him an extra resource, and he has, a way to give Dominate plus pump the first attack. So he's going to be able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and this is not really a threatening on hit, except for, late game. when you run out of cards in your deck.
Yeah.
And so I think as Omar, I'm okay with taking this damage, saying I can out-damage you this turn, and probably for the next couple turns because my hand is just nuts. And so he's opting to, hey, no harm, no foul. He got a reaction out of the way that he's probably not going to use anyway.
Yeah, but one thing that Caleb did get, because he activated the Master Perdition, you know, most of Dorinthia's cards cost less than 2. And so Plunder the Poor is actually quite good into Dorinthia.
It is quite good. But it has no immediate gameplay impact on this turn.
Well, he's going to be able to buy back his equipment now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like Uzuri plays in a way where they're always, you know, I think if I wanted an accountant, it would be Uzuri, because they're always thinking about your, you know, returns at the end of the year. So they're like, look, I'm gonna bank the silver and I'll get equipment back next turn. I'm gonna play these seemingly awful cards, get cards out of your deck that eventually, you know, when we get to turn 30, 31, you're gonna be wishing you blocked that attack when it came around the first cycle.
Yeah, so I wonder, Omar has a choice here. Does he choose to play the attack, the Einchong Determination, or does he choose to hold the
Steel
Blade?
No, your boy's going all in. That's an extremely powerful attack right there.
Yeah, and you know, most people aren't ready to deal with dominate attacks of this power. It can be really hard to kind of block out. Caleb only has, you know, 2 armor available to him.
Yep.
So even if he would need to block with all his armor plus have a defense reaction or Oasis Respite.
Yep. 9 dominate with an on-hit draw card. So I think Omar is very likely to pop his bolters on this turn.
Yeah, so he can actually choose to order it. So he draws the card first for full information.
Yep. You know, just small micro gameplay.
Yeah, choosing whether or not he wants to activate his Grains of Blood Spill.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, I guess he's always popping the bolters there, so really it doesn't necessarily matter. He just gets to see what the card is one turn earlier or later.
Yeah.
And we do know that Omar's arsenal is a defense reaction. So this damage is going to be face up here. I believe the specialization, the one that draws, is +2 for the rest of the turn. So
the next attack is going to come in for at least 5, or at least 6, because the Iron Song Determination also gives +1.
Oh, is that the rest of the turn as well?
Yeah, so he has +3 on this turn. He's going to push it to 7.
Yep. 7 dominate.
Yeah, and even though he's kind of wasting the card draw on the second card draw, because he has Grains of Blood Spell, he's actually able to dump that extra card into another Vigor token.
Yeah, he made full use of his resources this turn, Yonji. That's not something that Dorinthia had the ability to do before this set, because that Grains lets you float a resource into your next turn.
Yeah, I think Grains of Blood Spill is actually like really big, because without Grains of Blood Spell, let's say if you were playing Tunic, you would just kind of have this like card floating around. But now being able to cash it in, even though you're getting, you know, only 1 resource of value out of it on the next turn, you know, that 1 resource represents an attack for 4.
Yeah, that's double Grains, baby. That's super strong.
I wonder if we're gonna actually see Omar activate, you know, a copper token at some point. It can come up.
Yeah, I've done that before. It's not the worst, honestly, if you just have like a full blue hand and you need that 1 red.
Yeah, and Omar has kind of put together like the power turn that he needed in order to take control of the game. Caleb is at 11, which is getting to that point where you're going to have to start like blocking most of your hand.
Yep.
He's probably safe for like 1 more attack, but you know, Omar has so many defensive tools available to him.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I think this is probably one of Caleb's last big turns that we're going to see. Yep. Omar just saying, I really don't care if you have the reaction or not, because I have a D-react in my arsenal as well. So show me what you got, buddy. I have a counter on my Dawn Blade and twice your life.
Yeah, and Caleb having blocked away the Flick Knives earlier, you know, Flick Knives is really like a card that you're kind of relying on to push these breakpoints through your opponent's defense reactions. And now, super scary turn for Caleb's side. Omar's going to start the turn with basically 5 cards available to him, plus 2 resources. Now, we know that 2 of those cards are defense reactions, but Caleb doesn't know that.
Yeah, Caleb, I mean, if Caleb reacted last turn, Omar would have just had blocks for days.
Yeah.
I roll block 7.
Yep. They're choosing the block 7.
I don't think that's enough, right? Because he has that blue overpower, so that alone pumps it up. Oh, is that red? Oh. I can't tell.
So red overpower.
Oh, +6.
Ooh, but Caleb does have the response.
Wow, okay, wow, yeah. Caleb.
So blocking 11 on 10.
Caleb has bought himself a second life here. If that hit, I think it would have been a really sad next few turns for Caleb. But I think, Caleb, because Assassin is so tricky, does have the ability to claw back some equity here. And if Caleb is playing for fatigue, that is still a very viable game plan here.
Omar is getting quite low on cards. I believe he has around, he has the cards left in his hand and Arsenal plus, I think, around 12, it looks like 12 cards remaining.
Yeah, Omar finally realizing that he needs to block with his equipment because... Oh, and he's getting that reaction out of his arsenal. Omar recognizing that that's going to be stuck there forever if he's able, unless he's able to play a little more proactively. Yeah, Omar, Omar's a very disciplined equipment blocker here. He's had full shining gear and some sandals he threw away for most of this game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite big, especially if you're trying to set up. For one big final push to do the last amount of damage. We know that Omar used that route at the beginning, so he's going to be looking a little bit thinner on ways to kind of close the game out.
Yeah, this is. I think Omar recognizing he needs to play around these Iron Song determinations, and so he is saying, I'm going to try to find turns where I can just dominate and gain a counter, and then play around those turns.
Yeah, so using the Spoils of War plus the Iron Song determination, so coming in for 6 dominate, it's going to be hard to block.
6 dominate, go again. But Caleb seems to have.
Ooh, and he has the Oasis Respite. Caleb has been pitching a lot of his defensive cards throughout the game via his daggers. We saw him pitch I think multiple defense reactions, Oasis Respites, and now he's kind of drawing them in the late game where he really needs them. And I think that even though Omar has such a commanding life lead, I think that he's going to start running into a lot of issues with just running out of deck.
Yeah, there was one small turn where I might have countered Caleb out, but he's played this so perfectly with the reactions that I think at this point it's not really anyone's game once more. It's hard to tell with Uzuri, whether or not the right moves are being made until you get to the second cycle. And Caleb has shown that he recognizes how this game plays out, and he's able to put his defensive cards to the bottom of his deck, so he's able to gain the edge in these late game attrition cycles. Although he still has to contend with the fact that Omar has twice his life. Omar at any point can choose to just say no blocks, just go all in if he has that combo turn lineup.
Yeah, having the Frailty trap to stuff the Blade Flurry is huge. Turning the Blade Flurry from being, 4 damage on a card to just 2.
I think Omar is on his last few hands here, Yanji.
Yeah, I think Omar had 5, 6. It looks like he has 10 cards total.
Wow. Yeah.
11.
I think, honestly, Yanji, I think this is the point where I believe Uzuri is going to win the game. It seems like Uzuri has more cards in deck, and she has, these reliable reactions that she can shift into late game to be able to play her contracts and make them hit.
Yeah, and Codex of Frailty being so good in situations like this, just presenting cards like Death Touch, a ton of value. That is really difficult for Omar to block. Now Omar does have access to, 4 block from his armor, so he could stuff it out. But that Frailty token is also going to pose a big issue for how much damage he can threaten in the late game.
Yep, absolutely. And we are going into round 20 almost, which means each players have seen about 80 cards from their deck, give or take. These kinds of games are so fun to watch. I think Caleb's going to end up having this.
Yeah, I would say that Caleb looks like he is firmly in the driver's seat. Omar basically, I think, has, 1 good turn left, but it's so tough to kind of push on this turn where he has the Frailty token. Even if he attacks twice, then that Frailty is going to be worth 2. And Caleb still, I think, should have access to at least 2 or 3 more defensive cards.
Yep, and Caleb clearly recognizing what wins him the game here. He is choosing to go for the 1-for-5 contract card that banishes the top of your opponent's deck. He recognizes that this is a fatigue game plan from here on out.
Yeah.
And that is exactly how he's planning on playing this out. I'm curious to see how many cards Caleb has in his deck. It seems to be slightly more than Omar's. I see. Caleb had 11 when Omar had 10.
Yeah, and we see now Caleb is drawing into, double Fafer scene. So I think it's very unlikely that Omar's going to be able to push any damage through on this
Omar's
turn.
forced to play this Glistening Steelblade on a turn when he has Frailty. That can never feel good as the Dromai player.
Coming in for 2 go again.
Does Glistening give +1 or no? It just gives go again.
again.
It would be nice if it gave +1, but might be a little bit too powerful. Yeah. 2 go again.
Reactions?
Yeah, Caleb has reactions for days, so I think he doesn't even care if his opponent has a reaction to punish.
I'll leave that on top.
Okay.
Yeah, Omar.
Omar doing a little bit of gamesmanship, holding out his non-attack action as if it was an attack reaction.
Yeah, but he's you can tell by the posture of the players that Omar, I think, recognizes that this is, it was his game to lose for a while, and I think he realizes that Caleb has been able to live through the brunt of his onslaught.
Yeah, one of the benefits of Caleb's turn is that, Caleb is only basically threatening damage, and Omar doesn't really have to block anything at this point. He does have a decision point coming up, so Caleb can choose to throw the shakedown, or he can choose to just throw a dagger and arsenal the defense reaction.
Omar taking the 5 here, recognizing
I kind of like throwing the shakedown here, because shakedown represents, more cards taken with the Mask of Perdition plus the ability on shakedown. Like you can just call blue, I think, at this point.
Yep. And Omar's had that reaction in Arsenal for a while, playing for this moment. But hey, just in one turn, Caleb has near equalized the life total, has a deck full of defensive cards, and is a few cards up on his opponent.
Yeah, one thing that has to be kind of figured out is how many attacks does Caleb have. So Caleb has an advantage in deck size essentially right now, but he doesn't necessarily have an advantage in total deck damage.
Right.
So one possible avenue of play, like if you are Omar, if you like counted like the attacks, is you can actually just like not play anything and then just like keep swinging Dawn, but you do get +1 over the Uzuri just like swinging their weapons every turn.
Oh wow, there is that last Twinning Blade. Yeah, I mean, I still think at this point, Yonji, I don't think you can count either of these players out. Fatigue matchups get so tricky towards the end. Really, it's still anyone's game, Even though Caleb has been on the upswing, I still think Omar, because his weapon is way more efficient than Caleb's, still has the potential to deck his opponent out at this point. Omar also has a block remaining on his Grains of Blood Spill. Caleb has a block remaining on his Tunic. So really, it's anyone's game. I think we're going to see a total grind fest here in these last couple turns. You manage phase 2. You mentioned phase 2 here. I think we're at like phase 5 or 6 at this point, because we are dead square in the end game here.
Yeah. And Caleb has his last card in his hand is Codex of Frailty.
Yep.
So Codex of Frailty is going to be huge for kind of getting extra amount of kind of deck damage.
Absolutely. And is that a yellow shred that he pitched? So I think he can...
Yeah, so he's probably just going to get Leave No Witnesses.
Yep. Very powerful card.
Yeah, Omar does have access to armor still, so he can kind of block out. But I wonder if Caleb is going to run out of attacks, because if you...
He should block with the Grains here, right? Yeah, he's going to block with Grains.
Yeah, if you just go... I think if you just attack with the weapon every turn, if Caleb is out of attacks, then we could be in for a close game, a close finish.
I think it's going to be a very close game, Yonji. Caleb choosing an Arsenal here.
6.
He has 6 cards remaining. Omar looks like he has
4 in hand, 2.
5 in total in his deck. 1 in Arsenal. Sorry, probably 3 left in deck now.
Yeah, so Caleb still has that Surgical Extraction. Surgical Extraction is actually quite huge.
Yeah, Omar choosing to play that that card that stops defense reactions from being played if there's a card that exists in your deck, Burdens of the Past.
Yeah.
Do you think that card will be relevant here? Probably not. It's probably pitch for resource.
I
right?
think it's probably at best as either pitch or just a block.
Oh, Caleb has that spreading plague, which if Omar was slightly lower, could be quite frightening.
Yeah, so
I think this is the first turn of the game, Yanji, where we might see an Uzuri hero ability activation.
yeah, I mean, like we didn't need to use it much beforehand. So Omar says no blocks. Coming in with a surgical extraction.
Oh, that is extremely powerful here, Yanji.
Yeah, and activating the Master Protector. So he's gonna get 2 cards out of Omar's like total deck.
Omar,
one out of hand, one out of deck.
Omar says there's no way you have a card that you can swap. I'm gonna say no blocks. And now, as punishment, Caleb gets to take Omar's best blue card in his hand, as well as the blue that's on top of his deck.
Yeah, he actually gets 2 cards off the top.
Sorry, 2 blues that are on top of his deck.
Yeah, because Surgical banishes 2 cards. So I think that might have been kind of the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I think that's it, Yanji. Caleb has
and generating should be I think 3 silver or he banished not a blue from.
It should
Omar's
be 3.
hand.
I believe he banished blue, right?
I will.
Was he only? Oh, was the yellow overpower? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, I think at this point it's fair to say that Omar has squarely lost the game. I think this is probably the last turn where, Omar is just completely out of gas here. I think that's it, Yanji.
Yeah, Caleb just needs any attack.
Reactions? Yep. Fate?
Yep. Caleb has reactions for days, so I.
Is that on top? Actually, I'll send it to the bottom.
Yeah, they're having a little giggle there. Caleb choosing to put his 1 card back to the bottom of his deck.
Yep.
And then that's Omar's turn. He lost a card from his hand to reaction, and
Start of my turn, I'll break.
Yeah, kind of an interesting. A couple of interesting decision points. Omar choosing to arsenal that card. Could have been an extra card available to block. Choosing not to block on the surgical extraction.
Absolutely, and
then Caleb having. I think that surgical was like the last big attack that Caleb had access to.
I think so as well. But we're seeing that dagger pass here. Caleb saying, you might have 3 attack on your Dawn Blade, but I have 2 daggers.
Yeah.
It's almost as good.
Yeah, and I think normally if this game had played out, this game could have played out a little bit differently had Omar chosen to employ a slightly different strategy.
I think Omar is extremely close to getting Kadachi locked here.
Yeah, so blocking 4.
I'm curious why he's blocking 4 here. Do you think he plans to buy back that boots?
Well, he can't make any more silver because Omar doesn't have a deck.
Yeah,
I think probably just to use it.
Yeah, Omar is 2 turns away from Kadachi lock here. I feel like I would probably save that boot just to be able to get block equity. Because Omar is still threatening 3 damage a turn. Although Omar's 1 turn short of getting his opponent into a locking phase.
Yeah.
Caleb here, from this point on, Omar is going to have to give a card each turn. So I think deterministically, Caleb wins probably wins next turn, right? Yeah, this is the last turn that Omar has of playing the game. Unfortunately for him. Yeah, that's a really well played game. Very grueling gameplay here. It really is long days from old him Chrono Seeds. A lot of people enjoy that gameplay, but I've seen so much of that match that it really became a bore towards the end. But here I think we see prime fatigue gameplay in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I think even though the game went to fatigue, it wasn't kind of a game where one person set out ahead of time and it's like, I'm just going to fatigue you. I think it was kind of a back and forth. Caleb has to play a little bit defensively into Omar, threatening, Omar is trying to put together this turn. But then when given the opportunity, Caleb also came back with, some threatening hits. And these threatening hits, the contract cards, the command and conquers, and then the codex kind of buying these threatening attacks back is kind of what propels the Dorinthia into fatiguing. And we see at the very end, you know, it's hitting that surgical extraction, banishing. You get 3 cards for the price of 1.
Yep.
2 off the top, 1 from the hand. That kind of sealed the deal.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think the game devs hate, and rightfully so, passive fatigue strategies like Oldham Kind of Seeds. And I think this is a more active fatigue strategy where, as you're mentioning, you know, neither Caleb nor Dorinthia, definitely not Dorinthia, came in saying, I'm going to fatigue you.
Yeah.
Caleb said, I might be able to fatigue you, but here, I'm going to present damage anyway. And if you choose not to block this damage, then you're going to get to a low enough life total where I can fatigue you. That's exactly what we saw here. We saw dagger, dagger, pass, dagger, dagger, pass until he died.
So a long but exciting game. Down to the wire. We're going to head to our sponsor break, so stay tuned, and we're going to bring you guys more exciting action.
Yep.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
SinFabTCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today. Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team, learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
We're also giving away the promo Boast and playmat from this season of Spoilers. All Majestics and Rares will be automatically entered, so stay tuned for the giveaway drawn at the end of March.
All right, are we live? Cool. We are back, Yanji, round 4. Yeah, the players are getting ready, but we finally got a chance to take a breath. It's been games after games today, which is really exciting for both of us and the viewer. We are again coming to you from Philadelphia, which is where the Battle Hardened is being held. Philadelphia is home to one of my favorite historical figures, Ben Franklin. Yanji, he was one of the founding fathers and resident nerd. He did a lot of cool things like, inventing bifocals. He put a kite on fire when it got hit by lightning. And also, he was, what I understand, an avid chess player. Do you think, Yanji, if Ben Franklin lived today, that he would be a Fab player and he would enjoy this game?
That's a good question. I hadn't thought about that myself. I could imagine Ben Franklin playing Flesh and Blood. Like, what hero do you think he would play?
I think he was an inventor at the end of the day, right? I feel like he would enjoy some of the mechanologists. Yeah. Probably one of the dashes or Teklovossen. I think he was more or less, good-hearted soul. I don't think he would enjoy Teklovossen. That's more of an industry man kind of hero. I think he would play one of the dashes. The question is, do you think Ben Franklin is a fatigue enjoyer, or do you think he's, I want to go, full aggro, dash IO, let's go, baby. You can try to fatigue me, but I'm going to deal 40 in like 2 turns.
Well, he's on the face of the $100 bill, so I'm going to say he's going to go all in.
All in, all right, yeah.
Full boost.
You heard it here. Ben Franklin, dash, not an inventor extraordinaire, a dash. He could be. He could play full boost, yeah. So he can play either dash, full boost, or boost plus items. I think Ethan is going to get our players situated. Yanji, this, I believe, is a Dorinthia versus Levia game.
Yeah, so Dorinthia making a comeback onto the stream, but we have, for the first time, Levia. And the Levia player that we are going to be featuring next is no stranger to the feature match area. It's going to be Billy Pistols, who I think got into top 8 of the Battle Hardened at Hartford.
Yep.
As well as, I think doing quite well in his local scene. He is local to the Philadelphia area.
Fantastic. Love to see homegrown talent here. Billy Pistol, renowned Levia player of the region and crusher of dreams. Abe, I believe, is the Dori player. I haven't, I've interacted with Abe, the couple of minutes we got here. I believe he's from around here as well. I'm not sure which part of the East Coast he's from.
Ooh, and Abe coming in with an interesting suite. So we said before at the beginning of the last match that when you sit down across from a Dorinthia, you never really know what you're going to get. And so the last match we had Dawnblade Dori. This time we have dual wheel Dori playing one of the weapons from the new set, Hot Streak.
If I had to stack rank the Dories that I expect, this would be all the way at the bottom, Yanji. Like when I sit across from a Dori, I would expect the Dawnblade, Great Axe, Hatchets, double Sabers, and then Sabers Hot Streak. And then maybe, actually, that's a lie. Maybe Hot Streak Parry Blade would be like bottom.
Yeah.
But this is definitely like close to the bottom of what I would expect to see when I face a Dori.
Yeah, okay, so there's a couple of interesting things in play, I think. So one thing is if you block Hot Streak with an attack action and you give it go again and the Dori pushes it over, then you get to attack with the Hot Streak again. It's going to have go again.
Oh.
And just from its own ability, because it gives it go again for all of its attacks, and then you're going to be able to swing in like a third time. The other thing that you get from playing swords as opposed to playing hatchets is this card that Abe just played, which is Slice and Dice.
Yeah, that's incredible. I've never seen this game be played. I've never seen a Dori with this loadout. So really, if you ask me for analysis, I'm going to be going ums and uhs a lot of the time, really trying to figure out what's been happening. But this is a good start. 3 go again with a hit and run.
Yeah, so I wonder what Abe is going to threaten. I think this is the first turn. Oh, no, this is the second turn of the game. So Billy deciding to go first, just arsenaling a card, not really filling graveyard.
I think the strategy here and the...
This is interesting.
Oh, he missed his scan. That makes sense. Abe choosing to put the go again on the Centauri Saber. I believe he wants to attack with Hot Streak and give it go again. Because if this hits, he'll already have the ability to attack again with it.
Yeah.
But if he backloads the damage on the Hot Streak, he presents enough of damage that Billy is incentivized to block it. And knowing that Levia has mostly attack cards, if he blocks the Hot Streak, he can attack again with the Saber.
Yeah, if he blocks the Hot Streak also because the second attack is going to come in for 5. If he just blocks it with 1 card, he's not going to be able to kind of stop it.
Billy choosing to overblock the Centauri Saber.
Yeah, maybe playing around, something like a Blade Flurry. Now this attack is going to be kind of quite devastating because if he blocks with an attack action, like he is incentivized to fill his graveyard.
Yeah, Billy has to. Wow, Billy giving 2 armor pieces on turn.
Sounds good. I got no reactions.
On turn
Move to end.
1.
Arsenal and pass it over to you.
Do you think Abe plays Tenacities in this deck? Because I can see a gameplay pattern where you attack, and then just have a Tenacity and throw it for 6 at the end of the game.
Yeah, unclear, but definitely something that you could play. You can play more attack actions for sure playing Hot Streak. Because if you play Centauri Saber, give it go again, attack with a Hot Streak. If that gets go again, you don't have to spend like an extra card.
Yeah.
And quite an interesting follow-up. Billy is going to come in with the Slithering Shadowpede. Had another Slithering Shadowpede in his hand. And I think the general game plan, what do you think the general game plan is for the Levia? Because it's quite difficult, I think, to trade efficiently into warriors that present the Valiant Dynamo.
Right. I don't think the Levia wants to trade turn for turn, because if you do, you lose value just based off the fact that your opponent can block. So I do think the Levia wants to find a turn to pivot, go for a large, a couple of attacks with Blood Rush or Art of War, and then really play around her demi-hero ability of, becoming Levia, not Levia Redeemed, Blasphemite Consumed.
Yeah.
I know Ethan would give me a weird stare if I missed that name there. But, I think turning into Blasphemite Consumed, resuming Blasphemite Consumed, and playing with a large, pool of banish cards.
Blasphemous Levia consumed.
Is it Blasphemous Levia
like
consumed?
Blasphemous 8 Levia.
Gotcha. That,
You're
yeah,
no
that-
longer Levia.
Yeah.
Blasphemous Levia consumed.
I wonder which side of the demi hero is canon, but we are going to see Steelblade Supremacy. Steelblade Supremacy on the hot streak, quite interesting, because if you push the hot streak over, it's going to have go again, and it's going to have go again if you block with an attack.
Native go again.
So quite a predicament for Billy.
For sure. Yeah,
Billy also has the Blood Rush Bellow in his hand, so he kind of doesn't want to block this turn. Also, it has go again from Precision Press, so he also has Piercing 1, so you also cannot cleanly block it with an armor plus a card. So Abe kind of pulling out all of the tricks to make life difficult for Billy.
I've never seen this loadout personally, but I want to say Abe must be somewhat of a resident genius, because this is a really interesting play pattern. You don't necessarily even need to give this card go again. You can bluff the reaction, force your opponent to block, let you draw a card, and have native go again anyway off the hot streak. So really cool loadout here. I'm really interested in this Dori deck, and I really hope, I think Billy's done really well, and he probably will continue to, but I'm really rooting for Abe to try to see if we can see more of this Dorinthia deck in the stream later on.
Yeah, Billy's caught in a bind. Like, it's really hard for you to kind of deny it's really hard for you to deny the card draw without giving all your armor, essentially. Like, you can block your Blood Rush Bellow, but that's really like your ticket to trying to win the game, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that Billy is just as dumbfounded as we are in figuring out how to block these attacks.
Yeah, so if he blocks with just the boots or with just the arms, it's gonna go over. It has piercing.
Yeah.
So that blue card, Precision Press.
Wow, Abe
putting in a lot of work.
Abe across 2 turns got pretty much all of Billy's, I want to say, supplemental armor.
Yeah.
Because his real armor is the Husk and the Scowling Flesh Bag.
Yeah, but Karen Husk isn't even necessarily that great in this matchup. A lot of the attacks that Abe is coming with, aren't that strong.
Exactly, like 4 go again, 3 go again. When do you find a spot to actually use that?
Yeah, it's really hard to get full value out of the Karen Husk.
We see Billy here, an enjoyer of face-down cards. You choose random. What is your favorite strategy of randomizing your graveyard, Yanji?
I think the best is just to roll dice. I think there's always like some kind of bias when somebody's choosing.
Oh, you don't want my story about Nationals when the prison player specifically chose the cold foil cards. You don't want my story.
Oh, no.
So coming in with the Dread Screamer, I believe Billy is going to try to arsenal that Blood Rush Bellow to kind of set up for, a big push turn.
Yep. To Ethan's point about choosing the cold foil, just don't be rich and decked out, Ethan. That's a tax that you pay for being in the upper echelons of society of Levia players.
You know what okay, now you're giving me a moment to flex. You know what I picked up yesterday?
What's that?
I traded my gold foil from winning the RTN for a Fabled or Marvel CNC, whatever it's called.
Oh, yeah, dude.
I only run 1 in Levia anyway, so we're actually full bling. I've done it.
Wow.
I've done it. All right, back to the game.
I'm so glad that LSS prints all these cash cards, because it really gives Ethan something to strive for as he plays this game on his time off from streaming major events.
Quite a powerful turn from Billy. We're seeing red Dread Screamer into yellow Graveling Growl. 3-card 13.
Yep. And these
quite
are
good.
These are exactly the turns that Billy wants to chain through a couple times, because I don't think you want to necessarily attack every single turn. Like, I think you want to choose moments where you can present spurts of damage, and so you really mitigate the amount that your opponent can block out if they want to continue pushing.
And I think also very important was last turn Abe wasn't able to reset the Valiant Dynamo because he pitched a blue and he paid 1 for the Precision Press, 1 for the what's it called, Steelblade Supremacy.
Yep.
And so wouldn't be able to swing unless Billy let him hit, which I think is contributed to kind of the mental anguish.
And I think Billy's game plan has been working fairly well. He's still at 40 life, and his opponent is at 32, despite getting incidental value from the Valiant Dynamos turn after turn.
Yeah, and we see Billy's hand has Art of War, Red Boneyard Marauder, Red Endless Maw, Red Dread Screamer, and you really don't want to be blocking, I think, on this turn.
A little bit of an awkward hand. I think you can probably... It's going to be hard to play out your full hand unless you want to lose value on pitching a red.
Well, he has a Blood Rush Bellow set, so.
Oh, he does. Okay.
So he can pitch the Art of War. It's really just a matter of how much damage you're willing to take, and also like what you believe the top of your deck is. Now, if you draw 2 blues off of the Blood Rush Bellow, your turn looks incredible. But if you draw, a red and a blue, or a red and a yellow, it's looking much worse.
Yeah, and Billy is, as you can see, a very ardent damage taker hater because he's tanking on even a 2 with Go again.
I think one of the difficulties is you really want to maximize your use of resources as the Levia player into these decks that could potentially present like a more defensive package into you. So I believe that you're kind of gambling if you choose the Blood Rush Bellow on this turn because you don't have a blue in your hand already.
Are the life totals accurate? Billy should now be at 38. I guess maybe because Billy is not used to taking damage, he might not have lowered the life total there.
Yeah, and Abe hits it. So Billy's at 38. I think he is probably just going to take the damage. Abe is going to set a Steel Blade Shunt, though. So Steel Blade Shunt is going to be great for kind of stemming a lot of the damage that Billy could possibly threaten.
Yep, absolutely. Steel Blade Shunt is one of those really powerful cards in any type of warrior that employs this strategy because you're able to get a 1-card 6 on your Tunic plays, and sometimes even more if you're playing against, let's say, a Blood Rush turn where your opponent swings a Claw, which may be exactly what we see here.
Yeah, and also I think this discard is going to be huge because Billy really wants, I think, the Endless Maw to get discarded.
Yep. And we see
that is, I think, the worst card to get discarded. When you're short on resources, you really want that 1 cost in your hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Was the other card Slithering Shadowpeed? What was the third card that he had in his hand?
I believe it was a Dread Screamer. So he's drawn into another Art of War, and this is actually not too bad. I think he has the Endless Maw as his last card, so he can still go Claw, Endless Maw.
Yeah, that's not terrible. And set the...
that would be 11. That would be 21 damage. So 21 damage for 4 cards, pretty good. I think ideally you would want to be able to utilize, all 5 cards during your Blood Rush Bellow turns, but sometimes it doesn't shake out that way.
Yep. And what do you think about even playing this Art of War here? There's no world in where you just play the Art of War, right?
No. Yeah. I don't think so. And because I think resources are so valuable. It's funny because with these sequence of draws, if Billy had managed to discard the Endless Maw, this turn could have been ridiculous because he could have gone Claw, Dread Screamer into Boneyard Marauder, and would have gotten, +8 out of the Blood Rush Bellow, and just like, I think maximizing the amount of damage that you get from the Blood Rush Bellow is so huge.
Oh no, Abe getting baited by the 1 ping on the shunt. I feel like there's probably, it's probably the same amount of value either way, but I might have used a shunt to block the attack that's impending. So he's full blocking the first, or blocking over by 1, and then full blocking the second.
Choosing, I think, and it looks like Abe just looked at a That All You Got. So Abe's loadout looks to be very defensive.
And this is coming in for 8.
Did we misread? Oh, no. He just didn't have the resources to play the Endless Maw.
He could have if he pitched this, right? Because this costs 2, whereas Endless costs 3. So he opted to Arsenal the Endless Maw.
No. He didn't, because he had 1 floating afterwards, because he has 2 yellows and a blue.
He had 1 floating?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
4 vanish?
No,
after the Blood Rush Bellow, he has 1 floating.
He had to have 2 floating because he needs to cast this card, right?
He just pitched the yellow.
Sure, none floating.
Yeah, I mean, he could have pitched the yellow along with this card to play the Endless. Like, what we were saying is that he can play Endless, but he's just choosing to Arsenal the Endless.
I think it's not too bad to keep Endless Maw Arsenal. Endless Maw is like a real good card to kind of keep to buy you some space to Arsenal the next Blood Rush Bellow.
Yep, and it's also a 2-card 9 on a turn where you just need to present damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely one of the best cards in Levia.
So Billy doing a great job of kind of making use of the window that he had, getting Abe down to 24. You know, one thing that Ethan always goes over when he's talking about Levia is how many Blood Rush Bellows you've used and what life your opponent is at. I think you feel pretty good as the Levia player, the lower your opponent is at, while you still have power cards like Blood Rush Bellow left in your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Abe here taking the, you know, the average turn that this hero presents, which is 2 into another sword and gain back your dynamos.
Over to the next lane. So this is...
Yeah, so going to swing the Hot Streak again.
Interesting. Abe is saying this is either true damage or you go again.
One thing that Abe does have access to because he is playing Hot Streak, so if Billy chooses to block this with an attack, he could have, you know, pitched that yellow to swing that Centauri Saber for 3 with the Brave Forge Bracers. Billy's choosing, saying no block, so looks like he has a turn lined up. Looks like he has an Agile windup in his hand. Quite interesting. Agile, what do you think? Agile windup is a new card that I think has unlocked a lot for the brutes that are choosing to play Mandible Claw. How do you think it fits in the Levia deck?
I think, you know, it's extremely good card. This is, I think, one of the best cards they've introduced because you have it fulfills two purposes, right? When your opponent just passes and you have a mediocre hand, you can go claw into an attack by discarding Agile Windup, getting an agility for your next turn. And also earlier on, you can just discard an Agile Windup and fill your grave, which is what you struggle with as Levia in the early game. So really, you know, it's definitely one of the best cards I think introduced for every kind of brute, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so Billy chose to discard the Agile Windup on his turn, or on Abe's turn, to give his attack go again on this turn. Coming in first with a Endless Maw.
Blood dice turned off. It's coming in for 9.
So this is just coming in for
9 with go again.
What do you think, Yanji, about discarding the Agile Windup on your opponent's turn versus on your turn?
So, I mean, like, there's pros and cons to both. I think the main benefit of discarding the Agile Windup on your turn is that if your follow-up is just going to be Claw, then you kind of would rather have the agility set up for the following turn.
Yep.
Here, he does have the swing big, so you know he is going to be trying to push essentially what ends up being kind of like a 5-card 17. So 5-card 17 is, you know, quite decent rate.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Definitely above average turn. Alternatively, a 4-card 12 is just, you know, at value. So I think this is probably the correct line.
Well, so I mean, there's pros and cons to both because if basically he either has the agility token for next turn where he's going to be able to play the swing big with go again, or he would have just threatened 12 this turn.
I you know, thinking about this, I like this play more because we mentioned Levi's job here really is to present damage, and you know, Billy's like, I'm just going to choose turns where I just play out my whole hand and throw everything in your face. You'll probably drop down to a reasonable enough life total, and at that point, when I present on par damage, you'll be the one who'll be blocking out.
Yeah, and then the other thing that that has to be considered is that, you know, for Levia, having arsenal space open is quite important, as you really want to be saving your arsenal for either their power cards on a setup, or you want to save it for the cards that banish, so that you can. Yeah, and we see Abe's hand is looking a little bit short on block value, but he does have the Findle's Fighting Spirits, which, you know, essentially block 3 because they gain life. He is lower.
I am going to sink below.
Maybe we're getting rid of one of the Findle's Fighting Spirits.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you can block with both of them. They gain 3 value from blocking, but I think you're right. I think just having the full block value is probably more appreciated here.
Oh, so it looks like I think Billy drew into a resource card, coming in with the Claw for 3. You know, Savage Feast can be quite an awkward card if you don't have the extra action points. It can be quite risky, especially in Levia with Blood Debt, to be rolling Scabskin Leathers for the extra action points. Yep. But when you do generate the agility token, oh, this card is so good.
Yeah, Savage Feast is an incredible card. I think the Savage Feast equity, you know, shout out to Savage Feats for hosting this, has went up tremendously with the, you know, ability to generate agility tokens. You know, that's another reason why Agile Windup is extremely powerful, because you have these plays available to you where you can go 1 cost 6 into a Claw plus potentially another card. It's almost like you increase your amount of Blood Rush Bellows from 6 to 9.
Well, I wonder. I think that Beast Within should be in his banish zone.
I'm gonna say no blocks. No react.
Yeah, Beast Within banished itself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably want to get that sorted out. at some
Yeah,
point.
if it ever comes up, I mean, it affects the probabilities. As far as I know, Billy does not have that many whiffs in his graveyard, but
Mhm.
We will.
something that can be easy to forget.
Fighting Spirit, gain a life.
That's a.
So I think, I wonder if Billy's going to use the Karen Husk. It's so hard to ever Karen Husk for value in this matchup.
Here we see one of the cards that Dorinthia, or some version of Dorinthia used to play, Blade Flash. I wonder what the all the new cards that block 3 and all the Warrior Sport that exists. Why do you think Abe is still playing this Blade Flash? Is there a reason to run this in the deck? Over another block 3 card that was introduced to set.
So it depends on like the total number of blues that you're choosing to play. Like you get the most go agains in your blue slot if you are playing Blade Flash. Otherwise, you would have to play some kind of conditional go again like Warrior's Valor.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I wonder if he's playing like Warrior's Valor isn't that great, especially if you like Warrior's Valor, a hot streak, then a hot streak attack, then if they block with a non-attack action for 3, you're not really doing anything. Same thing with the Centauri Saber if they block with a non-attack action.
Yeah, that's really fair. I guess the amount of blue go-agains are fairly limited, and if that's what you're going for, Blade Flash is still a reasonable choice.
Yeah, it looks like Billy has drawn quite an awkward hand. He's contemplating what to block.
I mean, if you were going to think about when to Husk, I think this is like the one opportunity where you get to throw a 6 in front of a higher than 6 attack.
Yeah, I mean, this is like definitely an ideal time to block with Karen Husk, but I think his hand just doesn't line up well.
If you have an awful hand, then surely you want to get rid of the bad cards in your hand. Then
yeah, and we see he's just coming in with the Boneyard Marauder.
Yeah, you don't want to arsenal any of those cards, so I think this is definitely the best plan that Billy could have here. Just make sure that he turns off Blood Debt for the turn. My opponent's at 9. I can play this slowly. I have Husk when I need to block with it.
Yeah.
And I can, pretty much swap to Blasphemous Levi Consumed whenever I want.
Yeah, one awkward part about playing Levi with Blood Debt is that usually like the EV, so you can make like an EV calculation on whether or not it's good to roll Scabskin Leathers, but because Levia is going to be taking Blood Debt damage if you don't banish, the math almost never favors rolling for her. And so even though we see that Billy, could have potentially done a 2-card 9 if he hit an extra action point, it's just not really great for him to roll in this spot.
He would end his turn forced to flip when he doesn't want to.
Yeah.
I think, Billy's played this deck probably, definitely more than me, maybe even more than you. So I think he definitely knows when he's able to roll and when he's not.
Billy's definitely the Levia expert in this situation. I just get yelled at when I play Levia.
Yeah, that's not allowed anymore. You're on KO.
Yeah, but
you're on KO these days.
But you're a scab skin enjoyer, so
I do roll the scab skins quite often.
Billy, very disciplined. I think he's only rolled scabs once, and it was on the turn where it hasn't mattered.
Yeah, the first turn of the game.
0. Yep.
And let's see what Billy is working with in his hand. He has...
Nope. Billy says, nope, not today, boys.
Yeah, so he has a Mark of the Beast, a Tear... I think that's a Tear Limb from Limb, a Beast Within.
Yep. Nope.
So maybe this is a turn that you want to play Tear Limb from Limb, because you kind of have 2 good options, even, like, no matter what. Oh, he also has a Blood Rush Bellow. Yeah, Blood Rush Bellow seems really good in this spot. You have access to... I think there's 2 ways to play it. I think you could pitch the Blood Rush Bellow and save it for after flip, but it's pretty unlikely that you're going to get to that point. I think cashing in the Blood Rush Bellow is so good here.
Yeah, I would definitely play Blood Rush here, and then potentially block with a card that isn't the non-block, so I can ensure that I get Beastman value. The one tricky thing to doing that is that you are at 16, and so there is a world where the Beast Within just brings you below your threshold, and you are not able to flip into Blasphemous Levi Consumed.
Yeah, I think here the big decision point for Billy, like, is he going to put the Karen Husk in front of this attack? Is he going to, just put maybe Flesh Bag in front of the attack? If he puts Flesh Bag in front of the attack, he's going to take 1 going to 15, so he could banish, 1 card. Oh, and choose to block
that's
6.
extremely interesting here.
So Billy is taking a line where he wants to flip into. He wants to control the flip.
Yep.
He says, I'm not going to leave it up to chance. I'm going to be able to flip and have a Blood Rush Bellow for the following turn.
Yep. And his Carry On Husk is up, so he is insured for this turn.
He is a good Levi player. We've spotted it.
Yep. That's a stamp of approval from the person who's at the top of the League of Levi leaderboard, right? Is that still you, Ethan?
It's actually hard to say. In terms of cash winnings, it's definitely me, but that's because the realm has a pretty juiced circuit.
Yeah.
In terms of highest placement, there was a Levi that got second at nationals, I think twice now.
Wow.
So that probably counts. But there's also a lot of RTN winners now, and Billy's one of them.
True.
Yeah, Billy, I think, is correctly evaluating that it's like really difficult for Corinthia to do much with. To basically threaten lethal while he has the Karen Husk, while he has the Flesh Bag up. You're going to want to cash these in. Why not cash it in when you have access to? I think he has a Red Dread Screamer floating in his banish zone, so he's going to be able to get maximum value out of this Blood Rush Bellow.
Yep, and he did just banish like half his deck. This is interesting. I think one of the reasons also to play swords over hatchets is that you get. No, you're still able to get value from this card with hatchets too, right?
Yeah, you still can. I think Slice and Dice is like the only card that you can play in hatchets.
Yep.
Now we have another interesting decision point. Do you block with the Karen Husk or do you block with the Flesh Bag? So he's choosing to block actually with both. I think because he says, I'm just going to take, there's no hit trigger on the hot streak.
That is very interesting. His opponent is choosing to just get the attack reaction out of Arsenal.
Yeah, so this is actually like a really good play by Billy if Abe didn't have a way to give go again from his Arsenal, but he did have the Red Blade Runner. So this attack is coming in for 8, but 8 is not enough to make Billy, block with a card. Billy does have that Blood Rush Bellow set, so I think we're going to be looking at probably like a 4 attack wide at least.
Yep, I think
at
Billy
4 attacks wide with Blood Rush Bellow should seal the deal.
Yep, I think Billy recognizing here that I need to kill my opponent in bursts of damage, and this is the turn to go. I think we may see a drop down to low 3, anywhere between the 1 to 3 range after this. Or just die.
No, it's really. I believe that if you can attack with 4 attacks, then you can basically threaten like over 20 damage. And if you threaten over 20 damage, Abe has 3 armor available to him if he just blocks like 12 plus 3 to 15. So let's see if we can get a look at what he does have. A Steel Blade Shunt. So the Steel Blade Shunt is actually quite huge because he does have.
He doesn't have the
no, he doesn't have the counters.
He used it
to attack last turn.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh no. So Steel Blade Shunt, while normally being like super high value with Tunic, very medium value without Tunic.
Yeah, I think he's going to be forced to block with a Steel Blade Shunt. Because, you can't block with non-Steel Blade Shunts this turn because you're going to lose value on Steel Blade Shunt. So he has to...
He just has to block all of the cards in his hand.
Yeah, so I think he needs to recognize that he has to block an attack with a Steel Blade Shunt.
And we see a Graveling Growl, an Endless Maw, and... Yeah, so I believe... I believe Billy can go Red Dread Screamer from his banish zone into another attack, so he's going to come in for another 16 on the follow-up, and I think that should be enough to end the game.
I think this is a game. Yeah.
Even through a defense reaction.
Unless Abe has another Steel Blade Shot in Arsenal, I don't think there's a way that he can.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he would need another Steel Blade Shot in Arsenal to kind of seal the deal. One thing is if Billy bricks on this turn, but I don't think he has enough. He just has I think the Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, no, he hits the Blood Rush Bellow, which is what he wants to hit.
Yeah, and Billy's deck is very heavy on 6s.
Yep. Yeah, this is presenting an axis of damage that very few decks can reasonably deal with in a single turn.
He will block
if Abe had the ability, if Abe had, if Billy hadn't used the headpiece, I think Abe would have been able to keep the tunic counter and block with a shunt. But because of the heads-up play by Billy,
yeah, dude, blocking with the hat was so good on that turn.
Good reactions? No reactions.
Yep.
Nothing from me. All right.
And then that's it. Good game. Abe well played, but Billy really knowing when to pivot and when to go into Levia.
Yeah, flipping into Plasma Fet, Levi consumed is so powerful when you can combine the extra card advantage that you have by being able to play attacks out of the bandage zone with something like a Blood Rush Bellow.
Absolutely.
So great game by Billy.
Yeah, I mean, well played from both players. Very interesting Dorinthia deck. Here, not something what I expected to see. So I'm really glad we got to see that on stream. And Levia just showing master gameplay. You know, there are moments where I might have done something different, and then realizing what the correct play was really made me realize what separates a mediocre Levia player like myself from a master like Billy.
Yeah, so props to Billy. Moving on at 4-0. He is almost there. I believe he should only have to win 2 more. If he wins 2 more games in a row, I think that should be pretty close to locking up a top 8 slot. So I wonder how he's going to be doing. We're going to be taking a quick break. Before we take a break to our sponsors, we do have the meta breakdown for this tournament. So let's take a look.
Oh, yeah. This is pretty much what I expected to see. Honestly, this is... Yeah, we see here, obviously, there's 20 Kayo. If I had to guess today, Anji, what I expect to see Pro Tour, this is very similar to the breakdown that I would expect. Having Kayo be number 1, Dromai coming in at a close second here at 16, and then Kassai at 12.
Yeah, I think the brute representation as a whole, we see like 3 of the top 5 are all brutes. 162 players, 40 players registering brute, so a quarter of the tournament is playing brute.
Absolutely.
Quite large. And Dromai and Kassai kind of leading the pack. You know, we got 2 Dorinthias on stream, but only 5 of them came to the tournament.
I guess we know how to pick them. We picked 40% of the Dorinthias already.
Yeah, the other thing that I want to point out is that there's 9 Kanos. So, like, normally, like, what do you think is the average, like, percentage? So, with 9 Kanos, it's, like, a little bit more than 5%. It's, like, 6 or 7% Kanos.
I mean, I think, ever since Icelander left, we thought we wouldn't see a wizard be potent until, we got another wizard set. But Kano's shown that it's, definitely a deck to be reckoned with. And it presents an axis of gameplay that you have to respect or just get blown out entirely. And this is a meta where one of the reasons I think we see so many brutes is because they have access to that native Arcane Barrier 3. And I think bringing brute is inherently a respect of Kano in and of itself.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Guardians, 9 victors, 8 bravos. Guardian, I think traditionally has been, pretty popular in this region. I think when we were in Pittsburgh, I believe like Bravo was one of the more represented decks.
Yeah.
But only 17 Guardian players.
I mean, it really goes to show you, Anji, how quickly the meta shifts.
7 more illusionists than Guardian players at this event.
Yeah, there are 9 dashes. Dash has been falling off a little bit over the last couple weeks.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to see as many, but I know this region has some really good dash players, and they favor dashes. Rose has topped pretty much every Tier 2 event in this area, I think even winning one. And so we know that she is a dash enjoyer. Last time we cast, I believe there were a couple dashes in the top 8 of the PTI event, as well as in the Battle Hardened. So we know this is a region that enjoys dash. We know this is a region that enjoys Rhinar. And so a lot of these, I believe, are regional, preferences. To what extent, Yanji, do you think that there's regional preferences that play into the overrepresentation of brute that we're seeing here versus in a global meta?
I think there's actually quite a bit of effects in play. I think I'm highlighting. I think some of the decks that I think are quite popular in other regions of the world, but just like not super represented, are Katsu and Victor. I've heard from people in the Asia Pacific region and also EU. Like I think EU really likes Ninja. APAC really likes playing Ninja as well, but for some reason or another, not super popular in North America. And I think also kind of as a response to that, Victor numbers are much higher in those regions as well to kind of deal with that.
Yeah, and I think overall Ninja across the world, people seem to enjoy, but it's really fallen off in the U.S. in the past couple of metas. We only see 4 Katsus, 1 Fi, When has there ever been a meta where we've seen 1-5 Yanji? I don't remember. Even in RTNs, there being 1-5 represented.
Yeah, I think Fi just is kind of without a home right now. Like if you wanted to play an aggressive deck that doesn't really want to be blocking that often, but it presents really good numbers.
Yep.
Kayo is really where you want to be, presenting like the big numbers while also having better armor than Fi and more 3 blocks.
Absolutely.
And some amount of disruption as well in playing up to 6 Command and Conquer style of effects in your deck.
Notably, not a single dash IO shown here. Oh, sorry, there's one dash IO. But this is one of the more highly represented heroes in the last meta. For some reason, we just saw dash IO fall off the face of the planet. Why do you think that is, Yanji?
Yeah, I think dash IO is, on paper, very powerful in what she does, but actually is quite easy to counterplay. And some of the cards that are really good at counteracting her strategy are cards that I think all of these decks play with. So cards like Command and Conquer, decks that have high armor are also very good into dash IO. And I think if you aren't playing a Brute, I think you're playing at least a decent number of defense reactions. We saw in the Dorinthia deck that we covered, in the Uzuri deck that we covered, running a really high amount of defensive cards. And these cards are like so good to play into dash IO. We saw at the Battle Hardened in Pittsburgh, it was really tough for the dash IO players to get through. Even like a Rhinar deck playing, a lot of defensive cards. So,
for sure, absolutely. I think it's safe to say, Yanji, that if Ben Franklin were alive today, he'd be the one dash IO and he'd be at the top tables with his incredible concoction.
Yeah, I think it would take a man of Ben Franklin's stature in order to make dash IO playable in the current meta.
For sure.
All right, so thanks for tuning in. We're going to cut to our sponsor break. Make sure to check out everybody who makes this stream possible.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community, and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
SinFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament, as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today. Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server, where you can access tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team, learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
We're also giving away the promo Boast and playmat from this season of Spoilers. All Majestics and Rares will be automatically entered, so stay tuned for the giveaway drawn at the end of March. Hey everyone, just wanted to jump in real quick. The round has ended, so we're going to be looking for our next feature match pretty soon. Pretty spicy meta, as you can see. Wanted to jump on real quick, just because we were running a little bit late to get things started, so there are some things we haven't gotten to, which I'm going to delay till a little bit later in the stream. So just to let you all know, it is pretty exciting stuff. Heavy Play in particular came on as a new sponsor for this stream. You've seen their ad run a couple times now. Links in the description for all our sponsors, and I'll definitely talk about all of them in due time. But Heavy Play in particular donated a whole bunch of basically like e-gift cards to use on their shop, and the goal was to give one away every round. But because of the late start and also some things just kind of going pretty long, pretty mid-range meta, we're going to just save those codes, and then for the top 8, just do a bunch of winners. So, for like before the top 8 game or something, we'll do like 4 winners, and then like for the, top 4 game, 4 winners, and then like 1 final winner for the finalists. So just an update on some of the giveaway stuff, just because the timing today is a bit weird. But anyway, there you go. That's pretty hype. There are, in general, just a ton of sponsors for this stream. I want to go ahead and make sure everyone gets their shout out real quick. We don't have too much time at the moment, but let's just be brief. 1 second. Oh no. Minimize this tab. I have too many tabs open. Okay, here we go. So like I said, already talked about Heavy Play. They're a new sponsor not only for the Fab Space, or for the Savage Feats stream, but also for the Fab Space in general. They've also sponsored Michael Fang in particular, has like he's repping their deck box and their sleeves this weekend in particular. I saw a tweet about that. Michael Hamilton's been using those curved sleeves. I know I just pivoted all of my fancy Levia cards into curved sleeves because actually, believe it or not, they're an ergonomics first design company, and I've never seen those curved sleeves before, so they're kind of like a standout product in my eyes, especially since I've got some nerve damage in this hand. So when I shuffle, kind of like that extra, little pointy corner can sometimes get me as I'm shuffling. I can't really control my pinky. And so the curved sleeves help with that. It's actually really well done. So there we go. Heavy Play. You can find their link in the description. There's also a 10% code for 10% off your first order, Savage Feats. There's also another pretty exciting one. So if you guys know Terry, Terry's a big member of the community over on Facebook, always wheeling and dealing. I believe on Facebook he's Terry Ty. But he actually is selling those stream dice that you see on coverage. Granted, they're not inked black. Mine are inked black by Sandra, Woman Sant, shout out. But you can buy those dice from Terry. He imports them, and I think he sold out of a couple sets already because they're in really high demand. But links for all that in the description. Then, of course, we've got Fresh and Buds. Fresh and Buds is, we saw Tommy on stream round 1, so that's sick. Fresh and Buds is a lovely podcast. They just had Michael Fang on as well on their podcast. I listened to that last night. Really great conversation. Tommy is a fantastic host. I love the timbre of his voice. He's a great podcaster. Then we've got Team Ascent, which Team Ascent, they really go the extra mile with the internet. You can see right here, and if you look it up specifically, we're at an underground convention hall in a casino. It's not a standard venue by any means, and yet this mobile router still functions. There's always some hiccup somewhere in the day, just it probably is switching something internally. It's got a couple different SIM cards in there, so it does fix itself. I just have to reset a few things. Hopefully it won't be down for more than 5 minutes like it was this last round, and hopefully never again. Normally it's just one hiccup per day. But that sucker works underground a casino. So that's pretty hype. Shout out to Team Ascent. You can get Fab merch like the one I'm wearing. Look at this. Just Goat. And we actually do have that segment as well. This is from Guess the Fab event code, which we will be playing later today. Then, of course, we have Hammurabi TCG, Hemel Patel. I know I always personally DM Hemel because I'll be building my decks and realize, oh, shoot, I'm missing a foil. Oh, I'm missing a playset of Majestics, whatever it is. And I could go to TCG Player. I could go to Facebook Marketplace and try to, find what I'm looking for. Or I could just DM Hemel. And since he's at, so many of these conventions, he normally, either hand delivers or ships them pretty darn quick. So he will go out of his way to get you what you need.
mean, as the ad says, I really do like that ad. I'm actually working on a new ad for him, which will be quite exciting as well, so stay tuned for that. Then we've got Fab Foundry, which is an LGS based out of Portland, which is local to Nathan. And they are fantastic. They hosted Battle Hardened Portland, and I got to know those guys really well. They did an amazing show out there, and they're also Fab only. They are an LGS that is centered around Flesh and Blood. So it is, if you're West Coast, definitely, easier shipping access for one. They're out of Portland, like I said. Definitely go check them out. And there is a 10% off code, Savage10. And they are beautiful people. We've also got Green Tree Sports Cards, another LGS, but they are going out of their way to do something really special that we want to highlight on this broadcast. And I'll probably get Sin in here at some point to talk about it specifically. But hey, they are hosting a camp of all things to do Flesh and Blood. It's coming up for like a 3-day back-to-back showing, August 15th through 18th, where there is camp activities. There's a 5K for CC and then a 2K Team Blitz, I believe. So that's coming up in August. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm absolutely going to be there. And then there's 2 more sponsors. We've got Fabled Runaways, who are not only providing the casters today. I mean, they're hired casters, not free talent. But we've got Yanji and Naib from the Runaways. I myself am also from the Runaways. And the Runaways is doing a lot on the Discord right now to help promote free drafts. Also, the CC rated queue is free as well, and it's been really popping off. So if you want to jump in on that grind for the Pro Tour metagame, that's a little bit more than just Talishar testing. The rated CC queue pops off pretty much nonstop in the Runaways Discord, and those are people who are banking ELO points on their games. It's pretty incredible. And then we've finally got a very long-term sponsor and sponsor of so many wonderful people in this community, and that is Fabrec.gg. Their ad is incredible. I'm so glad they replaced mine. Mine was so old and dated at this point, but the 3 floating guys have made a lovely ad for them, and Sam's been in the chat. So Fabrec is just, they're, in terms of analytical tools, incredible. You just hit up their website, fabric.gg, and not only can you get that half of what they're offering, they also have a lot of articles as well, and I'm a writer for them. I'll have another article coming next week as well. So just, these events are really just ways for a bunch of members of the community to come together and help support coverage, and I'm really thankful for all of these sponsors who have gone out of their way to make this stream possible. There's a lot of costs in travel, for one, the hotels, and then hiring the casters and all that. So that's really the people you need to thank for today, and I really deeply appreciate every single one of them, and then also all the viewers for making the stream so fun. With that, I think I bought enough time. It looks like the next round is probably paired, so I'm going to go find Naib and see who we're bringing on stream. I was looking for an Illusionist player, so that would be pretty, well, if it's a Prism, exciting. If it's a Dromai, hopefully you all still think it's exciting. But with that, we will be right back.
Welcome back to the Battle Hardened in Philadelphia. We have an exciting matchup in round 5. A fellow member of Team Runaways, Noah Bagelman, and he's playing Kayo.
Yeah, and he's
Guy Cohen, who's on Dromai. Now, Guy is a very accomplished Dromai player. I believe did he win a calling?
Yeah, I think he's by rating the best Dromai player in the world.
Okay, him and Mara have to be in contention also for like accolades. You know, Mara getting to the finals of the Pro Tour, and Guy also winning tier 3 level events.
Tier 3 event, but Guy through and through has just been a very solid player. We've seen him pilot Uzuri in the top 8 of the Orlando Battle Hardened. Just by constructed ELO ratings points alone, I think he is like still top, couple in the world, and he's definitely the one of the most accomplished Dromai players in the world. They're both 4-0, right? This is going into round 5.
Yeah, going to round 5.
Yep. So very strong opponents. We're going to see some very high-level gameplay.
Yeah, Noah's been playing KO for quite a bit. I've been working with him personally on the deck, so it'll be exciting to see how this match plays out. But I think the players are just about ready to start. So we have Noah versus Guy, KO versus Dromai. Who do you think has the advantage in this matchup?
I'm a religious KO player ever since the set came out. I haven't swerved from this hero, and I probably plan to play this hero at Pro Tour as well, barring extraneous circumstances. I like the matchup a lot. I do know that skilled Dromai opponents can give KO some trouble, but I think this is very highly KO favored.
Yeah, I think it depends. I definitely think if the Dromai is playing more aggressive, that it's a little bit better for KO. KO doesn't have infinite poppers, but it does have quite a couple of attacks that just have base power 6 or greater.
Yep. It is worth to note that Guy's entire deck is built out of cold foils, and his deck costs more than Noah's house probably.
Man after my own heart.
He's a lot like Ethan, and so that definitely gives Guy a little bit of an edge there.
Yeah, it's the pay-to-win advantage. Now, Guy is, I think, has been a big proponent of kind of like the slower, more like permanent space, like big dragons, Dromai deck for a long time, and so I wonder what I wonder how he's going to choose to take this matchup. I think what do you think are some of the most important cards from either side?
Yeah, absolutely. I think on the KO side, KO obviously needs to be able to pop dragons when he can, which is counterintuitive to his own game plan because he wants to attack with those 6+ attacks. And so KO really wants to find a turn where he isn't being pressured by Noah's board, and he can flip into a Blood Rush turn or a 3-wide go attack turn where he presents more damage than he can reasonably block out.
I do want to say something real quick. There's a poll in the chat. Do we think Guy has upgraded to cold foil sync belows? Last time he was on stream, those were not out yet. So there's a poll in the chat. Do you think he's upgraded his syncs?
Oh, I think he has one in his hand, so we can actually.
My money is definitely 100% immediately when that judge pack came out.
It's a Fate for C.
Is that an upgraded Fate for Scene? Now, the question is, why is Guy playing non-Asia Pacific Fate for Scene?
They're not cold foil.
Yeah, but they're higher rarity than the cold foil one, no? By just rareness alone? Surely they must be hard to tell.
Right, that's another poll for the chat, another time.
Yeah. So Noah's starting the turn off, going first. Discarding a Agile Windup Yellow to generate both an Might and an Agility token, passing priority to Guy, who's going to activate the Seeker's Mitts.
Now, it's worth noting, Noah does have a Marvel hero, and Guy does not. And so, despite maybe Noah's entire deck not being cold foil, I think there's something to say for that. There's some level of intimidation advantage that you get from having this big, scary one-armed boy staring you down the entire game. Noah now choosing, because priority is returned to him, to go attack with the Claw. And the Claw should have go again now because the Agile Windup was discarded this turn.
Yeah, Noah's hand doesn't look that great. I wonder if it would have been better to discard the Beast Within and to attack with a Wrecker Romp. But although it wouldn't have go again.
Yeah.
He can't send Riled Up for 6.
Yeah, which might be what he does, but I think threatening 9 damage is...
No blocks.
Okay, Geese has no blocks, reacts. Do you think playing this reaction incentivizes Noah to continue his chain, or surely it's not great to Arsenal any of these blues, right?
Yeah, I think it is probably good to send. Okay, so we have the benefit of seeing Gee's hand, but if he is willing to throw defense reaction on the Mandible Claw, you kind of have to feel like he has another one in his hand.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, so Noah passing priority, letting Gee pitch a card to activate Flame Scale Furnace.
Noah playing this extremely well. Noah continuously using the pass priority mechanic to see what his opponent does, and getting 3 points of value off of what would have been a potentially dead card in his arsenal.
Yeah, really good. Now we see Noah's drawing up, and this can be kind of an awkward situation depending on how Noah chooses to play it. So he's drawn both a Blood Rush Bellow and a Bear Fangs. Bear Fangs is a great attack, but you kind of want to be you kind of want to play the Blood Rush Bellow first, but then also now he is going to just be playing Blood Rush Bellow raw off of 4-card hand. Not necessarily where you want to be, but having the agility token is really strong.
Absolutely. Gee saying no blocks here. Not even respecting this with armor. No blocks, taking forward the face, creating an Ashwing, going into his turn with an agility token and a Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, I think that Ashwings are kind of hit or miss. It depends. They can be worthwhile if the game goes long.
Yep.
But if you're kind of pressuring the Dromai, and it looks like Gee choosing to put snatches in his deck, I think maybe this is why Noah's choosing to play in the way that he did.
Exactly. One of the downsides to playing, this lean offensive type of Dromai deck is that you get punished if you're running a lot of these 2 blocks that are incidentally also very strong on offense. So Noah abusing the fact that Gee's deck is more offensive than defensive to say, hey, I have better numbers than you, and if you want to play this game, I can do something like this and double Blood Rush in a single turn.
Yeah, and he's choosing to go for the double Blood Rush, I think, because he drew a Beast Within.
Yep.
Although now not discarding the Beast Within, getting punished a little bit.
Yeah, this is a slight punish. Not an amazing punish because, each of the Blood Rushes does represent 4 points of value on this turn. It just depends what.
Yeah, but his agility token essentially is wasted.
Yeah, that's totally fair. He does have a wasted agility token, but I mean, could he have made use of it otherwise anyway? I mean, he would have had to hit the Beast Within.
Yeah. So the line is either he just sends the Clash of Agility for 8, go again into a Claw, and then he can. And then he wouldn't have an arsenal.
Yep. Wow.
Right?
That's probably the best arsenal to have in the circumstance.
Yeah, playing the Sigil of Solace. So now the Send Packing is only coming in for just raw 11 damage.
Yanji, last time we had Guy on stream in Pittsburgh, we asked this question. Would Guy put in the new Barcelona sigils, or would he continue to have the Asia Pacific sigils?
Yeah. And
Guy has answered this question for us today. I think he has all 3 Barcelona sigils, as he considers this to be a rarer card than the Asia Pacific ones.
Noah now coming in with the Claw for 7.
Claw for 7. This is an 18 damage turn.
Yeah, but he's going to be able to cash in the Balance of Justice now to be able to block with an extra card.
Absolutely. I almost feel like Guy came out of this turn ahead. Because he's able to more or less mitigate the major threat that Noah was able to throw, which was the Send Packing attack, by having a Sigil and Arsenal.
Yeah.
And because he was able to select the right card on the discard to prevent Noah from getting value off of the Beast Within.
Yeah, I think as the KO player, you have to run some kind of risk assessment. Basically, that first discard off of the Blood Rush Bellow was kind of like the worst possible, where he discards the Bear Fangs. You could make an argument that he could have also played it. He could have just like not played the Blood Rush Bellow and then just attack with the Bear Fangs with Go again, and you have like a 1 in 3 of discarding the Bear Fangs. A lot of uncomfortable decisions, which is kind of at the core of playing Kayo.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of times in KO, I believe it's correct to even pitch Blood Rush just to be able to have an efficient turn. Because the KO deck construction is, and although they do run a lot of blues, sometimes fairly lean, and you really leave it up to chance when you discard for Blood Rush.
Yeah, I wonder if Noah is going to roll Scavskins here. He chooses not to. Just coming in with the send packing 4/7.
Yep. Again, asking Guy, do you have a Sigil of Solace in Arsenal, or are you willing to potentially banish this card? And Guy says, yeah, I do have back-to-back Sigils. Thanks for playing these send packings and letting me get value out of these Sigils here. So, hate to see it as Noah, just back-to-back. To me, if I saw that, I'd be kind of tilted here. My send packing gets almost no value, nor does my Might token.
Yeah, but the Dromai player is going to want to be blocking regardless. So, choosing to block with...
Absolutely. It's not even like, you don't even get the value of getting information, right? They just play the Sigil and you're like, okay, what has this send packing actually done here?
Yeah.
Maybe this is the strategy that the Dromai players are using to react to the, sheer amount of Command and Conquers in the Boots decks. Just going up to more Sigil of Solaces.
Yeah, and now we see Guy is presenting a kind of annoying threat that Noah's going to have to deal with. So one of the downsides to KO is that it could be hard to clear Mirror Guys if you don't have a Might token.
Yep.
Throwing Mandible Claw into Mirror Guy with Might token is pretty great, but now he's going to have to do something to answer. Will he be able to kind of make use of all the cards in his hand? And it looks like he has a Mighty Wind-Up.
I think he might attack with the Assault and Battery and set up for next turn, clearing the Mirror Guy.
Yeah, I do like that line.
Nope, he's pitching.
I'll claw you.
I see. So he just wants to go wide here. He's probably going to discard the Mighty Wind-Up to give Go again. And then probably attack with Clash of Agility then in that case.
Yeah. You could also attack with the CNC. It depends. Like, it's probably better to save the CNC for a turn where you have two Might tokens, so you're attacking with the
he has played
for 8.
2 back-to-back Sigil Sauces. What are the chances he has a third in Arsenal?
I mean, I don't think it matters so much whether that he has like a Sigil of Solace.
2 Mights has Go again.
It's just I think you're kind of buying space to make like a setup turn.
Yep. If I attack face, I like playing CNC here, but if I want to clear the Mirror Guy, I prefer attacking with the Clash. But it looks like Noah is choosing to attack face with the CNC.
Yeah, and this is just going to draw 2 cards out of the Dromai player.
Absolutely. And now now Noah has the Might tokens to be able to clear the Mirror Guy on the swing back.
So coming in with a Billowing Mirage, pitching a Lost in Thought. Lost in Thought is, I think, also going to be a key card as we get to the late game.
Yep. Extremely strong on the second cycle.
Yeah, like you really want to be playing Lost in Thought. I think after you have a board set up, it's hard for KO to have more than 1 popper.
Absolutely. Yeah, Lost in Thought, extremely powerful card, especially into heavy popper decks, where the amount of poppers, drastically goes down towards the end of the game. We're looking for 3 Go again. Noah deciding whether or not he wants to block this. He says no, take it. Let's see what dragons you decide to attack with henceforth. 3 Go again with 1 Arcane. I'm imagining Noah is probably going to take that too.
Yeah, it's hard. I think you have to balance. So the board is already getting a little bit unmanageable. I think it can be quite hard to clear if you just swing Claw at the Mirror Guy. You do kind of want to be blocking. But Noah does have a pulping in his hand, so he is going to be able to, I think, play. He is going to be able to play for more attacks here. You can choose not to blow up the Ashwing. If you can manage to draw and discard the Savage, or sorry, the Swing Big, for example, and you get a blue, you can go Pulping, Claw, Clash of Agility, but that Mirror Guy is still going to be, staying around and providing more and more value for Gi's side.
Yeah, Gi already 2 life ahead. Typically, in this matchup, if the Dromai player plays it correctly, you get to this type of board state. And I think this is the path to victory for the Dromai. Although I said they are unfavored in this matchup, I think this is the right way that you want to play the matchup. And I'm sure Gi has practiced into Kayo and other group friends multiple times and knows what his outs are and what strategy he should be employing.
Pulping target.
We're seeing a pulping be thrown.
I think Noah's deciding whether or not he wants to go face or like going face is super risky if Gi has a defense reaction set.
Yeah, although you are losing value on your might tokens, I feel like I prefer going into the dragon here as well, and it looks like that's what Noah has decided.
Yeah, so he's drawn what looks to be a red Wild Ride.
Red Wild Ride, so he probably just throws Claw here, I'm assuming, yeah. Throw a Claw. He...
Yeah, and it's really awkward. I think discarding, we're seeing like discarding the Mighty Windup on the previous turn to give your Claw go again. Even though Noah was able to kind of make use of his hand, he kind of like wasted the card because it basically just converted into go again by sending the pulping at the Mirror Guy instead of sending it at face.
Right.
The other awkward part is that if he does send the pulping at face, even if Gi doesn't have a defense reaction in Arsenal, it can be really difficult to even to clear the Mirror Guy still without that Might token.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough place to be for Noah because the Mirror Guy has already gotten like 3 turns of value, and so you've fallen a little bit behind in life because you weren't able to efficiently clear that dragon early on. And those are the types of plays that he wants to make. He wants to create very uncomfortable boards for his opponent to deal with efficiently. And so look at what's happening here. The best thing that Noah can throw on these turns is just a Claw for 3, and that's a single block that he has to give. And of course, it's the Marvel CNC that he blocks with. He gets to clap back with a 2 dragon board already established with at least 1 point of arcane guaranteed.
And so we're coming in now with an Enlightened Strike for 5 go again. Noah's drawn a Clash of Agility, so this might be kind of what he wanted to see. Normally, Clash of Agility doesn't get a lot of value in this matchup.
Sure. It does gain value when you're attacking with... Oh, no. Imagine...
So Cast Bones on top.
Yeah, imagine not winning a Clash against a Dromai. Rough. But yeah, you can gain value off of it when they're attacking with Phantasmaless Dragons, potentially. Notably, Clash is not incurred when objects... No, you can, right? Because you can't Clash against dragons at all.
No.
It's not the Phantasm. Yeah. So the dragons just make Clash of Agility really tough.
Yeah, now Gi is coming in with a Dust Up. Noah kind of has to decide what he wants to do. He can choose to keep all the cards in his hand to kind of set up for a big turn on the following turn because he knows that he is going to be drawing to Cast Bones, so he's heavily incentivized to be playing for an Agility token.
Gi is so disciplined with his dragons, I've never, he would not attack with a single dragon unless he has a way to continue his turn, which is, exactly what you want to be doing. You want to really whittle your opponent's hands down, whittle their life down. Noah here having to block this Dust Up, whereas he didn't respect it on turn 1. He's definitely showing it some respect here.
Yeah, so choosing to get go again with the Snapdragon, cashing in for the Snapdragon Scalers now, attacking with the Aether Ashwing.
Yeah, I think Gi played that turn extremely well. He made sure that the Dust Up was respected, and now his opponent is left with a 1-card hand versus a CNC for 8.
Noah's still going to be attacking with Command and Conquer. He has.
Oh, is there one in his arsenal? Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, you'd still be attacking with the Command and Conquer. That's pretty good then. CNC for 8. Let's see if there's another.
Oh, sorry, no. His arsenal is Clash of Agility.
Oh, is it? Oh, right. Because we chose to attack with CNC the previous turn instead of the Clash. So slightly less frightening, but damage is damage. I think it'll have to be respected a little bit.
Yeah, I think we definitely want to clear arsenal. So, Noah's choosing to clear arsenal here. He knows he's drawing into the cast bones. You don't want to be rolling Scabskins all the time, but Cast Bones is one of those cards that kind of incentivizes you to roll Scabskins.
Absolutely. Especially if your opponent is, attacking with something that can be popped. If their only attack is a dragon, then, you can give them one card and then throw your attack into a Cast Bones. Guy here, thinking on how much life he's willing to lose to continue pushing momentum.
Yeah, you have to do like a balance, because even though you are kind of up in terms of how the trades have gone so far, if you choose to take damage and then you let your dragon get popped to kind of end the turn, Noah can quickly catch up in the trades, and we see Guy is kind of getting punished again for playing these snatches in his deck.
Hey, it is a code foil sink below.
All right,
there.
so the poll. Book it. The people who said that Guy would have cold foil sink belows, they are the winners.
Is that a pink foil snatch and a cold foil sink below? That was like a $600 block.
So Guy is now coming in, having played a Dromai this turn, coming in with a Blaze Headlong for 4.
Yeah. The Blaze Hedgehog, again, one of those cards that can, just chip cards out of your opponent's hand because it attacks so efficiently.
So Pack Call is going to reveal a blue Wrecker Romp off the top.
Yep, and the blue stays there, which means that Noah can ensure at least one might counter when he casts his Cast Bones.
It'd be crazy if it was the red. Yeah, just get spicy with it.
Yeah, so choosing to play Passing Mirage. And now he knows that Noah's drawing to Cast Bones, so this is a critical juncture in the game. Do you risk rolling Scabskins here?
I always roll Scabs here personally.
Do you play? You always roll Scabs here?
I think there's too many things on the board that has to be
Forbidden Shoes
dealt with. There's a Dromai and a Passing Mirage, and so I'm incentivized to try to clear as many of these as I can before I cast my bones.
Which do you think is better to clear first, the Passing Mirage or the Dromai?
Oh, there you go. See, you always roll Scabs.
Oh wow!
Never
So
punished.
actually,
you can clear both.
So getting 6.
There we go.
Getting 6 on this turn is actually quite big. He's going to actually be able to play out his whole hand if he wants to.
Yep. And I think that's what I do as Noah personally. I'm a huge fan because I know that I have, I might not get agility always, but the ability to clear, of course, the Passing Mirage is, I think, priority number 1.
Mm-hmm.
For me, Dromai is a valuable card, but if I can, get rid of it without much, cost to myself, I definitely do it. And here, I think it really makes sense to clear this Dromai, because you want to be able to go into your Cast Bone turn without, giving as many cards as you can. If you roll a 6, or if you show 6 5s off the top, then your Cast Bones is immensely impactful here.
Yeah, so being able to kind of clear everything that is problematic and getting to play Cast Bones.
Yep.
Now revealing 5.
Yep.
And he gets the full 6, so he's going to get 6 Might tokens.
Never didn't have it.
We're going to see if he is going to be able to draw. Ideally, you would draw into the Red Bear Fangs.
Yep.
So if you draw into Bear Fangs and and 2 blues, then you are somewhat guaranteed to, have another, at least like 2 attacks wide. And it's going to be like a huge turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why Noah is undefeated. You got to roll 2 6s on your go-off turn if you want to, just blow your opponent out of the water. I think before this turn, I would have said that it was Guy favored, but because the Scabs was so favorable to Noah, I think definitely the onus is on Guy to really strip cards out of Noah's hand.
Yeah, and I don't know if Guy is going to be able to do that. So Noah does draw the Wrecker Romp, and he did draw the Red Bear Fangs.
It's not the best hand. I can say that for sure.
No, it's pretty ideal to have both blues, to have all 3 blues in your hand, because you know that you're going to be drawing into Send Packing or a Wild Ride.
Oh, does he have does he have a way to draw?
Yeah, the Bear Fangs.
Oh, there's the Bear Fangs. I didn't see that. Okay, yeah. I see. This is why you're doing play-by-play, Yanji. I'm a little blind here. I did not realize he has a Bear Fang. I thought it was all blues, but that's a pretty good hand for sure.
Yeah, so we know that the last 2 cards of his deck are either a Send Packing or a... it's either the Send Packing or the... what's it called? The Wild Ride. I think drawing into Wild Ride would probably be a little bit better just for cost curve considerations.
Yep.
But Noah is blocking with the Scowling Fleshbag because he knows that he has, a potential to draw into Send Packing.
Yep.
So basically guaranteeing that Guy is going to have an arsenal that he is incentivized to protect.
Yeah, Noah recognizing that there's not many great places to block with Fleshbag, and I think he's found the turn where he can actually extract maximum value from this Fleshbag. I'm curious though, if Guy had another attack that he could have potentially followed up with here.
Yeah, and do we have an idea what is that last card in Guy's hand?
What is that card? Is that Censor?
Uvia?
Oh,
I don't know. It's hard to tell. He has a Humble in his hand that I think Guy is thinking about pitching Humble to the Flamescale Furnace to kind of guarantee what card is going to be in Arsenal. Humble's not really a card that you want to be kind of stuck in your arsenal.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's saying, I'm not going to be able to play out this card either way, so
2 cost at me.
let's just get some mash while we're at it.
Still take 1. So you're going to take 23. 23?
Yeah, Noah taking 2 down to 23.
I'm 23, yeah. We were 25 to start a turn. All right. Yeah.
Now I wonder if Guy is going to be attacking this Mirror guy or not.
I wonder what I do if I'm Guy. I feel like because I know my opponent has a potentially very strong turn, I might try to get a card out of their hand here.
Yeah, choosing to let burn them all die, and arsenaling the last card in his hand.
Yeah. No, Guy is definitely a way more disciplined player than I am. I throw Mirror Guy here all the time just because I want a card out of their hand, but maybe some of that is in hindsight.
Yeah, I mean it's a big punish because Guy knows like the top 6 cards of what Noah is drawing into 4 of them. So if Noah drew into the Send Packing, it's super minus to be attacking the Mirror Guy if he also drew the Wrecker Romp, because you block the Wrecker Romp, throw the Send Packing and Claws.
Absolutely.
And we're discarding a blue here. What did we draw into? This Bear Fangs is pretty enormous, coming in for 14 go again.
14 go again.
And creating a Might token. So he has drawn the Send Packing, it looks like.
That is a 2-card Pulverize, Yanji.
Well, it's a 3-card. You have to set it up for the turn before. That's still pretty good.
2-card Asterisk.
Yeah.
Pretty decent. Yeah.
So like this is really I think what the Kayo has to do in order to get past a Dromai playing pretty defensively. Yeah. So we see Guy, wanted to save the sink below. It would have been, I think, disastrous if Noah had intimidated the Humble and then forced Guy to block with the sink below on that turn.
For sure. That's definitely the right play on Guy's end, and that shows why he's one of the best Dromais in the world. Knowing when to pitch cards that are not going to be useful to him, not being afraid to, play exactly how you want to play. I don't believe there's any 2 block in his hand this turn, so he's able to play fairly efficiently.
Yeah, so now Noah has kind of a choice. He can choose to play the Send Packing, or he can just choose to throw Claws. So he's going to throw Send Packing at the Mirror Guy, which I think is a pretty
I think that's
good
right.
choice.
Yeah, I think Mirror Guy is just one of the most threatening cards in the Dromai deck. Dromai has very few threats that she can throw at Noah. It's a 3 Mirror Guy, 3 Passing Mirage, and then after that, 3 Chromai. And I think clearing that really just makes sure that you're the one who controls the flow of the game.
So now Guy's coming in with a Ravenous Rabble for 4.
Of course, we're in these beautiful new Rabbles that we got at some limited events.
Yeah, revealing another Ravenous Rabble. Noah does have the 6 power card in his hand to be able to
15.
Yeah, see, we were talking about phase 2 for Dori before. This is phase 2 of Dromai, Yuanji, where you just switch to playing Fi.
Yeah, so playing a Burn Them All.
14.
The question here is whether or not he... Oh, he is attacking with this, right?
Yeah. And so I think you kind of have to send, you have to block, but your follow-up this turn is not actually that great. I think there's a couple of lines, but most of them just involve, you can either throw Wild Ride, and...
Wow, look at that hand. That is another 4 go again hand. This is just Fi mode right now.
Yeah, so you can basically throw Wild Ride here, or you can throw Claws and set up for...
I like this.
For another turn. So by doing this play, he's basically guaranteeing the most amount of value that Agile Windup is going to give.
Yep.
Although having go again on the with a Wild Ride set isn't necessarily the best.
I do think that Noah doesn't recognize the sheer amount of damage that's about to come his way. It's not lethal by any means, but I think Guy is going to push a lot on this turn.
Yeah, and this Burn Them All, because Noah chose not to submit Arcane Barrier, is going to stick around and, do a great job of closing the game out if Noah isn't able to respond in kind, showing a Nourishing Emptiness on the top, so that is also going to be a big threat.
Yeah, and if Noah decides to take damage here down to a low enough life total, he can actually just 6 dominate per game if the cards line up.
Which is Noah choosing to take the first 4 damage.
Yeah, that makes sense. You want to see what your opponent does here before you do anything rash like blocking.
Coming in again for another 4.
Yeah, this might be a little more respected, but this may also be one of the last few turns that Noah has to go insanely wide, and so he may be considering that because he has that agility token. So let's see if he chooses to actually block it all here.
Yeah, one play that Noah does have available to him because he's drawn a runner is that he can go runner Tunic Claw, and save the agility token for the following turn. Interesting that he's choosing to block with the Scab Skins. This is actually I think pretty good.
Yep.
Okay.
Because he will probably use the Tunic on this turn. And because he's going to use the Tunic on this turn, this might be like the last turn. Like he doesn't think that the game is going to go 3 more turns.
Yeah, this was a 3-card 13, Yonji.
So blocking the Asvali.
And that makes a lot of sense.
I wonder if it would have been better to play the... Oh, did he have... I wonder if it would have been better to block the runner and play the...
I like that more too. I like Savage Feast a lot as a card.
But this way, you're kind of guaranteed to be throwing...
7, go again.
Yeah, you're kind of guaranteed to be throwing 3 attacks wide.
Here you mean, or with the Savage Feast?
I mean, here you're guaranteed to be throwing 3 attacks wide plus like...
How do you attack with the Claw?
He just has to play the runner or the Wild Ride from his arsenal first.
Oh, there is a Wild Ride in his arsenal. Okay.
Wild Ride.
Wild Ride discarding Smash Instinct, so
6 go again.
Yeah, but this lets you set up the agility token also for the next turn. So I mean, like the trade-off is essentially that you're doing less damage on this turn because you're not drawing the extra card, but you're guaranteeing like the agility token setup for the next turn, which is going to be pretty good depending on the texture of how Guy's hand draws. If Guy draws, a lot of attacks, it's not going to be great. If Guy just sends the Nourishing Emptiness, then Noah's going to be able to probably block that out.
Okay, so it's now 6 to 7. Guy, instead throwing the E strike for 7 because Nourishing is not exactly... Oh, no, he does have more cards in his hand, right? Is it 5 go again?
So he's choosing go again.
5 go again, so he assume has a dragon that he wants to attack with here. So this is quite threatening to Noah. He's going to want to block this a little bit or risk dying to the Burn Them All over the next couple turns. So really, it's a tough spot to be in for Noah, I believe. You want to be able to make use of your agility and might tokens and go wide. At the same time, you're at 6, and it's really hard to play with a 2-card hand as KO, as effectively.
Yeah, so now no one knows that Guy, with 2 cards left in his hand, cannot throw the Nourishing Emptiness unless he drew a blue. So choosing to block out and getting him the Might token. closing the chain and playing Rake the Embers. Now, Rake the Embers, while being a lot of damage on this turn, isn't lethal, and also doesn't necessarily threaten lethal on the next turn.
Nope.
Because Noah would be taking 4 damage, so you could still kind of take all this damage and throw back everything.
Rake is amazing here, I think. And the reason is because, you don't know whether or not you have access to Mirror Guy or Carmine coming turns. The ability to get value out of your burn them all every single turn is something that is infinitely impactful in this game here. Because Noah's at 5, every single Ashwing has to be respected from here on out.
Into Wild Ride in the
Yeah, so Noah doesn't have a blue in his hand. If he had a blue in his hand, this decision would be like pretty easy. I think you just automatically block the Savage Feast, and then on your turn you can send the Bear Fangs plus Claws using the Tunic trigger. But now I think you have a real decision to make whether or not you want to take the damage. If you choose to take the damage, then you can pitch the yellow and then play the Savage Feast, draw a card, and then if you draw like a 2-cost attack, then you can throw that with the Tunic. If you draw a 3-cost attack, then you can throw the Claws.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in as Noah, because if you take 3, down to 2, then you're on a 2-turn clock. However, if you block here, then really, how strong is your turn? I guess, you can go Bear Fangs for 10 into 3, which is okay.
Yeah, the other line that I think that I like is you could have also blocked the Agile Wind Up and then just use Tunic to play the Savage Feast to try to draw into a blue or a yellow.
Right. I mean, this is still 2-card 13, which is reasonable. Nope, just kidding. It's probably the worst thing that could have happened for Noah at this point. He not only loses a mic counter, he also loses 2 attack off of... Yeah, oh, that's the yellow. Okay, so he couldn't claw it either way. Yeah, Noah definitely would have preferred to have the Terror Limb from Limb in hand instead of this.
Yeah, and then so I think in this choice, really that last turn was pretty big in terms of how you're deciding to kind of tackle the Ashwing attack.
Yeah, no, that, if I'm in Noah's seat, I'm definitely really tilted there. There's so few misses, but sometimes when you need it to hit most, it just doesn't.
And so Guy is, I think, firmly in the driver's seat now. Noah really needed to be able to go for 2 attacks on this turn.
Yep.
Or at least one pretty big attack. Now the Bear Fangs are coming in for 8. Guy only has to block 1 card. Can choose to block 2 cards if he wants.
Gives, Brute takes. Yeah, so Noah, what emotions do you think is going through Noah's head right now?
It's hard to say. Noah's a pretty rational guy. I think he is probably going to take a look back at this game to see if there are any different decision points that he could have made.
I mean, right here, I don't believe there's a different decision, really.
No, there is.
Is it
it's either you so basically you can either choose to no block, or you could choose to block the Agile Wind Up, or you choose to block the Savage Feast.
I see. You're saying he was punished because he chose to block there on the previous turn.
Well, he's kind of punished because he chose because of the card that he chose to block with.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, that's a very valid point, I think. Yeah, so if he, instead if he chose to block with the Agile Wind Up, he can Tunic for 8, go again into a claw, I guess.
Yeah, potentially. Or he'll get he'll get a card for Arsenal. He'll get a red for Arsenal.
Yeah, but in no means is this over for Noah. Wow, Guy taking exactly the life that he needs to be able to play the Scar for Scar, which is
Scar for Scar coming in for go again. It's pretty big. Noah's drawn another Cast Bones, and I wonder if he is going to be taking a line where he blocks with the
3 off the Arcane. Let me check real quick.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's going to take a line where he takes damage or not.
I think with the low enough life total, really, I think Noah's doing the right thing. You want to count how many dragons are in the grave, see how long this Burn Them All will last for. if no one needs to close out, then potentially taking this, hoping they don't have a follow-up. Otherwise, I think, you pop this, try to see if you can set up the cast bones.
Yeah, the real downside so I think no matter what, you're going to have to make a gamble. Either the last card in Guy's hand is an attack, or it's a dragon, or it's a defensive card. So if it's a defensive card, I think you want to be no blocking. Obviously, I think if it's like a 1-cost dragon, it's so hard to make the call in the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and this is a very non-linear type of Dromai build, because Guy is not only able to threaten dragons, he also has the ability to go into this mode where he just throws 4 go-agains, all without Phantasm.
Yeah, I believe it's kind of guaranteed that this cast bones is not going to hit 6. I think he should have.
Yep, there you go. It's at most 5 now. Nope, at most 4.
So yeah, his cast bones is going to get 4.
So it's a 1-card 4, which is essentially what Guy's been doing for this entire game. 1-card 4 that gives your opponent full information at the top of your deck.
Yeah, it's going to be very awkward drawing into that second copy of Cast Bones.
Absolutely. At least it blocks for 3.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Guy here, like a good player, is memorizing all his cards, so he knows any possibility that's to come, aside from, of course, what's in his arsenal. This may be close to the end for Noah, I think.
So it looks like Guy has a Blaze Headlong and a Chromai and a Yenderai. So he can actually play his whole hand out and basically threaten, like force Noah to block with all the cards in his hand. Although Noah did get the 2 poppers. So he's not counted out yet. He basically is going to be taking I think 2 damage this turn.
Yeah, at minimum. He's definitely not counted out. Okay, there's a rake. I think he might be counted out.
No, I don't think so. Guy's short on Ash. So he can only make 2 Ash Wings. So coming in, you have to block this Blaze Headlong, and then you're going to be taking, another 1 damage from the Burn Them All. You really have to.
Right, but you can't drop to 1 because you just lose on the next turn.
He can block with the Tunic.
You can, but you really want to be careful of what amount of damage you take, because you're just lessening the clock that you have to live in this game.
Yeah, I think you have to block the Tunic here. Right. You have to give Tunic and go to 2.
It's a really tough spot to be as Noah, and I don't want to be in the spot that he's in right now, because this Burn Them All is on the field and Guy's entire grave is full of reds. I think it's going to be a hard ask to make sure that he doesn't leak Arcane while preventing damage from these cards like Blaze Hedgehog.
And so Noah's just in the tank.
Yeah, and I don't think with a 1 or 2 card hand that Noah can present anywhere near the amount of damage that he needs to force the Dromai.
His arsenal is a Smash Instinct, so it's essentially going to be coming in for, if you count the card that you intimidated as 3, then he's going to be coming in for 12.
Yeah.
So he gets to basically take Guy's hand, or most of his hand, but Guy's going to still get to keep 1 card. And Dromai's really good in the late game, keeping these 1-card hands.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's what the deck is crafted to do, right? All these 1-card 4s, along with just this incidental Burn Them All that's just been chipping away to Noah from, there's 2 of them that's been played, right? So they've been chipping away from the start.
Yeah.
So Guy's identified the win condition for Dromai, which is just throwing little attacks, little dragons, and just chipping away until you get to a point where your hand is more than your opponent can hope to deal with.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah. Noah recognizing that he has to block with the cast bones.
Oh, and choosing to take 1. I think choosing to take 1 here kind of seals his fate, because Guy has the Chromai. If Guy didn't have Chromai, I think this would have been a really good play, but he does have the Chromai.
Yeah. No,
so Noah's going to have to block 2 cards.
Yeah, so he's going to take Arcane down to, he should be at 2 now, right? So he's going to be forced to go down to 1 with the Arcane. I think that's just it for Noah. I don't think there's a way out.
Yep.
And so now he's
I
forced.
think the way out is Guy has to draw 3, 4, 6. No, even if Guy draws only like 2 blocks in his next hand, I think he's still still alive.
That's why the
Because
Ashwing is so
then he can
impactful.
block 6. Block 6 and goes to 1 or 2 if he wants to block the furnace.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's why the Ashwing was so strong there. It's like it just prevents opponent chip. If your opponent doesn't block correctly, they get instantly punished. And here, Noah's really just questioning his life choices. Why did I bring Brute today?
Well, I think he's been doing pretty well so far, but
Yes.
I think a couple of choices that he made during the game really impacted kind of the direction that the game ended up going.
For sure, and yeah, I think Noah has played this game very well. Maybe 1 or 2 micro mistakes. Couldn't call them mistakes, but maybe inefficiencies. But really facing down probably one of the best Dromai players in the world. This is a very good showing nonetheless, and he's still very much in contention for top 8. So he may realize how to play against his deck better going into top 8, and maybe we might see a rematch hopefully down the line. Noah here left with a 2-card hand. Has to give a card if he doesn't want to die on this turn, but really the swing back is not phenomenal because he needs to clear the other Ashwing if he wants to live. So do you live or?
I don't think you can clear Ashwing. I think Dromai, it's unlikely that Guy plays no blocks in his deck. But I think you just bank on him having no blocks. I think you're just in the tank because it's kind of just you're waiting for it to happen.
And you said the arsenal was what? It was a Smash Instinct
It's
blue?
a blue Smash Instinct.
Okay. Yeah, so there's not even a way to give a go again. So you're coming in for 8, Intimidate 1. It's not the absolute worst, but I don't think Guy is playing cards like Tome here, which would be your 1 out.
Yeah. I think your out is just that he's playing Tome and he draws 3 Tomes in his hand, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
Well, here's the thing. Guy doesn't have Ash, so I think attacking the Ashwing might actually be correct here.
Guy doesn't have Ash.
He doesn't have Ash, so he doesn't have a way to create Dragon.
No, I mean there's so many cards that you can play that you just
I know, but really you there's lethal on board right now for Guy, right? So the chances of you intimidating a card, even if Guy blocks with 2 cards here, he doesn't die, right? Even let's say 1 is a non-block, and he blocks with 2 whatchamacallit, 2 3s. He still doesn't die.
I don't have any Ash, so it's not guaranteed that I can make it.
See, Guy's telling him the same thing. I think is right to clear the Ashwing. You have no chance of winning if you just attack face here, unless Guy even if they're all 2 blocks, you still die to lethal on board. And I don't believe Brute has it. Yep, and I mean he never didn't have it.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, Noah did get a little unlucky there, but there are some, decision points. I'm sure we'll talk about it as a team. But I think Noah played well. I'm hoping he can, take what he learned here and, shore up this matchup going into top 8 if he makes it that far.
Yeah, really strong showing by Guy, kind of making a blueprint for how Dromai players can approach this KO matchup. It's really difficult to be playing Dromai into decks that have a lot of 6-power cards. So I think the combination of the 4-power go again attacks, really threatening the life total, plus having Rake the Embers and sticking a Mirror Guy on for a couple turns, it really helped Guy kind of even out the disadvantage from a mechanic standpoint.
Absolutely, and we spoke before about why we think so many people are bringing Dromai. One of the advantages that you have as a Dromai player here versus the KO is you're already familiar with your matchups already. Now you just have to shore it up to make sure that you can beat the new heroes. Whereas if you're bringing a hero like KO, not only do you have to figure out your core game plan, you have to figure out your game plan into the plethora of all the other heroes that exist. And there are so many viable heroes right now. It's very difficult to bring a new hero into this format and choose to have the same level of equity that you do playing, already established hero in the metagame.
Well, such is the life of a Flesh and Blood player. So what an exciting game. Congratulations to Guy for going for now, making it to 5-0. We're going to have round 6 coming up, and I think we're going to take a quick break to our sponsor.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects. Snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
SinFabTCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today. Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team, learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds, private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
We're also giving away the promo Boast and playmat from this season of Spoilers. All Majestics and Rares will be automatically entered, so stay tuned for the giveaway drawn at the end of March.
Welcome back to Battle Hardened Philadelphia, where we have an exciting matchup for round 6. Battle Hardened mainstay Rose Smith at 5-0, playing her Dash Concoction.
Yep, her Dash Concoction's right.
Not quite Dree Frog, not quite.
No, it's a Rose special. I gotta say, in all the games that we've cast Rose, and also the last few people have talked to me about her experience playing Rose, I don't think she's ever started a game where she hasn't cast 3 items by turn 5. And that was including all the stream games we saw her there and, most of the games today. So, that's just skill diff, honestly. Like, you shouldn't be playing Dash if you can't cast 3 items by turn 5.
Yep, sounds good. And on the other side, we have Colin playing...
Colin Swisher's playing Uzuri.
Okay, so Uzuri also...
notably, Colin is known for playing Uzuri. He likes talking about her. He calls her his girl, quote unquote. So he's definitely an Uzuri assassin enjoyer through and through. He's we've seen him stream before. I think he played Michael Hamilton was his first foray on stream, and we saw him narrowly lose that game, I believe. But he's a very good Uzuri player, and he's local to the DC, Maryland, Virginia region, as is Rose. And so these players have very storied history within this region. So we should get a really exciting match. I don't know. I don't really know who to put my money on. I think if Rose is firing hot and she gets 3 items by turn 5, she's guaranteed. But otherwise, Uzuri can be pretty scary as well.
Yeah, I think the players are just about ready, and we'll cut to them as they're getting set up. I think I played this matchup from I think both sides before. It depends. Like, Uzuri is pretty good at dealing damage to Dash, despite the fact that Dash, has like a lot of defensive options available to her. I think the downside is if the Dash is playing like a lot of pistol items that you are just barely a little bit too slow before they get like fully set up.
Yep.
I think for that reason, before I was playing what's it called? Smashing good time.
Yep.
I think you need to have it, like, depending on how many items, like the more items that Dash plays, the more important it is to have some kind of like item disruption effect. But it's really difficult to I think have the space for those kinds of cards. That being said, Rose's deck isn't going to be necessarily as like all in on those defensive cards, I think, because she does have some. I think she does play like a couple more Mechanologist cards so that she can boost.
Right. And I think while shuffling, I saw a Titanium Bauble in her deck. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what it looked like to me.
I mean, hey, it's blue, it blocks 3. It's not an attack, which I guess like matters for Bolton.
Very interesting, yeah. So, interesting deck choices from Rose. There's the Pummel there as well. Is that what I'm seeing right there?
Yeah, it looks like there's a Pummel of that all you got. So you got quite an interesting mix of different both offensive and defensive options. So I wonder if Colin is going to be playing more similar to the other Uzuri that we had on stream earlier. If he's going to be playing contracts, or if he's going to be playing, more like stealth attacks similar to kind of like the Ben Dodd list, just making max use of isolate to push through relevant on-hit effects.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Colin and Ben Dodd have collaborated in the past. They're both Uzuri enjoyers. I know Colin is not a heavy fatigue enjoyer, so I don't see him going full contract here. I do think Colin enjoys Uzuri for her hero ability, and so I think we'll see a lot of Uzuri hero ability activations this match, whereas in the previous ones, we saw 1 hero activation in the totality of 20 turns.
Yeah, but what an activation that was.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal one. It definitely was. See, it's not about quantity when it comes to Uzuri. It's about quality of your Uzuri hero activations. Sometimes you just throw a blue without dominate, and your opponent says no blocks to get immediately punished.
My favorite moments are when I like activate Uzuri, and then they play a defense reaction, and I show them like my defense reaction that I vanished. And it's like, okay, we trade defense reactions.
Nice. They're still shuffling. A lot of shuffling going on in this crew.
And making sure that we're well randomized for the game.
For sure.
Colin taking the first move, presenting his deck first.
Yeah, Rose wants to prove that I can shuffle a billion times, have a fat stack of 70 cards, and still cast 3 items by the first 4 turns.
Good.
Rose just flexing on us here, honestly.
Best of luck.
All right.
All right, so we're getting into the game.
Yeah, you're first.
Okay.
Colin is presenting Crown of Providence, not Master Perdition. So
You want face up or face down?
I think we're gonna be in for more of aggressive slant. Rose has 2 pieces of Teklo base equipment and the Balance of Justice.
For sure. We have Colin starting it off.
Dude, I wonder if we're gonna see this weekend. You can actually get Balance of Justice off against like almost any deck, as long as they play Sync below, because you can have some turn where it's like you attack, then they use Crown of Providence, they draw a card, Sync below, bottom a card, draw a card. They've drawn 2 cards that turn, so you can activate the Balance of Justice.
True.
I wonder if we're ever gonna see the Balance of Justice get used this tournament against a non-brute, non-ninja, non-illusionist deck.
I mean, they can always choose to not sync with the sync below.
Yeah, you can.
Which I think, it really depends on who is paying the most attention.
Yeah.
So if you're aware that your opponent has a balance and you want to make sure you don't draw 2 cards in a turn, you can do that. But if your opponent is just watching you, making sure you draw 2, and then just like, haha, I see you've drawn 2 this turn, now I get a free card, and that's also a possibility.
Yeah. So Colin coming in with the Infect for 3. Rose looking like she wants to block a lot.
Definitely wants to block that. Colin choosing to react anyway.
Yeah.
He wants that Infect in his deck and that CNC in his grave. I respect that because now it turns on his Codex of Frailties going for it.
Yeah, getting to play basically his whole hand, Sigil of Solace. And choosing to arsenal a red Nimble Strike.
Yeah, absolutely. And Colin is very familiar with this deck and also this matchup because I believe they played a few times. And so I think he knows what his outs are. So let's see if he's able to execute that strategy effectively to, defeat this Rose concoction once for all. Wow, Rose incidentally getting value off of this Fiendel's Fighting Spirit on turn 1 because Colin chose to gain life with the Sigil.
Yeah, kind of a corner case scenario when you start off both at 40 and then you end up having the lower life total.
Look at that. That's a perfect pitch for your opponent drawing with their Balance of Justice.
Yeah, and you have to assume that Rose must have another defensive card. Even if it was like another card for pitch, like you would have loaded the item. So pitching 2 defensive cards.
Right.
Colin has to know something is up.
Isolate, 3 dominate. Threatening obviously the on hit of whatever is in his hand. Colin surely must know that Rose has reaction arsenal. Whoa.
So playing Unmovable.
Unmovable. Unlucky.
Putting in the Death Touch, getting it blocked out by Unmovable.
Just enough to not be impacted by a little bit more than enough to not be impacted by the Flick Knives.
Yeah, I think basically like towards the beginning of the game, you're just kind of trading these cards. Like that the other person is going to be playing these defense reactions, and that.
This is quite surprising to me. It's been 2 turns, and there's not a single second item on Rose's field.
Yep.
This is the least items per turn that we've seen Rose cast in all of my games watching her.
But Rose has been playing, a lot of these like generic attacks. The generic attacks are pretty high value compared to some of like the Mechanologist attacks.
For sure. Here's a Nerve Scalpel for 1. I wonder, does Rose ever block this? We've talked about this before, but no one ever blocks these Nerve Scalpels early on in the game.
Yeah, I think usually there's not a great incentive to. Oftentimes the what's it called? The Spider's Bite is more impactful.
Right. Here, does Rose react again? Whoa, does she have another immovable?
Yeah,
Yep.
having an immovable.
Pretty good. Yeah, he can choose not. Can he? No, he has to show it. Yeah, he has to resolve the ability.
Yeah, you have to show it. Actually, you don't actually. The technically correct order is you show the card, and if it's an attack with cost 2 or less, you switch them. So you have to show you have to show the card no matter what.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. But you can banish non-attacks just to get them out of your hand as Uzuri.
But that was honestly like quite a good sequence for Colin. You know, even though Rose kind of stuffed the attack, Colin was essentially able to, at least like on tempo wise, trade 4 cards for 2.
Absolutely. Yeah, 2 unmovables back to back. Pretty unlucky for the Uzuri hero ability enjoyer. Colin deciding how he wants to order this. He does have a shred in hand, which is slightly awkward. So he may just dagger twice and play the Codex here.
Yeah,
Yep. 39.
it's kind of bad because no matter what, he's gonna have to discard a card.
No, he can overpitch, right?
Oh
no.
yeah, that's true. He can overpitch.
I guess he chose not to overpitch.
Yeah, so maybe just choosing to throw 3 at the end. Just get some damage in.
Interesting. I feel like I might have overpitched, but maybe he doesn't want that card in Arsenal.
Death touch.
Okay, Death Touch and...
Yep. Spraying yellow shred.
Oh, you can't overpitch because it's yellow shred, not a red one. Yeah, so he doesn't actually have the ability to yellow shred. Doesn't have the ability to overpitch. Unlucky.
Also into the decks that play a lot of defensive cards, you have to kind of keep an eye as the Uzuri player into how many shreds you're going through. They are one of your best ways to kind of close the game out.
Right. What are your thoughts on going Death Touch here instead of CNC?
I like it. You kind of just like at the beginning of the game, like it's not that important that you prevent them from playing their defense reactions. You kind of just want to make them go through all of their defense reactions. And then you get in for dominated damage in the end game.
Yeah, that makes total sense to me. And I think here, she's probably blocking 3 cards anyway, so probably better to conserve your tunic counter there.
So we're coming in again with the Nerve Scalpel first. Wonder if he's going to come in with the Spider's Bite as well.
Are the life totals correct? Did Rose play another Sigil at some point? Oh, she did play Sigil, yeah.
Yep.
Because I was about to say, I feel like she's been hit with this dagger a few times. She's still at 41. Do you think this game is going to go more turns than the Dori Uzuri game or fewer turns than the Uzuri Dori game?
Probably around the same. I think most games kind of cap out at around like the 20 turn range, even if players are playing very defensively. Dash does have some amount of inevitability, being able to play pistol items, and so the Dash player is just kind of waiting around until they get more items.
Yeah,
play.
and Uzuri's not really threatening anything aside from mildly annoying on hits. So if the Dash player has the leisure to set up, wait for their items, I think it's a favorable option for them. What is the Uzuri player's win con here? This is a very tough deck to beat if you're playing a slower deck.
I think the Uzuri player's win con is to just like you can actually just like do enough damage. It's really difficult to present enough defensive cards to kind of completely get around like what the Uzuri player is doing. These daggers, even though they're not like doing a lot of damage straight up, when you combine them with attacks that have high power, it's really hard to block out.
Right. Do you ever try to snipe one of the items out of your opponent's hand?
You mean with like
with one of the 6 hand disruption cards?
So I don't think it's something that you can really plan for, but if it comes up, then it's obviously a benefit. I think the biggest card that you would want to snipe, depending on how many pistol items Rose is playing, would be an induction chamber.
Yeah, there's plenty.
Yeah, getting an induction chamber off of a shakedown would be ideal.
Yeah, but if she only plays 2 purifiers, I think sniping the first purifier is also really strong because then you shut down all the breakpoints.
Yep, exactly. And now your opponent's not leaking damage every time they throw a pistol at you.
Arsenal? Yep.
All right, Rose again, going back to close to maximum health.
I think she should be at 40.
Oh, should be at 40?
She
Or
gained 3 life and then takes 2.
was there damage that was done somewhere?
Oh, no, never mind.
Ravenous Rabble, real top card of my deck. It's yellow.
Okay, it's a yellow, unfortunate.
Yep.
See, this Ravenous Rabble is not an extended alt art like he had, and so it sometimes hits yellows off the top. So that's a little unlucky. Bit of advice for any Rabble enjoyers out there. You definitely want the most expensive version of Rabble if you want to hit reds off the top.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. 3 into 5 go again, and now we're gonna throw
Leave no witnesses.
a good old leave no witnesses. This is definitely something that you want to block out as Rose, but it seems like she's not. She hasn't blocked any of these, right?
Yeah, I think Rose has been taking the damage the whole time, choosing to take 3 and then 5. Makes me feel like she is trying to play an item this turn.
Yeah, but her hand is so big. What is she going to do with the rest of her? Oh, she wants to CNC pummel. That's what she wants. Or she wants to something pummel,
Yeah.
She has a pummel in hand.
Contemplating more.
Question is, does Colin have a reaction here?
I believe he has a shred.
Okay. Interesting interaction. If he shreds the guard well, I think it doesn't lose the 2.
Yeah, well, I think you would shred the
No, but
the other card.
Spreading plague.
So spreading plague.
That's
making
whoa.
4.
Okay, so that is Colin's win con there.
Yeah, I mean this is huge. Like getting essentially getting Rose to overblock. So Rose, one way that you can kind of calculate like what the effect of that card is. Rose overblocked for 4 essentially.
Yeah.
And then the 4 blood rots are representing 8 damage. So that was basically like a 1 resource 12.
Yeah. No, Colin, I would definitely feel bamboozled if I was Rose right there. Taking 4 blood rots. What's the most blood rots you ever taken in a single turn, Yanji? I think I've taken 3.
Yeah, 3 is kind of the upper end, but 4 is really big. And that one play might be the play of the game if Colin ends up kind of taking it.
Yeah, no, if we were in the NBA, this is definitely part of the highlight reel here for sure.
Yeah, and so we see a demolition protocol here. This was the attack that Rose, I think, wanted to pummel.
So she's still trying to pummel here.
Yeah, you're kind of priced into pummeling, but honestly, like trading life as Uzuri is, not so bad.
I'm actually happy taking, as life here. If I can make sure my opponent takes 8 damage on this turn, as the Uzuri player, I am, 8 life closer to closing out the game. Now he's going to be facing down an opponent that's at half their life. Not nearly as threatening when they don't have any extra items on the field than they started with. This might be the most items that Rose has gone without, most turns that Rose has gone without placing an item.
What life was she at the beginning? 26?
She was at 29.
29.
Yeah.
Should pay for. She should be at 19, no?
She took 8 from 29.
Oh, sorry. I can't math right now. So blocking out the shakedown with a movable.
Wow. I mean, that's better than having items. You just have unmovables exactly when you need to have them.
Yeah, this hand right now that Colin is drawing is extremely awkward, though. It's difficult for him to efficiently spend his cards without blocking.
Is that another?
So he has a Nimblism, a Ravenous Rabble, a CNC, and a Shakedown.
That's a little unfortunate.
I think you have a couple of choices here, and it'll be interesting to see what card he chooses to Arsenal.
Yeah, probably just play CNC, pitching the 2 attacks. Because Nimblism almost always gets value in this type of deck, right?
Yeah.
The Rabble, because it's not Marvel, Alt Art, Cold Foil, Hyper, Super Duper expensive, it sometimes misses. So, Colin, I think, recognizes that as a liability.
Yeah, and if Colin is playing Nimble Strikes, you really want to kind of get the Nimblism into the the graveyard.
This hand is probably equally awkward for Colin, I imagine. He's happy to block as much as he can here, I think.
Yep.
Because I don't think you don't want to buff one of these blue attacks with the Nimblism.
Yeah, it would have been much better with a different arsenal now.
Oh yeah, no, that's a tilter on Colin's side. He was really close to just keeping up tempo, and then sometimes you just draw assassin hands of all these silly little.
Or isolate for 6.
Oh, that's a red isolate, so that's reasonable. 2-card 6, not terrible, and it leaks some damage hopefully, unless Rose has another movable.
I wonder. I don't think Rose is actually necessarily playing pistol items.
You don't think she's playing items here? Yeah, maybe you're right. Because surely if she's playing items,
I think you would hit one by now.
Yeah.
I actually have seen. I think somebody posted a fatigue dash deck kind of recently. It was like a RTN winning. It was like a RTN winning deck. I think it was international to the U.S. But I think that list was playing 3 purifiers and 1 induction chamber as the pistol item.
You're talking about the we know best.
Oh yeah,
list
we make
with-
best.
Yeah.
And so if Rose is playing, a similar list to that, then this matchup kind of becomes more about like whether or not you have like enough defensive cards. And honestly, I feel like as the Uzuri player, it's a little bit more comfortable playing into this type of a strategy.
Mm-hmm. I think so, because I don't think your goal is necessarily fatigue, but being an assassin, you have the option to gain deck equity just by playing cards like Leave No Witnesses. And I think the fact that Colin was able to -8 in 1 turn means that he can play this game on a much more equal footing.
Gonna banish to Uzuri's hero ability.
So he's activating Uzuri. Let's see if Rose has a D-React in Arsenal, which she probably does, I assume.
Yep.
I'm gonna sink. I'm gonna drop.
So Rose is choosing to play Sink Below, so she's currently blocking for 8, which kind of gets around almost everything.
Already dead.
Already dead. This one says if it hits, it destroys any card that's blocking on the chain, and so it will hit.
Yeah,
Actually, going over by
and
1.
also kind of more importantly, it banishes one of the cards, so it's going to generate a silver.
Yeah, because it looks for attack cards, is that right?
Yeah, non-action cards.
Non-action cards, correct.
So both of those cards are not actions.
Silver.
Or sorry, both of those cards are not action, so it doesn't matter which one
so
Colin picks. Colin also banished a blue Ripple Away, so he does get just 1 silver.
Yeah, Ripple Away, very interesting choice because it does nullify the ability of Codex as a frailty to generate tokens. Imagine if she had a Ripple Away when he played the... No, it wouldn't matter because that's a reaction. Ripple Away looks for action cards that generate tokens.
Yeah. So now we're in a kind of interesting situation. I believe the hand is Codex of Frailty, you Light Strike, Shakedown, and there's like a mystery card. And a Death Touch.
Yeah, a lot of reds in this list for sure.
Block 1, take 15.
I don't believe these life totals are updated, right? Okay,
No,
no,
I think they're correct.
Yeah, so 15 to 21. Colin is now going to be able to throw an E-Strike for 7 and Arsenal maybe an E-Strike for 5 go again.
Yeah, so coming in for 5 go again,
Yeah.
Rose choosing to take 2.
Yeah, and then get the Death Touch back from the grave here, I imagine.
Realty.
So because Rose doesn't have armor, it depends like what you want to go for. I believe Colin is looking right now at Rose's graveyard.
No,
or he's looking at his own graveyard. I think he's trying to decide. There's 2 things that you could do because he hasn't drawn into, like most of the time you're playing like Nimble Strikes or you're playing Looking for Scrap. Those are cards that you want to use your Tunic counter for.
Yeah.
Chooses to get Death Touch.
I mean, I think Death Touch is... I think this has got to be the best play. You just want to deal as much damage as you can or threaten as many cards from your opponent. I don't think Leave No Witnesses makes as much sense because she doesn't have an Arsenal here.
Yeah, there's an alternative line that you could take, which is to not play the Codex of Frailty.
Right.
So if you know that like the composition of the dash deck is primarily attacks, attacking with Spider's Bite and then throwing in Lightning Strike for 7 can also be pretty good.
Right. Yeah, that's what I thought he would initially do. or at least just throw the strike for 7. But here you demand 2 cards from Rose's hand. Potentially just make sure that they don't really have a card to clap back
And
with.
we see a second copy of Spreading Plague.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be...
so Ravenous Rabble coming in for 2. Go again.
No, this Ravenous Rabble must be even less shiny than the previous one, because this one attacked for a measly 2. Here we have a Leave No Witnesses with a 3-card hand. If I'm Rose here, I'm shaking in my boots. Like, what cards do you have in your hand?
Yeah, and the Spreading Plague and the Shred together is quite a potent combo. So this is like setting up a 50-50 where you don't really win any of the 50s.
Yeah, exactly. I like this play a lot from Colin. There was the option to go E-Strike, the Spreading Plague, go again into this, but I definitely like this a lot more.
So Rose is choosing to block 3.
Yeah, and now if she D-reacts, you can get 4 value off the Spreading Plague, which is not terrible.
So doing 4 damage with the Leave No Witnesses, banishing the Arsenal, which is a Command and Conquer.
Yep.
Pretty big.
Yep, and 2 reds.
And the top, which is another defense reaction, which is also pretty big.
This type of dash deck does seem to run pretty heavy on the reds. From what I remember, Rose's decks used to have a very high number of blues, but I think you might be right in the fact that this is not a item-focused list.
Yeah, I think she's playing. Yeah, I agree. I think she's playing to have, most of her turns play off of 1 blue.
Yep, absolutely.
So the Heart of Findle actually gaining Rose life because she took some extra points of damage.
Yeah, for sure. And this is here a CNC. I think this has to be responded to or blocked out at least.
Yeah, and we have 2
blue reacts.
2 blue reacts.
Cool. Now we get Tunic to 2, and we have a Nimblism in Colin's hand, which I think is probably going to get played. Oh, I guess not. I think he wants to bank on this Spreading Plague.
One thing that you can do if you save the Nimblisms for the end is that you can like Nimblism on top of your isolates.
Oh yeah.
To kind of close the game out.
For sure, yeah. Red isolate.
You mean like the downside is that they block fewer cards this turn.
Yep, absolutely. And we see here again, same pattern again. 2 go again into a potential 7 or higher attack.
Oh, but we do see actually Rose does have a second induction chamber.
Oh, she does.
So she's gonna play.
Wow.
An induction chamber. So
this is turn 12, Yanji.
Yeah, basically
this is the longest.
Basically at the end of the game, or at the end of the first cycle, that is. Rose having seen almost her entire deck. I wonder if she's playing any purifiers, because if she's playing 2 induction chambers and has purifiers, then that means that it's very likely that the purifiers are going to clump in one of the last hands of first cycle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's yeah, I don't think she's presenting a clean 60. So 12 turns in, she's seen 36 cards. So this is probably the halfway point.
48, like 50.
48, yeah.
Like 50 if you count like the cards that you cycle in the first turn.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And here you go. This is the card you were talking about. Scrap, looking for a scrap. Colin looking through his grave for some scraps, and he's gonna get 5 go again.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways that you can play as the Uzuri player. So if you attack with a dagger before you play looking for a scrap, you're kind of getting more true damage through.
Right.
But if you attack later, then you're kind of threatening.
Yes, that's all I got.
You're threatening an on hit. Rose having that all you got means that she kind of blocked that attack for free though. But now we're coming in with the impact for 6.
Yeah, this is guaranteed to generate at least 1 Blood Rot token here.
Why is that?
Because Colin has the reaction in Arsenal, Spreading Plague.
Yep.
And so Rose, I think, is looking to overblock this potentially. Does she want to D-react again? Yeah, so double D-react, and then get Spreading Plague again for 2 Blood Rots.
Yeah, so making 2 Blood Rots.
Yeah, pretty good. 1 for 4 here on value.
Yeah, Rose overblocked by 1, so you could count it as 5.
Yeah, not bad. But I mean, you know, those cards in your hand are essentially 3s. 2 go again. So we'll probably see 2 go again a few times this turn, I imagine.
Yeah, I wonder if the last card is a blue. Do you
ever pay?
Do you ever load, or do you just like pay? But I think the last card.
I think because you are, you know, so resource starved, I think you rather try to make sure that you can have loaded pistols, or, you know, try to throw some damage just to lower the life gap. Because you're paying at most for 2. Like I think you just gain more value just by shooting the pistol a few times.
Yeah, that's fair. So Rose going down to 8. I wonder how much value she's going to get out of having played that second induction chamber. You know, dash is so awkward. Like when you play the earlier you play the pistol item, the more value it accrues. When you play the pistol items late, you both have to take damage in order to play it, and also it doesn't necessarily generate a ton of value because you can't keep like the hand sizes that are required to kind of make use of the items.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to comment earlier, you know, when she played that induction chamber, she kind of took a tempo loss there. It's okay to take tempo losses early in the game, but here when you're at life parity with your opponent and they're, you know, throwing cards that have disruptive abilities, you want to just keep playing cards, take cards out of their hand if you want to, effectively carry out this game plan.
Yeah, and the viewers should also be cognizant of the fact that since Colin is playing Flick Knives, Rose is at effective 6 right now.
Yeah. And Colin, you know, he's a very smart Uzuri player. He knows how to maximize this Flick Knives value. And so he's going to be looking to that to really just sneakily, you know, throw some knives at her face to drop her down below a threshold where she's comfortable.
So Rose is asking. Yeah, Rose is asking for a count.
Yeah.
I believe Colin has around like 11 or 12 cards left.
And it looked like Rose had about the same?
She has, I think, 1 or 2 hands more.
Yeah, Rose also has a Heart of Fiendal that she pitched earlier. So she has the ability to, you know, continuously get value from that if she drops below her opponent.
Uzuri, banishing this card.
What do you think that is? It's a death touch.
Putting in a death touch.
And there's got to be a reaction behind this, right? Yep.
Dog, FA Black Deck Whispers.
Does she have a reaction?
It looks like she does not have a reaction.
Yeah, huge turn from Colin here.
Yeah, so Colin is going to give her a Blood Rot. Rose is going to take 3. And then the last card should be a Codex of Frailty.
Oh, no.
No, it's an Infect.
Yeah. I mean, that's got to be responded to. You need to block that or you die.
Yeah, one thing that you could have done, I wonder if it would have been good to flick the Spider's Bite, but...
Oh, yeah, you're right. I think that's a... She could always give the Tunic, but I mean, you get something out of it, right? Yeah. That's definitely a little gameplay inefficiency notice here.
Yeah, so Rose is choosing not to preserve life total, instead choosing to go for, you know, the higher efficiency play, which is to throw 4 back.
Yeah.
But I actually think that in this moment, Colin is potentially presenting lethal on the following turn.
Yeah, no. I mean, Colin's hand goes very wide. I don't think he's blocking out at all here. Because he has the Flick Knives, right? And that's a guaranteed 1 damage. So Rose is actually at 4 right now.
Yeah, what does he have? He has a Nimble Strike, and then he has a Dagger and an Isolate and a...
Nimble Strike?
Yep. I mean, this is 5 go again. This is already extremely threatening.
Yeah.
Twice Rose's health almost. So you need to block at least 1, potentially more.
Yeah, another thing that you can do is you could potentially flick Nerve Scalpel here to guarantee that the the attack is gonna at least like take 2 cards.
Yeah, I like that play a lot. Slightly awkward to I'm with you there. I would have flicked it 1 chain earlier if he's gonna flick it already.
Yeah, but Rose ended up blocking with a non-attack action, so not super relevant.
Right. But that is lethal on the board unless there's a D-React.
Yep, Rose has the D-React, so that's good. But as long as Colin stays alive and draws into an attack, he will be able to flick.
Yep, this is just deterministic lethal as long as Colin is able to block for 2 twice. Or block for 1. block for 2 at least once.
So we're coming in for 2 twice.
No, Colin spots, you know, he spots lethal.
Yeah.
Okay. And so now he knows what he has. He's probably going to attack with the... Oh,
yeah, so you can go scalpel,
yeah,
codex.
I like this a lot, yep. This is forcing your opponent to block. Yep. And then we play the codex, and now it's pretty much game over here.
Yeah, it's really hard because Rose is only going to have 2 cards in her hand. It's kind of checkmating because she's going to have to block the 2 cards on the death touch, and then won't have a card available to deal with the flick knives.
Absolutely, yep. And that's game, yeah. Colin Swisher taking it to a 6-0 victory against the ever scary slab / life gain / Rose concoction dash that we saw before us.
Yeah, and we see like a sigh of relief, I guess. You said that these guys are local to each other. Yeah. I mean, how many times must Colin have kind of played this matchup and kind of been preparing to play into Rose, knowing that she's going to be like one of the stronger players at this battle hardened, and going to do well.
Well, here's the thing about the East Coast. They are local, but like local and East Coast is a little less local in other places of the country because there's a lot of locals. Colin is local to the DC, Virginia area, whereas I think Rose is more close to Pennsylvania / Maryland.
Okay.
So they're fairly local. They don't play at armories every day, but they match up, whenever there's a tier 2 event or higher, I imagine.
Yeah, I know for sure. Colin was really giddy to be on stream to begin with because he's been collaborating with a lot of like Uzuri assassin content out there on the Plague Hive and also started his own channel. And then he was even more excited when his opponent was Rose because he said they have history. Ooh. So I'm sure, the 2 of them definitely have played a bunch.
Yeah, so congratulations to Colin. It looks like it's a match that meant a lot that he got the dub. And pretty excited. I think he should be pretty locked up for top 8. Yeah, we are at 162 players, so we're just over that 132 player limit, which would move us into the next level. So since that's the case, it's likely that like a couple of X2s make it in, and then so being 6-0 kind of locks you up for one of those spots.
Yeah. Speaking of locals, I would say, I travel a lot, Yanji, for work here and there, and I'm often in the DC area. I would consider Colin one of my locals. Shout out to feisty locals in DC is what they call themselves.
Okay, feisty locals.
Yeah. Did you know, Yanji, that Pennsylvania is the home to, I believe, the oldest running and one of the oldest comic book shops in America.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What was the shop called?
I think it's called like Fat Jack's Comixology or something like that. I'm butchering the name, but it's a really cool shop. I wanted to actually stop by it.
Hey, they're not a sponsor. Cut it.
They're not a sponsor? Oh, no.
It's fine.
Ethan, we need to get them as a sponsor. And, let's just say, I think the local scene is really what drives this community, and that's what I really appreciate about, James White's ideology of bringing people together in the flesh and blood. I'm someone who loves supporting local games. I like going around playing at other people's locals. In addition to my locals, I play at Brickhouse Collectibles in Tennessee, and my shop owner, Pat Burnett, he's just one of the most fantastic humans that I've interacted with, and this is great work for the community. Even though he doesn't play Flesh and Blood himself, he'll just close the shop for a night on Friday. Just brings everyone in. He feeds us food. He gives us free pizza. It's kind of like the uncle you wanted to have growing up. It's like your gym teacher. He's just awesome, I think if it wasn't for Pat, I wouldn't really get into this game,
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, shout out there. Is there any locals or any communities that you belong to, Yanji, that you think deserve a shout out?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Gilded Raven Games. I think we had a couple of co-owners, Bob and David Lee, on stream before. David most recently, making top 8 at the Calling in Hartford. Great accomplishment. For both of them. They're running a great community out there in, I guess it's like central / northern New Jersey. It's like near Rutgers University. They do a great job of kind of bringing in new players, and there's always a lot of rambunctious pack cracking going on. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no, that's phenomenal. Yeah, I'm just a huge advocate of supporting your local scene. So, go out there, play your games in the flesh and blood, and really, I know Talosh or all these clients and content exist, but to be frank with you, I think some of the most interesting ideas I've gotten have just been practicing at my local scene. So really, anyone interested in getting into competitive Flesh and Blood, you got to start your locals, man. That's really where the action is.
All right, with that being said, we are wrapped up for round 6. There's only 2 more rounds left in Swiss. So before we get to round 7, let's head to a sponsor break.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
SinFabTCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today. Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team, learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
We're also giving away the promo Boast and playmat from this season of Spoilers. All Majestics and Rares will be automatically entered, so stay tuned for the giveaway drawn at the end of March.
Cool. Hey, welcome back, everyone, to Battle Hardened Philadelphia. We have an exciting match. It's Victor versus Kassai, yeah?
Yeah, Victor versus Kassai, two of the new heroes from Heavy Hitters. Which do you think has like the edge in the matchup? I think both heroes kind of made a splash already in terms of results.
I think so. I think Kassai has the ability to present very consistent damage throughout a game, and Victor has the ability to, he's going to win every clash into the hero, unless Kassai's playing, sometimes Victor has non-attacks off the top, and he can tie in a clash, but Kassai's going to find it very difficult to, win those clashes. And so I think a lot of that is going to come down to that. Trounces and Chest of Strengths are the cards you want to look for the most. Interestingly enough, though, one of my good friends, Haik, is playing here as Kassai. Haik is a very interesting guy. If you ever meet him, he's local to the DC, Maryland area. And, Haik and I, we used to test together, play together. I kind of consider him like the Avatar because, we used to play a lot. And then when I needed him the most, he vanished. And he shows up every now and then to our chat groups, but, he just stopped playing for a very long time. And I'm excited to see him again here because I saw him here for the first time. He's back playing Kassai, the hero he used to love playing in Blitz. So he'll be here playing Kassai, representing one of his favorite heroes. And
the horse.
Yeah, and Jesse, he's playing horse. Victor's not even on the screen, but that's how we like it.
The horse is Victor.
Well, the horse is Victor. You're right. Yeah. Who's the high and mighty guy on top of the horse, though?
That's a good question.
Have you seen that altar of Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, and it says Victor Gonay? They're just etched out all the other letters.
Yeah, it'll be kind of interesting to see which direction the Victor has kind of taken his deck. There's a lot of card choices that you can make. For Victor, you can choose to play more block cards, more defense reactions, more go-again attacks, more, big attacks. Sometimes they're playing stuff like Red Thunderquake, Red Macho Grande. So I don't think the Victor deck is, all figured out yet. And same thing for Kassai. I know a lot of people have been experimenting. Of course, Kassai has two specializations, Blood on Our Hands and Raise an Army. Both of them operate on different, resource axes.
Absolutely.
So you're either making coppers or you're making golds. So I wonder what Haik's deck list is more geared towards.
Yeah, I was chatting with him a little, and I got to look at his deck list. There are a lot of choices that I don't agree with, but Haik and I are very different people. He has a 1-0 starting stake in there that he tells me he plays when he goes first.
Yeah.
And, I was telling him how awful a card I think it is and how it should not be included in any list that you want to play in a constructed event.
Yeah, but if you draw it on the first turn every time, then...
Oh, no, that was his exact reasoning for having it in his deck. He's hey, it's a yellow block 3, and if I draw it on the first turn, I can get a gold. He did tell me that he got fatigued by Rhinar, and he started the game with starting stake. And I was like, dude, of course you got fatigued. You deleted a card from your deck that blocked for 3, and now you have no way to block his claw on the last strike. Yeah, looks like they're still chatting. Still in the shuffle phase here. Haik, that's a pretty big pile he's presenting there from the sideline there. Do you think he's presenting all of his cards in this matchup?
I wouldn't be surprised if he's presenting at least most of his cards. It looks like those cards have to at least be double-sleeved.
I think so, the bare minimum, but it is still nonetheless a very large pile of cards. Or maybe the angle is off. Oh, no.
What's your opinion on double-sleeved cards?
I double-sleeve all my cards, and the reason is I don't like to play with a single rarity, and so I don't want some of my cards to curl. And I also never want to, ever be called for having marked cards or anything.
Yeah.
I like playing, a very clean slate of cards, and I'll often just I'll play with the same exact purple and green sleeves, and I'll just re-sleeve with the stock that I have.
Yeah, I personally hate double sleeving. it's impossible to shuffle.
Yeah, but you're a notorious sleeve hater in general. I've seen you show up to events with no sleeves and just flick cards at people as if you were flicking knives.
Yeah, but then you know that I'm sufficiently randomizing my deck.
Yeah. Wait, you think it's easier to shuffle with no sleeves than it is with double sleeve?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
No shot, dude. Double sleeve is one of the most efficient and good feeling shuffles I've ever had.
All right, but now that we get into the game, Jesse with a great start, pitching an Enlightened Strike, so we know that he has at least like some amount of go again attacks to generate a Seismic Surge token with the Tectonic Plating, but then also heaving a Pulverize, so he has 4 Seismic Surges, only needs 2 blues to pay for that Pulverize. So,
Haik was really hoping to get equity out of that take it on the chin that he has in his hand, but because Victor just passed, he's forced to do the 6 dominate play, which is not really that scary because, you know, if you look to the bottom of your screen, it's just armor for days.
Yeah, so Jesse is choosing to use, 2 pieces of armor and blocking with a card from hand to kind of stop the Nourishing Emptiness. You know, it's a little unfortunate to have to block armor so early, although I think as the Victor player, you kind of do want to get a block with your Aura Magus early on so you can potentially use it to...
Yeah, and I mean, what else are you going to use this armor on?
Win some clashes. I mean, that's true.
I mean, that's a fridge if I've ever seen it. That's, what is that, 14 extra life that the Victor starts the game with?
Yeah, it is quite a lot of life. So we're coming in with a Pulverize for 14.
Yep.
Usually it's pretty unprofitable to keep any cards in your hand after you're getting attacked with Pulverize.
Yeah.
So you're probably seeing a block for 12.
Yeah, I just throw my whole hand here. I don't think I give any armor, but I believe he's getting my entire hand. If I'm
I mean, you do have the option. So you do have the option to block 9 from your hand, and then you can block.
Pulverize says.
Yeah, because he has the Take It on the Chin set, so you can block a piece of armor. So interestingly enough, we're choosing to block 3 plus 1 armor, 4, 5, 6, taking 8. The first attack is going to have 0 or negative attack value if he chooses to pump it.
Yeah, because of the way that plus and minus buffs work in this game, you always apply buffs first.
Yep.
And then you apply negatives, and so Haik would be very hard-pressed to make this first sword attack for anything more than 0. I don't know how much I like that, to be honest with you. I personally would probably be fine blocking 12 and passing.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you're, I guess, approaching the matchup. So one thing is that if you think that you need to kind of sneak in some damage with these attack reactions that he has in his hand, it is possible that you think that it's just better to, take the value loss because you're going to make it up for it. You're going to make up for it later. And when you do get the Victor low.
Right.
So coming in first with a hot streak for 0 go again into his entire saber for 2.
2, he's threatening 5 here, but...
Yeah, so Jesse blocking with the Clash of Vigor and the Trounce.
Yeah.
I wonder how you're going to order the triggers. I think usually you would want to have the Clash of Vigor resolve first.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, so Jesse... he sees through Haik shenanigans. He's like, not today. I'm over-blocking this. Do you want to give me a reaction anyway?
I'm going to crack my Aura Magus, bottoming my...
Oh, he cracks the Aura Magus to put the other Trounce on the bottom, which tells me he really values this Trounce hitting. For good reason. Trounce is one of the power cards in this deck, and if you're able to resolve the Trounce, you not only draw a card, you create, your 3 favorite tokens, and you get to go into your next turn with a huge windmill slam of a card, whatever that might be.
Yeah, I wonder what Jesse has in his arsenal because, he does have access to the 2 Vigors now. He drew a Spinal Crush, but that Spinal Crush is only going to cost... It's only going to cost 3, so it's not a whole lot where, extra that he can do.
Do we know what it's in his arsenal? Is it a pummel or something? Surely you don't.
We do not know what's in his arsenal.
Okay. Because in this type of list where you're not playing Tunic, you usually don't play pummel, right?
It depends. I think in general the Victor deck is struggling sometimes to find ways to close out, and so I think some number of pummels are always going to be good.
And the Aura Magus should be off the field, right? I believe he cracked it to...
Yeah, I think he's turned it sideways, but it's just not very clear what the positioning is.
Yep, there we go.
Okay.
The Might pops, 2 Vigors pop. He creates a Seismic out of one of them. So Jesse is kind of in an embarrassment of riches here, trying to figure out what he wants to do.
Yeah, coming in with a Spinal Crush, he had to pay 5 and 1 floating, so he's paying 6. He has 2 floating, I believe, currently.
Yeah, 2 floating, perfectly representing. Unless that is a red disable, is it?
Oh yeah, so red disable. Okay, so paying for it exactly.
Okay, that's
not the most efficient use of the cards in your hand, but I believe Jesse probably just wanted to guarantee that he was able to play that red disable. So cracking the RM Aegis.
Yeah, and notably this is Spinal for 10, and so Haik would have to block 7 if he wants to stop the crush effect. Thankfully for Haik, he has a boot that gives him value here, but he's fine throwing. It's weird. He's fine throwing 9 into this, but wants to keep cards in his hand when he gets pulverized. Well,
yeah. Haik probably has some kind of metric for how he thinks that the matchup should be played. And sometimes we find that it is correct to be playing matchups in, I guess, less like conventional ways, because when you're only playing for like pure value turn to turn, you kind of lose sight of the fact that these decks oftentimes can find themselves in periods of inefficiency. So like we saw just now, where the victor is kind of forced to pitch like a red.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you're playing Kassai and you have extra cards, you can't do that much with them.
Absolutely.
So Haik is probably just prioritizing different metrics for how he's deciding between his plays.
Makes sense. This play from Jesse, though, is the exact punish for that kind of gameplay, though.
Yep.
When you're not playing value, you get Rouse the Ancients to probably 8 to the face, depending on how Jesse chooses to play this turn. Haik, notably, was one of the first Fatigue Oldhim players, that graced the stage. I think before Oldhim, really took off, Haik brought super duper Fatigue into the DC meta, and he was a scourge of the region for a very long time. And so one time when I came to an RTN playing Oldhim, because people knew that I was friends with Haik, they thought I was playing super Fatigue Oldhim, and they'd kind of like written me off as a terrible person even before the game even started. But a lot of them were glad to know that I was playing a very aggressive type of Oldhim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we see now a block for 6 using armor on the Command and Conquer. That was the follow-up to the Rouse the Ancients. I believe Jesse is going to be arsenaling a... I think it was a Thunderquake. Hopefully it was a red Thunderquake that he showed.
Yep. I think it was a red one. Haik here, he has a Spoils turn. This is one of the power turns, I believe, in Kassai. If a Spoils is able to connect, that means that your blood on your hands later on, if you have it in your deck, gets that much more equity for each time that the Spoils hits.
Yeah, so Spoils of War on top of a hot streak. This is a pretty good setup where the victor is going to want to block. However, most of the time, most of the cards in the victor deck are attacks, and in the hot streak would have gone go again. But we see in this case having the test of strength clean blocks the 4 power on the hot streak without giving it go again. Or having without oh
yeah, that's. Jesse should have drawn off of that, right? Because he won the test.
No. He was activating the. I think he activated the Iron Song Pride, or so the what is it called? Iron Song Versus. I think he was just using the Courage token to represent that he was threatening one. Did he have a Vigor token from the turn before?
No.
I'm not sure.
No, there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so coming in now for 2 with the Centauri Saber gets blocked out by the Gauntlet of Iron Will, and actually choosing to overblock it. I think Jesse is choosing to take quite a conservative line.
Yeah, that makes sense. Jesse, I think, recognizes that if this game goes long, there's already a life gap here. I believe he thinks he's favored in a longer game, and so he's just trying to prevent any of the on-hits. He already took 2 copper. Maybe he didn't realize that it was coming in for 5. I believe he might have blocked even more if he knew. Because the way the game played, it felt almost as if he blocked 4 and then was surprised to find that it hit. And that might have taken him a little off guard there.
So now Jesse has a Might and a Seismic Surge to start the turn. Let's see what he chooses to do. Chooses to make another Seismic Surge token. So just like keeping these Seismic Surges rolling.
Yep, you'll never find Jesse start for resources.
Has a Zealous Belting.
Pretty good. 5 go again, followed by... Have we seen Jesse hit with a hammer yet? Or I don't think I've ever seen
I don't think he's attacked with a hammer yet.
Yeah, interesting.
Hammer isn't that strong in the matchup due to the fact that you have access to the Valiant Dynamo, so the hammer's never really going to hit. You can always present one card in front of it plus the Valiant Dynamo.
Right. It is a very efficient card, though, nonetheless, at least from the warrior, from the Guardian side. And in the off chance that they block with the Valiant on a prior attack, then the hammer almost always just takes a card from their deck. Or probably at least like
it's just whether or not you can hammer when the Valiant Dynamo has a counter on it. So Haik is choosing to block 6 on the Zealous Belting, and now we're coming in for another 3.
The first hammer swing of the match. It's really interesting how Guardian has evolved. We used to live in metas where all you would do is hammer pass for 40 turns, but here we're seeing the first hammer strike 4 turns in.
So Haik blocking with a blood on her hands.
Tells me that a strategy might not be going wide with the swords. Perhaps Haik is looking for a longer game plan where he's able to concoct gold and raise a large army.
Yeah, now just pitching a red Nourishing Emptiness to attack with Centauri Saber. Nourishing Emptiness is kind of an interesting card in the Kassai deck because you are able to manipulate your graveyard to have that card be active.
Yep.
I think it's one of the primary reasons to be playing Kassai.
Absolutely. My theory here is that Haik wants to fill his grave up with cards that he can banish for Kassai hero ability and then constantly threaten gold every turn. And I believe if Haik is able to do that, then he can raise a large army and create a game state where the Guardian player has to clear his Centurions or whatever they're called, mercenaries, every single turn.
Yeah, so maybe just like taking kind of a value negative lines towards the beginning of the game so that he can set up a situation where he's going to be hopefully generating an army that's going to be difficult for Victor to deal with.
Right. Yeah, potentially. I haven't asked him about it, and Haik is somewhat of a special butterfly when it comes to making, game choices. So we'll definitely see what goes on here.
All right, so Jesse attacks with a red Thunderquake, remakes the Seismic Surge, and then Haik blocks with 6, and then plays a Take It on the Chin. Take It on the Chin, very efficient card in these warrior decks that have, 2 attacks. Usually converting 1 resource card into 2 attacks that usually have to get blocked for 3, as well as providing a counter reset on the Valiant Dynamo. So potentially up to 7 points of value on a single card with that agility if the Guardian chooses to block with 2-3 blocks.
Right. Yeah, and Haik has incidentally gotten a fair amount of value just by threatening, I don't really know what he was threatening in those early turns. Jesse overblocked a few of those.
Yeah, I think with Victor, sometimes you kind of overblock towards the beginning of the game because it's hard to actually use all the cards.
Right. Yeah, and I guess, it was pretty it was pretty obvious that Haik had a reaction, so I guess Jesse was just like, I know you're going to react anyway, so let me just get these cards out of my hand. So well played from Jesse in those early turns.
Yeah, Jesse choosing to take 2, and then Haik getting to make a Vigor token with the Grains of Blood Spill. Now coming in again with a Thunderquake for 10. So, Jesse, big fan of these 6 cost 10 power attacks in Victor.
It's a good formula. Like back during the heyday of Oldhim when he had half the cards in his deck band as well as his weapon. This is the game state that Oldhim devolved into, or whoever could throw the most 3-card 10s or 2-card 8s were favored into the matchup in the long run. And it seems like that's the formula that's being applied to this version of Victor.
Yeah, 3-card 10. Just providing more, I think, deck damage will kind of help you close out these games. And if the other person wants to trade life, as a Guardian player, oftentimes you want to kind of get your opponent into that life threshold where your weapon starts threatening 2 cards.
All right, absolutely. And here we see the first Kassai activation from Haik. This tells me that we're in an interesting part of the game where Haik believes he has the ability to start threatening on hits with reactions, and I think he may want to chain this. for the succeeding turns.
Yeah, so coming in first with a hot streak for 2. This is paid for by the Vigor token that he made on the previous turn.
Hot streak for 2. Looks like Jesse is playing the pummels. And it makes sense, I guess you're floating resources a lot because you keep carrying over.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily need a tunic to pummel. And I guess it makes sense because when you have tunic, the pummels are often very, broadcasted. And so if you can play kind of sneakily, your opponent might not even suspect that you have a pummel.
Yeah, and Haik also playing a Blade Flurry to push this hot streak over for 2. He is going to make that gold token.
Yep, absolutely. Haik is
so the army is starting to get the money to pay for the army is starting to be accrued.
Is that a cold foil gold that Haik has? Oh, yeah.
That is a cold foil gold. And more cold foils is more power.
Absolutely. I saw an interesting post, I think either on the Purple Discord or somewhere. Haik posted, "Help, I can't beat Dromai. Can someone teach me how to play that matchup?" And someone's comment was, "No, you should play a different hero." And he said, "No, but I already have so much money invested in this Kassai deck. I need to win with Kassai."
Yeah, so Haik choosing to spend the extra resource instead of activating Iron Song Versus to instead make a Vigor token and then coming in now with this entire Saber for 6.
Yeah, it's not the strongest Centauri Saber, but it got the job done this turn. I think Haik wants to continue chaining together these golds until he can get to a point where he can get value from them.
How many golds do you think realistically you want to generate in this matchup?
I think honestly as much as you can, but I would probably want to get, at least 3 gold before I raise an army.
So we saw the Arsenal card from the previous turn. It was the red Macho Grande, and there's that starting stake that you were talking about.
Yep, there we go.
In the block zone.
Yeah, the cold foil starting stake. Hey. Yeah.
Oh, and he went second. I think he's probably just playing all the cards in his deck.
Yeah.
Thinking that he's going to go to fatigue, but his life is actually getting quite low.
It is getting quite low.
And Jesse is playing, quite a lot of high power attacks.
Yep. And from what we know about Jesse, he is an enjoyer of big attacks, and so I would reckon that he has at least 2 more red Macho Grandes in his deck, which Haik needs to be very wary of going into.
So this turn, not activating Kassai, just coming in with the Outland Skirmish plus the Hot Streak.
Yep. Hot Streak for 5. This disincentivizes the block, but also incentivizes the block, so pretty interesting attack.
What is this Courage token from?
I believe he generated it last turn with Courage. Ironforge. What's the card called? Courage of.
I thought he didn't activate the Versus and he just made a.
Vigor?
Oh, he activated the Versus this turn.
Oh, was it this turn?
He activated the Versus this turn, so he's making a Courage token.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, he was representing the Courage.
Yeah, because he had 1 resource floating. I wasn't counting the Vigor token.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because he definitely made a token last turn, and that was the Vigor, right?
Yep. Jesse does have a Golden Sun in his hand, so could potentially threaten, big damage again. Overpowered. Overpowered's not, as strong into the warrior decks that do play a lot of reactions.
Yeah, looks like he's pitching it to draw a card. That tells me he probably isn't vibing with the Golden Sun this turn.
Yeah, chooses to draw a card, but drew into a test of strength, so trading a yellow for a red, probably not where he wanted to be.
Oh, so he had 2 Golden Suns in his hand. I see. So you want to see if he could potentially draw a pummel or something that can push this over at the top. He had an embarrassment of riches, and he was trying to figure out how to spend.
Yeah, it's a little awkward because he didn't have the Seismic Surge set up. You couldn't go. You couldn't go Enlightened Strike go again into Golden Sun.
Right. That is Overpower, but Overpower is not as impactful into Warriors as you mentioned. Definitely Dominate is a lot more, fear striking.
Yeah, so we're going to be blocking 7 on 10. So we're going to be taking 3, going down to 10.
Yep, so now Jesse has more than double Haik's life total. I think Haik is going to need to start, putting his foot on the gas if he wants to even out this life total in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, so far Jesse has only seen, I think, 3 of his block cards. He's seen the 1 trounce, the one that he put to the bottom off the first trounce, and then this. Oh, no, this is the 4th. This is the 4th block card. So he has 2 left. Looks like he drew then 6.
Yeah, Haik is choosing to use the gold here. That tells me he probably doesn't care to raise an army anymore. He recognizes that he needs to just deal damage if he wants to close the life gap.
Yeah, so Jesse made a gold token, so we're drawing a card, drew a blue Macho Grande.
Oh boy. Yeah, no, that can't be good for Haik at all.
And coming in again with the Centaur Saber. I think he's wondering whether or not he wants the block of the Trounce. You know, when Victor makes when Victor makes golds, you only draw the extra card. So I feel like if you're gonna IP, and choosing to block over, he just doesn't want to take any damage. So winning the first clash, and then not winning the second clash because he has a pummel, choosing to use the gold. And the top card is a Spinal Crush. So getting all the tokens.
Yeah, notably, as you mentioned, he won't be drawing a card here, but he does overblock this in case Haik has any reactions coming his way.
Yeah, and what can he do? He has the Spinal Crush set. I wonder if he has. So he flipped a pummel. I wonder if he has like the third pummel. And Haik again, choosing to use the in the swing just to kind of clear the card out. Not going to be doing any damage there.
Yeah, absolutely. That was coming for 5, right? And Jesse blocked for...
Jesse blocked 5.
He blocked 5. Yeah, that was the first time he blocked with the shoes. Yep. Yeah, Jesse just knowing exactly how to overblock in this matchup. I think Haik's been punished every single time he's had a reaction in hand, aside from that one Blade Flurry during one of the mid turns.
So now we're coming in with another red Macho Grande.
Yep. Second Macho Grande, coming in for 10 Dominate. Haik's going to need to start using armor here.
Yeah, and I think Jesse was probably contemplating whether or not he wanted to get the Vigor token. It basically saves him an extra card.
Yep. And there goes that Raisin Army. Haik has abandoned the gold game plan altogether. Haik realizes he's not going to make it past, he's unsure if he'll make it past this turn, but he's not going to, keep playing the game for too long. And so he's going to try his best, I think, to throw as much gas as he can towards Jesse. I believe we've seen already 2 Trounces, and is that all 3 test strengths?
I think it's 2 test
strengths and 2 Trounces.
The third Trounce we saw already, but it was bottomed at the beginning of the game.
True. Yeah. We've seen, 4 of the power cards altogether, as well as 1 Golden Sun.
2 Golden Suns.
Yeah, one of them was pitched, yeah.
Yeah, so he's seen or played 5 block cards, and we've seen 2 Golden Suns. Jesse, I think, is going to have to kind of figure out a way to close the game. It can be a little bit difficult as the victor in this spot, even though you have the massive life lead. You're able to take damage to throw more cards, but oftentimes it's kind of difficult to actually convert those extra cards into more damage.
Yep.
Jesse is most likely just wanting to draw into more copies of Macho Grande or Pummel if you can.
Yeah, and we know he has the reds. It may get to a point where he may just be able to win with the blue Macho Grande.
Blue Macho Grande is still very good at closing the game out.
Yeah, it's only 2 damage less, and you're still threatening 8. If there's a 3 block, then you're threatening 5 that has to be answered with armor. So, just having back-to-back dominates turns out it's pretty good if your opponent can't capitalize on a 3-card hand.
Yeah, so Jesse choosing to block for what looks like 3. This has go again from the Quicken token. Oh, blocking 2 as armor blocks 1 each. This had go again from the Quicken token from before. Haik is going to, I think he has a Nourishing Emptiness set.
Yep.
I want to say.
Yeah, he does. So he may be able to. Yep.
Yeah, so being able to come in with the Nourishing Emptiness with go again, and does he have Dominate? Does he have attacks in his graveyard?
I believe I don't think I've seen an attack being played. Have I? He put the go again token up there, but he should have banished the Nourishing.
Yeah, so this is coming in for 6 go again with Dominate, and Jesse's going to block with the Spinal Crush. Haik is going to be able to draw up to 5 on the following turn.
Yeah, so I think that's an edge that Haik needed to even, still be in the game. And now he gets to swing with another Saber, I guess. Interesting. James White told me in a dream Kassai wins from here.
Yeah, so you So Haik is choosing to close the chain and then activate Iron Storm versus to be able to attack with the hot streak, threatening a courage token. Also, if it hits, you can make a vigor token as well.
Mm-hmm. Has he attacked with 3 swords this turn or 2?
He attacked with a sword the first time.
Yeah.
But I thought that I don't remember if the first attack was with hot streak or with Centauri Saber.
Yeah.
That all checks out.
Courage.
Okay.
So
Very
coming in now with the Centauri Saber, threatening the courage token. Looks like he will get a vigor and a courage token.
And a gold from the Kassai hero ability. Okay. But he is at 4. He gets to drop to 5. I thought he gets to drop to 5.
Yeah, should have intellect 5.
Yeah, I think
coming in now with a spinal crush.
Yes, you draw 5.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. So both the players caught it.
Yep.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, I think Haik's just out of it. He's probably like, I'm at 4. Get me out of here.
Yeah.
He forgot that he had a additional intellect.
Yeah, it can be hard to stay focused on the game when the mental battle is, if not the whole battle, at least a large part of it.
Yeah, and I mean we're in round 7 here, 10 turns in. It always Haik is fueled by Chick-fil-A and Five Guys. One time I was in Haik's car and we had to do 30 minutes of cleanup because it was filled to the brim with Chick-fil-A and Five Guys, which surprisingly. You wouldn't think it because Haik's a very fit guy, but
yeah.
That's what he munches on all day.
Yeah, maybe he does a lot of exercising to burn those excess calories.
Oh, for sure.
So we see Haik blocking 8 on the Spinal Crush for 9, taking 1 damage. Every point of damage that victory can do to the opponent is so precious because it can be so difficult to kind of close out. We see he's actually drawn his he's drawn the Golden Sun as well as the Zealous Belting. I wonder if he can actually go Zealous Belting into Golden Sun here.
Oh.
That would be quite strong.
Yeah, and I don't see the Kassai threatening lethal this turn because Jessie is at a very comfortable 19. So even with a blood on her hands, I think it would be hard to do.
But speaking of blood on her hands, did draw the blood on her hands with the 2. Is that 2 or 3 copper?
I think it's 3.
3 copper. So with 3 copper, what is the ideal way to use blood on her hands?
It's funny, we made a spreadsheet for this a couple months back, but
this is like a team quiz.
I believe it is having. It really depends on the texture of your hand. If you have the way to give go again, it changes. Or I think on average with 3, you want to do go again, attack twice, and +1 on a single sword.
Yeah.
But it really depends. I didn't get to see what's in Haik's arsenal or in his hand. If he has a way to give native go again, then...
Yeah, maybe you want 4 sword attacks?
Yeah, exactly. So go again on 2 of them, and then... Sorry, attack twice on 2 of them, go again on the other if he has a way to give go again.
Yeah.
Let me look at my grave real quick.
But that is a lot of the dudes. What's the guy's name?
Slicing and dicing.
Slicing and dicing, yeah.
2 yellow slice and dice.
Yep, absolutely. Well, this is, I think, the clapback turn that Haik needed to continue staying in this game. His life, although, Jessie was throwing all these huge dominates, Haik's life has only been dropping by 1 per turn across the last, couple turns.
Yeah, I think it's really going to depend on what he has in his arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that you actually can do with blood on her hands, if you have the go again, is you can kind of you can kind of wait until after you attack with a sword the first time because you can give a second sword attack. Kind of see how Jessie wants to block. If Jessie blocks here, for example, with an attack and gives the hot streak native go again, then you can kind of alter the way that you want to use your coppers.
Right, absolutely. I'm curious to hear. Oh, he hasn't broken the copper yet, right? He hasn't cast. Oh, I see. Maybe he has a native go again, and he's deciding that he wants to attack first before he reveals that he has the blood on her hands.
Yeah, so choosing to attack with the hot streak, especially now if Jessie chooses to block with attack action card.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be ultra devastating for
Yeah, so this hot streak is getting buffed twice by Yellow Slice and Dice and once by a Courage Token, coming in for 5.
Yep.
Jesse, I think, said no blocks, and then we're coming in with a Blade Runner, so giving it go again. So now we can know what's the best way to use our blood in our hands.
Yep. And I think because he has the go again natively, he might want to. He's definitely going to want to choose go again and attack twice on the Centauri. And he probably wants to choose attack twice on the quick fast. What is this card called?
The Hot Streak?
Hot Streak, yeah. There we go.
Yeah. So the Hot Streak is going to result in 2 extra damage. It depends if Jesse was in a position where he would have to block the Centauri Saber, it might be better to just give the Centauri Saber plus. So because the Centauri Saber, accrues like the pluses over in the course of the turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think probably in this situation, it's going to be best to just like let the weapons attack twice each.
For sure. Yeah, Haik has been a very proficient Kassai player. He really enjoys Blitz. Haik and I collaborated on a Kassai Blitz list the season before she got banned, and across both of us, I think he won about 7 skirmishes with the list. Interestingly enough, there was a Morlock Hill that blocked like 16 damage on a Kayo. So that was the highlight of that deck. And that was right before Haik vanished from playing this game.
So we're seeing this Centauri Saber. This Centauri Saber is coming in actually for 10. Quite a draw off of the gold token. What an equalizer.
Absolutely. Yeah. Haik playing to his outs, recognizing that raising an army wasn't the right way to go, and Blood on Our Hands was a specialization that he needed to depend on to have an equalizing turn.
Yeah, so actually threatening lethal this turn, Jesse has to block with a card from his hand.
Yep,
choosing to block with Clash of Vigor.
Yeah, I said at the start of the turn, there's no way he presents lethal.
Yeah, so actually
right?
does not win the clash.
Yeah.
Choosing to bottom. Oh, and then reveals a blue thunk, so now he's also going to get a might token in addition to a vigor token.
Yeah, it's a build your own ale or stout.
Yeah, but so much better when you don't have to spend a card to do so.
Right, absolutely.
And now coming in for 2.
Additional 2.
Yeah, Haik doing actually like a great job of equalizing the game out.
Yeah, but all it takes is one more Macho Grande Dominate to just close out, right? Haik does have access to 5 armor here, 6 armor.
Yeah, he does have a lot of armor to block out.
Oh, and we see all the D-reacts here.
Yeah, so we have a Zealous Belting. Actually, wonder if we're going to be able to play the Zealous Belting.
You know, it would suck if Jesse got 2 Vigor by accident.
Oh, yeah, like if you flip a wall up and you just can't play the Zealous Belting for
yeah.
go again. But I think we're going to be able to give this go again. So we're pitching the Golden Sun to give Zealous Belting go again, so it's coming in for 6 go again.
Yep.
Haik's hand actually blocks quite well.
Yeah, it's a very good blocking hand.
No gold, right? I have no gold. All right, so what am I scared of?
Yeah, Haik asking himself what he's scared of here. I think I'm scared of a pummel.
Yeah, but he has 2 defense reactions in his hand. Maybe you want to block 6 here.
Right.
Play around the pummel. And
this could be your double sync balance play, Yanji.
Oh,
believe it or not.
That is true.
So if Haik chooses to sync twice, Jesse's actually going to be able to use Balance of Justice. So wonder if that will come up this game, or if Haik is, keenly aware of the equipment that his opponent is presenting.
No, Haik's a gamer. There's no shot that he gets Balance of Justice here, right?
Yeah, I mean, his hand is already looking pretty good. He has... His hand's already pretty good. He wants to keep the sync below. He has a blue and he has a source to go again.
He wants to keep a 2-card hand either way. Oh, that is a big boy. Yeah, that is something you want to respond to.
Yeah, so coming in for 11.
Yeah.
Or 10, sorry.
10.
The might token got used on the Zealous Belting, so quite a lot of damage. So we can block for 4 on armor, and then 4, so we can block 8 and go to 1.
I don't mind that. I think this is a good play. Haik recognizing that he has to keep the heat up because if he misses, his opponent will be able to overpower or dominate him. And so Haik wants to make sure that he gets 2 cards from his opponent's hand every single turn.
Yeah, and what a reversal this has been. And Jesse has had to kind of bottom all of his block cards, he just flipped a test of strength on the previous turn. So Haik should know that the coast is clear in terms of these really powerful block cards, getting to draw an extra card. Oh, and he drew a slice and dice.
That is phenomenal. Yeah. Whoever's grandfather's dream revealed that Haik would win this was definitely in the money there. Was that James White? James White told him?
Which color of slice and dice is this? I think regardless, like even if it's a blue slice and dice, just even buffing the Centauri Saber to 3 is already quite powerful because, if Jesse is forced to block with cards from his hand, most of his cards are attack actions at this point.
Absolutely. And here, just even throwing a hot streak at this point in the game is pretty devastating for Victor because he's a very high attack concentration deck.
Yeah, so let's see if he's going to be dumping his whole hand.
Slice and dice blue.
Yeah, so he's playing blue slice and dice.
Mm-hmm.
So this first attack is going to be coming in for 5.
Yeah, 5, so that's demands a 2-card block.
Yeah, 2-card block. And then the second attack is going to be Centauri Saber. Also, for 3, but if Jesse only has attacks, then he's going to have to, again, give 2 cards on that attack.
Yeah. No, this is a total reversal of the game. I think from this point on, Haik is heavily favored to win this game.
Yeah, especially it's going to come up when if Haik has access to more attack reactions. Yeah, so Jesse kind of thinking about whether or not he wants to block.
Yeah, I guess Jesse's like trying to figure out whether he wants to full block.
Yeah, so going up to 4, taking 1, going to 1.
Wow.
The game is at 1-1 now. And what's also potentially equally as important, generating the gold token.
It should be 2 copper, right? It's 2 copper per hit. In any case, Haik is giving boots and card here from hand.
Yeah, it's so hard for the victor to close at this point. When you're at 1, you just really can't be playing these Macho Grandes anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the great bamboozle from the Haik side here. There was like a 20 life gap at one point, and he really just clawed his way back.
Yeah, so we have a red slice and dice. So now coming in with the Centauri Saber for 3. Centauri Saber for 3, so good into the victor blocks.
Yeah, this demands 2 cards if he doesn't have not attacks. Even if he has a pummel, he has to give 2 cards here. Yeah, I think this is the writing on the wall. I believe that Haik is likely gonna.
Yeah, I mean, well, the second attack is I think he has a red Blade Runner.
Yeah.
So the second attack is gonna be coming in for 8.
Yeah, no, I think this is it.
And wow, what a crazy turn of events.
Wow, James White in the vision with the call.
Dude, that blood on our hands just really kind of saving the day.
Yeah.
And what a top deck. It's not often in Flesh and Blood that we see just like one top deck just really altering the course of the game, but Haik found the win somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was bound to draw it. I think the way he played conservatively until he could get to that endgame scenario.
I don't think he was bound to draw on that turn. It was so good. Because I think having blood on our hands on the turn that you activate the gold, because if he doesn't draw on that turn, then he's not going to have the gold to make his attacks free.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in any case, I think it was maybe he got a little lucky by drawing at that turn, but I mean, I think he played really well during that endgame for sure.
Yeah, very, very calculated. Eating Chick-fil-A,
Fade Ralpha,
increasing your luck. So, wow, what a game!
Yep.
I don't know, probably the most exciting match that we've seen today.
I think so, yeah. And I mean, you can always expect Haik to give very exciting matches. He's a showman at the end of the day, and he's done it. Yeah, good game Haik from Riddler Man Gaming. Amazing turnover. Yeah, for sure. Super exciting game. Really well played from both players. Although, there comes to a point where Guardian really doesn't have that much agency to make plays. Or really, all you're doing is throwing 10 dominate or 8 dominate.
Yeah. I think on both ends there were some decisions made. Maybe Justin's gonna ask himself later, like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have overblocked.
Yep.
Maybe like a couple things would have changed here and there. But it can be so hard as the victor player, even though you're getting all this efficiency and card advantage. When the opponent isn't attacking for a ton, it's hard for you to use all your cards.
Right. Yeah, and for me personally, I think that's why Haik has always been a really great testing partner, because he and I think in very different ways. As I was mentioning, I was criticizing his early plays because they weren't in line with the value proposition that I'm personally the way that my brain works.
Yeah.
But Haik throws a 2-card, 1 card 2 and does nothing, and that's to him a great play. Comparatively, he blocks 6 on a pulverize and throws like a 3-card 5. So it's not.
But getting it done, I think he just knows like what are the important cards.
Haik was fortunate in the Toxic Fire of Yu-Gi-Oh. He returned to Yu-Gi-Oh to play for I think one tournament in like the last 2 months.
Yeah.
He's bought a bunch of starter decks and played like a game of Yu-Gi-Oh at some tournament.
Yeah, so Haik advances forward now to 6-1, so he's going to have potentially a chance to clinch a spot in the top 8 in the next round. So good luck to him. And that's going to be it for round number 7. I think we are about ready to move on to a sponsor break, the last sponsor break of Swiss, and before we go to our last round of Swiss, so stay tuned.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
SinFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament, as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today. Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team, learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
We're also giving away the promo Boast and playmat from this season of Spoilers. All Majestics and Rares will be automatically entered, so stay tuned for the giveaway drawn at the end of March.
All right, welcome back to Battle Hardened Philadelphia. We are in the ultimate round of Swiss. So a bunch of guys playing for top 8 contention.
Yep.
And we have a special match lined up for you guys. It is going to be Dromai versus Rhinar. And the Dromai pilot, Mara Ferris, I'm sure needs no introduction.
Yep,
The Rhinar player, Ryan. Ryan Thomas, I don't know which region he's local to, but certainly having an incredible run today, kind of putting himself on the map.
Yeah, 6-1. I mean, he's a brute after all. I think brutes are fairly strong in this meta. He's playing Rhinar, which I think has a fairly good matchup across the board into many heroes, especially if you're a skilled pilot of the Rhinar. And so I think in Tamara, I think some of the onus will be on the Rhinar player to keep up the momentum and throw enough damage where Mara can't choose to play, the way that she wants to play the game. And I think, Mara's deck is fairly aggressive, and so I think the Rhinar needs to pick and choose the battles that he wants to win, such that he can, use his Blood Rush Bellows and his Intimidates to close out the game at an opportune moment.
Yeah, I wonder which version of Rhinar he is playing. Whether or not he's going to be bringing some defensive options. Mara has quite a reputation of playing these low-cost attacks. So I think if you have some sync belows, maybe it's good to bring those in. If you have Fate for Scenes, I don't know how many defensive cards he's running.
I'm really hoping for a high-roll, one-shot OTK Rhinar build.
All right, so we'll see if that happens. And we're getting ready to play.
Oh, no,
This is
Ryan. This is the Rhinar that fatigued Haik earlier, so I think he has a fairly defensive build.
Yeah, how do you think that fares? I think that should be, not too bad into the style of Dromai that Mara is playing.
I think so. Mara's style of there are a lot of Dromais that will try to fatigue a Rhinar, or that has been, a strategy that has been employed by Dromai players in the past.
Yeah.
I don't think Mara's deck is capable of that because her attack value far exceeds her defense value on most of her cards. We're going to see a very hot running Dromai versus a Rhinar whose deck is primarily composed of D-Reacts, according to Haik. Apparently he was running, all the blue D-Reacts, the ones that trigger when your opponent draws, some of the yellow ones, and most of the red ones.
Yeah, if Mara is playing Royal into Ryan, what is it called? Hold the Line is going to generate a lot of value.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see whether, we'll see when they present their equipment, but really Hold the Line will have enormous value on those turns if Ryan chooses to bring that in. I wonder, though, if Ryan's strategy here is to, present a large deck and try to run Dromai out of cards, or if he's going to try to be more aggressive and, try to make, high damage value plays. That is a fat stack in Ryan's hand, so I'm assuming that he's presenting a pretty large deck here.
Yeah, I think that would be a good assumption, although you can never tell with double sleeve cards. That's a strike 2 against double sleeving.
Well, I double sleeve my cards, so I get a really good idea of how a big double sleeve deck looks like versus a smaller double sleeve deck.
Yeah.
So you can always tell when they're double sleeved.
Yeah.
And I think once you can determine whether it's double sleeved or single sleeved, you can get an idea of roughly how many cards your opponent is presenting.
Right. Although what throws me off is if it's a freshly double sleeved deck,
that's
then
tough.
the air almost makes it look like quadruple sleeve.
Then you have to look at the physics of how they're shuffling to determine how fresh those sleeves are before you can make a determination.
Yeah, I think the answer is to just not play with sleeves.
Oh yeah, just everyone should be a degenerate and play non-sleeve decks.
Yeah, or a single sleeve.
Back in the day, that's what we used to do, right? Play on the street with no sleeves.
Yeah, I come from the streets.
Yeah, same here, dude.
We play cards on the streets.
Yeah, maybe
on the gravel, you just sling your Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Oh, same here, dude. Yeah, so many of my Yu-Gi-Oh cards are dinged up because they just had gravel play on them. Back in the day, you could.
Is that attack on TCG player? Lightly played, heavily played, gravel played.
It should be, honestly. But no. I think the TCG community has really gotten past those days. Hardly you'll ever find anyone playing with non-sleeve decks nowadays.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, unlucky.
And so it looks like both players are kind of getting ready to present. What is your opinion of somebody when they come with a life pad that's an actual little journal book?
I was going to comment on that. I was like, Ryan really likes diarying or keeping journals.
Like, I feel like they're going to be more defensively oriented. They're too, like...
Yeah, I think so, because it's like, if it's a huge pad, you know they're going like 20-plus turns.
They also just, I think, just care a lot about, being organized and having control over their lives, and don't really just want to, risk it all in the first cycle.
Yeah, I'm the kind of person who will come unprepared without any writing utensil or something to write on.
Yeah.
And then I'll just hope for the good graces of the tournament organizer. They'll either provide me one or let me use a calculator or my mobile device. I just say bringing pen and paper into these things,
Yeah.
The less we can go away from the old, the more we can save the trees and save the planet.
Yep. I think you can play. I think you can use your phone now at competitive level.
Oh,
events.
can you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, maybe that's a
professional level events. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure you can at like tier 2 level events.
Okay, that's good to know. Next calling, I'm coming in with nothing but my deck. Yeah, this is a very interesting loadout. One, because yes, he is choosing to play the Akuma Rhinar as we have it, but also one of his claws is a white border and the other claw is a black border. Do you think this is some kind of
And they're the same direction.
And they're the same direction. Well, I mean, Rhinar is facing that direction, so that kind of makes sense to me. It's like his claws are kind of just like...
They're pointing to the left?
Yeah.
All right, so we see Mara starting off, pitching a Snatch and a Phoenix Flame. So I think quite fortunate to be going first into drawing that Phoenix Flame.
Yep.
Now you're guaranteed to never draw that card again until you play your Flame Call Awakening.
Right, and this does answer a question for us. Balance of Justice be damned. Mara is definitely running 3 tomes. Well, I don't know if she is bringing it in here, but I believe she's running tomes in this deck.
Yeah, and Ryan is playing not Balance of Justice, but he's playing the Scowling Fleshbag.
Scowling Fleshbag, yeah.
So Mara choosing to play a Dromai, making another Ash with the Flame Skull Furnace. She's actually quite ahead on Ash generation. I know that her list generally has a hard time building Ash or like maintaining Ash because a lot of the dragons that she's playing, like she's not playing like that many like 2-cost attacks. So you can't like keep generating Ash throughout the game.
Yeah, I think if I'm Ryan here, well, I'm not Ryan, but I was gonna say I rose caps, but Ryan is a very disciplined player. He's just going to clear Dragon, take his win, and pass it back to Omar.
Ryan doesn't believe in gambling.
No. Ryan does not strike me as a gambler at all.
Oh.
He probably hates to be here. He's like, get me out of this casino. Why am I in this den of iniquity?
Yeah,
Please.
so Ryan's hand has Sink Below. So he is playing the defensive cards, Barraging Beatdown, Command and Conquer, and a blue.
Yep. Yeah, this isn't your grandma's Rhiner deck for sure.
Yeah. So coming in with the Azulai, making Azulai, and then coming in with the Flame Call Awakening.
Yep. Mara with her classic, 1 for 4 go again, or 1 for 3 asterisk go again.
Yeah. And so I wonder when you deploy the Sink Below, because you know that Mara is probably going to be playing, a lot of 0-cost 4-power attacks.
Right.
Especially like into Rhinar. Like, will this Azulai even be attacking this turn? As a big question mark.
Yeah, I hesitate to play the Sink Below on the first attack because I do recognize that Kyluri exists, other 4 attacks exist, and this is a deck that's known for playing a lot of 4-attack go agains. And
yeah,
so
you do run the risk of this, which is the Command and Conquer kind of coming in.
Right. And that's always a risk, You really have to pick and choose how efficiently you want to use your resources.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to give either both armor or. You're just going to have to pass your turn. I kind of like the idea of giving armor here. It seems like kind of a shame to spend it so early, but...
Yeah, I think Ryan's just passing his turn.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do you roll scabs before you pass, or do you just pass?
This would be an opportune time to roll scabs when there's basically nothing on the line.
For sure, and if you roll a 1, you can just pretend like, your turn just ended.
Yeah, but he did not, so I think the jig is up.
Oh, no. I think you always roll scabs here. Minor misplay with Ryan, but,
The ideal is to hit a 1.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
This is where you want to hit the 1.
Yeah.
Hit the 1, then your opponent won't know that you have a D-react in hand.
So, pitching an Enlightened Strike, coming in with a Billowing Mirage for 3 and generating a Ashwing.
Yep. Oh, no. Ryan instantly slaps the Sink Below out here now. I think it's a little bit of you know, what's the bias here? Confirmation bias or whatever. You know, because he got hit with a CNC, he's now afraid to hold the sync. But I do think it was correct to hold the sync there because there are so many 4-for-0 go-agains.
Yeah, it could be also that he doesn't have a popper in his hand and he's looking for one of those.
Yeah, 100%. Ryan, from what we've seen of his hands, seems to have a fairly low popper count.
Yeah, playing a lot of defense reactions is going to do that for you. So coming in with another Billowing Mirage for 3.
Oh, well.
One thing that you can do is you can block an Ashwing or Asfly with that all you got, and he will draw an extra card off of that.
He will draw an extra
But as far as whether or not he's going to be able to use it, Mar doesn't even attack. So here, I wonder if he's going to roll the Scab Skins to try to go for an opportunity to be able to use all of his cards.
He is very risk-averse. We haven't seen him do it yet, but maybe he'll surprise us.
Yeah, and Mara's strategy seems to be, even if you think that...
Oh, here we go, boys.
Oh, so coming in, Scab Skins roll number 1. What are we hitting?
I'm going to guess a 5. Hey, nailed it.
All right, so hitting a 5, getting 2 action points.
All right, there we go. 2 action points. We definitely clear the Asfly here. The question is, do we throw the other claw at face, or do we just keep clearing dragons every turn?
I think that card is a what's it called, Show No Mercy.
It is a Show No Mercy, yeah. But he probably.
So I wonder if you want to just like play it to kind of get rid of, you know, like have an open arsenal so that later on when the Dromai player plays like a little bit inefficiently to play around poppers, you can, you know, arsenal on the card.
Huh. Yeah, potentially. The way Ryan's playing though, it feels like he is really just taking these value turns where he can clear as many objects off the field. I think he probably wants to pair the Show No Mercy with some kind of Intimidate that will let him have a large turn. Maybe on a Blood Rush turn, he might be able to, you know, Blood Rush claw into one of the Intimidate effects in addition to the Show No Mercy.
So Mara is now starting the turn off, playing a Tome of Imperial Flame. Let's take a look at what she has drawn into. So she has, looks like a Mirror Guy, a Tomotai, and I don't know what that last card is that she's keeping. I think she's thinking about, not keeping the Flame Call Awakening.
Does she run Tomotais? Is that a Tomotai?
Looks like something big. It could be, what, a Necria?
Yeah, I don't see a Tomotai.
Oh, Lost in Thought?
Yeah, maybe it is Lost in Thought.
I thought it was a dragon.
Tomotai is more orange. Well, a lot of these are altered too, so it's kind of hard to tell, I think.
Yeah.
So she is going to...
activating the Flame Spell Furnace, going up to 2 resources, playing Rake the Embers.
Up to 5, down to 2.
Yep, that makes sense. She's going to be creating 3 additional Ashwings here. So Ryan's going to have to figure out how many times he wants to roll just to clear Ashwings.
Yeah, and now the board is getting kind of a little bit out of hand, and Aether Ashwing is really like the key card into playing into these, I would say like popper, not like dense, but like decks that play a decent amount, like 20 plus, because you are kind of forcing the opponent who's going to draw maybe like 1 to 2 a turn.
Oh, absolutely. That is devastating. Lost in Thought will be able to snipe probably the only 6 in Ryan's hand here.
Ryan only has 1 6 in his hand, has 2 Blood Rush Bellows and a Faithful Scene.
You hate to see that. That's just, that's just really awkward.
We're going to take this one.
Yeah, so the Ashwings are looking like they're going to get in, and it's like really difficult, I think, for Ryan to kind of capitalize on the value.
Yeah, this is almost an amazing hand.
If Ryan was able to block with the Sink Below normally.
Yeah, so Mara knows here that she is able to attack with impunity. I think from this point, Ryan might just throw the Show No Mercy at the Mirror Guy on his turn just to clear from the arsenal.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Yeah, then you get to arsenal the Faithful Scene.
Yeah, or the other...
or a Blood Rush.
Yeah. I prefer arsenaling the Blood Rush because you do need a pivot turn here. And you can't block out every single turn, especially not with 5 Ashwings.
That is fair.
But he does have a Ponder,
Yeah, so choosing to pitch the Fate Foreseen and the Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah. Is that going face? There's no shot that goes face, right? No, I guess it intimidates regardless of whether you attack face or dragon. So,
yep.
Let's see what happens here.
It looks like it is going face.
Yeah, that's strange to me. I would 100% of the time clear this mirror guy. That's the most frightening thing to me as a brute player on the board right now.
Yeah, mirror guy, even though only attacks for 2 every turn, kind of if you get to draw and play into like a Yenderai or an HVY, a Yenderai or a Kyloria, it basically just enables you to continually get like plus value on those other dragons until you clear the mirror guy out.
Yeah, I think Ryan's thought process here is because he has a Blood Rush in his arsenal, he will more efficiently be able to clear that dragon next turn than this turn. And so he wants to take a 6 damage here where he can to try to see what his next hand brings.
Yeah, it looks like his next hand does have quite a couple of 6-power attacks. I think that's 2 Assault and Batteries.
Oh yeah, we got the double mirror guy on the board. He's definitely going to need a Blood Rush here to clear this.
Yeah, so Ryan's doing some thinking. I wonder what he's when he's facing down the 2 mirror guys.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd rather face down 2 mirror guys and be able to clear them now, you know. But he is going to take a huge chunk of damage to be able to do so.
Yeah, and this board is getting completely out of hand. If Mara's playing more than one Lost in Thought, and it's probable that she is, then, you know, this is basically like one big turn away from...
Oh, look at that. Oasis Respite. Yeah, Ryan, I think, is going for a very heavy fatigue plan here.
Yeah. You don't see that every day. Oasis Respite on the Yenderai.
Not at all. Oh, no, not again.
Yeah, so he showing the grip. Oh, that's a yellow barraging beatdown.
Oh, not like this. Yeah, this is the detriment to playing so many of these non-blocks and non-attacks. A single Lost in Thought just really, you know, stomps your entire turn.
Yeah, and that Blood Rush Bellow is going to kind of get stuck, and these Ash Wings are going to get in for a lot of damage. Basically, his attack with all the Ash Wings twice, so those 5 Ash Wings worth at least, you know, 10 damage at this point.
I do believe the barraging beatdown lets him buff his claws and kill one of the mirror guys.
He can do that.
But I mean, this is just, you know, you're taking at least 7, 9 to the face.
Yeah, and you know, Mara's deck does have, even though she has quite a board right now, does present, you know, a lot of attacks as well. And when you do take a big life swing just to kind of clear out a mirror guy, it's going to be pretty tough to come back from this.
Yeah, this is rough. Ryan has built a very heavy fatigue deck, and he's really getting punished here from these Lost in Thoughts. There's still one more Lost in Thought, I believe, in Mara's deck, and so...
Yeah, Mara even getting another Ash Ring from her... Oh, what is it called? The Common Glove. Silken Form,
yeah.
So getting another Ash Ring. So really just like cashing it in, thinking that she's probably going to get more than, you know, 2 or 3 attacks. That Silken Form might translate into 3 or 4 damage.
For sure. Yeah, and honestly, this Lost in Thought is one of the reasons why I stopped playing fatigue decks. It is very disastrous when you have a fatigue package that is running heavy D-React, and you get your one attack that you needed to throw just removed from your hand.
Yeah, so kind of just shortcutting here. You get a card Intimidated, but I'm not attacking you.
Yep.
Clearing a mirror guy out, like you said.
Yep. Yeah, and he gets the Ponder. Ponder did nothing for him. Ryan back to the drawing board here. He has a swing big at least now. And he has that Remembrance, so you definitely know he is fully intending to fatigue his opponent here. Although with 23 life, it's going to be hard-pressed, especially with a board this big.
Yeah, playing another copy of Lost in Thought, or not Lost in Thought, Rake the Embers, bringing the Ash Ring count up to 9.
Yep. And to the point that you mentioned, Yanji, earlier on about just compounding, you know, damage over time, I think we're seeing that if Ryan, you know, chose to clear the mirror guy at an earlier turn, with the Shona Mercy, I think the board state would be a little bit more manageable.
Yeah.
But each of those mirror guys has, you know, dealt at least 6 damage throughout this game.
Yeah, but I think even still, the power of the Lost in Thought is so high. Just being able to, you know, like if he like no matter what, he would be stuck with a Blood Rush Bellow that he can't play and no 6s.
Yeah.
And so this is like kind of like a deck building issue. that a lot of Rhinars, I think, face. There's kind of a balance that you have to strike between being aggressive and being defensive, and then the more defensively that you slant your deck, the better overall I think you are into a lot of the other attacking decks, but into Dromai in particular, you start to see a lot of the detriments.
Yeah, absolutely. Mara has so many Ash Springs, she doesn't even have altars for the extra one. Okay, she's glad that one got popped because it was giving me some OCD, and I'm sure Mara was not enjoying that extra Ash Ring on the board.
Yeah, so now Ryan is going to
swing a claw.
Swing a claw. Like, what do you swing here? Like, using one card to clear an Ash Ring seems so minus.
I mean, the way that his deck is built, I'm clearing a dragon every single time here. There's no shot that attacking face is ever going to get me any equity in this matchup at this point.
Oh, so he's just playing Remembrance, choosing not to clear. I think he wants more 6s in his deck.
Oh, no, yeah, he's learned his lesson. He literally only had 3 6s in his grave. That's how few 6s he's running.
Yeah.
Big show no mercy and going to grab the popper.
A good thing for him, there's only one more Lost in Thought, so there's only one more time where something like that can happen to him again.
Yeah, but now Mara, I think, is in the Dromai waiting room. Just like
no, for sure, yeah. This is Dromai Mirror Guy waiting room.
Oh, but she has one in her hand already. If we see, her hand is E-Strike, Dromai, Blaze Headlong, and another mystery card.
Oh, that's a Rake the Embers, I believe. This is this is perfect hand for her, really.
Yeah, especially you get into a deck like Ryan's, which I think is so. Normally, when you play Dromai Mirror Guy, you're kind of forcing the opponent to have at least 2 poppers to stop your turn.
Yeah, she's
gonna might not even draw 2 in a single hand.
I will draw.
You might not draw 1.
She's gonna get to cast the. She's gonna get to cast the Dromai, and then depending on how Ryan blocks, potentially.
Yeah,
even
so
draw
Ryan has a Send Packing, and what is that second card?
I think I saw a Show No Mercy.
Oh, it's a.
No.
Rawhide Rumble.
Rawhide Rumble, yeah.
So he does have 2. He does have 2 6s available in his hand.
This is the most poppers we've seen in a single hand from Ryan.
Yeah. So Mara going down right now to 0 Ash. But we are going for the damages.
Yep. Yeah. This is 3 true damage.
I wonder if you're Mara, if you just like with the extra action point, just send like the E-Strike for 7.
Huh.
Or you could send the E-Strike for draw a card.
E-Strike, yeah. I mean, it really depends how Ryan's blocking. I would be a little hesitant to do it because you want to bank the 2 action points.
Yeah.
I feel like I would want to continue attacking with my dragons, and then if I have an action point left, that's when I do, go again.
Yeah. So using the Rawhide Rumble, the block, cannot pop it.
Oh, yep. He didn't realize.
I'll be nice.
Yeah. So Ryan saying he didn't realize that the mirror guy was on the border. It is.
I mean, she is being nice, but at the same time, the mirror guy's all the way on that corner, so it's easy from a board representation standpoint to not realize that it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it was unintentional, but it is a. I might have missed that there as well because it's not with the rest of the dragons.
Yeah. So now coming in with a Ravenous Rabble for 4. These Dromai players and their promotional high rarity cards.
I know.
I think I'm seeing a pattern. If
Yeah,
you want to
for
win at Dromai, that's what you got to do.
Yeah. But I think Mara has slightly more altars and less high rarity cards than Guy, so that's what gives Guy, the competitive edge that he's had for the last few tournaments.
Okay. Of course, Mara, I think, does a lot of her own altars.
Right. So basically free, is what I'm getting from that.
Yeah. Now choosing to block on the Ravenous Rabble, the red barraging beatdown.
Makes sense. You're not getting any value out of that card.
And Mara kind of knows that Ryan already has a popper in his hand. Likely that he has 2, so I wonder how she's going to choose to navigate this turn.
Does she choose go again?
She's choosing draw a card.
She is choosing draw a card. Very interesting.
I believe the reason why she's choosing draw a card is to make an extra Ash. Currently, she's at no Ash. So she wants to have an extra card, I think, to make an Ash.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And this is going to be like difficult to kind of deal with because, Ryan does have to kind of keep cards in his hand in order to kill this mirror guy, as well as to kill the Dromai.
Yeah, Ryan just revealed his whole hand accidentally. But I don't think Mara's paying attention.
Yeah, so we have the 2 poppers. Are we gonna let the Dromai kind of just do the damage for free, which is kind of what Dromai wants to do anyways, like chip you down and then close you out with burn them all, making you pitch an extra card even though you have the AB, you don't want to use the AB.
Yeah, this is interesting. Okay.
Okay, so we see a Scowling Flesh Bag, and Mara looks like she's choosing not to activate her Flame Scale Furnace immediately.
Yeah, but I think a lot of that. Oh, she's regaining her action point. Interesting.
Yeah, choosing to use Snapdragon Scalers.
Now
here.
she has 2 action points again.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mara's saying, I'm going to demand your entire hand and then more, because there's no way that you can prevent this entire turn.
Yeah, coming in for 4 now. 4 go again. Ryan's health is getting dangerously low. Of course, we know he has 2 poppers, so he can stop, all the dragons from attacking, but essentially, Mara should be attacking with the Ashwings first, so it's just going to trade 2 cards for 2 Ashwings.
I mean, this Blaze Hedgehog is just guaranteed damage, so get that out of the way and then start throwing all your Ashwings. He's going to need to pop 2 Ashwings if he wants to stop the turn, but he's going to need to keep cards in hand to kill Dromai, Mirror Guy, so it's really an impossible proposition here.
Yeah, and we're gonna see whether or not the fact that Mara has no Ash is going to come in play. Also, she doesn't have, Snapdragon Scalers available, so there might be some cards that she draws into, like Snatch, which could previously function as turn starters, but now cannot.
Absolutely, yeah, I'm clearing this Dromai 100% of the time.
Yeah, so the Dromai is going to go down.
Mirror Guy is still a very annoying card to deal with here. Ryan's going to need to figure out how to get rid of that sometime in the next turn. That's one of the issues with playing this heavy fatigue Rhinar without having Romping Club. The Mirror Guy is just insanely difficult to deal with in this type of deck. You have to either rely on the Scabs hits, whole attack from hand, or, Blood Rush turn.
Yeah, for sure. So we have a couple of cards in the hand that don't really do much, and this is, I think, one of the difficulties of going down to 0 Ash, because she's drawn 2 Dragon Invocations, and then the other cards are Scar for Scar and Command and Conquer. She actually doesn't have a way to kind of attack with her whole team, and so she's gonna have to give the tempo of the game back. Probably just going to be attacking with Command and Conquer.
Yeah, and I think Ryan would love that. He would finally get a chance to clear this Blood Rush from his arsenal.
Yeah.
This is a play that I've been waiting for the entire game. Yep, Command and Conquer for 6. Ryan, I think, probably sighing somewhat of a sigh of relief, given that he can finally play with cards in his hand.
Yeah. Ideally, you would want to block 2 cards. Maybe clear the Mirror Guy if you can.
Yeah, 100%. I mean,
if he can keep, it looks like he has a Beast within his hand, but choosing not to.
He doesn't want to get the effect of the Beast within? That's strange.
He might be taking too much damage. It's unclear how, what.
Yeah, because half his deck is non-6s, right? So he's going to take like 18 damage to get a Beast within trigger. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that.
Yeah, so it looks like we might be seeing a Blood Rush Bellow here. Blood Rush Bellow is actually one of the good ways to clear Mirror Guy because you get to attack with your Claw for 5 go again. So even though you waste 1 point of damage, it's not as bad.
I mean, otherwise you're wasting probably like 1 or more, like 2 or more points of damage throwing 6 into it.
Yeah, so discarding the Show No Mercy.
Yep, and we get Intimidate trigger.
We'll take this one from you.
Yep, more getting intimidated. Flashing the card for a brief moment.
And we see that Ryan has drawn a Reckless Swing.
Yep, Reckless Swing here from Ryan. He may be able to go 3 wide, potentially. What is the other card? No. He has not.
Clearing Bellow.
Yeah, his whole deck is non-attacks. I forget that he has no follow-up to this play, usually.
Yeah, so we're probably going to see maybe an Arsenal Reckless Swing just as a defensive option.
I don't know. I feel like there's no shot that Arsenal is reckless at this life total. Because what are you recklessing?
I don't know, like a Snatch, maybe.
Yeah, although that should 100% be going into Mirror Guy, from my perspective. Please? No?
Alright, so the Mirror Guy is going to stay alive.
Did he forget it's there?
I don't think so. I think Ryan is kind of resigning to the fact that he needs to do damage and threaten lethal. Maybe he's hoping that he can kind of equalize the life if he draws another Blood Rush Bellow. Mara doesn't have she doesn't have a Kyloria or a what's it called, or a Chroma in the field.
Right.
So even though you have multiple of these like mirror guy type effects, like it really only lets you get like one extra attack in.
Right. It's totally fair, but one extra attack builds up. This is minimum 3 uncontested damage every turn.
So now we're coming in with the Enderai for 3 with a Burn Them All. So this is a familiar sight to the previous game that we were watching.
Yep. Luckily, Ryan does have Arcane Barrier here, so there's not a deterministic way for Mara to win the game. But
Ryan choosing to take the 3 damage. Now the Blaze Headlong is coming for 4, and then Mara's deck. I think Guy was also playing quite an aggressive deck as well, playing like a lot of 0 for 4. Is kind of a different from what we're accustomed to seeing him play.
Definitely.
So it looks like a lot of these like 0 for 4 attacks are, kind of integral to beating Brute.
Right. No, I mean, Guy was definitely playing aggressive deck, but Guy was also a little bit more defensive than Mara in the sense that he had more defensive options, and also he chose to play the balance instead of the gold helmet, and so Guy's deck had no non-blocks in it, whereas we have seen a tome from Mara, right? Yeah. So Mara certainly opting for the tome game plan.
I think he probably has tomes in his deck.
Yeah,
maybe would choose to play them into Rhinar. Probably not into Kayo.
Yeah, perhaps.
The decks are a little bit different in terms of how you want to approach it, I think.
Right. Kayo is quite more offensive than Rhinar most of the time.
Yeah, and so now coming in with an Enlightened Strike for 5 to draw a card. All of the Dromai cards are red, so they're all should be pretty good value.
Yep.
And this is like quite a lot of damage to be facing.
Yeah, this is another.
Yeah, so we see he's drawn into another Blood Rush Bellow. That Clearing Bellow in his arsenal is probably not going to get in for
but he can,
much. He might just play it to clear.
He can clear it. That's a good thing about it. And that's part of the name. Like Clearing Bellow, you put this in your arsenal and you can clear it whenever you want.
Just get rid of it.
Yeah. I mean, reckless swing. Like you got to be reckless to swing. So I think that's just a -1. Clearing is a -0.
Right, so Ryan is choosing to take the 5 damage.
He's taking 5 here.
I think he might be using the Tunic to play the Blood Rush Bellow.
I think he's got to clear the 2 mirror guys here. I think. I mean, I don't want to. I would never tell him how to play the game, but there's no shot that you're ever winning this game with 2 mirror guys on the board.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Blood Rush Bellow does give you kind of an avenue to do so.
Yeah. I don't think Mara's nearly close enough to a life threshold that can threaten lethal.
So we're going to Intimidate, and then we'll draw 2. Sure. I'll take that one from you.
So now, drawing 2 cards. What did he draw?
Blue and...
So he has a blue, a Swing Big, and a Show No Mercy. So we can go Claw, Swing Big. We can go Claw, Bellow, Arsenal, Swing Big.
I don't mind Claw, Swing Big too much. I also don't mind just Claw, clearing the mirror guys. But he seems to want to go face here. Yeah, I guess he is just choosing to.
Yeah, so he's going face. It looks like the most amount of damage that he can threaten after this is going to be 10.
Yep.
So if Mara takes all the damage, she's going to go down to 6. There is a possibility that he can actually win the game from this point. If Mara doesn't draw a way to, like, let's say if she draws a hand of all, non-go again attacks.
Mm-hmm.
If she doesn't draw a way to give go again, or if her way to give go again is something like another Burn Them All, and Ryan is able to pop the second attack.
I feel like I would have not cleared the Clearing Bellow there because, as you mentioned, Ryan's one out to this game is being able to intimidate for lethal. Not that I can see a way for him to keep a big enough hand where he's able to do that, but definitely having a Clearing Bellow in Arsenal on that turn versus right now is more ideal.
So Mara's just contemplating, does she need to block? Is it better to swing? You always have to take some risks by keeping extra cards into decks with like greater than, I would say, like 6 6s.
Mm-hmm.
you're taking quite a risk.
Yep. Here we get the first armor block from Mara.
So saying just blocking with the armor, taking 8, going down to 8.
Yeah, that's really spooky if I'm Ryan, because I have a feeling that that Mara has quite a few 4 for 0 go-agains on this turn. Maybe actually couldn't drop low enough that her Scar for Scars are turned on.
That is true. So it looks like she does have a go again. She has Billowing Mirage in her hand, a Sink Below. So starting off with a Billowing Mirage.
Yep, good old Billow.
And what has Ryan drawn? Ryan's hand is Alpha Rampage, Swing Big, Command and Conquer,
Hold the Line,
and a Hold the Line. So he does have access to three cards that pop.
He does. Hold the Line, notoriously pretty bad when your opponent doesn't draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
But it is a blue pitch. Yep, blocking with a popper here. Probably be blocking with another popper on this one. Either that or no, he has to block some because he takes Arcane.
Yeah, gonna be taking Arcane. It's likely that he'll block a card instead of going to 1.
Yeah, right.
Now, if she doesn't have anything else, then the turn is effectively stopped. But not really sure what Ryan can do as a follow-up.
Yep, there we go.
So coming in with the Nourishing Emptiness.
Nourishing
that
6
has Dominate.
Ryan's going to be able to give...
So he can block 5 of this.
He can, but he drops to 2.
If he blocks 5, yeah, he goes to 2.
Yeah, and then that... oh, he drops to 1, which means Mara has game on the next turn.
Well, she doesn't have Deterministic game, but...
She has a...
most likely.
She has a... yeah, true. Because he has a... He has Arcane Barrier, you're right. Yeah. He has Arcane Barrier, which means he can survive at 1, but having to pitch an entire card to stop single point Arcane...
yeah, not where you want to be.
Yeah. I mean, Mara will have so many threats on this turn.
Yeah, drawing 5 cards. So Ryan choosing to Arsenal his last card.
Yeah, playing with a 5-card hand on this aggressive a deck. Definitely I'm feeling very comfortable in Mara's seat right now.
All right, so we're starting off with a Kyloria.
Yep, this is a Kyloria without Phantasm. So it's 1 Arcane, 4 Physical. This is something that has to be given 3 cards.
Yeah, pitching a...
Oh, no, he has the Sink Below, which is really good.
Yeah, Sink Below, real key. Will Mara be able to continue pressuring?
He does have 2 poppers in hand.
Yeah, she has a Kyloria in her hand and a Scar for Scar. Yeah, I wouldn't hate just like playing the Kyloria and then attacking with Scar for Scar.
Right. But I think you want to, there's only so many turns where your opponent can just, oh no. Well, he does have remaining mana, so good thing he pitched blue to go into this.
Yeah, so attacking for 4.
Yeah.
Most likely we'll have to block out.
Yeah, that demands 2 cards. Doesn't have go again, but she does have boots, yeah?
So giving the line.
That is a little sad, but... oh, she already popped the boots, right? She doesn't have boots.
Yeah, she doesn't have boots available.
Yep.
So letting one of the Burn Them All die and choosing to banish for the other one. You really only want 1. And any additional Burn Them All in this endgame state doesn't really help you that much because Ryan does have the Arcane Barrier, so he's just going to be able to pitch 1 card to deal with it.
Yeah, and this is almost deterministic lethal because the Arcane plus Kyloria demands so many cards from hand on every single turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, really not where you want to be as a brute player. I really do think that the mirror guy should have been prioritized to stay off the board. Really these gameplay, micro decisions at the start compound even more, especially against a hero like Dromai.
Yeah, every time Dromai gets to attack with a dragon, it's just like tacking on increased value onto the cards that were played. And so even though we see for multiple turns where Mara hasn't really been attacking with her whole board, I think all of her dragons have attacked at least twice, in which case they are so far ahead of cards that other classes are able to play.
Right, absolutely.
So again, presenting the 4+1 Arcane.
Yep. But if Ryan lives through this turn, next turn he'll be able to use his Tunic to clear an Arcane, which means he will get 1 point of value and be able to potentially swing a claw back.
Yeah, so we're actually blocking with the Tunic.
Just kidding.
Going up, coming in with a Command and Conquer for 6.
Okay. So that bamboozles Ryan's entire hand, and now we're back to...
Yeah, I think Mara is basically just waiting until she can draw like just an attack that has go again.
Yep, exactly. I mean, if she takes every single card from his hand every turn, she's winning at the end of the day.
Mara has on her sleeve for her Lost in Time, it says, "Shut up, Flake."
Is that what it said? Yo, zoom into that.
I don't believe we can zoom in on it, but...
Yo, what if we go into the play area?
I think that's not going to cover it, but we see Mara does have a Dromai, so I think the Dromai is kind of the nail on the coffin. Being able to attack multiple times. This Kyloria demands essentially 3 cards. The Dromai is going to demand 1 card.
Yep.
And then Ryan shouldn't have any cards left to block any of the other attacks.
Oh.
Although it does have the Sink Below.
Sink Below, yeah. That buys him an additional 2 minutes of gameplay.
So now we're attacking with the Dromai. This is going to get destroyed.
All right, pop the Dromai, and then next we get to... swing for
yeah,
3, yeah.
3, and then going to get the Phoenix Flame. Can you even just end the game with the Phoenix Flame?
Oh, yeah. No, that's what I would do here, 100%
End the game in style.
Yeah, I would search for the Phoenix Flame just so I can attack with it here.
No cards in hand?
Yeah, go ahead, Mara. Throw that Phoenix Flame.
You get to do it however you want to do it. Show me a Phoenix Flame.
There we go. All right, Mara, the champion of the people, throwing the Phoenix Flame.
Yeah, not often seen, but ending the game in style.
For sure. But yeah, kudos to Ryan for playing this grueling game despite having such few poppers.
Yeah, what a great sport.
Yeah.
I think the game kind of snowballed a little bit out of control, especially after the 2 Lost in Thoughts. Those cards were just so impactful in the early game that even though it kind of looked like there was a lot of issues going on, I think that his position was already so far behind due to how good those Lost in Thoughts were. And we see on his later hands, he was able to draw, 2 or 3 6-power attacks in a turn. If one of those had come up during like one of the early Lost in Thought turns, how different would this game have been?
I mean, it would have been a lot more different for sure. He got 2 of his Blood Rush turns stuffed just completely. You can't really blame him. It's very hard to play around the Lost in Thought. You can't just expect your opponent to have it.
Yeah.
I think he played well for the way that he did, but Lost in Thought was just way too impactful into that matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're going to look for a backup match. But in the meantime, we're going to go for a quick break to see who is, and then after that, we're going to have our top 8. So stay tuned.
All right, hey everyone. Update, all games are finished. So I think they're waiting on some of the lower end tables for maybe like 1 or 2 games to wrap up before top 8 is announced. So a judge is going to come over and hand me that as soon as they know. But there's no other games we can really go to as a backup. There you go. That is the end of Swiss. We are doing it in one shot. A couple people have asked in the chat. So top 8 is going to start immediately after this. And then, we'll just follow on through. So 8-4 finals. In the... what other announcements? All the giveaways are going to kick off in the, I guess, kind of like the wind down after each match. We're going to do some giveaways. There's a bunch of heavy play codes specifically to give away, so that'll be something we can finally get to, because once it's in top 8, we have a little bit more control over time between rounds, since there is no time limit for top 8. When it's the Swiss, stuff's been going actually really well today. The planning, the tournament has just run really smooth. We're about 8 hours into the stream, and we are done. I mean, this is actually this is the first time I've ever seen this happen. The stream right now is at 8 minutes, 6 seconds of uptime, right? And we finished round 8 of Swiss. Normally there's like an entire extra hour or so mixed in there. And, I'd be stressing out because, oh, my God, are we going to hit 12 hours before the top 8 starts or something? Am I going to have to cut the YouTube stream? But no, we're looking healthy. There's 4 more hours left with only 3 rounds left to play. So that's pretty amazing. Do I know what top 8 looks like? I haven't really been walking around during the rounds to, get a great vibe. But I know a couple people are locked. So, Brodie Spurlock is locked for top 8. Would you believe it? And he's on Dromai. Mara is locked for top 8, and she's on Dromai. There is Guy, who's locked on Dromai. So that's 3 Dromai in top 8, guaranteed so far. And then we've got 2 Uzuris that are in top 8 as well. So that's 5. I think there's also a Kano in top 8. That's 6. And actually, hold up. Something's happening in the chat real quick. Yo, Vero. Wait, I'm getting pulled away by this. Vero gifted 20 channel memberships to... Oh, wow. And there's some big names who won out on that. Look, Levi won one. Scott Mines won one. Handy. Wow, some great people in the chat just got handed a Savage Feats membership by Vero. Vero is a fan. I mean, some people took his bait in the chat, which is pretty funny to follow up on. But Vero's the best kind of troll because he really does it out of great intention. So that's amazing, dude. Thank you, Anthony. You did not have to do that, but we love it. We absolutely love it. And hey, we're giving back in a second. We'll do some. Actually, we can probably get to some giveaways now while we wait for top 8. That's not a bad idea. Let's run some giveaways while we wait for top 8. What do we have queued up? All right, we've got. Don't type it yet. Don't type it yet, people. Hold up. I gotta actually start the thing on my end. Giveaways. Keyword. Heavy play. All right. Heavy play. That should be queued up. All right, there we go. Now the giveaway is live. So go ahead, type. Yo, did you guys see that behind me? Freaking. There's an artist table behind me, and someone just knocked something over. Okay, anyway, if you type heavy play into the chat, we have a keyword giveaway going on for what you see on stream. You can win a $5 gift card to Heavy Play, which is a new sponsor of the stream. They jumped in and have offered up a bunch of giveaways. We've got at least, I think, 10 of these to give away. No, that's not true. I think maybe 8. I forget I don't remember the total count. But we've got a bunch of these to give away, and then a $20 gift card as the final prize at the end of the stream today. So if you want your chance, go ahead. Heavy play. It's not case sensitive, and you can go ahead and be entered in to win. The links are all in the description for all the sponsors we've got on this lovely stream, and Heavy Play in particular. You might not have heard about them because it's founded by 2 players who don't come from Flesh and Blood, but they're really eager to start making products specifically for Flesh and Blood. So they just sponsored Michael Fung, for example. They are his exclusive accessory partner. So he's rocking their sleeves, rocking their deck box, all that out there on the battlefield today. And they make. I'm really partial towards their curved sleeves. I actually have them with me. They do make a lot of really interesting products, which I haven't delved into completely. But one thing that they do that I truly have never seen before, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they make these curved sleeves. You see this? You see the corners? You can see the contrast with my hand. The bottom edges are curved, which at first freaked me out because it reminded me of, you know, that car, the Cube, where like one of the window corners like is lapped around the back, and it just triggered my OCD like crazy. I hate that car. And so when I saw these at first, I was like, whoa, why is only the bottom curved? What's going on with that? But as I've actually played with them, it makes a lot of sense because when you shuffle these, when you're shuffling, you're kind of, you know, your hand is going into it this way, right? And so it's really only about this corner that can kind of catch you. And hey, I've had my fair share of like, you know, bad days with hangnails or something, and sometimes those corners can really get you. And me specifically, you know, I do like to shuffle this way. I'm a masher, and so every once in a while, you know, spike your hand on that. It didn't feel too good. So there you go. You've actually got curved sleeves that can help you out with that. I mean, this is such a first world problem, guys. It's not like inventing curved sleeves save the world here, but it is a nice ergonomics upgrade, and I'm actually using their deck box as well. So this is a little magnetic dice. Okay, well, I just pushed it too hard, but it is a magnetic dice box that normally comes out. I tilted it down too far. If you do it sideways, it'll hold. But there you go, a little magnetic dice box that then can clasp onto your deck box. All right, we'll do like, I don't know, maybe like 4 drawings or something for winners this round, just to kick off the giveaway season. But anyway, they're very nice people. I met the guys behind it in a call earlier this week. All right, so with that, let's do some drawings. I forget where I was in like this initial story before we jumped on to segues and car talk. But here we go. We've got almost 200 people eligible for the giveaway. So let's roll a couple. I think in total I can give away, I'm pretty sure I can give away 9 of these. Let me double check the count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, I can give away 9 of these, so we'll do 3 right now. 3 after top 8. 3 after top 4. Well, no, that doesn't math out because there is like the final one to give away. All right, I'll give away 4 right now. 4 after top 8. How's this going to work? Because we need to build up into the final giveaway, which is a separate thing. No, that's fine. All right, I'll give away 3 right now, and I'll promise we'll get to all of them. 3 right now. 3 right now makes sense. Okay, here we go. Nightbot should say in the chat whether or not you've won, and I'll get ready with this. If you win, please email me. Let me get that posted in chat. If you win, email me at ethan@savagefeats.com with a screenshot. All right, that should be good enough. You all see that in the chat now. I'll pin it. And then here we go. We'll do 3 giveaways now. Let's do it. Roll number 1. That is insane. What a rigged system this is. That is Sigma. You should see it in the chat. Sigma, the Chaos Brute, who's longtime viewer, big member in the League of Levia, big Rhinar player. Unfortunately, just had to witness Rhinar lose on stream like that. How embarrassing. But here he is bouncing back with a giveaway win right there. So congrats to Sigma. That is giveaway number 1. You should see it in chat. Let me throw it up on screen as well. Just so, do I have it set up on screen in OBS on this page? Yeah, I do. Okay, so there you go. Sigma has won number 1. Let's see number 2. Roll it. Min-Max Games. All right, is that allowed? Who at Min-Max? This is unbelievable. Who at Min-Max is on the account right now? Is that Sam Dando? Is it Levi? Who is it? If it's one of the boss mans, I don't know. What? I guess we'll trust it. Min-Max, whoever's working the account, if it's Peter, who knows who it is. If you want to email me and do something with that, there you go. Okay. Last one. Okay, here we go. This is someone I don't know. Lunacy. Yep, that's how you say it. Also is a winner. So there you go. Those are the 3 winners for this round. And we will get you those codes. It's a digital gift card. So all you got to do is email me, and I can get you that. Okay, Min-Max said in chat, This is the manager at the storefront. Oops, wrong account. Okay, but it's at least a specific person, not just min-max in general. So perfect. That'll work. You said manager at the store. Who is it? Peter? Who is it? Anyway. So there we go. That is it for the giveaways. Looks like top 8. Was top 8 announced or not yet? It should be 3 Dromai, 2 Uzuri. I think a Kano is all I know for sure. Yeah, okay, so Yanji's out there trying to figure out the top 8. I'm just going to go find a judge to give it to me directly, and we'll just call it good on that front for now. So that's it. We'll be back with more giveaways and be back with the top 8 announcement and all that in no time. So stick around 2 seconds. All right, everybody, ad break till then.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
SinFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today. Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team, learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
We're also giving away the promo Boast and playmat from this season of Spoilers. All Majestics and Rares will be automatically entered, so stay tuned for the giveaway drawn at the end of March.
Welcome back to Battle Hardened Philadelphia. So after 8 rounds of Swiss, we have our top 8.
Yeah. We have. Oh, make
so we have Guy Cohen.
First
place.
0 losses.
Yeah, 0 losses on Dromai. Second place, Caleb on Uzuri.
Yep.
Third place, Haik on Kassai.
Yep.
Fourth place, Brodie on Dromai. Fifth place, Mara on Dromai. Sixth place, Colin on Uzuri. Seventh place, Ryan on Rhinar. And eighth place, Joshua on Kano.
Yeah, and we've had the pleasure of seeing all these players except for Brodie today. But, you know, it's fair enough. Brodie's got enough screen time. I think this is a good tournament, and we got to see everyone. What do you...
Yeah, let's do our predictions bracket, and then we'll check up on it after we play our first round to see which ones we got correct. So quite a lot of Dromais made it into top 8. Key versus Joshua. Dromai versus Kano. Key's going to have the choice of first or second. Who do you think is advantaged?
I think Guy is advantage here. We saw Guy play Uzuri once, and he lost to Kano in like 10 seconds. So I think at that point, Guy said, I'm not losing to Kano again. I'm going to play a hero that has an advantage into this matchup, and I'm going to bring it for the rest of time.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. You know, Dromai is one of those decks that, you know, on paper it doesn't seem like it'd be that great into Kano. But I think most of the Dromai players are able to play cards like Oasis Respite, like Sand Cover, which are actually quite good into Kano. And most importantly, the best part of Dromai is that once you kind of play like 2 dragons out, you don't really have to pitch cards for anything else.
Right, absolutely. Let's skip the next one because I think that one's going to have a little bit more discussion.
Yeah, so this is a toss-up.
Yeah.
Both teammates on the Wolfpack.
Yeah, and Mara's also right here, so I don't really want to, you know, talk smack about her while she's in our face.
Yeah, I'm gonna just X her out.
Yeah, let's X her out. Yeah.
So then the next match, Caleb against Ryan. Uzuri versus Rhinar. You know, Ryan's deck, we didn't really get to see his deck really play to its strengths in his match against Mara, but, you know, having a lot of defense reactions actually sets you up pretty well to play into Uzuri.
I think so. I mean, there were some, I think I would have made some different decisions. Like I would have tried to clear some mirror guys in the game against Mara. But at the end of the day, he does have a very favorable matchup into, I think, attack-based decks.
Yeah.
We've seen that he was able to, well, I've seen that he was able to fatigue Haik in a prior match. But at the same time, Haik also didn't expect a full fatigue Rhinar.
Sure.
And he brought a clean 60. I think going into this, is it open deck list, Ethan? It's not open deck list. In any case, if you've seen any of the stream, you realize what kind of Rhinar deck this is, and you'd be able to probably prepare for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard. It depends, like, if Ryan has... It depends, like, what weapons that Ryan is playing. Like, does he have access to club in his deck? Like, if he has access to club, I think that he should be pretty favored.
There's no shot he has access to club if he's bringing claws into fatigue Rhinar into Dromai.
I mean... Yeah. You never know. I like claws into Dromai, but I'm going to give this one to Ryan.
I think Uzuri was hard fatigue. I feel like Uzuri can actually claw that one out. My prediction is Uzuri there.
Is Caleb the one who is playing?
The fatigue Uzuri we saw round 2? Yeah.
All right.
I would actually give that to Uzuri personally.
Okay. Yeah, well, that kind of makes sense. I thought he was the... Oh, so that was Colin that's playing the...
Yeah. But honestly, I mean, it could go either way. Because they both have a fatigue game plan, I just feel that Uzuri is able to present damage while fatiguing at the same time.
Yeah, that's fair. I think attacking with the Nerf Scalpel in particular is going to be quite good.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, and Haik versus Colin. If Haik is playing a good number of defense reactions, so like normally Uzuri, you know, really wants to be playing 2 cards, but that's also where Kassai's strengths lie.
Right. Yeah.
Kassai doesn't get affected by that many of, you know, Uzuri's stuff, but it also depends how many defense reactions Haik has available to him. I think the fewer defense reactions you have, actually, like the more vulnerable you are.
Yeah.
And also, another card that Uzuri has access to, what's the contract card that banishes a defending card?
Oh, already
dead. That card is super good into Valiant Dynamo.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Haik is very aware of a lot of these nuances because he's played Colin multiple times.
Yeah.
They're both part of the same local scene. This is actually the matchup I want to see the most, not only because they're locals of mine and good friends, but I think this is probably the most interesting from just a technical perspective of how to play. And we've seen that from the way Haik plays, he has very interesting gameplay choices. So I'm curious to see what kind of gameplay choices he brings into this Uzuri. Furthermore, It's not open deck list, right? I can't
No,
share cards.
it's not. But let me make a suggestion here as well, real quick. First of all, the people in chat are voting for Haik versus Colin anyway.
Okay.
But in terms of how we're going to follow the top 8, if we watch one of the games on the bottom bracket, because on the top bracket it's likely, I don't want to count Joshua out, but it's likely to be a Dromai mirror anyway, we'll get a Dromai mirror in the upper side of the bracket. So so let's try to probably pick one of the lower bracket two, since we'll go watch the Dromai mirror after.
Yeah, so write your votes in the chat on which match you want to see.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is also, I guess, a question mark. We'll see like who is more prepared.
My money here is, here's the thing. I think Colin is way more experienced at his hero, but Haik has played different versions of Kassai before this one.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, Colin is kind of Haik's kryptonite, just from our local scene. But I think they're 50-50 to each other. I would probably give it to Haik based on just the sheer amount of blocking value. If he can play around the already dead, I think he can play this matchup well.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm gonna give it to Colin.
Yeah, makes sense. Colin's really good. They're both very good. Haik has an interesting card that we might see come up in this game.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe it'll be an upset for the casting bracket.
It's a card that I personally hate, and I would never put in my deck, but I'm interested to see how it plays here.
And so that's our predictions for what the top 8 is gonna look like. I mean, this is a toss-up. Just roll a 50-50.
I want to give it to Brodie, to be honest, and I'll give you a reason why.
Yeah.
I think although Mara is known to be the Dromai player, I've talked to them, and Brodie, I think, in testing comes out ahead often. But also, Brodie has been playing more Dromai recently, and he is part of the new innovation crowd of Dromai, whereas Mara is kind of like stuck in her ways from before. Not to say, she's incapable of innovating, but Brodie is, he takes a deck, he plays it really well, and he makes minor tweaks to the deck to really fit the way that he wants to play. And therefore, I think it would be a Brodie win, personally.
All right, so Mara's moving on.
Yeah. So my predictions are Guy, Brodie, Caleb, and Haik. Let's see how wrong I am.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, very, very difficult picks. Just always picking the higher seed. I see where we're going.
Did I really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Oh, man, yeah. Hey, I mean, the numbers don't lie, Yanji. The numbers don't lie.
Yeah, that's fair.
To be fair, you told me, Guy's going to win this. You looked at the top 8, and you said, Guy wins. So you're just picking best seed wins.
I mean, I know how Guy plays. I know how solid he is from a fundamental perspective. Yeah. And the fact that he didn't drop a single game already bodes well for him here.
Yep.
But,
But, there is the curse if you do too well in Swiss.
Yep.
It doesn't always pan out well in the top 8.
Yeah. The 8th seed might have the blessing.
Yeah, so we got to have a quick break, and then we're going to come back.
All right, we are back for the first match of top 8. And I think we got Haik versus, what was his name?
Colin, yeah.
Haik versus Colin. It's going to be Kassai versus Uzuri.
Yeah, good to see some of the local representation here on the, the middle East Coast. I think they're both pretty solid players, and they like playing the decks that they're playing. So, and they both have very interesting ways of playing. So I think we'll be in for quite an intriguing matchup. That was one of the matches that you and I kind of had difficulty placing who would win. Because honestly, I think it's either player's game. They both have a win con, and they both have the ability to shift their win con. Haik on Kassai has 2 specializations that he can play towards, and Colin has, multiple tricky ways that he can present damage.
Yeah, so looks like the players are just about ready to start. We got Colin on the left versus Haik on the right, Uzuri versus Kassai. Write in the chat who you guys think is going to win and move on to the semifinals, where they will potentially have to face either another Uzuri or
probably a Dromai.
Yeah, or a Dromai. No. Dromais are on the opposite side of the bracket.
Oh, are they? No, there's 2 Dromais on the other side and 1 Dromai.
No,
on
all
this
the
side.
Dromais are on the same side of the bracket.
This is the only match without a Dromai, right?
Huh?
Is there? Oh no, there's 1 Dromai mirror. You're right. Yeah. Sorry. Totally my bad. That is the one that we withheld from showing the crowd because that would be a 2-hour-long game, especially with the players there. I did talk to Brodie in between breaks, and he said, "What? I don't take that long." And
yeah, sometimes even if you are pretty good at Flesh and Blood, you can live in denial.
Yeah,
I'm just joking. Haik is calling out to the rail. Hurry, fetch me my cold foil.
Haik's like, can I open my gold foil yet, or do I need to get to the last round before I can do that?
I think he was calling for a judge.
Oh, is he trying to start the game?
I will go.
I think they were confirming who has the choice.
Yeah.
And Haik does have choice as the higher seed.
Makes sense. Another cool thing here, we're seeing a lot of representation of women of color here, Uzuri and Kassai. I don't know what race Kassai is. I'm assuming some type of sand-based region.
Volcor.
Yeah. And Uzuri is Mysterian, as we know.
Yeah.
But she did go to the pits, so a lot of representation from across Wraith here.
Yeah. All right.
Wow, we haven't seen this one before. There is a nerve scalpel and a scale peeler on the board.
Yeah, and so this might have been the card that Colin kind of had ready to play, but didn't choose to play it into Dorinthia. Most Dorinthias aren't playing Valiant Dynamo, but Scale Peeler is so good into Valiant Dynamo, you kind of have to block it, otherwise Valiant Dynamo gets turned off.
Yeah. Poor Haik. Every time we've seen him on stream, someone has... Kassai is from Dune. Someone has passed and gotten him 0 value off of his Take It on the Chin.
Yeah.
He would love to activate on turn 0.
Yeah, Haik with 2 defensive cards is most likely not going to be able to use everything.
Yep.
So we'll have to pitch a card. Take It on the Chin, however, is pretty solid into the Scale Peeler. It feels kind of bad to spend it to block instead of having a defense reaction. But it could be okay to use kind of early on in the game, when the stakes aren't as high.
For sure, I like it. And I like having this early on because your opponent is far less disincentivized to flick a knife at you on turn 1.
And getting him with the inertia trap. So he's going to have inertia, so he's not even going to be able to keep this Take It on the Chin. And, when they draw up to this part of... he shows the card to Colin. Did not have to actually reveal what card it was.
No, he's activating the grade.
Oh, he's activating.
He's making full use of his hand.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, so he gets a vigor. Okay, that's great.
He converted it into a resource, which is what it was anyway.
That's true. Cards are a resource.
Exactly.
But that part of the pitch deck is going to be quite awkward to draw, I think, into later on in the game.
Yeah. Although
it drew another Take It on the Chin.
It is interesting because he has a D-React and Take It on the Chin, and so he can bait the flick knives with one of them, and then the other one.
And then prevent.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty big. So now coming in with an Enlightened Strike for 5, go again. 2 cards, 1 in hand, 1 in arsenal, you know, threatening potentially a stealth card from the hand plus the Kassai activation. So we're going to see what is coming up.
I like blocking with the... Does Already Dead say every chain banishes? Or
No, just a card that's blocking it. So blocking with the Valiant Dynamo on the Enlightened Strike, you know, getting the block out of it is pretty good.
I like doing that immediately as soon as I can when my opponent hasn't swung his Scale Peeler in this game.
Definitely. Yeah, so now coming in with a Leave No Witnesses, of course, you know, not as strong because...
Especially after he banished Haik's Arsenal in the previous turn.
Oh, and I think we're seeing that mystery card that you were talking about.
Do we see it?
Yeah, it's in his hand.
Oh, we see it. Oh my god. Guy is definitely not losing to a Kano again.
Yeah,
I'm already off the prediction there, Yanji.
Yeah, and
sorry, hold up. Sorry, I forgot to say that over live comms. The judge just radioed me and reported Joshua, the Kano player, beat Guy on turn 2. So that's the update that they were reacting to. Kano has taken down Guy on turn 2.
And so kind of the curse of the undefeated first seed continues.
He's going to have nightmares about Kano up until Pro Tour if he decides to play in that.
Yeah, but in this match we see Haik making a Vigor token and an Agility token.
Yep, absolutely.
So going to be able to come in this turn, reset the Valiant Dynamo.
He should not need to pitch because he has a...
Oh, yeah, that's true. He does.
Oh, no, did he activate the Courage? What's happening?
Oh, yeah. He probably activated the Courage. So blocking with the Command and Conquer and then blocking with the Isolate.
Oh, yeah. And we see Haik's Mystery card. Let's see how impactful it is in this game.
Yeah.
That is a card that Haik likes. I like that card initially, but then
so Seduce Secrets has a couple of interactions. One, you can kind of wait for your opponent to hit, and then when the hit triggers on the stack, then you play the Seduce Secrets, you look at their hand. 2, if your opponent attacks with a stealth attack, you can kind of take a peek at their hand and see what are you actually threatening.
Yep, and 3 is if your arsenal is threatened, you can just swap it for a card in your deck instead.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's going to block with the Valiant Dynamo here. I mean, you do get a lot of value.
Okay, so he's choosing a full block. Okay, so he wants to use that card defensively instead of defensively.
Yeah, I think the longer that it stays in your arsenal, the more juicy it's going to be.
For sure, yeah. Colin has no idea what that card is.
Yeah, for Colin to try to take it.
Right.
And, you know, Haik's follow-up is he could also play it offensively here, take a peek at Colin's hand to kind of get an idea for what's going on. You know, his hand is...
Here we go.
A slice and dice.
Yep,
so he's really looking for a go again. So we see the hand. It's Codex, 2 shreds, 1 red, 1 yellow, and a blue backstab.
Yep.
And Haik is also going to be able to see the top of his deck. So if Colin plays...
He's going to get to see the top of Colin's deck, I believe. He should be able to see the top of Colin's deck here.
Yeah, so, I mean,
Unless he chose his own deck.
Oh, he...
No, target hero's hand and top of their deck. So he should also be able to see the top of Colin's deck.
Yeah. Kind of an awkward draw for Haik. You know, not getting the way to make go again. He has 2 red slice and dices in his hand.
What is that? Oh, couldn't see it.
So like the red slice and dice really isn't going to be able to like do much.
Here?
And he knows that Colin has a bunch of reactions in his hand. So,
but he can just play out his full hand, right?
Are both slices are they red, or if they're both red, it's kind of tough.
No, his swings are free because he drew off a Seduce Secret.
Oh, true. Yeah, so
that's the reason the card is in the deck. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about Kassai's hero ability. So yeah, so getting excellent value. You know, that Seduce Secrets basically turning into 2 free resources on this turn.
Absolutely.
So quite strong.
I think he might. Oh, interesting. He's playing for a late game win condition here.
Yeah.
Whoa. Does he realize his cards are free?
I do not think so.
He put this card in his deck. This is his choice. Surely he would put it in his deck if he realized that Kassai's hero power is free because of it.
Yeah. And so I believe that because he's already like paid for the slice and dice, that was a legal action.
Ethan, he already declared it, dude. Can you back me up on this?
That's fine, I did, yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate. Sometimes you put Seduce Secrets in your deck and you just forget what it does.
Yeah, so a little bit unfortunate. I think Haik is going to have to arsenal the Slice and Dice. You know, I mean, can't blame him. I got caught for the same loop.
No, I saw that and I was like, yeah, that card's not great, but it's not terrible either.
Yeah.
So he went from having a 8, 9, 10, 11 damage turn to a 2 damage turn. So you should remember what your cards do when you're playing in the top 8 of a Battle Hardened.
Yeah, so I think they're going through the judge call right now to see what is going on. So he basically represented the game state incorrectly by pitching the blue hit and run. The red Slice and Dice is like for sure pitched because activating the Iron Song Versus is a legal action. So the question is whether or not it is possible to rewind to the time before he declared the attack with a hot streak.
Right. I think from a game's rules perspective, you're right that he activated the courage.
Yeah.
Of course, the judge knows best here, but there is a point where, yeah. So I guess
yeah. So I think they're basically ruling it as it's like you're basically misrepresenting the game state.
Yep.
But the action that you declared was legal. Declaring to attack with a hot streak was a legal action.
Yeah. If Haik loses with a low life threshold, I think he's gonna look back and really kick himself for that. That was just.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, the Seduce Secrets tech looked kind of interesting, and it seemed like it would end up being pretty good in this situation.
Yeah, 9 lost damage there. Rough.
Yeah, and now back on Colin. Although Colin's hand is not too...
10 because of the bracers, actually.
Yeah, although Colin's hand is not looking too great. Haik knows that Colin basically just has, the 2 shreds.
Yep.
And so maybe it's not too bad to kind of take the damage.
I think if I'm Haik here, I say no blocks because I don't want your shreds getting any value.
Yeah, definitely. And Haik has a powerful turn on the backswing. He does have the Slice and Dice in his arsenal, so he has a source of go again with the hit and run. He has a Blade Flurry, and he has in the swing. So all of these attacks all of these cards are gonna be playable for offense. Right. Do you know if Haik has access to activate Kassai's ability? Because this seems like a great turn to do so.
Right now, was there another yellow that he played aside from Seduce Secrets? I know he's played 2 reds. No, he's played 1 red. He played the Blade Runner.
Yeah.
And he played Seduce Secrets. Did he activate? What else has he played? Colin is at 36. Oh yeah, he's played the Take It on the Chin.
Yeah, so he has 2 reds.
And is there 2 yellows?
Yeah, it's just a question of whether or not maybe he blocked with a yellow or something. So I think if Haik has access to 2 yellows in his graveyard, this would be a great time to kind of try to build that 1 gold token. And, I don't know if he has Raise an Army in for this matchup, but Raise an Army is actually quite difficult for Uzuri to deal with.
Yeah, and this is the correct play. There's no way that you block this and give your opponent shred value at all.
Yeah. And, the Seduce Secrets, even though it didn't get maximum value, actually paid off for that information. That information is quite invaluable.
Absolutely. That's why I was saying I think that card would become influential in this matchup specifically.
Yeah.
If only Haik was able to, capitalize on that and have a good turn.
Yeah, so it looks like Haik did not have the cards or did not choose to activate Kassai on this turn. We're coming in with a... looks like Colin has an Inertia Trap in his arsenal. On no blocks, as the attacking player, you kind of have to have first go.
Right.
So this Inertia Trap is gonna threaten an inertia, which would normally be quite good in this situation, but
I'm not a huge fan of the inertias here because the Kassai has the grains. He's able, especially on the first attack, he's been able to make use of full resources. If it were me, I would do it on the second one when he's not expecting it.
Yeah, that's fair. You don't know if the second attack is going to be buffed necessarily, though, because he could just go
You do. He played a Slice and Dice.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Yeah, and...
that's fair. So we're seeing a block with the Shakedown. Interesting choosing to block with the Shakedown as you're going to be able to shred it.
Oh, here we go. Take it.
Coming with it in the swing, so we're blocking a total of 6.
Oh, he just had no option. He had to.
Yeah,
play
coming for a 10 over the top. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Haik turning that around. That was a very powerful turn. And I think one of the goals against Uzuri is to play without an arsenal as frequently as you can, Because they get some very low value on their 6 CNCs in their deck, plus their 3.
Yeah, I believe Colin does have access to a leave no witnesses, so it is quite good to swing the scale peeler here and then codex for the leave no witnesses.
But he does get punished by... Haik hasn't played an attack, right? So there's no punish with
I mean, Haik hasn't played an attack, but the frailty token itself is already quite strong into Kassai.
But I mean, you can't prevent the frailty trap, the frailty on the attack. Oh,
so Haik choosing to block with blood on her hands. He knows that the codex is coming. I believe he saw it.
Yep. Yeah. From the top of the, from the hand. Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm a bit surprised that Colin chose to block with the shakedown. You know, he could have also pitched the codex to play the shakedown and then had a shred up. Haik basically forced to block. Like you don't get a profitable block with armors.
Right.
And this leave no witnesses, even though it's coming in for 4, Haik doesn't actually have an arsenal to really threaten at this point.
Exactly, that's what I was saying. You want to play without an arsenal as much as you can in Uzuri, because 1, you're not playing attacks anyway, so they don't get value off of their codex, and 2, these cards are worthless. They banish 1 off the top at best, and at worst they get fully stopped with armor and a card from hand.
Yeah, and choosing to block with the Valiant Dynamo. Let's see if he puts another card on it. It doesn't look like he will be doing so.
Interesting.
So he does have the Vigor token, so I believe he has like a hit and run.
Oh, and he banished a blue D-React.
Yeah, so still not generating a silver.
Yeah.
So far banished 2 cards from Haik's deck, 2 blues.
It's odd that Haik chose to block the Nerve Scalpel for 3. I feel like I would have just blocked for 3 on the attack if I were him. Because he got, we won't talk about it because Haik plays differently than, myself and maybe even you. But, it felt odd, the sequence. Perhaps he expected to block more, but didn't want to...
it wasn't clear. Maybe you need to go through the cards in Colin's graveyard. I don't know. Sometimes you might be wanting to play around, I don't know, like a Death Touch or something. And then maybe that would necessitate, like, if you wanted to block 2 armor plus a card.
Yep. Signed Precision Press here from Haik. Shows you how long he's been playing some type of warrior.
Yeah, so we're coming in now with 1 go again, from the Centauri Saber. 1 is with not a lot of damage, but Uzuri oftentimes has a hard time, utilizing all of her cards. So even though we're only coming in for 1, we're still threatening.
It's 1 go again with piercing, so he has concocted an Uzuri dagger here.
Yeah, and then generating a courage token. So, and then we're gonna come in with the hot streak for 2 now. A lot of times, even like when you're just like talking about the raw math, sometimes the raw math doesn't turn out well, but you have to also factor in your opponent's efficiencies and inefficiencies. Some decks want to be blocking, some decks do not want to be blocking. Usually against the decks that want to be blocking, if you present attacks that are not really that appealing to block, you can sometimes get some, implied value off of that.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot like Adachi math, A lot of people, when they think about Fi, always opt for Emberblade, and there's a lot of just huge Kadachi haters based on the numbers.
I'm one of those haters.
I know you're one of those haters. I like Kadachi for this exact reason. There's an implied value of getting in chip damage.
Yeah, it's just like if you're playing against people who build decks that can't play 4 cards, then yeah, I guess it's good. And so Haik doing a little bit of chip damage, getting an arsenal set, which is going to be the red stroke of Foresight, which will hopefully be good enough to help push through maybe an Uzuri activation. Actually, we're seeing That All You Got. So That All You Got also like a great answer, I think, to the Scale Peeler. This, I think, is a great card to put in front of of the Scale Peeler.
For sure. And then we have a Shakedown from Arsenal here. That's a little frightening. Threatening the hand here.
Yeah, so the real question is, what do you want to do? Let's take a look at what's in his hand. So we have, a Stroke of Foresight, a Sink Below. And in the swing. The hand doesn't really do much. Maybe we're just going to block.
I just give 6 here and see if there's a reaction.
Yeah, so no reaction. He is going to be able to draw a card.
He draws from the thing.
And if it's a yellow or a blue, then he's going to be able to, attack with sword.
I think it's a take it on the chin.
Ooh.
No, starting stake, starting stake.
Oh, starting stake. Hey, it's Haik's favorite card.
Yeah, so, drawing a yellow, not ideal, but you are going to be able to attack with...
Let's see if he starts a stake here.
Well, you think he's just going to play the starting stake?
Maybe.
And then he lose a card?
No, he might attack and then play the reaction from Arsenal. That's the good play.
Yeah, activating Kassai.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to be able to attack and then... Oh, so he actually did have a blood on her hands.
Yeah, there's...
Earlier, I wonder if he had the blood on her hands on the turn when he had
blocked.
the double reaction.
He blocked
just now.
No, like two turns ago he blocked with it.
2 turns ago, okay. Yeah, so coming in with a hot streak, this play is somewhat disguised because if Colin chooses to block with an attack action, then it makes a lot of sense why Haik would choose to do this.
Oh, and he can make. Oh, never mind. I said he can make his next attack free if it does block with an attack action.
Yeah. He could, but unfortunately, Colin blocked with an attack reaction, so 2 damage is going to leak through, but most importantly, going to be able to make that gold token.
Yep. Yeah. There's the good play and there's the Haik play, and sometimes those two intersect. And here he was able to make gold as well as put the 3 block back in his deck.
I'm Team Haik, I think, because he has done a great job for himself so far in this tournament. Giving us, I think, our most exciting match as well as pulling it out and clutching it out in the end.
For sure. I mean, at the end of the day, regardless of what I say about Haik, he is a showman and he'll always give us a good match.
Yeah. So we drew another That All You Got. So another great answer to the scale peeler. Other cards in his hand, he has a Blood on Her Hands, which doesn't really do much currently, and a Raise the Army. I wonder how many Raise the Armies he has.
I believe Haik also has a Remembrance in his deck, from what I saw.
Oh, okay.
So we'll see how this game progresses.
Second Blood in our hands.
Yes.
Yeah. Colin will get a count, and you'll see that all 3 Blood on her hands are in the grave. And then Haik will play Remembrance.
I think second Blood on Her Hands was the call.
Draw a card.
Haik remembering his draw trigger.
Activating.
Getting really unlucky with these draws from...
Yeah, just drawing like a lot of defensive cards. Not exactly what you want to be seeing.
Right.
Still able to...
Do you ever pop a gold here just to try to get go again?
I think it's tough. It depends on what your read on how you're going to win the game. I think if you believe that Raise an Army is really how you win the game, I think having gold is so precious.
Right.
Even being able to play, Raise an Army for like 2, I think is quite good. I think at 3, it's game winning.
Yep.
But Haik has other ideas about how he wants to play the matchup, choosing to activate gold token. So maybe he has played this a bunch of times and knows that it's not really consistent enough to go for what's it called?
Soldiers.
Go for soldiers. Yeah. So thinking about the attack.
I think Haik wants to incidentally raise an army and not go for that as his primary game plan.
Yeah, so now we're coming in with the hot streak with the Outland Skirmish, threatening to make 1 copper token. Colin flashes a defense reaction. Looks like a fate foreseen. So Haik said no.
I think Colin tricked himself into not blocking with the defense reaction.
Yeah.
Because he tried prematurely blocking with it, but then he paused to see if Haik had any reactions.
Yeah.
And Haik was like, no, you go. And then he chose to hold back his defense reaction because it would end Haik's turn if Haik did not react here.
Yeah, but Haik, little did he know, Haik had nothing in his in his hand at all.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of times where I've Jason Watkins saying Haik is the best. Yeah, Haik is cool. But I think Colin just big brained himself out of
yeah, so now we're seeing pitching 2 reds for the Scale Peeler. Now, Scale Peeler normally like quite good, but I think when you have to spend 2 cards to pitch for it, it doesn't really matter that you're losing value on the Valiant Dynamo. The Uzuri player is already giving up so much to swing this attack.
Yeah, it looks like they both have like fairly awkward hands here. I don't
now
know.
Attacking with the Nerve Scalpel, and Haik knows because Colin flashed the defense reaction that like that's his last card.
Right. Absolutely.
Depending on what is in his arsenal, maybe this is like the only attack that's going to come through.
Oh no, is that the turn? Oh no, he's gonna play a card.
Yeah. So Arsenal. So Death Touch from Arsenal. Now.
Haik's entire hand is cards that are -1, right?
Yeah, his whole hand is react. So.
And then his whole armor suite is -1. So.
Quite difficult to deal with this. I'm inclined.
Do you ever give 3 cards?
What was his arsenal?
I thought it was a
Yeah. So in this case, because you block with a Glint the Quicksilver first, that gets -1. You're not blocking with them at the same time.
Right.
The Fate Foreseen is going to get the full block value, so he is able to block it out.
Yeah. Pretty good good play there from Haik.
His Arsenal is also another defense reaction, is it not?
I thought it was a Fate Foreseen.
Yeah, so there's some debate. Lucas always says you got to play the one out of your arsenal first. But what does he know?
I'm
activating Kassai now to threaten.
I'm a hand.
Another gold token.
I'm a hand defense reaction believer because I want my opponent to think I just drew it and got lucky off the top.
Oh yeah, sure. I think there's pros and cons to each style.
Yep.
I think as soon as like the hand reading or card reading, like figuring out like what people are drawing from hand to hand when you kind of can't see their hand with cards like Seduce Secrets is a big part of the game.
Yep.
And so if you leave a card in your arsenal for too long, they can sometimes sniff it out.
Right. Do you think that what's happening here? Why is Haik not playing the Go Again on this?
I think he's debating which Go Again he wants to play. Like, do you play the Glint the Quicksilver or do you play the other one?
Oh, hey.
Ooh, so drew the
instantly
Blade
rewarded. For sure you play Glint the Quicksilver.
Yeah, and now he gets to keep this.
He gets to pitch it for Vigor.
Yeah, he can either pitch it for Vigor or he can pitch it for Ironsong Versus, depending on whichever one he thinks is going to be more relevant, but also making a gold token. It's not guaranteed if you play the Blade Runner that he was going to get the gold token because, it's kind of face up, like you're attacking for 5.
Yep. Then he gets to pitch that to his second cycle.
Yeah, so making a Vigor token, swinging with Centauri Saber. Haik is honestly teaching me like a couple things about kind of how this matchup is played. Like, it was like kind of a higher variance line that he's going for. Of course, he knows about the defense reaction, but playing for a situation where in order for Colin to block out the gold, he would have had to block 4 on 2.
Right.
And Colin was unwilling to do that.
Well, if whatever Haik draws, he can always play the Blade Runner again because his cards are free. His attacks are free.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I think it was almost always right move to play the free draw card there.
Yeah, the Kassai ability, making the discount, really throws a big wrench in when you're trying to calculate like what the value of plays are.
For sure.
So now Colin is coming in after a Scale Peeler connecting with an Isolate. So coming in with Dominate.
And Haik with that defense reaction arsenal.
Yeah, Haik is not necessarily too interested in blocking. Like the cards that you are kind of most afraid of in this situation would be, something like a Shakedown, something like a Command and Conquer. Choosing to block 3 right now.
He's blocking it correctly, I think, because he has a defense reaction arsenal. But Colin is bluffing, it seems.
Yeah, Colin's going to say no effects. We saw that the card that Colin put in his arsenal is actually a red shred, I believe. So it's going to be a great counter to Haik's defense reaction on the turn that he plays it.
Colin doesn't want to lose value on the red shred and instead wants to wait for the D-react.
Yeah, I think that's good, especially like if you're just doing vanilla damage. I think if you had an infect, maybe you want to just cash it in.
Right.
Get the blood rot, but I think this makes sense.
Yeah, but Haik, playing with a 3-card hand is quite powerful in these types of decks. Kassai is a very high numbers damage deck. There are a few weak matchups that it has, which is, I think, a deterrent for playing her sometimes, but into most decks, Kassai is able to present very efficient damage.
Yeah, so we see with the Vigor token coming in with the Spoils of War first.
Second Blade Flurry.
Yeah, into the Hot Streak. And this is going to have double Go Again, but we're going to pump our Blade Flurry up to 5, so 1 damage is going to leak over, making 2 coppers. And, all these coppers are going to be so powerful.
He just
Colin
threw his cards.
Throwing the cards.
Oh, man, Colin is so over this game. How can I get Blade Flurry 2 turns in a row is what Colin must be thinking here. That was some Yanji level of card throwing there, Yanji. Who wears it better? You or Colin?
Dude, do I throw the cards like that?
You throw cards sometimes. But you're a good card thrower, though. You're like Ninja Stars.
All right, so coming in first with the Outland Skirmish into a Spoils of War. So, again, we're threatening, a lot of copper tokens. Every time a weapon hits this turn, Haik is going to generate 3 copper tokens.
Oh, I am so spooked if I'm Colin here. He already has 3 copper on the field.
Yeah, so now we're currently blocking for 3 on 7.
Yep.
4 damage is set to leak over if Colin wants to play his defense reaction or not.
Absolutely.
Haik giving a peek to his arsenal when clearly it's not an attack reaction, but just needs to do a little bit of gamesmanship to kind of make it believable. Then now pitching the Nourishing Emptiness for this entire saber. These Nourishing Emptiness, I think, are going to be quite good in the late game.
Absolutely.
Besides the fact that you get to draw 5, just having Dominate is going to be really big when you're at the point where you can't really trade life anymore, and that 3 damage is going to be pretty key.
For
So
sure.
coming in now with an Isolate, with Dominate,
Just
and
naked isolate. I don't know if I'm afraid of that.
yeah, I wonder if Haik is going to.
We do know that
putting
Colin has the
Valentine
red
now.
shred in his arsenal, so that's
Yeah.
a little spooky.
Yeah, but Haik doesn't quite know what's in his arsenal. I mean, Haik knows that it's not a you can rule out that it's not a 2-cost attack, right? Like Colin probably would have swapped in earlier. But in this case, I wonder if he's going to give the Valiant Dynamo or not.
I feel like a block with the Brave with the Dynamos here too. Personally.
Yeah, so we're syncing from Arsenal in response to the flip. This just plays around Command and Conquer. So we're flicking the
interesting
the Nerve Scalpel. So currently blocking 6 on the attack.
Is it really a red shred in Arsenal?
I'm also going to shred this ink below.
Oh, it's a yellow shred.
Oh, yellow shred. I see.
Okay, sounds good. So we're
It
going
must be
to
the blue attack.
Yeah, so we're gonna nullify. Yeah, it seems like it should be a.
Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, the blue
Surgical
attack.
Extraction.
Yeah, I keep forgetting its name. The card
Yeah,
that
so
used to be $60 and then dropped to like.
Yeah, so Surgical Extraction is gonna pop one over, and I can't help but feel like Haik, if he has a go again available to him. Oh, but he didn't. So
Oh.
he didn't want to put the Dynamo in front.
Yeah, bamboozled here.
Yeah, and Colin is gonna get a great. I
think you take
a great
Nourishing
target,
here.
so he's gonna take the Nourishing Emptiness probably.
Yeah, 100% of the time.
And then Haik just left with 2 Slice and Dice. Is also like, information is key. And as we saw before when Haik played Seduce Secrets, Colin getting a peek at Haik's hand kind of knows exactly what's coming and also knows what the arsenal is going to be.
Right.
So that's going to be a huge advantage for him going into this round, deciding what to do.
I might potentially fish for a card here with the gold, but I think Haik values the gold for the Blood Runner Hand's turn because he right now has the most power that a Blood Runner Hand's turn can have.
Yeah, agreed. I think with the copper generated, you really want to make sure that you have a gold for when you do draw into Blood on our hands to kind of make everything free.
For sure.
And so it's and Colin choosing not to block, so Haik is actually not losing any value from
he got
the
full
attack.
value from that turn.
Yeah, so
Phenomenal.
making a Courage token, a Vigor token, attacking for 2, that was worth 4 on the card.
Right.
Now Colin again coming in with the Scale Peeler. So pressuring Haik's Valiant Dynamo once again.
I played Assassin in a Warrior match a few times, and a lot of people think that Scale Peeler's supremely impactful, but I just don't buy it. I just don't like this card because you attack with it, and sure, you turn off your Dynamos for the turn, but you paid 2 resources to attack with a dagger, and all they got was not being able to play their Dynamos on that turn.
Yeah, and we'll see if this is going to get go again. It's not clear which mode he's choosing.
Is that a go again counter or dominate? What does that say?
No, it's a dominate counter.
Whoops.
So I think he chose go again. Coming in for 5. Codex of Frailty. Going to get most likely the Leave No Witnesses. Oh no, he's getting Death Touch.
Yeah.
Death Touch is also quite a powerful card to come in. Because you can threaten to give double frailty, and if you give double frailty, then
yeah, for sure.
Kassai basically shouldn't attack at all. I think even with 1 frailty, it's still worth it to try to get chip damage here and there.
Interestingly, Colin no longer has access to that Nerve Scalpel, and so Haik's D-reacts are now kosher for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and both players' life totals are relatively close. I wonder what direction this game is going to go. There's a couple of lines that you can choose. You can choose to, just play out your hand so that you don't have an arsenal, making it harder to kind of hit so you play the slice and dice, keep the spoils of war in your hand. You know, you got hit by the what's it called? By the scale peeler, not the nerf scalpel. So all your cards block for full value.
Yep.
In this instance, and here even choosing to block with 2 non-attack actions.
Yep.
So not even worried about that.
Throwing away that Raisin Army yet again. Haik realizing this is a Blood on Her Hands game. This is not a Raisin Army game.
Yeah, and Colin draws up, has access to that card that we were talking about, Already Dead, which is potentially kind of risky when you're blocking Valiant Dynamo on those attacks.
Yep. Absolutely. Haik here.
Well, Haik is honestly like one blood on her hands draw away. And we got the count earlier that he went through 2, so he's just, if he's playing 3, he's just waiting for that 3rd copy, or if he has Remembrance, he's just waiting to draw Remembrance to shuffle those back in.
Yeah, and he blocks with those very liberally, I think, because he knows that he only needs really one Blood on Her Hands turn to close it out. As we saw in that game against Victor, Victor was leading by like 20 plus life at one point, and then Haik just in a single turn equalized the life scores.
Yeah, so coming in now with a Centauri Saber that's going to get buffed by the Slice and Dice and the Spoils of War, debuffed by the Frailty. So coming in for 4
and
with
the
Go
Courage
again.
gives it plus
Oh,
1
and
as
a
well.
Courage. So coming in for 5 Go again.
Yep.
That might have been a misstep. I think Haik potentially wanted to push it just like over like the block cards. However, it's going to end up being pretty good because Colin does have a 4 block in his hand.
Yep.
So this attack coming in for 5 is actually quite annoying.
It's very annoying. Colin can think of giving his arm piece here, given that he's already gotten the value that he wants out of it to negate kind of the defense reaction.
Yeah.
I don't mind this either because everything is face up right now, right? So
yeah. Now the hot streak is gonna come in for 2. Or for 3.
3, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Throwing the sink below out.
Yep. Cool. So Colin playing with 2 cards here. Haik still in Blood on Her Hands waiting room.
Haik's draw. Finds a Glisten the Quicksilver. A Glint the Quicksilver.
And the blue D-React.
Yeah, a hold the line. Let's see what we're dealing with. We got a Hold the Line, a Glint the Quicksilver, a yellow Blade Runner, and a red Slice and Dice. So quite a lot of damage that he can threaten.
Interesting.
Ooh, but if he blocks with the Valiant Dynamo on this turn, he's going to get it Already Dead. So
no, he has the blue D-React, remember? So Already Dead doesn't matter here.
Oh, does Already Dead only banish on hit?
Yeah.
Already Dead?
Yep. And then here's the blue D-React. Haik saw this coming. He's like, nope, not today, Satan. We're going to full block this. And we're going to get our Dynamo value.
Yeah, what a clutch draw.
Yep. And, we started out the turn by saying, oh, that card sucks. And it turned out being probably the best card he could have had in that scenario.
And so now we're activating Kassai again, choosing to banish Blood on Her Hands. So I think it's pretty likely that he has a 3rd copy.
Right, for sure.
Either that or he's just not playing Remembrance in this matchup.
Yeah, maybe he's just like, I'm just going to kill him.
Yeah,
with
maybe
damage.
these coppers are just a decoy.
I think so. Haik is a very tricky player, so it's really hard to tell what his game plan is until you ask him after the match. A lot of times he just says he didn't have a game plan, and he felt he did what was right.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a game plan, how are they supposed to know what you're doing?
Exactly.
Coming in now with the hot streak for 2. Again, threatening Go again. So Colin does block with the Infect, so Haik is going to have Go again.
He has natural Go again here, up to Haik, on whether or not he wants to give this old...
yeah, and then coming in now with the Centauri Saber. I think that's wise.
Mm-hmm.
You're actually getting quite a lot of value. Haik basically turned 1 card into 7 value because Colin blocked 3 on the first attack and 4 on the second attack.
Yeah, and he gets to end with an arsenal. That really went the best way that... Oh, there we go.
And we got the draw. So Haik has drawn Blood on Her Hands. So it's really a question of whether or not Colin can pressure Haik's hand. 1 card usually isn't enough to pressure the...
I would potentially block this with some armor just so I can block with the rest of the armor.
Yeah, for sure. One play that you can actually make if you're going to play around 1 card, Haik didn't do it this turn, but for example, you could block the Valiant Dynamo. Or sorry, you could block Crown of Providence on the scale peeler just to give you.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like an extra if you didn't want to block any cards. But I think Haik should probably be okay blocking.
You can do that here anyway, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So he just blocks with that, takes the value, and yeah, Haik is set up to deal an insane amount of damage here.
Yeah, and you know, I think part of the reason why he's choosing to do this is because he wants the go again on the sword to also be worth something, because when you have 6 coppers with blood on our hands, you really want to kind of take advantage of that go again. And one of the best ways that you can do that is by, you know, playing Nourishing Emptiness to close out your chain.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is a very scary turn. I think Colin needs a Fealty Trap if he wants to stop a lot of this damage, but I'm not sure if Colin is running that in his deck.
Yeah, one interesting decision is, do you choose to put both pumps on the same sword, or do you choose to put them equally? And I think it might be better to put both pumps onto the Centauri Saber.
Yep.
There's some considerations, like maybe you don't want to give...
It really depends on your hand texture again. I think because you want to find the right math to throw the breakpoints, you really look at what the buffs in your hand say, and you know, allocate the damage accordingly. It looks like
So we're coming in for 3 with the hot streak that has go again.
Yep.
And then going to swing it again for 3.
Now it has Mega Go again?
Yeah, it has go again.
Yep.
And now we're coming in with the Centauri Saber, it looks like.
Does he want to load all the damage onto the last one? He might.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so he does have In the Swing available to him.
Yeah, I think he wants to load it onto the third one because he wants this card to get a buff for the second swing. So I would play my buffs right here if I were Haik. He does have a Nourishing in his hand too, right?
Yeah, so but I mean, like, so he's swinging the Centauri Saber here for 3 with go again. Basically, he just needs to hit at some point in order to get a gold token.
Yep, he got the gold because you don't want to block that necessarily.
Yeah.
I think. He hit. Why didn't he create a gold?
So making a Vigor token and...
a gold from the Kassai? Oh, he forgot about the gold. Unlucky. And then...
Oh, I don't believe that we're... Wait, are we? No, he's made a Vigor, so we're already past damage. So attacking again with the Centauri Saber. After no blocks, pumping into 6, putting Colin to 12 after the Faith Foreseen.
Yep.
Show me the Nourishing. Take 2. Yep.
So Colin says, show me the Nourishing.
Yep. Colin always manifests the worst possible scenario by saying it out loud.
You know, there's actually some decisions to be made there. You could, for example, instead of making a Vigor token, choose to pitch the defense reaction. Like, you know that the Uzuri is going to pretty much block their whole hand. You end up in an awkward situation now with the defense reaction in your arsenal.
For sure. But he has a 5-card hand. He has 3D react, so...
Yeah, and we're hitting that part of the pitch stack that we had kind of spotted at the beginning.
I think we just hit it, yeah.
Yeah, at the beginning, which is, you know, super awkward to play with. And I think if he has the runner, or the Blade Runner, that is, the turn ends up being a little bit better. Although Haik is definitely in the driver's seat. Just has to navigate how best to kind of get rid of or interweave these defensive cards so that on his third cycle that he draws them well. You know, this is an issue that, you know, plagues all Flesh and Blood players.
Here, Haik is just attacking for 2.
Yeah, so we're going to give that go again with the run through.
Yep.
Pitching the Take It on the Chin.
Yep, and we're going to have that same pitch stack for a third cycle.
Yeah. But I think the most important part, if he does hit with this, I would not want to pitch to get the Vigor token.
Right.
I think just like spreading out the defensive cards is going to be pretty important.
Yeah, I think so too. I do think he has a few resource cards coming up, so he's not going to need that extra resource, I don't believe.
Yeah, so now we see blocking 6 on the hot streak. It has go again, but we'll just choose to pass.
Yep, Haik has all 3 sync belows on this board in some capacity. Pitch one in hand and 1 in arsenal.
So we're choosing E-Strike to draw a card, which is going to be a good opportunity for Haik to kind of get rid of some of these cards.
Yep. And then block for 4. Oh, it was a Fate Foreseen.
Yeah. Fate Foreseen is pretty good. I don't think that you necessarily want to sink a card at this point. His hand definitely does play with the slice and dice and the hit and run.
There we go.
So deciding if he wants to activate Kassai or not. Choosing not to activate Kassai. Coming in first with this entire saber for 3.
Yep. 3 go again into 5.
Yeah, 3 into 5. You know, it's getting pretty tough. I wonder how many attack reactions Haik has left in his deck, or if he's playing just for what's it called, or if he's just playing for fatigue. He does have the blue fatal engagements. I wonder if he had any red reactions that he pitched. I can't not remember.
Yep. Yeah,
So
I think.
with Go again, not going to be able to do much with it, setting the sink below.
Yeah, and from the warrior player, this tax is at this point going to be almost unbearable for Colin. He's at 3 life, and that's not the life you want to be at against a deck that plays at reaction speed.
Yeah, so coming in now with a yellow isolate, Haik should feel pretty safe with the sink below in his arsenal.
Yep.
Able to even block here with the Valiant Dynamo. And Ethan has told me we just broke 1,000 viewers, so thank you guys all for tuning in.
Yep. We knew that this content would draw you all, as I know you're all Haik Colin enjoyers. So really glad that we chose this match for the feature.
Yeah, and Haik has access to, I believe that's a Blade Runner, a red Blade Runner. So choosing to banish the Heart of Findal, how did he hit? Oh, was it Shred plus...
Oh, I would not choose that. Haik is going to have a resource, so it's like he has a blue anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, you would think that maybe having the no block in his deck would be more of a liability.
Yeah, Heart of Findal sucks, dude. I would keep that in the deck.
Well, Colin has chosen Heart of Findal. Maybe he wanted the...
Does he get a silver?
No, no silver.
Because it was a shakedown, right?
Yeah, shakedown.
Yeah.
So coming in now, Haik does with the hot streak and the Kassai activation.
I think he just didn't see the Vigor token. That might have been it. Yeah. Just from his perspective, if he didn't realize the Vigor was there, then it makes sense to take that card. Because you have no way of giving Go again and swinging with the sword a second time.
Yeah, and this attack is going to have Go again because he blocked with an attack. I wonder if Haik is going to cash in the Blade Runner or not. So choosing to cash in the Blade Runner, I think he just wants to do deck damage. I think that's going to be the primary win con at this point.
Yeah, surely. This is taking 3 cards from his opponent's hand. Uzuri with a 1-card hand is not that frightening, especially if you don't have an arsenal.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Haik now.
Oh, Shakedown names the pitch color. Yeah. Okay. Alice Duck Whisper coming in, correcting us when we're not paying attention. You have to name a pitch color.
Yeah, so pretty easy block on the Infect as the only attack, not really threatening anything.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I learn a lot from chat every day. I'm so glad Chat's just here catching us.
Yeah, blue's a pretty safe color to name at this point in the game.
Yeah, for sure.
But we see Haik has also been kind of keeping his graveyard free of attacks. You know, he is going to be able to kind of either play that Nourishing Emptiness or gonna swing with the attacks. So I think looks like he is gearing up to play the Nourishing Emptiness for 6 Dominate, which is going to demand, Colin block with at least 1 piece of armor.
Yeah, if he has Go again, I might consider arsenaling the Nourishing just to get 1 more turn in.
I think the issue is that with Haik's 2-card.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has 2 cards, right?
Scott is saying reading cards is overrated. Simply attack or block depending on vibes. Yeah, I get that, Scott.
Yeah, so with Haik's 2-card hand, like he can't actually play the Go again because the Nourishing Emptiness is a red. So instead, just choosing to come in for 6 Dominate.
That's fair as well. So this puts Colin at 1.
Yeah, Colin is at 1, and now all the attacks are going to be threatening lethal, as well as Haik
being able to draw up to 5 cards.
All right, I have an update as well from the judge. Ryan on Rhinar was taken down by Caleb on Uzuri.
All right.
So that is an Uzuri win on this side of the bracket. And remember the Kano win on the other side of the bracket. So we're waiting on this and the Dromai mirror.
I'm 1 for 2 on my prediction so far.
Yeah, so we might see Haik playing another Uzuri, although
maximum value on that shred.
Yeah, max value on shred, getting a damage through, and then also destroying the Iron Song versus. Blocking for 0 because the scale peeler hit.
You already got the game. I don't care.
Yeah, Colin resigned himself, I think, a couple turns ago when he started throwing cards. At least that's the vibes I got from him. But
you never know. I mean, if I throw, I'm definitely not giving up when I throw my.
No, but you always throw cards. Colin throw cards selectively based on his mood and what he's feeling inside.
Got it. So we're gonna go again with the hot streak, but choosing to draw a card.
Okay, he's just saying I'm
now coming in with the Blade Runner, which is going to get buffed for 6. So coming in for 8. Or sorry, buff for 4, coming in for 6. He blocked 7, so we're good.
Is that his last hand?
Lost.
I feel like I might have preserved some cards to potentially. He didn't even take the Dynamo counter off from that, right?
Did not.
Yeah. I think Haik is just like.
He's just enjoying life.
Yeah. He's just happy to be here.
Having his drinks.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, the writing's kind of on the wall. 11 is a little bit too much damage, so we're just going to block with the Grains of Blood Spill and get an agility counter with Take It on the Chin. We're going to be able to swing both of our attacks, which will demand at least 1 card from our opponent. And Colin is down to his last 2 cards after choosing the Arsenal from the Ponder.
Yeah, Haik has fatigued his Uzuri opponent. I believe this is the opposite of the last Warrior. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, just ending the game with a Fatal Engagement, pushing for 1 over.
Good game.
Xaxes. So congratulations to Haik for winning with Uzuri or with Kassai against Uzuri.
Wow.
In the semifinals, he's going to have to play against a slightly different flavor of Uzuri. I wonder if he is aware of the differences between the 2 decks.
Yeah, the other Uzuri is Heavy Fatigue. I wonder if Haik will choose to value his golds more in that matchup.
Yeah.
Also, notably, I'm 2 for 1 in my predictions, or 2 for 3. The one I got wrong was the Kano one because I didn't expect.
Yeah, it's crazy when you just keep picking the top seeds when they are advantage from the play draw rule, then you end up writing more often than you're wrong.
I didn't look at the seeds when I chose them, but you know, now that you mention it, that might be my strategy going forward. It's probably just best to pick the top seed always.
Statistically.
And Brodie against Mara, so I did pick Brodie. Let's see who wins that one.
Yeah, so I think we are going to. Ethan is going to kind of check on how the other matches are doing.
Yep. So we can probably go take a look. I'll just get up and see where they're at in the game, and we can perhaps catch the end of it. You guys want to buy time, or should we go to break?
All right. We can buy some time. Oh, do you have the Guess the Fab event code?
I do, but I have to be here to.
Oh, okay. So we can't guess the Fab event code. So let's spend some time now and kind of talk about how this tournament has shaken down according to, I guess, our expectations at the beginning of the day. So how do you first feel about all of the heroes that everybody was bringing and what they chose to, play, a week or 2 before the Pro Tour?
Right. We saw, you mean the total amount of heroes at this tournament, right?
Yeah, just like in terms of total representation. So just to recap, Ethan's not here to give us the graphic, but the most represented deck by far was Kayo. And I heard that, I think that the count for the Dromai was actually a little bit wrong. I think it was 19 Dromai.
Oh, so 1 less than we
thought? So 1 less than Kayo. So Dromai and Kayo are definitely the most represented decks.
Yep.
Dromai breaking the curse of conversion, converting 3 into the top 8, Kayo converting none.
For sure.
And then we have relatively sparse, I would say, Guardian representation, very low Ninja representation. How do you feel about how all of this is kind of breaking out?
I think relative to a global standing, the top of the heroes are probably accurate. I do expect to see a lot of KOs and a lot of Dromais.
Yeah.
I think regionally there's not many Ninja players or enjoyers, and so we saw a lesser amount of Katsus being presented. I do believe moving into a global meta, we'll probably see many more Katsus because I believe Katsu is much more enjoyed in the Europe and Asia Pacific regions than here.
Yeah, how much do you think factors into, in terms of, player preferences, people playing the classes that they're accustomed to. Because, every time a new set comes out, you kind of have a choice to make. You either go in, like, headfirst into something new. So I feel like for many people who are playing Kayo, they were previously, not really playing the Brute class. Kayo is obviously very powerful. Versus, people who are playing Dromai, who have been, like, Illusionist players for a good half of the last year.
Right. I do think that the level of event also plays in. We saw heading into the previous, was it not Worlds, but the previous Pro Tour, maybe it was Worlds. No, it was the previous Pro Tour, where a bunch of Icelanders won back-to-back Battle Hardens, and that Pro Tour, the results were far different than we expected, right? It wasn't an Icelander that won, it was instead a... was that
Talking about Oldhim?
Was that Oldhim? No, am I thinking about Worlds?
Yeah, I think you're thinking about Worlds. So in Worlds, in the Battle Hardened meta leading up into Worlds, I think people were questioning. It depends, like, if you're talking about, like, before or after, like, Briar LL'd.
Yeah, I think I'm actually thinking about US Nats, and I think Briar is the one that actually won that. But there were a fair amount of Icelanders landing in top 8. Yeah.
Yeah. So
But the meta breakdown. The point is that the meta breakdown at US Nats or the tier 3 plus events during that time was far different than what we saw at the Battle Hardens leading up to it.
Yeah, how much do you think is just like people not really wanting to kind of show their hand at what they're going to play at the Pro Tour? How much of it is like maybe people are still trying to figure things out?
I think some people, perhaps, if you're on a team or some level of organized play, you might select to not show your hand, quote unquote.
Yeah.
I'm of the opinion that Battle Hardens are a fantastic place to just hone your deck and your matchups and your deck choices. And so I would say it's probably 50-50 split. Maybe if someone has a really cool deck concept that they've been working on, maybe they're just holding it back, sandbagging, if you will.
Yeah.
But someone like Guy, for instance, it would surprise me if he didn't bring Dromai to Pro Tour.
Yeah, he's been playing that deck for so long.
For sure. And, the deck list is out. There's nothing novel. He's just getting better at playing the deck. And what we do realize is that the tier 4 level, the players who have, quite reasonable mastery of their deck are the ones that tend to be favored.
Mhm.
I spoke to Guy before this, right after his match that we had on stream, and I mentioned, the fact that I mentioned on stream where I think Dromai is perhaps favored at events over a fair amount of rounds because of the fact that the Dromai player only needs to hone up her new matchups. And he mentioned that he has over 1,000 games on Dromai, and he has a level of mastery that even if he quit his job and played KO for the next month, he wouldn't be able to achieve, right? And so that's just the difference that we get in level of mastery versus trying to hone new heroes.
Makes a lot of sense. Ethan told me that it looks like we are ready to head into the next match.
Yep, or the end of the next match.
So
time's up, Brodie, is what it said on the screen.
Experiencing a little bit of technical difficulty. I think what you said makes a lot of sense in terms of trading kind of mastery. I'm of the opinion that it really depends. I think there's diminishing in returns, right? Like, I think having mastery of your hero, encountering many different kind of corner cases, allows you for like a far greater amount of adaptability when you face kind of novel matchups. But I think around the time that pro tours kind of roll around, I think the decks that most people are playing are more or less kind of figured out.
Right.
And so, I think definitely at these Battle Hardens, we saw Teklovossens, we saw, even though it didn't show up on stream, there were a lot of Prisms. I think you're going to be faced with a much wider variety of kind of cases, a much wider variety of situations that I think having great mastery of heroes is kind of going to help you out with. But as we heard from Ethan, having great mastery of your hero doesn't really stop you from taking 40 damage on turn 2.
Right. No,
so
absolutely.
there are some factors such as variants, such as luck of the draw, that are inevitable, I think, in any competition at the higher levels.
For sure, and that's bound to happen. Battle Hardened is a bit of a smaller tournament than a Pro Tour. There will be that game where let's say if Guy is playing in Pro Tour, he will lose on turn 2 sometimes to Kano. But I would venture to bet that that would not happen in the top 8 of the Pro Tour, just because of the amount of variance that Kano has to, go through to make it to that level.
Yeah, so Brodie's currently accelerating the speed at which he is flicking his cards.
Oh, yeah.
Faster and faster.
But I've noticed, Yonji, that the faster Brodie flicks the cards in his hand, the slower he plays, because he's enjoying the fidgeting so much. It takes his brain longer to process his hand movements as well as the moves that he's going to make.
Yeah, flashing a card to Mara. Can he go even faster? I think Brodie's definitely in a kind of rough spot with Mara threading damage and having a board. Brodie doesn't necessarily have to block this out. It looks like it's just going. It looks like it's going to be
whoever is here is also vibing with the same cadence and frequency of Brodie's hand flicking.
Yeah. I hope they know that we're just waiting for them to.
I mean, everyone's having a good time in this match. Yeah. Honestly, regardless of how much flack I give Brodie for taking so long, I enjoy just watching him do nothing a lot of the time in these top 8s. Although I would,
you know what I would enjoy more than watching him do nothing in these top 8s? Getting home a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I would say so. But here's the thing: I try not to travel with Brodie or depend on him for my movements back home.
Ooh, that makes sense. Okay, so we did see the Enlightened Strike coming in for 7. So Brodie has chosen to say no blocks, and kind of makes sense. Mara doesn't have quite a large board. Brodie, I think, wanting to play the Dromai out and perhaps getting an action point and swinging Snatch into Mara with an extra action point, quite good. Absolutely. And that Dromai is going to be protected if you attack as Lies. A basic heuristic that I've picked up from practicing Dromai mirrors in the past is you really want to just be attacking your dragons at other dragons to kind of deny your opponent equity from using poppers, and then going face the rest of the time.
Absolutely. In this case, did you mention is there a Dromai on Brodie's? No, he's gonna make the Dromai.
Yeah, he's making a Dromai right now,
and I think he's going face here.
Ooh, and yeah, I think
because he has that snatch, as you mentioned, I think that's what he's relying on.
Yeah. So going to 6. So now you have a.
Okay, so that pops, and now he can.
So now you have some decisions that you can make. You can play the Flame Scale, or what's it called, Flame Call Awakening at the HVY, and you can either threaten lethal, so you can throw the Flame Call Awakening plus the Nourishing Emptiness at Mara. You can also throw Flame Call Awakening at the HVY and then throw the Snatch at Mara.
Yep.
So there's a lot of options. Very curious. I think Brodie thought that he had enough damage such that if Mara didn't have a popper, then she would have to kind of expend her whole hand. Right. And it was worth it to kind of give up the value.
I think that's entirely reasonable, right? Because if she doesn't have a popper there, he can go again on his Snatch, draw a card off of the HVY, and extend his turn even further. And he still has a
Yeah, so we're coming at the HVY with the Flame Call Awakening, going to get the Phoenix Flame. I wonder if he has attacks in his graveyard or not. This could just be, a vanilla 6.
Yeah, we'll see soon enough.
I think without a Burn Them All kind of in play, leads me to believe that this should just not have any effects. Mara has a card in her arsenal and 4 cards in her hand, so, potentially you can threaten Brodie's life as long as you're not reliant on him not having, a 6-power attack.
Yeah, it's pretty spooky. If I were Brodie, I might have chosen to attack the HVY instead there, only because you can still threaten, card draw off the Snatch.
Yeah.
And make the rest of the play that you wanted to do.
Yeah, but I mean, there's pros and cons. Like, I think if you throw the Snatch and Mara has something like a Sink Below in her hand, it's really bad. Although, big question. I mean, these guys are on the same team, so they might know a little bit more about each other's tendencies on what they want to sideboard. So you see that Brodie actually is playing, Sink Below in this matchup.
I guess they didn't have Dominate. What's that What's that card on the far side of Brodie's mat? Is that not a burn them all?
Is that not a burn them all? Oh.
Has he?
Oh, I think that is a burn them all.
Shouldn't he have triggered the burn them all and banished cards from his grave?
Unclear.
I think.
Yeah, so now Mara is threatening. So Brodie knows that Mara has a Phoenix Flame in her hand from the Flame Call Awakening, but the real question is, do you use the Sink Below on this because you want to play around a, you want to play around a Command and Conquer, or, is the last attack going to be like a Kylori or something, and you would rather just like save the Sink Below?
Right. I think.
Yeah, so choosing, I think, not to block.
No, I think Ethan went there and pointed out the burn them all trigger. Yeah. So I thought I saw a shadow hover over, making a motion towards the burn them all. So they may be deciding what to do from this point forth. Is that correct, Ethan? Did you go and point out the burn them all?
Oh, what's up?
Were you going there? Did you point out the burn them all?
Yes, there were 3 judges at the table. None of them caught it.
Yeah,
so I'm doing everyone's job. But there we go.
That's par for the course in top 8s. I think everyone just zones out. Just assumes that the players know what they're doing without kind of butting in.
Yeah, little do they know that Flesh and Blood is actually quite a difficult game, and most people do mess up from time to time, myself included.
For sure. I mean, I don't think there's a tournament where I haven't missed a trigger on something.
Unfortunate. Okay, so now Mara is coming in. I think they're just kind of deciding what is going to happen. I think normally the ruling is that if you catch it in a, I think nowadays like the policy is that if you catch it in a position where it doesn't really make sense for the player to choose not to banish, then they will be allowed the opportunity to banish if they so choose. But he actually
looks like he's going ahead and vanishing and fixing the.
Yeah, where he will get the opportunity. I think you get a warning.
Yep.
For a failure to maintain the game state.
Yep. And the deck state there. It's just, piling over.
Yeah, you guys can note. Look how skinny the tables are. You see that where the playmats are hanging off?
Oh, are these smaller tables?
These are tiny tables, so the playmats are already overlapped, and they still hang off the edge.
Oh, man.
It's quite an awkward setup.
It's like the tables we had at DreamHack Atlanta. It was just super duper, like maybe half the size of this table.
Brodie dropping a card. Flicking cards has a cost. That card is now moderately played.
It is moderately played. And I'm sure Brodie's not a double sleever. I don't believe he is.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the real decision point here is just like whether or not you want to block with the Sink Below.
Right. Yeah, I think on Brodie, and I told Brodie I didn't want to feature this match. One, because it was going to take forever, but also really throughout the course of casting Brodie events, you really exhaust all possibilities that you can give commentary on, whereas Brodie is still considering those possibilities in his mind.
Yep. I think here, so just to kind of let you guys in on what the thought process are, I think Brodie's probably thinking about like his turn. Like he just wants to play like the 2 attacks. He has a Ravenous Rabble and he has a Blaze Headlong. Like that's his turn. He's going to attack with both of them. So it's a matter of like if he gets attacked with Command and Conquer here, what is like how bad is the punish? If you like how bad is the punish, right?
Right.
Here you end up getting an extra point of value because you get to put your Sink Below in front of an attack that is going to be that's going to come for more than 3.
Yep.
And there's a couple of attacks in Mara's deck that can do that. So something like Kyloria, something like attacking with a Dust Up, something like attacking with a Snatch. So there's overall just a lot more cards in her deck that are going to punish you for kind of playing your Sink Below early, than punish you for playing the Sink Below first and losing like a point of value. Because if you play the Sink Below first, then you lose a point of value. Then you're gonna take 3 from the Command and Conquer and go to 4. But in this case, you get to save an extra point of damage.
Right. And was that a dominated nourishing?
I believe it should be.
Huh. we'll know as soon as we see Mara drop. Is that
So
5 cards or 4?
4. Oh, I guess
Yeah.
not. So
I
drawing
guess
4.
Yeah, because neither of them had dominated Nourishings, I guess.
Yeah, so, ooh, that's going to be a huge draw. Dromai.
For sure.
So attacking for 4 with the Ravenous Rabble. And now Mara definitely has to block at least 1 card.
Yeah, this definitely demands 1 card block. They're both at 1 armor remaining. That is a Crown of Dominion on Brodie's board, right? That's not a Crown of Providence?
Yeah, I think they're both playing Crown of Dominion. Mara with the Marvel Crown of Dominion with the black border, and Brodie with the regular Crown of Dominion.
Makes sense. Notably, Brodie is at 3 Ash, while Mara is at 1.
I think she's at 4 Ash.
Is she at 4? It looks like 1 to me. What is that?
No, I think that's 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so coming in for 4 into 4, so this attack is going to demand another card. And, you know, like the best thing that Mara can really do in this situation, I think, is play a dragon, maybe like Kyloria or something, to threaten, 2 points of Arcane.
Yep.
Bringing Brodie to 3+ demanding cards blocked. But Brodie is definitely in the driver's seat as, Mara doesn't have any Arcane barrier, and Brodie still does have that Burn Them All active.
Yeah, that Burn Them All has just been, wasting away. Brodie hasn't really gotten much value from that Burn Them All.
Yeah, Mara knows that Brodie's drawing into a dragon, so electing to save a point of damage here extends the game by at least 1 turn if she chooses to play defensively.
Right. I mean, I think that's the correct play here. And if you're saying she does have 4 Ash, that means she won't be resource start probably going into the final stages of this game.
Yeah, what is the best card in this situation? Oh, Rake the Embers, one of the best cards. Brodie really needs to have a 6-power attack here.
Arguably, this is the best card at this stage in the game.
Yeah, because Brodie's going to go to 3.
Yeah, Kodachis are best at the end of the game, and that's exactly what Mara has concocted here.
Oh, but Brodie has also drawn... Oh, man. So I think we're in for another long tank as Brodie kind of has to figure out what is like the correct combination and whether or not he can get out of this. So, Rake the Embers coming in for 3 instances of 1 is so much more than 1 instance of 3 or even 4 damage because he can't efficiently block it out with a card. Now, he has access to another Burn Them All and could put Mara to 1 essentially if he keeps the Dromai and the and the Burn Them All. But if he keeps the Dromai and the Burn Them All, then he can only put her to 1 after attacking with the Dromai. Mara only has to block 1 card, and then attacking with the Ashwing is just gonna kind of seal the deal.
He can select. Well, I mean, he's gonna have to give at least 1 armor block here, regardless. There is 5 damage currently being represented on the board.
Yeah, I think the best line might be to block armor plus 2 cards on the 3 Ashwings, and then to throw Billowing. No, you can't throw Billowing. It has to be Dromai plus Snatch.
You could go Billowing Dromai, and that destroys all the Ash. So you could give 2 cards. You could give armor and a card.
Oh, you're saying to clear? I don't think you can clear at this point. I think you have to go Dromai plus Snatch at the face.
If she has a dragon, it wins her the game instantly. Yeah, you might be right because you need to.
Yeah, because I think since you're going to 2, like you're gonna have to block all the damage here, so you're gonna be left with 2 cards.
Right.
You're gonna be left with 2 cards and no armor. So like really realistically, your best out is you draw into a 6-power attack, so that when Mara attacks with the dragons next turn, you can kind of like stuff it out. And the benefit of Dromai is that like Dromai is kind of insulated from that line because even if you have a 6-power attack, like he's still going to be able to play a second attack, and Mara is going to take that arcane damage.
Right. So his cards are Dromai, Burn Them All, Billowing, and Snatch.
Yeah, and I think the only other thing that Brodie I think is thinking about is like whether or not he can put Mara dead by playing all of his cards out. So let's go through that line. So if he only chooses to block with the Flamescale Furnace here and goes to 1, then assuming Mara has no poppers in her hand, he can play the Dromai, attack with that. That's going to put her to 2, so she's going to have to block at least 1 card on the Dromai. And then if you pitch the Burn Them All to attack with the Billowing Mirage, that's going to threaten another 3, so she blocked another card. That's 2 cards down.
And then you get an Ashwing.
The Ashwing actually does not have to be blocked because she would be at 2. And then when you attack with Snatch, she has to block with 2 cards, but she's going to still have the Ash Wings up.
Right.
So I don't think that there's like really a safe. I don't think that there's like any line here that you can take. You would have to hope that she draws into multiple 2 blocks, because if she draws, I think 2 blocks, then Brodie can kill her.
Yeah, you need to be able to clear these Ash Wings while presenting lethal damage to your opponent twice.
Yeah, so I think the real decision is whether or not, like, what do you think the likelihood is that Mara draws into 2 blocks? I believe that would change the math, because then you block a 3 on the Chroma, you block a 3 on the... No, it still doesn't change anything, because then she would have to draw 3 2 blocks. Like, the only way for Brodie to win is if she draws 3 2 blocks and none of them are 6 power attacks, if you choose to take all the damage.
Yeah, I do think there is a perfect answer to this based on what Brodie knows to be the deck contents and what's left in Mara's deck. And I think this is a reasonable point in the game to tank to try to find that perfect.
Yeah, I think, I mean, like, things that are relevant in this situation, how many 6 power attacks you have. Because if you play for the line where you go Chromai Snatch, realistically you're playing for your out of you drawing a 6 power attack.
Right.
If you play the other line, you're playing for the out of them drawing 3 2 blocks.
Can you draw a sigil?
But then they also have no what's it called? Well, the Snatch is never hitting.
You can throw it into a dragon.
Oh, that seems really weak. I think it's much better to just like trade the Snatch for cards in their hand. Because you're gonna have an extra action point if they don't block the Snatch out, like then you get an extra card to push.
You go Chromai into Ashwing, Snatch into Ashwing, draw a card.
Yeah. Yeah, so you could go for the full clear line, but if you go for the full clear line, then Mara's gonna have, 2.
Because the full clear line isn't terrible if you just block with the armor. You go Chromai, clear an Ashwing, Snatch, clear an Ashwing, get a card and an action point, and your action point back. Then you Billowing Face and then kill the Ashwing with the new Ashwing, and really you're hoping for a playable card off the top of your deck, which threatens another card from Mara's hand.
Block. Wait, are you taking how much damage are you taking?
You're going down to 1.
Oh, so if you go to 1?
Yeah. And you don't have to Billowing until you see the last card.
If you go to 1, and then you draw a 4 power attack.
Yeah, because at minimum there's 1 arcane.
Yeah, so then you get to full clear. Oh, that is quite a good line.
There's 1 arcane coming at Mara that's unstoppable, right?
Yeah.
So Mara's going to be at 2, Brodie's at 1. Chromai clears an Ashwing, she's at 2 Ashwing. Snatch clears an Ashwing, draws a card, he's at 1 Ashwing. And now, depending on the hand, he can either play the second Burn Them All, or pitch the Burn Them All, play the Billowing, attack face, kill the last Ashwing, or depending on what the game content looks like, he can even use the Burn Them All and attack face. So I think you can get probably like 3 cards from her hand and full clear here, if you go down to 1.
From the hand plus full clear if you go down to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, then in that case, you're really only dead to a 0-cost dragon.
Yeah, you die to HVY Chromai. And so depending on the cards in her grave, that might be a reasonable game plan that Brodie has. Commentators evaluated every single play possible faster than Brodie. No, I'm sure Brodie has evaluated it. I think he's just choosing.
Yeah, I think the difficulty when you're actually playing the game is kind of deciding which one you're gonna go with. Because we kind of picked out what all the plays are, but we haven't assigned percentage points.
Yeah, we haven't looked at her grave. We don't know what the likelihood is if we're drawing Chromai HVY, and so Brodie has to do this advanced statistical analysis in his head. Well, he still hasn't even finished high school. So he hasn't taken the upper level trigonometry and algebra classes that we have.
Yeah, so Brodie choosing to go to 2 makes me feel like we are going towards a dragon clear line.
I think so. From my perspective, that looks to be the winningest line, but you do leave yourself susceptible to the 1 arcane game close.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, if she draws an HVY, you just die instantly, regardless of whether or not.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you take the damage or not, because you took 2 arcane damage.
So really, what you're dying to here is Chromai, and if Brodie is betting that she doesn't draw Chromai, then it's a winning line for him.
Yeah.
Wait, did he? He should be. Is this the second dragon or the third?
I believe the third dragon is coming in. So he took. He was at 5.
He should take 2 down to 3.
Oh.
He should be at 1, no?
Yeah,
okay.
at 1.
Okay. All right. Let's see if the play was rewarded. I want to zoom into Mara's hand to see whether Brodie's dead or not when she draws up. What's in the hand?
Oh, we don't have the hand cams.
Oh no.
This is at the scuff tables. So we're coming in with the Dromai first at face.
Oh, at face. Interesting line.
I think this is the line where you're kind of betting on her having 3 2 blocks.
Yeah, that's an okay line as well. And I know Brodie knows that Mara likes to run a lot of 2 blocks. I'm personally a little bit more conservative. I like to clear an Ashwing, but I think this may be
you can still clear Ashwing here. So so it's popped.
That's slightly more devastating, I think.
Well, I think you're still fine if her hand is all 2 blocks, because you can still swing the Billowing at face. Like you swing the Billowing, the Ashwing, and then the Snatch. Is that correct?
Mara's at 2, right? So he just throws Billowing at face, and then
yeah, like if her hand's all 2 blocks, then she has to block a card on. What's it called? A card on, like 2 cards on the Billowing, or she takes 1 going to 1, and then she has to block the Ashwing, and then the Snatch is going to be lethal.
Yeah, it's
If she has 1 2 block, if she has 1 2 block and 2 3 blocks, then she blocks 3 on the Billowing. Yeah, she just blocks out and takes 1 from the Ashwing.
Yeah, I think he's counting the poppers. If her Ashwing gets stopped, then Brodie loses the game on the spot. So is there a second popper in her hand is the $500 question.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you go for full, I don't think you can go for full clear here anymore, because if you go for clear, not having the extra action point and not being able to throw, the.
I think you've committed at this point to going face.
Yeah, and so now the question is whether or not Mara has 3 2 blocks in her hand.
Yep.
Or even like a 0 block also does it.
Right, absolutely. Unfortunately, Mara is positioned eastward, and we really need her to position a little bit to the west.
So it looks like an east strike. Oh, a Dromai. So that was one of the cards that we would.
He would have instantly lost if he took my play line. Good thing Brodie isn't me, and he selected the most effective game plan to winning.
And I think you have to go. You can't clear the board. You have to go face.
Yeah.
So.
This is just 1 damage.
Yeah, actually choosing to block it.
Oh, she chose to block that. I think that may be game losing.
If she has a 2 block in her hand.
Is that a 2 block? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow, good game.
Why did she block the Ashwing?
I don't know. I wouldn't have blocked the Ashwing there. I think that was just I think here is an example of a game where I think Mara could have tanked as long as Brodie, but because the game has gone so long and Brodie's tanked for at least 90% of this game, I think Mara just lost the will to think any further than she has, and she snap blocked an Ashwing when she didn't need to.
Yeah, so Brodie closing it out. I think he's having a laugh, judging by his body movement.
Yeah, I would ask for some of my time back there if I played against Brodie. It's like, hey man, you thought for probably an hour of that game, and I got to think for 2 seconds at the end there. Let me take that block back real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
well, Them's the breaks when you play tournament Flesh and Blood. You have to live and die by the decisions that you make.
Absolutely, and as I suspected, Brodie won that game, so 3 for 4. Hey, go me with the predictions.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, who could really guess that a Kano would turn to kill a Dromai like that?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have all the winners. So we're gonna have a Kano versus Dromai match, and then another Uzuri versus Kassai match. Leave some comments in the leave some comments on which match you guys want to see next. Do you want to see the Kano versus Dromai match, or do you want to see the Kassai versus Contracts Uzuri?
Yeah, personally, from watching a Dromai game for what should have been 5 minutes for the last, maybe 10, 20, I would like to see the run back to the Kassai Uzuri match.
Yeah, I mean, that Kano game also might just be very fast, and then we have to watch, a longer game with a scuff setup.
Right. True. But I do think.
Submit your input in the comments. Thank you guys for watching so far.
Even if the Kano game is 2 turns, it's gonna go longer than the Kassai Uzuri game.
No.
Because I think Brodie is gonna be thinking every second of those 2 turns that Kano has to kill him.
Yeah, I wonder. So there's some things where when you're in the tank, you don't want to kind of let the other person in on the lines that you're thinking about.
Right.
So that whole process that we went through, I think if you say it out loud, it's oh, I'm dead unless you have 3 2 blocks. Then Mara can kind of figure out what the right line is.
Yeah.
But yeah, just in the spur of the moment, just snap blocking onto the Ash Flame.
Yeah, Brodie's really good at not speaking unless he needs to. And so I think that that's what gave him that competitive edge there. That was Mara's game to lose, and she managed to lose it. It's a hard decision, but she didn't want to. I think I don't know what was going through her head. It might be worth talking to her, but yeah, maybe she didn't want to have to block. Maybe she just wanted to block efficiently. Let's say if there's a 3 attack coming in after that or something, she wants to give a 2 block. But it's the same calculation either way, right?
Yeah, you just have to stay alive.
Yeah, maybe that will.
But
I think she saw that she had lethal, and she just said, "If I just live, then I win." But she didn't consider what the last card in Brodie's hand would be.
So that wraps up the quarterfinals. We're gonna pass it off to Ethan, who has another giveaway.
All right, hey everyone. Just went and coordinated with the judges. Plan is going to be to watch the other side of the bracket. Oh, actually, 1 second. Internet. All right, we're back. So we're going to watch the other side of the bracket with Brodie versus Josh, the Kano versus Dromai. It's likely the game will be quick. If it isn't, great. If it is, then we can swap to the other game as backup. But, it's to balance out both sides of the bracket. In the meantime, we've got another giveaway. So you got to type Heavy Play in chat to go ahead and get entered. On this one, Heavy Play, one of the sponsors of the stream today, and they have a bunch of giveaways. So we're going to be drawing three codes for a $5 gift card. Go ahead, type Heavy Play in the chat. Also, just so everyone's aware, I did also request at this point that the judges actually sit and watch the games. They're kind of just around in the area, but with only 2 matches going on at this point, the top 4. There are 2 dedicated Fab judges, and I just requested, can you both please watch the games? And we'll see what happens on that front. There's no, since it's not an official stream, I don't actually have the power to force it to be, but I did heavily recommend that. Anyway, that is the giveaway coming up, Heavy Play. I will email you a $5 gift card if you happen to win. We're doing 3 drawings. If you haven't heard of Heavy Play, they are founded by a couple, I would hope they're friends. It's Ryan and Randy, who are longtime TCG players, and they're looking to try to make headway into the Fab scene. Also looking to make some Fab-specific products, which, as of now, there aren't any Fab-specific products, but they still do have their entire EquipMag set, as well as curved sleeves, which I'm happily using at the moment, actually. So they're pretty decent. All the links for the sponsors are in the description below. And, yeah, so we'll do a drawing real quick for 3. And actually, the chat's still pouring through. To be fair, the chat is still pouring through. So let's give it a little bit extra time here, just because I don't know how backlogged it is. But reminder, go ahead and, please click to active, or click live, whatever the button says specifically. Click live, and that's how you're going to get caught up to be entered into the giveaway here. So we'll draw that in about a minute. I think the judge told me they're trying to get top 4 started within 4 minutes or so. So there we go. Let's go ahead and draw one person as we go. Here it is. We've got Boston Games. Boston Games in the chat. You think their website crashed? Oh, that's hilarious. Boston Games has won the first drawing. So there we go. Congrats, Boston Games. Instructions are to email me at ethan@savagefeats.com if you win. I'll go ahead and pin that comment as well for the next 2 drawings. Oh my gosh, chat is like so backed up at the moment. Hopefully everyone is getting their entries in. All right, here we go. 2 more. I think the casters are also in the chat. Yeah, you can type something. Type heavy play in the chat. You can win. Oh, I don't know what they're saying. I can't hear them. Okay, anyway, here we go. Next drawing is player 2. Player 2 has won the second drawing. All right, congratulations, player 2. Player 2. Let's see if player 3 wins the third time. There we go. And the last drawing before I go make sure the players are ready at the table for us to get started with top 4 is UZ. Check this out. EUZE. There you go. Congratulations. And that's the 3 drawings for this round. We're going to go back to another 3 giveaways after this, and then a $20 giveaway after the finals, and hopefully wrap up the stream all in due time, because we're getting awfully close to that 12-hour mark at this point, which, as the producer, is what worries me, because the VOD will not be saved if it goes over 12 hours. So that's the concern. That's the concern when one turn takes 7 minutes. I'm just going to put that out there. Okay, anyway, that is it. I'm going to swap it to a bit of a break while I coordinate with the judges, and we'll be right back.
All right, we are back. We're done with our quarterfinals. So Naib was right on 3 out of 4 of his quarterfinals predictions.
Yeah.
We have Joshua beating Guy. So Kano advancing. Brodie beat Mara. We have Caleb beating Ryan.
Yep.
And Haik beating Colin. So Caleb and Haik are going to be playing slightly different Uzuri versus Kassai.
Right.
But you guys requested it, so we're going to be covering Joshua versus Brodie, Kano versus Dromai in the semifinals. So the players are just about ready to get it in. Naib, who do you think is favored? Yeah, I know you said that you thought Guy was favored, but now we have kind of a slightly different take. Brodie's deck is much more aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think that factors into?
Brodie's deck is more aggressive, but I don't think Brodie would ever completely sack the. Oh, sorry.
Brodie's deck is more aggressive, but I don't think Brodie would ever completely tank the Kano matchup. I mean, similar to Gi, Gi had mostly reds in his deck. He probably had the couple Thamais and maybe some prevention effects against Kano. I think it's really hard for Kano to do that twice to Dromai, so my bet is still on the Dromai to clinch this one, personally.
Yeah, I think Kano into all of these aggro decks do. There's a bit of luck that you have to run into, but it looks like the players are ready, so we're just about to hop in. Shuffling up, Joshua on the left playing Kano, Brodie on the right playing Dromai. So Brodie, as the 4th seed, will have choice of play or draw. What do you think is better, play or draw? Normally into Kano, I think you want to choose going second, but going first, don't actually have access to Arcane Barrier besides the Silken Form. Do you think it's better to go first or second?
It's a tough one. I would say, into any other hero playing against Kano, you likely want to go second because you don't want Kano to have 3 turns into you.
Yeah.
As Dromai, though, I wonder if you want to prioritize, summoning Thamai, if you have the ability to, or setting up an arsenal with a sand cover or something around those regards. Because if you let Kano go second into you, then he really has to get lucky off the top. And, it's possible. That may have been what happened into Gi. I will say, though, from what we've seen of Joshua playing, his Kano deck does seem to be fairly more mid-range and less combo-y. And so it could be the case that, he opened, several books into Chain Lightnings, and that's how he ended the game.
Yeah, I think it depends how he has the deck set. Kano does have quite a lot of flexibility in terms of the team because the sideboard cards that you pick aren't necessarily the way the most normal deck sideboard. You don't have to play the composition of your deck, how many blues you play, how many combo pieces you play. So we saw earlier when he was playing into a more defensive deck, he was choosing to play snapbacks, Chain Lightnings, and some of those cards are a little bit more of a liability when you think that the match needs to go short, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Is that a Rake the Embers that I see?
It looks like a...
No, it's a Dust Up, sorry.
Yeah, so starting off, first activating gold token, then making a Yenderai.
So Brodie choosing to go first here, which personally is what I probably would have done, but...
Yeah, so, wow, we see a Lesson in Lava off the top.
So this is how we get a 2-turn lethaled.
Yeah, and a Tome of Findall.
Yep.
Yeah, I swear, every time I play against Kanos online, you just always hit Tome in the opening hand.
Oh, no. All right. So Joshua is someone who's been playing online a lot, I imagine.
Yeah, and then we have a Singe.
Oh, that's a pretty good one. So that is the tech choice that you probably see in Kano that you wouldn't need to bring into other matchups.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to choose to send. You maybe want to be sending the Lesson in Lava.
Is he really pinging the Yenderai?
Yeah, I think he has an Aether Dart in his hand.
Interesting.
So you can play the Lesson in Lava.
The Lesson goes to face, of course, right?
Yeah, well, Singe always pings face and something.
Oh, you have to choose. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, no. Surely Joshua wouldn't throw an entire Point of Arcane into a dragon.
So let's see what he tutors up. He's going for a Gaze the Aegis. Oh, I think that's a blue Aether Dart that's in his hand.
Yep.
It isn't going to be able to kill the Yenderai, but potentially going to look for...
I like this play a lot. Yeah, he can now pitch to grab this card, play it, bring it to hand, and play a more impactful card off the top, potentially. Although, I don't know, wouldn't you rather just put in the impactful card on top anyway?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. This way you do get to kind of set up one of your draws for the next turn.
Yep.
It looks like maybe some of Joshua's cards are facing the wrong way.
Oh, there was a judge took Joshua's deck? Oh, okay. Just the sleeves are a little scuffed, maybe.
Yeah, so depending on, I guess, like what type of sleeves that you play, sometimes marks are a little bit more noticeable.
Yep. Looks like, is this Joshua's deck that's being shuffled?
Yeah, Joshua, I think, got...
I guess this is the first turn anyway, so...
Got the deck presented back to cut. No, I think because they're playing from, like, after he tutors off the lesson in lava.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because surely you wouldn't shuffle the deck in the middle of the game or for no reason.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, Brodie taking his allotted 7 shuffles here.
Yeah, like I think it's just that you get to kind of see an extra card.
Yep. Very interesting. So you get to decide how this pitch plays out. But is this really the type of game where you play for pitch stack?
Oh, he actually has a Tome of Aetherwind, and he found his Nourishing Emptiness.
That is extremely interesting to me.
So if you keep the Tome of Aetherwind on top, you could keep the Nourishing Emptiness in your hand to attack with it the next turn.
Yep, absolutely. And it looks like we're seeing Kano activation one more time.
So Kano one more time. We're finding an Aether
for 1.
Aether
if
Arc
this hits,
for
he gets
1.
the Ponder, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting on hit.
Yeah, the Ponder, I think, is not really going to be relevant. This is turn 0. They're going to draw their full hands anyways.
Yeah, but if he, let's say, chooses to go Kano into Nourishing, he can present 6 Dominate plus 2 extra cards.
Oh yeah, the Ponder does
play
not
with a 5-card hand.
This is
it's not nothing. This Ponder is very good.
Yeah. No, I agreed.
Yeah. Usually it's nothing, but
Yeah,
here
so
on
now
turn
coming
0,
out the Yenderai, I wonder if he's going to choose to block or not. Like,
no, I take this 100% of the time.
You just take it?
Yeah. Your life doesn't matter as Kano. Your ability to interrupt your opponent's game plan does.
Yeah, I think the potential of popping the Yenderai, I think, would have been very tempting for me.
No, the 3 damage isn't gonna do anything to you. You know, you either make it past like turn 5 and you die to a Themi and like a huge board state, or you try to bring on the gas and try to throw things at them as much as you can. Notably, the Nourishing Emptiness is the mirror breaker into decks like Kano. But incidentally, if you get it at turn 1, you can also do very nasty things with it.
Yeah, so finding an energy potion.
Oh yeah, this is prime gameplay. This is why you play Kano.
Yeah, I think Joshua is deciding. He does have the Ponder token. I wonder if he remembers.
I hope he does.
Just choosing how he wants to pitch.
Yeah, I think I like that.
Again, finding a Zap.
And then, yeah, activate the Zap into 6 Dominate.
Seems good, although Brodie can actually prevent it out with, 2 cards plus the armor.
He can, but that's 2 cards plus... Oh, he's holding on to this as a popper.
Yeah, I think...
I wouldn't have done that. I would have swung that.
Yeah, I think if you're going to pop, surely you just, pop the Yenderai to begin with.
Yeah, no. Or maybe he's using it as Themi Assurance?
Ooh, potentially.
Because Themi is very hard to deal with as the Kano player.
Yeah, having the potions up is pretty good.
Yeah,
that's true. Like if Brodie plays a Themi here right now, you want to have an attack to be able to throw into the Themi.
Yeah. He can at some point pitch the Nourishing, put it back on top with the Deja Vu to make sure he has it on his next turn.
We're just like recycling the Nourishing Emptiness now.
Yeah, exactly. And here, this is what I meant. Even if this game takes 2 turns, we're going to use up all time. And time in top 8 is infinite. Back to Brodie's turn. He's thinking about...
Let's take a look at what Brodie's working with. So he looks like he has a Phoenix Flame, Scar for Scar, a Burn Them All, and an Enlightened Strike.
Interesting that he chose to bring the Scar for Scar into this matchup. It's not often that you are lower life as a Dromai player into...
But yeah, it's possible he just can't...
sideboard it out.
He can't sideboard it out.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I would imagine there are enough D-reacts that he would need to sideboard those out to bring in the Themis or whatever it is that he's bringing into this Kano matchup. Oh, there we go.
So
Themi.
Playing Themi.
Joshua might just be a genius. He probably just knew it was there.
Yep. And let's see...
Yep, attack for 3.
So we're blocking for 3, and then thumb high, and he has the
scammed.
bumper.
Wow. Never didn't have it.
Skamaz.
Joshua is just the genius. What do I know? Why would I? Don't listen to me. I would attack face with that. Like, that's not. Nope. This is what you play that card for.
Yeah, and
it turns over, buddy. That's it.
Like, I wonder which card is better. This Arsenal decision is actually non-trivial. So choosing to Arsenal the Enlightened Strike instead of the Scar for Scar. Scar for Scar is potentially good because, you know, it's like a 1 card that you can play. Even if you're higher life than your opponent, he does have access to Snapdragon
Scaler, yeah. It's reasonable to Arsenal that for sure.
Yeah, so Chains of Eminence.
Whoa, what is he naming here?
You name Thamai. What was his arsenal? His arsenal. His arsenal's Aether Wildfire. His Aether Wildfire.
Yeah.
So he could potentially go for a kill next turn.
He could.
Having the Blazing Aether in his hand.
Is this how you 40-0 Dromais on turn 2?
Yeah, so really, Joshua just needs to draw like at least 2 blues and a yellow.
Yeah, this is it. we get to see the run back. You know, I really should have pulled Guy aside after that match and asked him how it went. Because
yeah, I wonder what he'd pick with Chains of Eminence. I think you can pick like Oasis, or you could pick Sand Cover.
Yeah, if Joshua wins this and he's quick enough, he can probably go to the judge booth and pick up one of these for like 50 cents. The code foil one. It's like, hey, who wants to get rid of their code foil chains? I know you guys are stocked up on this.
Looks like Brodie has what does he have in his hand? He has a Flameclaw Awakening, a Mirror Guy.
Yeah, Mirror Guy does
another Flameclaw Awakening.
Yep. Mirror Guy is just a 2.
Yeah, Mirror Guy's not really the dragon that you want to see. It doesn't threaten a lot of damage.
I think it's probably like it goes from being the most impactful dragon in most matchups into the least impactful dragon into this matchup.
Yeah,
only because it deals 2.
That 2 power is, you know, just very
very middling,
very small. And Brodie knows that Joshua kept the card in his hand.
Yep.
You know, it's kind of funny, like because Joshua picked because he picked the Gaze the Ages, Brodie doesn't actually know what Joshua's arsenal is.
No. Josh is just like low key like a genius all around.
Yeah.
He's just like, if I don't know what I'm doing, you don't know what I'm doing. This is like that finale to the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh, where Pegasus like had that hacks where he could read all the cards in his hand, and so Yu-Gi just said, I don't want to know what's in my hand, and
just play his face down.
Yeah, and you know he flipped because his hero ability was he can flip between him and the Pharaoh and his Millennium Puzzle, and so just kept flipping back and forth, and none of them knew what was what the other played.
Yeah, so if we take a look at Joshua's hand right now, looks like Joshua did draw 2 blues. I think he has, if he wants to show us, I think he drew a Sonic Boom and 2 blues.
Yeah, so this is swing for 2 and to an E-Strike that I assume is swinging for 7.
Yeah, and if Josh named you know, Sand Cover, then
is that what he named?
I'm not sure. It could be All Systems Are Go. So it looks like he has a blue Singe, blue Aether Dart. I think he's just trying to count to see if he has the necessary damage. You really do need to get like a little bit lucky off of your blind Kano.
Yeah, for sure.
Although he can
Yugi's hero power.
Oh no. He can get it guaranteed. Like he can hit the Sonic Boom. So how many resources does he need? He needs 2, 4. He needs 5. So I think you can activate Kano twice.
Yep.
Activate Deja Vu Potion. Put the Sonic Boom on top.
Yep. That'll do it. Yeah, for sure. And that
Yes, just once. No.
did he?
Yeah.
Okay, so he Kano's twice. He's floating 2, right?
Yeah, then you activate
Ragamuffins?
No, you activate Deja Vu.
Deja Vu, and then you activate Ragamuffins, yeah.
Yeah, and then you put either like a blue on top. Yeah, you put a blue on top, or it doesn't matter. You can have the Sonic Boom.
You put
on
Sonic
top
Boom
first.
second from the top, I think.
It doesn't. Either way, it's fine. You just need to make sure that the Sonic Boom is either the first or the second card.
Yeah.
And then you're drawing into blue, so he's gonna banish the Sonic Boom first.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're right. Yeah. You resolve one of them, get the Sonic Boom.
Yeah. Wow. He's gonna have access to 3
resources.
3 resources, plus 3. So he has access to 6 resources. You can actually Metacarpus node the He can Metacarpus node kind of like everything.
Yeah. So the Wildfire would come in for Metacarpus here.
Yeah. So we're gonna.
Yep.
Storm Striders.
Yep. Yep. That's correct.
So I had 1, 4, 2.
Yep. Also correct.
Yeah, I think you want the Kano to resolve before the Wait, is he representing the correct amount of resources?
2 floating from the Kano.
Yeah, it should be 2, right?
So he paid. So he should have 3. He should have 6 total resources to play everything. So if he activates the Aether Wildfire, the Metacarpus, no, that's 4. So yeah, he should have 2 floating.
He needs 2. Yeah, he needs 2 to play the Sonic Boom.
He should have 2 floating.
Yeah.
He had what's it called? He had 6 resources after.
So one for the boots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 resources total, right?
Yeah, I guess he can't Metacarpus the Wildfire. He overpitched 2.
Oh no, is this?
No, he had 2. He had 2 floating when he activated Kano twice.
He had 2 floating. And then he gained 3.
Yeah. So he has 5 resources plus 3, so he has 8 resources total available.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he should have 3 floating right now.
I see. Yeah, I wasn't paying extremely close attention, but
for those of you who are watching, it's a little bit confusing. So basically, he has he has a blue, and the Sonic Boom, so he has a yellow.
Yep.
So that's 8 resources. And then he uses Kano twice.
Yep. So minus.
I think we agree. I just want to make sure.
So that's 6.
Yep.
Minus 6.
So he's at 2 now.
And then 1 for the Storm Striders.
Yep.
8 resources were produced originally from the pitch card.
Right?
Yep. So there's 1 there.
And then he plays Aether Crucible.
Yep. Crucible, Aether Wildfire, and Metacarpus.
Wildfire.
So it's 2, 4, 5 additional.
And then Metacarpus is minus 1.
Yep.
So our current count is we're at 8 minus 6. That's 2, 0, and we're at 0 here.
Yep.
But he also, we're at -3.
Yep.
But he has 3 from equipment, and then also 3 from the card that he has in his hand.
Does he have a card in his hand right now?
Yeah, he draws a.
Right. Yeah. So he should be at 0 now, right?
So when he can't actually pitch this card. It's in his hand. He should have the card in.
Oh,
should be in his hand.
I see what you mean. The card should still be in his hand. He should have 0, and the card should be in his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Okay, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I believe that the right line to do this is you let the Kano resolve to banish the Blazing Aether because it's going to. What's it called? It's going to cause 0 anyways.
Yep.
And you want the Sonic Boom to have like a cost reduction.
Yeah, exactly.
Twice this turn. Yes. Okay, so from pitch generated from pitch cards, it should be 8, right? Plus 11? Yes.
Yeah,
So I think Ethan is just going through everything.
Then I activate.
We should roll back to when you had the graphic and then just show them the math.
Yeah.
Like,
although we actually know, I think the top card of his deck is like a prognosticate because he put it on top with the Deja Vu potion. I just don't remember what the other blue was.
Where's the Blazing Aether coming from again?
It's on the top of his deck right now.
So you're talking about the next card afterward.
Yeah, the next card we know what it is because he pitched it at the beginning of the turn. I believe it's a prognosticate or something.
I see.
So even if Brodie has a blue in this instance, like he can only block 1 at a time. So like Brodie's dead. Like the Wildfire is going to be doing 5. The Boom is going to come in for 7, so that's 12.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next card is going to come in for 5 again, so that's 17. So 17 plus 17, like even if the Blazing Aether didn't get buffed, it's going to get buffed by 5, so the Blazing Aether is going to do 22.
Right. Yeah. No, this is how you kill a Dromai on turn 2.
Yeah.
Yep. He ran it back. This is
Yeah. If Brodie has a sand cover. Oh no, but Brodie.
He named sand cover, right?
I believe so.
And surely Josh was a genius. He would be naming sand cover here. 100%.
I mean, you could also name Oasis here.
Yeah.
If he has sand cover, then what is the math on the damage? So then it's 2 from Wildfire.
Yep.
And then he can't block the rest of the damage. So the Sonic Boom is coming in for 5.
Yep.
Or it's coming in for 6 because he can Metacarpus.
So Sonic gets Metacarpus, so it comes in for 6.
And then the Prognosticate, I think, is coming in for 3.
Yep.
So yeah, that's nowhere near enough damage.
No, Sand Cover is losing for Josh here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, blocking 4 on a Wildfire is
Yeah, but
devastating.
he kills Brodie through a blue here.
Yeah, no, for sure. The blue doesn't do it. The Sand Cover does.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the blue is 3 into 6. Into 4, 5. Into
what was that?
Because the blue is just.
It's because Brodie doesn't have Arcane Barrier 3, so he can only prevent one at a time.
Right.
The main difference is that Brodie can't bring this Aether Wildfire below 5, even with a blue.
Right.
And I mean, we saw his hand. His hand is just another Flameclaw Awakening.
And he doesn't have Ash Wings currently on the board, so.
Yeah, I mean, the Silken Form has Quell, but it's effectively the same as AB1.
Yeah, because I mean, you have to break it to create the Ash Wing anyway, so it's, whether you want to Quell or Arcane Barrier.
Yeah, so I think they're just explaining the situation to the judges. There's just a bit of miscommunication, not really clear on.
And Quell is a replacement effect, right? So
yeah, that's a replacement effect.
Okay, and so it happens at the same time that you would Arcane Barrier, so you can't Quell and then flip to an Ash Wing and Arcane Barrier.
Correct.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So they're going to run it back, go through all the resources, review the footage. Maybe they even got to the portion when you drew out the math for him.
Yeah, maybe. He should have 3 resources because we could do this one more. We could do this exercise one more time. But basically, he had 8 resources from the cards that were in his hand.
Yeah.
He gains 3 resources from the blue, so he has 11 total resources from the cards in his hand.
Yep.
And then 3 from items that are in play.
Yep.
So he has access to 14 total resources this turn.
Yep.
He's activated Kano twice. That's 6.
Yep.
And then for him to play the Storm Striders plus the Wildfire plus the Crucible and the Metacarpus, that's 2 plus 3. That's 5.
Yep.
So he spends 6, 5. That's 11, and then he'll have 2 to pay for the the Sonic Boom.
Yep. Exactly. So
and he can Metacarpus the Sonic Boom as well.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, they should agree because that's the right number.
Yeah, we went over with the chat twice.
Yeah, we drew out the math on stream, so if the judges get confused, they can actually watch the stream and look at the point where we did the math online.
Yeah, so I believe that we're going through the motions because it's like the kill is guaranteed because we know that the top cards of Joshua's deck are 2 spells that he can.
Oh, and it's red. That's unlucky. Yeah, that's lethal.
We're quelling 1.
Yeah, Brodie now understands the pain that is playing against Kano as a redline Dromai.
Yeah, so, he's able to get 2 resources, but as we kind of went over before, even with 3 resources, cannot block enough damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Brodie, I don't think Brodie's done the math, or he wants the Kano to do the correct sequences, which is understandable.
Yeah, so now playing the Sonic Boom, he actually needs to have the Kano resolve first.
Either way.
Or does Sonic Boom let you play the card at any time?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Sonic Boom resolves. Right.
Yeah.
And I'll let the last Kano resolve.
Yeah, it doesn't matter which way you do it.
Yeah, so it's an Aether Dart coming in for
5, 6.
Yeah, coming in for 6.
I mean, even if the Sonic Boom doesn't resolve, this is still 5, 6, 7, 8. This is still lethal, right? Even if it's the other order.
If it's the other order, so
yeah, that's guaranteed lethal.
It would be 5, 13, 13, 20, 18, 31. Yeah, 31 plus 6.
Yeah, it does. He could have screwed up this order multiple times and been fine.
So there we go. Joshua, kind of figuring it out on the fly. Kano can be a little bit tough. Do you have you played with Joshua?
No,
before in locals?
I haven't. Today we were walking around looking for games, and I just walked up to Joshua. I'm like, "Hey, you want to be on stream?" And he's like, "Sure." And we asked him, "Hey, have you ever played on stream before?" And he was very nervous. He's like, "No, but I'm happy to try."
Yeah.
And lo and behold, hey, I'm on top of my game and picking winners today.
Yeah. So I think that definitely if you're new to playing in these kind of high pressure matches, it can be a little bit difficult to kind of get control of your nerves, and you kind of just want to play everything out. I think Joshua knew that he had to kill, but just going through the steps and clearly communicating to his opponent like what's going on.
Yeah.
Is a skill that I'm sure that he'll develop, and as he looks to be, very, very smart strategically, you know, just knowing exactly what it is that he has to do in order to win the matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, like, just looking at the game, I was following along with what he was doing, but, perhaps his opponent was confused as to what was happening.
Yeah.
And it's easy when we have a bird's eye view of the board and all, and, have knowledge of the entire state.
Yeah.
And we can talk it out freely among ourselves. When you're playing a game of Flesh and Blood against an opponent in, in a competitive level setting, usually you're quiet, you're just doing your move, and they're doing theirs, and then it's a lot like a game of Mahjong, back and forth. But the good thing about Flesh and Blood is there is a fair amount of interaction, unless you're playing a wizard game. And that's the time where I think we need to be a little bit more communicative if we're playing wizard into our opponents.
Yeah. So congratulations to Joshua. He
Yeah.
will be moving on to the finals. And, I think against either opponent that he's going to look in the finals, he has like a really strong shot. Because despite, coming in as the 8th seed, he's going to be playing into either Contracts Uzuri or he's going to be playing into Haik on Kassai. And neither of those decks, I think, really block arcane damage that well.
No, not at all. Yeah, it's like I said, it's like it's that 8th seed blessing,
Yeah.
8 seeds always just tend to just ransack tournaments.
Yeah, I think being the 8th seed is at least plus 10% win rate.
Yep.
Just on virtue of the fact
For sure.
Yeah, like I think you have to. There's a little bit of luck that's involved, squeaking in, and so I think more so than that, like you're kind of playing free. Like you don't have anything to lose. You weren't necessarily locked to get in the first place, and so I think that you just like don't have the amount of like stress. Like I feel like if you make it in as top seed, especially like undefeated top seed, you have like a lot of stress that you put on yourself.
Yeah, and I think also 8 seed. You're just trying your best, and you're trying to, you've had your ups and downs. It's not like, when you get older, if you've never, lost anything in your life, you've never had challenges, you just grow up to be a worse human being. Except for, those that have had to deal with things, have had to, fight through thick and thin. Those are the people that end up developing into, more well-rounded individuals. And really, that's what these big tournaments does. I believe Guy, in that calling that he won, I think he was 8th seed, right? Going into the tournament, he ended up winning the entire thing.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember. So it looks like we're ready to take a look at our backup match. So
backup match. Let's
Haik versus Caleb looks to be a pretty even game. Haik coming in with the slice and dice.
Yeah. Haik is at Haik got to not choose who goes first because Caleb was higher seed this round. But he is playing into I believe it's a tougher matchup because Caleb is just presenting more efficient attacks and threatening to, deck Haik out. And so Haik can't just say,
Yeah, but it's also a little bit more face up, right? Like you don't have to be afraid of all these switches. So I think as a result, your defense reactions are a little bit easier to play. Blocking with, with your Valiant Dynamo is also a lot easier. They present like a contract attack for 4 or whatever. You just like block 4.
Yeah, and Caleb doesn't. Yeah, I think we were right about Caleb not having other daggers except these is probably correct because he's playing Fatigue. I don't think he has room to, a lot dagger slots to extraneous daggers. He's not going to need.
Yeah, does not have the scale peelers. Scale peelers actually quite crucial, I think, to make sure that you can kind of push over the top. So now this hot streak is coming in buffed by 2 instances of +2, so it should be coming in for 6.
Right. While I don't like scale peelers in the switch type of Uzuri, I do think scale peelers are decent here because of the way that you present damage as a fatigue player. Your scale peelers come in for 1, and then immediately you force your opponent to either double block or take a card out of their deck from one of your 4 for 0s.
Yeah. So we see Caleb blocking 3 on what looks like 6. He's going to take 3 going down to 9.
But the board state is very preferable, favorable to Haik right now. He has 4 copper and a gold, so he's set up at any moment that he draws Blood Runner Hands to have just an enormous turn.
Yeah, so Haik looks like he's drawn into some defensive cards.
There is a
Caleb playing a Sigil of Solace.
Yep, as one would.
And now come here with another Sigil Solace, gaining the life back. Okay, so Caleb, having gaining back the life, playing Codex of Frailty. So this is pretty good.
Yeah, great turn. The other thing that Codex does is if they do decide to
break their copper for Blood on Our Hands, it reduces at least 4 damage from them.
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely very strong here. Most likely going to come in with attack for 4.
Haik again showing how disciplined he is with his armor. He still has
no,
his entire fridge.
He has. Does he have a tunic? Oh, he does have tunic on. It's a small dice.
Yeah.
Able to present the death touch for 6.
Yep. But that's just a 2-card block, right? Or even equipment plus a D-react.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see equipment plus D-react.
Did he buy that back this turn, or what's going on?
What do you mean?
Oh, no, he just put a counter on the Mask of Perdition. I thought the Mask of Perdition just appeared out of nowhere.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So now, I wonder if Haik has a source of go again. Looks like he is maybe contemplating saving the.
I think he's just going to D-react here, yeah.
Oh, no, just going to use the D-react here.
Yeah. He D-reacts here, sinks, and
draws into a Heart of Findel.
Draws into his heart. If Caleb gained 1 more life, that would have been really good for Haik there.
Yeah.
But, it's reasonable. I don't think this is a turn where you want to really have a huge pop-off turn. I think you just want to, present a few points of damage, chip your opponent down. He has a Vigor token anyway, so...
Yeah, one thing that Caleb's deck does do a little bit better than, I think it was Jesse, is because...
he is popping the gold.
Because you're playing all of the contract cards,
yep.
Just being able to rebuy your armor multiple times throughout the game, getting incremental value that way.
Yep. Absolutely. Haik here drawing off the gold. This is very interesting. I'm assuming he is going to opt to activate Kassai on this turn because he's going to be attacking with Dagger for 1. It's really disincentivized to block.
Yeah, but attacking with Dagger for 1, Caleb still has Black Tech Whispers up, so one of them is quite an easy block.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. Not sure what's going through Haik's mind. He probably thinks that he has to, chip at least a few damage if he wants to stay in this game.
Activating the Iron Song versus.
Yeah, he is, he's just choking full of on-hits this Saber for 1 that he's going to attack with. He's just really challenging his opponent to want to block it out as much as he can. Yeah, so here...
So now we're going to come in with a Hot Streak for 1.
Yeah, this is a very tricky play.
Yeah, do you block just Black Tech Whispers on it? If you block the Black Tech Whispers, then...
5.
For 5? Wait, how's it 5?
Wait, what? Am I missing something here? Where is the additional...
Hey, come in for 1.
Yeah, okay, because was there a Courage before?
Oh, no, he thought that he played the Outland Skirmish.
Oh, he played the Outland Skirmish. Okay. He didn't play the Outland Skirmish. It's coming in for 1. Okay, so we weren't wrong.
Yeah, but now being able to play the Stroke of Foresight to go over the top, guaranteeing that that gold token, rebuying it is very, very good in this spot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also getting a Courage token out of it.
He does get a Courage token. That means he nullifies this Frailty on the second swing, which, this is a favorable enough way. This is actually a pretty good way to play this.
Yeah, and then getting a Vigor token as well.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I don't think you're incentivized to block on the first Dagger for more than 1. Like recognizing this, uses that as the option to, throw all the...
Attack didn't have go again to begin with, so Caleb is a little bit, disincentivized from blocking with a...
Yeah, absolutely.
With an attack.
So it kind of is a little bit of a checkmate scenario, regardless of having that Frailty.
So now we're coming in with a Nerve Scalpel.
Yep.
Nerve Scalpel is...
It's reasonable.
Yeah, pretty good, I would say, into Kassai. A lot of Kassai's cards are going to end up being reactions. So many of your cards end up being, versions of Blade Runner.
Yeah, absolutely. We're coming in.
So choosing to take the damage. Now all of his reaction cards are going to get -1 defense on the next instance when they block.
Yep. Let's see what the follow-up here is from Caleb. Probably isolate.
Ooh, coming in with an isolate, so
Caleb has the ability to swap into an attack. This is a very seldom seen move from Caleb.
Yeah, Haik does have the starting stake in his hand.
Yeah, he does have a starting stake. It blocks for 3, so...
Yeah, so far we've seen starting stake block for 3 multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, it's done its job. Hey, I'm glad Haik wasn't casting it for a gold. That's my only metric for that card. It's like, hey, man, if you block for 3, I think you've done your job. Fantastic card. Great addition.
Yeah, so I wonder if Haik is going to choose to put the Valiant Dynamo in front of this.
Yeah, this is a tough block.
Attack or not.
He hasn't blocked with armor yet, but Caleb is holding 2 cards. I'm thinking if I'm Haik that at least one of them is a shred and another one is a swap. And so if you overblock this, you can get punished. If you block this with armor, you can get punished potentially. So it's a really tough call. Maybe just blocking with the boots and, you know, saying, let's see what you got.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, the downside. So he's saying no blocks.
Oh, no blocks at all. Okay, very interesting.
So putting in the already dead.
Oh,
so
he's a genius.
Yeah,
Oh,
the hard read.
Yeah.
Saying, you don't have anything. You just have, vanilla 6.
Yeah, you just have.
Although, because so many of Haik's cards are reactions, we could see Caleb generating potentially 2 silvers off of this attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also if we did the play where he blocks with dynamos, it immediately gets broken.
Yeah.
So that was definitely not the play.
So
there.
also we have a cut to the chase, bumping this up to 9. So, Caleb looking like he was pretty far behind, playing the 2 sigils, and now all of a sudden putting Haik at least a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah.
Haik really needs to do something to pressure.
But Haik going into this with a 4-card hand.
Yeah, so playing Seduce Secrets, drawing the card.
Oh, Haik is. Oh my God, dude, that's insane.
Saying, show me the top of your deck now.
Yo, this is what we came here for, Yanji. This is the switcheroo. This is next level gameplay right here.
Yeah.
Are we all Seduce Secrets enjoyers after this?
Yeah, never disappointing. So hey.
Oh my.
Haik is gonna go to He's going to go to 5 after this attack, but I wonder if he's going to cash in that.
Dude, that was the 600 IQ play. He waited for his opponent to choose a card to stay on top, and then he drew it.
Yeah,
because he knew the card was bomb.
And then Caleb also not making any silvers.
Oh my God, dude, is Haik a genius? Am I gonna have to respect him from now on? This is amazing.
So I wonder what the follow-up play is, if he's going to choose to cash in that gold for, a soldier. The soldier is going to actually be quite annoying for the Uzuri to deal with.
Oh, no, for sure. This is definitely a big brain play. Haik is playing with a 5-card hand. The soldiers for sure are going to rack up. It's going to be a lot like playing in a Dromai. If Caleb wants to clear it, he'd probably have to... Nope, Haik is just going to say, nope, I don't need the soldier. Sorry.
Yeah,
Wrong again, boys.
So instead, just choosing to draw a card. Drew into a sink below.
Yep. A sink below. So Haik has a pretty wide turn he can cast here while continuing to have a way to react from Arsenal. Oh, blood on our hands. Never mind.
Blood on our hands.
Yeah. No, this is the turn. We didn't see the. I didn't see the blood on our hands.
Yeah. So I think we're going to be choosing go again and attacking twice.
Yep. That makes sense.
So we're gonna go 4 attacks wide this turn.
It does depend on whether or not he has go again reactions in hand. If he has a Blade Runner, then he might buff one of them.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
I believe I saw one of his cards in his hand was Iron Song Response.
Okay. So it's all just pumps. Yeah, this is more than lethal on this turn then.
Yeah, so the first attack is gonna come in for
it's gonna be 5. Sorry, 6 with the courage.
Yeah, he has a courage token, so coming in for 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep.
Maybe deciding if he wants to activate the Iron Chunk versus first.
Potentially, I can see that be a reasonable play.
Yeah,
especially
activating the Iron Song versus first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be like the largest attack of the chain.
Yep. It's coming in for 6, and it's threatening another on hit.
Yeah, but the player is not respecting the direction of the attack token. Actually showing the 9 face, but just upside down.
Oh, it's hard to tell which one it is when you're naturally playing.
So Caleb does have, the inertia trap, so is going to be able to.
There we go.
Is
Pump it
going
up,
to be
baby.
able to give Haik an inertia. Haik is not going to be able to set that sink below, but having Grains of Blood Spill, going to be able to push that.
He's gonna pitch it for resources.
Yeah, going to be able to push that card to the pitch zone for resources.
I gotta say something. That really was a 9.
It was a 9.
It was a 9.
Yeah, no, Haik telling us all along what the attack is going to be. He showed his opponent, hey, look, this is the attack.
Yeah.
You decide how you want to block.
Yeah, so we see an Oasis Respite coming out to kind of block it all, but, there's really, there's really no way, I think, to prevent all the damage.
No.
Caleb only has 1 card left in his hand, and Haik still has, 3 more attacks.
Yeah. No. This is Caleb's gonna drop down to at least Haik's life here.
Yeah. So Haik making a copper token from the what's it called?
He can actually pitch now.
The Outland Skirmish.
But he can pitch for the gold again to redraw if he wants.
He can. I think you just pitch to make the Vigor token. I think potentially you want to just make 3 Vigor tokens for the next turn.
That wouldn't be too bad at all. Just creating a blue?
Yeah.
Build your own blue at home?
Pretty good. Build your own blue. Now we're going to come in for...
BYOB.
Yeah, we're going to come in for 2 more instances of 2. So Caleb should be going to 6.
Yep. Second. Grains activation? Yeah, Haik really showing how powerful. Oh, there's no wasted prevention.
Oh, yeah, so he takes 1.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Forgot that it impacts the object, not the...
Yeah, and that inertia token is going to...
He has another attack,
that sink to the bottom.
Did he attack twice? Oh, okay, he attacked with all of them.
Yeah.
Okay, pretty good.
So Caleb kind of surviving the brunt of the attack.
Shouldn't he have 3 Vigors? Oh, no, one of them was blocked out,
No,
right?
one of them was blocked out.
Okay. Was that another Blood on your hands? Casting a Blood on your hands for 1 isn't that bad either.
So if you cast the Blood on your hands for 1, depends how many go-agains that you have. Just getting an extra attack is not the worst.
Yep. Oh, activating the... okay, the yellow was banished last turn. He's not activating Kassai ability. They should make a marker, like a token, that says this is in banish, just so you remember that it should be banished once you're done representing it on the chain.
Yeah, so we're seeing a Precision Press come out and an Iron Song versus.
Yep.
And pitching the Blood on hand, so not wanting to cash in it for one copper. I think the break-even point for Blood on hands to be like a decent card, I think starts to when you have 2 copper.
Here we go, yep.
And then getting the
Frailty Trap.
Yeah, so actually getting the Frailty, so it's gonna be buffed. It's gonna be buffed to 3, so blocked out perfectly, and then this attack is also gonna be coming in for 3.
Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad at all. And Caleb's not able to use his equipment. Not that he would want to block this with equipment anyway. But, that's a fair play. Let's just have go again. If he wants to do anything with it, he cannot. And so he will pass his turn. Yeah, I think the Blood on our hands, if this game does go on for a few more turns, is going to be Haik's win condition in the second go around.
And so it looks like we drew a Glint the Quicksilver. I think a Take It on the Chin.
Yep.
So Nerve Scalpel coming in.
Yep, you can choose to take this on the chin.
And I believe that sign card is a Blue Blade Runner.
Yeah. That is the Glint is he blocking with?
Now playing a Codex.
Yep. Codexes are just so powerful in this matchup.
Yeah, I think the Frailty token is quite difficult to deal with. And we see that I think the main difference between this match and then the other match that we watched earlier in quarterfinals is the fact that Caleb just has access to just so many more defensive cards than Haik does. Now coming in with the Command and Conquer. Although the Command and Conquer should be a relatively easy block.
Yeah, you block this with equipment, a card from hand, and take it on the chin. Then you can throw back, 2? Or 2 plus whatever combat tricks you want.
Yeah, I think the break point is a little bit awkward because you can't really slot this Valiant Dynamo easily unless you block with a 3-block from your hand.
Mhm.
And so I wonder if the card in his arsenal, I think it's a defense reaction, right?
I believe so. That was the D-React that he arsenaled on his large turn.
Yeah.
But he does have a take it on the chin, right?
Yeah, he does have a take it on the chin, so he can prevent it, but it's just kind of tough to.
Oh, interesting.
He's thinking about using the Crown of Providence to filter. So keeping the take it on the chin is actually not too bad. To kind of save for later. Obviously, defense reactions are still going to be pretty good. So I think he's just deciding, if you you have to basically block like another piece of armor no matter what. You can only block. Oh no, that's not true. You block 4. I'm kind of confused.
No, Nerf Scalpel is in effect, right?
Yeah, but take it on the chin isn't affected by Nerf Scalpel. Oh, unless both cards in his hand are reactions. Ooh, that could be the case.
That's what I'm thinking. He might have a reaction. No, but he does have a hit and run, so that would be 3, 4, 5, 6. He gets to keep a blue and attack for sword, get your boots back.
Yeah, I wonder what we're contemplating.
Maybe he wants to figure out which equipment to block with, or does he want to give even more equipment?
So it looks like he kind of wants to save his hand.
But why? They're both blue, right? Aside from the take it on the chin?
It could be. I think the reaction might be red.
Oh, you know why? Because flick knives still exists, and so.
Oh yes, true.
Yeah, so you can't take this on the chin reasonably.
That's fair.
Yeah, so you have to be able to. Here you can try to take it on the chin to bait out the flick knives.
Yeah, I mean either way, it's just gonna be 1 damage prevented.
Yeah, and I think that's fair to try to bait.
Well, it doesn't I don't think at the Uzuri you would ever right. There's no hit trigger. You're just doing 1 damage no matter what.
Right.
So yeah,
I do think though, based on what he drew, I might consider taking on the chin so I can use all my resources to try to create a gold to raise an army.
Yeah, I don't know. I have yet to see these raise the armies.
Yeah, but into this late of a game, they present a really odd proposition to your opponent, especially when they have 1 attack daggers. And also raise an army, interestingly enough, is not impacted by the frailty trap.
Yeah, they are ally attacks.
They are. Now the question from Haik is, how exactly do you want to order your turn? Do you believe that your opponent will block your gold generation?
Yeah, I see your point. I think because you draw the take it, because you drew into the raise an army, maybe you just sack your gold this turn and then you play take it on the chin on the previous turn.
Yeah.
And you just go sword. You go sword, guy, sword.
Yep. Sword guy, sword is fine. Alternatively, sword threatening gold, guy if it doesn't get blocked. But surely this is blocked, right?
Yeah. So now we're coming in first with a hot streak threatening a courage token. Coming in for 1.
Coming in for 1.
I think no block was declared, so we're playing a yellow runner.
Yep. I think he's going to use the Raisin Army for pitch value here. Creating the courage. That was fairly impactful on hit. I'm really impressed with the way that Haik has been utilizing these courage tokens. They've just really been adding up across time. He'll present these really weak on hits that you really disincentivize from blocking, and then that'll add up out of nowhere because now your next sword is frailty free essentially.
Yeah, choosing to pitch the raise the army for resources, making
it should be 4.
It's 3 because of the frailty.
Courage makes it 4.
Is there a frailty? Yeah, there's a frailty.
Yeah, but there's a courage as well. He made a courage from the arm piece on the first hit.
Oh yes, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, so blocked out by the Fade Foreseen.
Yeah, and that's reasonable.
And it looks like we're gonna be arsenaling that. Take it on the chin.
I think so. It's an interesting card to have as a sort of fallback. Hopefully Haik remembers to take off the counter on his Valiant Dynamo, which he does not. Unlucky.
Okay, that Valiant Dynamo wasn't gonna block anyways.
Yeah, true. It's probably not blocking either way.
Caleb coming in now with the Nerf Scalpel. Haik actually choosing to put a whole card in front of it.
Yeah, that's really interesting to me.
And now coming in with the Shakedown.
Huh. Why do you think he's blocking this Nerf Scalpel?
So I mean, like there's a couple of ways that you could have dealt with it. I think he just like values having the courage and or the grains up.
Yeah, this if he has
so the Spreading Plague is going to be pretty big.
Is that lethal?
He does have a Vigor token.
No, he has to take it on the chin.
Oh, that's true.
He can block it, and then
an agility token.
Yeah, and you can't flick knife when you take it on the chin on your turn. So really, Haik is still alive. Yeah, he's alive for days. No, he can only block one of them though. So he's still gonna take 2.
Yeah, he's gonna take 2, go to 2, but he's fine, and he'll have an agility token set up for the next turn.
Yeah, he needs to figure out how to navigate this turn. He has a courage, right? Is that what he has? Oh, he might have a blue, and he might be able to block both of them. Maybe that's the play he's opting for. Huh.
So Kayla's choosing to take the damage. Now Haik is looking at his arsenal card.
Yeah. Is he going to take it on the chin?
I mean, this is quite the highest value I think that it can get as long as the Flick Knives is being threatened.
For sure. Take 1 on the chin.
Haik does have to kind of worry about going to 2. If you go to 2, then Caleb can basically threaten your life.
And then pitching for the last one.
Pitching for the last one. Okay, staying at 4.
Yeah,
4 is quite good.
Yeah, that was a good turn of events. I think Haik utilized that taken on the chin in the best way that he possibly could.
Yeah.
Because it was always under looming threat of this Flick Knives, no matter when you decided to use it.
So now Caleb is pitching an Oasis Respite, coming in with a looking for scrap for 5 go again.
Yep. 5 go again. Haik's going to have to probably put some armor in front of this. His life total is pretty low. And he needs to keep a card if he wants to threaten the daggers. And this is a good card to put armor in front of because you're not able to shred the looking for a scrap.
Yeah, agreed. There are some things that you have to watch out for. Definitely any kind of assassin attack that you can either cut to the chase or put a shred in front of.
Yep. So this is a good time for Haik to activate to put that bracers in front of it. No, he's choosing
to block 2 cards.
No, Haik, don't do it. Put the equipment in front of it.
He's thinking.
Yeah, he's thinking. He's thinking.
Yep. Commits 2 cards.
Yep. And then we see
now coming in with a Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, this one's a little more spooky because you can get shredded.
Yep.
And so Haik has to be a little wary of how he chooses to block this.
Yeah, now choosing to block for 6. Playing around, I guess, a blue shred.
Interesting. Overblock that. Huh. Okay. That's reasonable. Breaks a gold.
Yeah, so the gold is going to be super powerful in this instance because Haik does have the agility token.
Yes, and he has Kassai ability. This gives him the ability, if this hits, to pop a gold again to search for something else.
So coming in with a blue slice and dice.
That's reasonable. So this is all face-up damage here.
Yeah, so coming in for 3 into 3. Caleb can block this out, I think, pretty comfortably.
Yep.
With 2 cards.
3 into 3, and Haik buys back his boots, hopefully.
Looks like Caleb also has a sink below in his hand.
Yep.
Might be choosing whether or not it's better to keep the sink below for later. Chooses to just spend it now.
Yeah, there we go. Haik remembering to take the counter off his boots this turn.
And Haik's deck is getting dangerously low, but Caleb's deck is also not looking the thickest.
Yep.
Drawing the Hard to Find Owl, so we are going to be able to gain life now.
Oh, yes. This is the Oldham gameplay that Haik enjoys so much.
Yeah, so coming in again with Nerf Scalpel. It's really painful to be blocking cards on these daggers.
Yeah, for sure. Does Haik have any reasonable way to give go again to his sword on this turn? He does have a sink below in his hand, right? So
yeah,
he can sink a card to search.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the players should have an idea of what their stack looks like.
Yeah. You know, Haik being a notorious Hold'em player, there is, I mean, he hasn't played it for a long time. He's someone who is very wary of the pitch stack, from what I understand. A story about Haik, I once asked him for Oldham practice one day when I was in the DC area. Mind you, I'm traveling here. We go to a Sheets in the middle of the night at 1 a.m. Haik makes me play against Channel Thunderstep Briar for 5 hours before he gives me my Oldham game. And then finally I get to play against an Oldham. And I get absolutely walloped because I'm just so fatigued from having to play against this dumb Thunder Briar deck.
And now coming in with the Death Touch. The Death Touch for 6, very threatening, even if he chose to block with 2 armor plus the sink below. That Flick Knives with the Nerf Scalpel could kind of still blow Haik out and threaten a Blood Rot.
Yep.
That he's gonna have to pay for.
Yeah, this is extremely spooky here.
You could give 2 cards here.
Yeah. Do you give a card from hand and the sink below?
Yeah. I mean, like, it's either you're gonna take the damage because he's gonna flick the scalpel, or you block 2 cards.
Yep.
Now, if you
I'm sensing a shred here.
Yeah, so we're blocking for 4. Caleb says no effects.
Yep. No reactions, Chief.
Coming on now with a sink below. Yep. But I think dedicating an extra block. Not entirely sure if it was necessary.
I don't think so. I think he might have gained more equity just by.
Both players should know kind of where. Where each other's decks are. I think they are starting to draw like their 3rd cycle. So coming in now with an attack for 2 on the hot streak, threatening a go again if Caleb blocks with an attack action as well as a courage token if it hits.
Yeah, but these are very similar deck archetypes. They all have reactions for days and they like playing at reaction speed. And so
so we're blocking with a shred here.
Yep. One of the many shreds that I assume is left in Caleb's deck here.
Yeah. Having this Hard to Find is honestly going to be, I think, pretty huge in terms of determining the outcome of the game. But if Caleb has access to any number of kind of larger attacks, like greater than 3 power attacks left, Haik could be in for a lot of trouble. I think it looks like Haik only has his hand that he's currently playing and about 4 cards left in his deck. So he has 2 hands available to him.
Yeah, for sure. And Caleb seems to have a slightly bigger stack than Haik.
Yeah, I think Caleb looks like he has maybe like 6 or 7 cards in his deck plus his hand.
Yeah. But Haik is someone I know who excels at playing into fatigue matches, so I'm sure he's concocting a strategy on how to win still. Even if his pitch stack might not be perfect, even if he didn't foresee this chain of events, I think he has a game plan, but I think it's going to take a fair amount of luck to get there.
So taking the Spider's Bite, now coming in with a Nerve Scalpel.
This is...
I kind of like, if I'm Caleb, the order that you send your daggers matters a lot. So, for example, a line of play that you could do is if you sent the Nerf Scalpel first, then you send the Spider's Bite second. If he doesn't block a reaction on the card, then you can flick the scalpel and give -2 to all the reactions
in
his hand if you're going to be sending another attack.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, there's slight differences. It's fairly unlikely that Haik has, you know, any attacks to block with. The only attack that he should be playing is the Nourishing Emptiness. So I think doing a deck count, I believe Haik counted 5.
Yeah, he's on a 5-card hand, a 5-card deck, 4 cards left in hand, and one of them is his favorite card, the Starting Stake.
Yeah, so the Starting Stake, the Blood on Her Hands, the Raise an Army, all of them are not looking so strong at this point.
I don't think there's really a way for him to claw back here. He needs to know the top of his deck, and he needs it to be a go-again generator.
I believe the top of his deck maybe is like Fatal Engagement Blue.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I'm sure Caleb has seen that card at least twice at this
so
point.
taking the damage, now coming in for 5. So 5 is tremendous at this point.
Yeah, 5, incredibly strong.
Fortunately for Haik, none of the cards in his hand kind of get debuffed by the Nerve Scalpel.
Yeah, but Haik is, as of this turn, I believe, Kadachi locked.
Yeah, like he basically can't take any more damage, or else the Flick Knives threatens lethal.
Yep.
He can fight back with pitching the Hard to Find Doll.
Yeah.
But that only lasts for so many turns.
For sure. I wonder if Haik is thinking of a universe where he just pitches Heart of Fiandal to negate the dagger damage.
Yeah, I don't think you can, because Caleb can always threaten 2 daggers.
Yeah, absolutely.
So when you're at 1, you're gonna have to spend 2 cards.
Yeah, I think the way that Caleb loses this is prematurely flicking a knife.
Yep.
I think you flick a knife. Now, because he has access to that gain life, it disincentivizes the flick knives to some extent. Because if they both have 1 card left in their deck.
If they both have 1 card, then Haik ends out ahead if Caleb only has 1 dagger, but I think Caleb has so many extra cards.
Oh, wow, okay.
So we're choosing to block 4 on 5.
Yep.
One thing that he can do right now is he can get an extra point of life by playing the Blood on Her Hands, potentially.
Oh, wow. It's mega overblocking this.
Yeah, so we're spending armor plus 2 cards.
Yeah, that's the issue with being this low life total when you're against these tricky combat trick decks.
Yeah, so just kind of playing around that card in Caleb's arsenal that he's been holding on to for the last 2 turns.
Yep, which is very likely a shred, but Caleb being very disciplined in the way that he utilizes that card.
Yeah, I mean, if the opponent wants to keep blocking as if you're playing the shred, then you just never really have to play it.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. I think Haik is playing perhaps a little too safely here. But, you know, at the same time, this is top 4 of a Battle Hardened.
Yeah, huge stakes in play. The winner essentially is guaranteed a PTI for making the finals of the Battle Hardened.
Absolutely.
Loser gets, I think, $250.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, I know Haik hasn't played for a long time, so he could definitely use that PTI to, you know, buy his entry into the upcoming Pro Tour.
Yeah. So we're seeing a Kassai activation right now, banishing 2 Sync Belows, I believe a Runner and another yellow card. Coming in now, will he give go again? Caleb doesn't actually have to even block any of the cards.
He doesn't. Actually, in fact, if Caleb doesn't block, he will nullify the ability of Haik to generate value from his gem. Oh, Haik activating the Blood on Her Hands, yeah. Recognizing that this is probably the most value that he's going to get for his copper.
Yeah, so coming in now for...
Just choosing go again.
Go again.
Yep.
So blocking with an Eradicate, pushing this entire saber up to 3, but it's still fully blocked out.
Yep.
Now attacking with a Hot Streak for 2.
Hot Streak for 2.
And it looks like Caleb has a Death Touch in his hand, or is it Cut to the Chase? Some red card.
I think Haik has recognized that his path to victory here is being able to keep a soldier potentially. I don't really see any way in his deck.
Oh, he was able to generate the gold.
Yeah, he creates the gold, and so is a soldier the way that he wins a game is the question.
Oh, and Caleb still has a remembrance available to him.
Yeah, no. Whatever the case, this game, Haik is not going to win on the fatigue angle, so he has to force cards out of Caleb's hand here, regardless.
Yeah. Man, I think that remembrance is just kind of gonna be the nail in the coffin. You know, you're able to play cards like Codex or Frailty.
Yep.
Or such. Now attacking with an Isolate.
Yep. Here is the Isolate. It's gonna He gives up his
so
his specialization.
We're blocking 4.
Yep. And this is coming in for probably 6. Yep.
Yep.
There we go. Oh, another reaction. Wow. He stays alive for one more turn.
Yeah. So
flicks
flicking
the
knife, decreasing the defense by 1.
Yep. Still taking 1. No. Taking.
He's blocking 4. He should be.
No, he dies. Right?
Yeah, he should be taking 1.
Flick takes 1, and then
lethal.
this deals. Yeah, no, it's lethal.
Yeah. So congratulations to Caleb for clutching that game out, and now he secured himself a PTI as well in this battle hardened. Caleb and.
Do you get a PTI for top 2?
Yeah, Caleb and
wow.
Joshua, of course, going to play it out for the legendary gold foil.
Yeah, wow, phenomenal gameplay here, all out. Haik, even in his loss, this showed us some great gameplay there. Always a showman. The ability, that turn where he played Seduce Secrets in response to his opponent seeing the top of his deck, I think, was a highlight of the moment there for him.
Yeah. And so we are just about getting ready to play the finals out, but before that, we have one more giveaway.
Hey everybody, it's going to take the camera a second to load on the new screen, but it's just the laptop cam, that's why I look like this. Okay, so we are a little bit pressed for time, is the harsh reality, but we do have another, I think, 4 giveaways to do on the stream, and I can't promise that I'm streaming tomorrow. I actually really don't think I'm streaming tomorrow, because if we kind of gauge the length of the day based on today, then tomorrow the top 8 would go to probably about this time right now, like 8:30 p.m., and the venue closes at 9. So I just won't be able to do that. I have to be packed up and gone. So we're just going to say that as it is, unfortunately. But there we go. Type heavy play in the chat now so we can go ahead and get through the last 4 giveaways. Heavy play. We'll see what I can do with maybe like a skimpier recording setup or something for day 2. But this venue in particular is like pretty tight on the timing, and just seeing how today went. It just is what it is. I'm sorry, folks. But type heavy play. Heavy play. We've got 3 more giveaways for the $5 gift card, and then 1 more giveaway for the $20 gift card. The way it's going to work, I'm going to hit the add reel button, go get the players set up. As soon as they're ready, we're going to come back, draw the winners, do the finals, and then call it, because we are a little tight on time. So with that, you will have about 6 minutes or so, that's the length of the ad reel, to go ahead and get your entries in for heavy play. Then we'll draw all 4 of the winners based on this pool of entries. So everyone should have time to get their entries in. The stream should catch up. And that's enough of my yapping. Let's go ahead and let the sponsors do their lovely, lovely thing. We'll be right back.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects. Snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
SinFabTCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament, as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today. Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team, learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds, Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
We're also giving away the promo Boast and playmat from this season of Spoilers. All Majestics and Rares will be automatically entered, so stay tuned for the giveaway drawn at the end of March. Alright everybody, that is it. We're going to do the drawings now for 3 more giveaway winners for the $5 gift card, and then 1 final drawing for the $20 gift card. The players are ready at the table. They're good to go, so let's just go through this quick. I gave you all ample time to get your entries in. We've got over 200 people in for it, so let's do it. Roll it. Winner number 1 is Tony's Lab. Tony's Lab, let me update the instructions, change the pin post. If you win, email me at Ethan at savagefeats.com. All right, here, pinned. All right, there you go. So that's winner number 1. There's still 3 more. The second winner for the $5 gift card is Godslayer73. Godslayer73. There we go. Congrats. Send me that email. And then the third winner of the $5 gift card is the Mortimer. That's a great profile picture. Love that. Mortimer, you are the third winner. Now we're going to switch it up to the final giveaway. We are just going to do it now because I can't promise that we actually there might be like 2 minutes that we lose on the end of this recording just because of timing. So here we go. The winner for the $20 gift card is going to be from the same pool of people. It was up there for like a good 10 minutes or so. A lot of entries in here. Let's do it. Winner of the $20 gift card to Heavy Play is Melvin Chu. Melvin Chu. There we go. There we go. So that's everybody. That's all the giveaway winners for the day. Congratulations. Email me at that email address that's up there on the top of the post. The players are all ready, so I'm going to pass it back off to the casters, and then that's going to be it. It's been a great day, really exciting, and that's enough of my words. Let's hand it off to Yanji Naib.
All right, we're back for the final match of the weekend. It's going to be another Kano versus Dromai. It's going to be a Kano versus Uzuri.
Yep.
And we'll see if Uzuri can fare any better than Dromai. You know, Uzuri also a deck that plays quite a lot of reds, and Contract specifically doesn't threaten, as much damage as the other version.
Right.
So I wonder how well Kano is going to fare. I wonder how much AB is in the list.
Yeah, I wonder if Uzuri really has a reasonable game plan into Kano. I don't think AB3 and Oasis necessarily cut it. I think Uzuri's damage is way too slow, and I think Kano pitch stacks faster than Uzuri can get to half his life personally. And so I think this is Uzuri's game to lose, and Kano's game to lose, and Uzuri's game to win.
Yeah, and so I believe that the players are just about ready to start. Shuffling up, Joshua Borger versus Caleb Engine. It looks like I heard that Joshua is actually quite young.
Yeah, someone told me that Josh is 15. I haven't confirmed that. It's funny, Yanji. A fact I discovered this weekend is that the first ever zoo in America was in Philadelphia in the 1870s, the Philadelphia Zoological Garden, right? And that's really fitting because these guys are just absolute animals.
I was wondering how we were going to get there.
Yeah, I think Joshua, we've just seen some phenomenal gameplay.
Yeah.
Into the game against Brodie, it's just like watching Anakin just fly through that tower and, take to the face to those Jedi kids. That's what I'm talking about, just going through the daisies. Yeah, that's what that scene was like. Sorry, Brodie, you had to be a Jedi kid.
I wonder who chose to go first because Joshua's drawn Nourishing Emptiness in his opening hand.
It looks like... Yeah, Joshua, I guess Caleb put Joshua first. I think this is the best way to mitigate damage that Caleb's going for.
Yeah, so we're going to have a Lesson in Lava.
Yeah, Caleb is on AB2 in this matchup. And he is playing a Balance, which lets him draw an additional card when Joshua chooses to play one of his tomes.
Yeah, I wonder what card that you pick here.
Oh, this is the Joshua special.
Picking Gaze the Ages again.
This is the mega big brain play.
Only the Kano banished. Yeah, no, not the whole banish.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. This I haven't seen this playline before, but I'm really impressed by the way that Joshua's navigated this.
Yeah, I wonder what the main benefit of playing this over Tome. So like one thing is that if you grab Tome, to get an arsenal, you kind of like burn out one of the tomes in your deck as well.
Exactly. Yep.
So, Gaze the Ages
goes back in your deck.
Yeah, Gaze the Ages, while it's like a, perfectly fine card to hit, you kind of want to keep like the tomes in.
Yep.
Like you don't necessarily want to be hitting Gaze the Ages. So, hitting Tome is pretty good.
Same exact play.
Oh my gosh, hitting Aether Flare again, getting a Ponder. Oh no, he doesn't get a Ponder.
He doesn't because he blocked it out.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
still,
that card, I didn't think it would be that impactful, but actually, making a big difference in the first turn of the game.
Yeah, no, for sure. You get your pick of the litter on what you want to arsenal. I think Caleb has to switch to a much more offensive game plan into this matchup.
Yeah.
So I think he needs to race. He does have AB2, which gives him, bit of some leeway to be able to go down in life versus other Uzuri decks. But I think, if you're blocking Arcane, it's a losing proposition.
Yeah, but Uzuri also just doesn't have like the density of blues to make blocking.
All the Caleb's deck, I believe, does because he's running that, heavy-ish fatigue kind of strategy. But this is 5 into 6. This is probably the best you're going to get for.
Yeah, so
Zero.
Joshua says you have one floating?
Pass priority?
One floating.
Spooking Caleb potentially a little bit.
Absolutely.
So I think we might see. Actually, he can't even hit. He can't hit the Nourishing Emptiness because Caleb does have access to three Arcane three armor.
Yep. He
So
sure does.
We're coming in with a Sonic Boom for 4.
He has access to 4 if he needs it.
AB2?
Yep, AB2. He's going to be dealing 2, and then he gets a free card off the top.
Card off the top is looking like a Tome of
There we
Ether.
go. Let's draw that free card.
Choosing to draw 2. And so we drew 2 blues. Oh, found another Aether Arc.
Oh, here we go. Aether Arc.
Which is not the most exciting.
Yeah, I don't think he's happy to play that card.
Oh,
He's definitely happy to play this. Play this though. This is Joshua's favorite card.
Yeah, so Gaze the Ages, letting us take a look.
Yep.
Oh, drawing into another Tome.
And he has that snapback.
I wonder if we're going to be playing this.
I think you
this
put
Tome.
You got to put one of them. Maybe you keep them both on top. Who knows? You definitely cast Aether Arc here to.
And then Aether Arc for 1.
Yep.
And if it deals damage, I create a Ponder. AB1?
Yeah, so preventing the damage.
Pass priority.
Yeah, and he's not able to use the red in his hand, I assume.
Turn, tunic up.
I don't know. The gaze. Did he activate the gaze? No, he just had the gaze.
No, he just kept the Gaze. I think he just wanted to keep the blue in his hand.
Interesting. Yeah.
I believe he wants to keep the. I think the theme of kind of what Joshua is doing is that when he can avoid it, I think he's avoiding kind of burning the tomes out of his deck because tomes are kind of what enable you to.
Yep, this gets shredded here.
To push through, arcane damage, or sorry, arcane barrier.
Right.
And then banished Arsenal and top card.
Yeah, I think this.
Arsenal banished, nourishing. You get a silver.
Yeah, this haphazard blocks I think are what is going to let Caleb have the slight edges that he needs to potentially.
Good Arsenal.
Yes.
Potentially get there.
Yeah, Joshua has the ability now to play an Aether Spindle for 5.
Yep.
Still doing good chip.
Yeah, no, it's he's definitely getting there. AB2 is, not nothing, but it's also not something.
AB2. Take 3.
The good thing about running AB2 is often you have a lot of yellows in hand, so you can pitch them perfectly.
Yes.
Don't need to waste a blue in hand on fake AB that isn't there.
Yeah.
So you ops 3.
I opt 3. Yep. Put them all on top. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, spooky. Pass that.
So usually I think you just keep blues on top.
Yeah, for sure.
Turn, tunic up.
All right.
Looks like he has a hand of 3 blues and a red snapback.
Yeah, red snapback again, getting that incidental chip damage, and being able to pair with other cards in your hand.
Yeah,
This isn't
now
already dead. This is
coming
just
in for
a
6.
just a 6, but it does threaten the go again off the boots.
2 cards in hand.
And I don't believe Josh has any cards in his deck that are non-action. This is going to be a Spreading Plague. Yep. Now Josh didn't expect to take 4 additional damage there, but you know, it's just 4 damage. It's not make it or break it.
Yeah, and the arsenal is going to be a Codex of Frailty.
As you prefer.
Yep. Oh, yep.
Pass priority?
The judge letting him know that non-big dice are not allowed here.
So we're going to prevent one of the Blood Rot Pox and keep that snapback in the arsenal.
I like that. Yeah, I think that's a good play.
Yeah, I think one of the cards that you could be waiting for is a card like Aether Flare.
Yep.
So if you draw an Aether Flare, then off of a blue,
yep.
You can push the Aether Flare to 4. It's gonna get to 2 damage through, and that snapback is gonna come in for 5. And while a 3-card 9 doesn't sound too appealing for most other decks, in Kano it's actually quite good.
Absolutely, and with snapback and having Chain Lightnings in the deck, you really, this deck archetype opens itself up to very interesting lethals that you can get off the top. Just from having a variety of card choices that we don't usually see in other, popular Kano decks.
Yeah, so now Caleb is over pitching a red and a blue to come in with the Nerf Scalpel.
Yeah, it's worth noting here, Yanji, that in this tournament, we had Julian Sniffin, one of the Battle Hardened winners, and we also had Majin Bay, and they played round 1. And who is the Kano that made it to the top? It's Joshua Borger, young Joshua Borger. Allegedly 15 years old.
Oh, wow. And Caleb has 2 Sigil of Solaces.
Yeah.
So going to be able to go up to... he didn't have an empty arsenal. It's hard to tell because Joshua plays with black sleeves.
He does, yeah.
But actually, Joshua has an attack in his graveyard.
Yeah, and it's a snapback in his arsenal.
Yeah, so could have gotten juiced. Now coming in with the Leave No Witnesses for 4. A lot of decks in the format can kind of deal with Leave No Witnesses by
Oh, he can just clear it by playing this card.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
A lot of decks can kind of deal with Leave No Witnesses by blocking armor. Joshua instead is gonna deal with Leave No Witnesses by clearing his arsenal.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yep. And snapback for 4.
Oh, there we go. Snapback for 4.
AB1.
So Caleb is going to be taking 3 damage. Joshua looks like he's going to be taking...
Taking 3 down to 36.
3. Joshua's taking 4.
Yeah.
He's probably wanting to... Actually, this is an amazing hand because he gets to play the chains, call Oasis, and then he arsenals a Wildfire going into Caleb's turn.
Yeah, but the main problem is that he's not ripping cards from Caleb's Caleb's hand, and Caleb is playing Arcane Barrier 2, so just without like any kind of potion setup. We saw in a lot of the other games, Joshua had Energy Potion, had Deja Vu Potion, which makes it overall much easier to combo.
Yep.
From even just like 1 Energy Potion increases your ability to kill significantly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so just, playing the Chains of Eminence, like this is kind of the best use for it. Like he's gonna
calling Oasis.
name Oasis. But it's unlikely that he's gonna be able to get a kill through unless Caleb somehow draws like 4 reds and then just like...
Yeah, if you overextend, but Kano is an opportunistic deck, right? Like when you see your opponent pitching 2 reds to play a blue from Arsenal, that's when you're thinking, okay, what is really in his hand? And can I push over and deal 36 damage?
Yeah, so we're coming in now with the Surgical Extraction, pitching 2 reds. So Caleb is actually trying to game Joshua a little bit. Caleb does have a blue in his hand. I think it's a blue and then like a Nyx the Nimble.
Yep.
So hitting a Deja Vu Potion. Hitting Deja Vu Potion basically kind of ruins all chances that you have of comboing off this turn, I think.
Right. But I mean, it's good to Kano there to see what you have on top and to even know whether or not it's worth trying to combo off here.
Yeah.
So he's probably going to get this. He doesn't have a shred, right? It's just a Nyx and Nimble.
So the card in his hand is actually a shred. The blue in his hand is a shred, but it's a blue shred.
Yeah.
So cannot get past the blocks.
Yep.
I think that frailty went away like a turn or 2 ago.
Yeah, the frailty's been gone. Not that it matters.
Now the Chains of Eminence.
My turn. Chains of Eminence break.
I'm surprised. Was his hand 2 yellows and the Blazing Ether?
Oh, interesting.
Wanted to keep the Sonic Boom, and what a difference it would have made if
if he had hit the energy potion instead of the
yeah, for sure.
Instead of the deja vu potion. I mean, as it stands still, you know, Joshua can kind of choose to play the game like a little bit slower, block Caleb out, deploy these potions.
Huh. We have a Nixon Nimble for 5. Yeah, I'm a huge 1 for 5 enjoyer, so I like this choice here.
Yeah, and so I wonder if he's gonna block. You know, there's a couple of things that you can play, like because Caleb is not playing Arachne, he doesn't have access to I forget what it's called, the card that gives all your contracts go again.
Yeah, coercive tendencies.
Yeah.
So, fantastic card. Deals 1, banishes the top card of deck here. Oh.
Banishing a Tome of Findel.
Pass priority? Arsenal.
All right, there we go. Now it's Joshua's turn.
Yeah, if I'm Joshua, I definitely want to be playing the energy potion with my action point.
For sure.
So let's see if we can get lucky.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's leaving it on top.
Sure.
Okay. The energy potion actually represents more.
Yeah.
So
sure.
I think a lot of people would be tempted to just like cash in the tome there.
Yep. That's why Joshua is playing at this level. Because he knows when to activate those tomes and when he needs to stay back and set up for a bigger turn.
Lantern.
Yeah, so now Caleb is coming in with a isolate, and this is, quite scary for Joshua. You know, Joshua has the Aether Wildfire set, so
yeah, Joshua's life is dropping slowly, and Caleb is at a healthy 36 life total. This is getting kind of spooky for Joshua, Yanji.
Reactions?
Yeah, so activating Uzuri. Kano doesn't really have much to do, so coming in with a Leave No Witnesses, Joshua, a look of dissatisfaction on his face because, that's kind of what he was playing for, but he still, has access to more copies of Aether Wildfire, so it's not the end of the world. Actually, Caleb getting 2 silvers.
2 silver, though. That's very strong.
Although the silver, he can buy back Black Tech Whispers now, so it's potentially representing an extra action point that he has access to.
I think the ability to buy back Black Tech in a game where you want to race and where they don't have any reactions is very strong.
Yeah, so...
but he is setting up double E-Pot. Now his, total damage output increases, I think, by at least 10 points here.
Yeah, so he's drawn the other Aether Wildfire. One line of play that was possible is that you can actually have maybe traded in the... you could have traded in the E-Pot or the Deja Vu Potion for an E-Pot, so you pitch the E-Pot to Kano, and then you activate the Deja Vu Potion.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's a matter of whether or not, like, how much do you value the Deja Vu
This is
Potion?
such a strong play.
So on hit, gets go again.
Is he going to call red is the question. He can delete all the Aether Wildfires in Joshua's deck if he keeps playing like this. Surely you call red here.
So let's see what Caleb chooses. Joshua's kind of looking at his hand to see if he can go off.
Joshua has an opportunity to respond before the attack hits, because once it hits, once Caleb calls a color, it has to resolve.
Last time I did something wrong, he called over the radio.
Yeah, so Caleb has 3 cards in his hand.
Oh, sorry.
What's happening, Ethan? Oh, I see.
So some of his cards are facing one way. I think it has to do with like the orientation. Joshua doesn't reorient his deck when his opponent passes it to him.
Oh yeah,
so he's always drawing his cards upside down.
Yeah, true. I don't think it's anything. There's anything intentional going on here.
Yep.
I think Joshua. I think he's a fairly new player and he's not used to these tournament settings.
Yeah, and so like ideally, let's talk about like what Joshua really wants to be doing. So like ideally, he wants to.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, so now you can use the Deja Vu Potion now to guarantee the Aether Wildfire and the Tome of Findel. And the last card in your hand is an Aether Flare, so you can use the Ragamuffin's Cap to kind of reset that.
Yeah, absolutely. Pitching a blue here, still floating to Kanoing twice.
He activated Crucible.
Oh, did he not have anything floating? No, because
he wants to so basically he wants to guarantee that the what's it called? That the Tome of Findel is going to draw into a blue.
Yeah.
So he's going to banish this Aether Wildfire. Then he's going to have to use, Energy Potion to Kano again. I believe the card in his hand is a red.
Yep.
And then now he's going to, draw into the blues. Or at least one blue. So he drew a Blazing Aether. That's not ideal.
It is interesting, though. He is able to Ragamuffin. What's the max he can present? What do we know? What's in his arsenal?
His arsenal is a Tome of Aetherwind.
Oh, Tome of Aetherwind here.
So let's see if he cracks the Tome of Aetherwind. Would there ever be a line where he wants to crack the Tome of Aetherwind for plus damage?
+2/+2, yeah.
Maybe if he could get like another spell off. So he has one floating. He can activate Kano. He would have two floating.
Yeah, he does. Maybe he chooses to draw one, draw two, maybe.
Balance of Justice.
Oh, cracking Balance of Justice.
You play Tome of Findel.
Yeah. So Caleb heads up activating the Balance of Justice before Joshua gets to draw.
He chooses to draw twice. There's no Oasis in Caleb's hand here, right? Oh, this is
getting a snapback.
This is an extremely strong turn now. Oh wow.
Aether Flare is also very good.
Yeah. I'm actually
Does he have the resources to pay for everything?
Kano for 1. Yep. Ragamuffins.
Yep.
So he needs to draw blue here. He drew a yellow, which is not the worst.
How many Kanos do you have? No Kanos floating. Yeah. I have 1 Kano. Yeah. Okay.
So this is how much is it going to cost? 1, 2, 3, 4 there.
So he has access to right now 5 more resources. So he has 6 total resources.
Okay.
The Aether Wildfire can pay. He basically wants to dump everything into the Aether Wildfire.
Yep.
So that's going to cost 4. So he's going to be able to Aether Wildfire for 6.
Yep.
And then he's going to ideally pump the Aether Flare. So the Aether Flare gets pumped to if he takes 4, the Aether Flare is going to get pumped to 5.
Yep. So this is 6. This is preventing 2. This is going to be 4. Aether Flare comes in for 5.
Yeah, for 5, and then the snapback if he blocks 2 on the Aether Flare is gonna get pumped for 7.
Also,
so it's gonna come in for 10. He can take 8. So how much is that?
Yeah, let's start doing some math.
He's taking 4, 3, 8. So that's 11, 15. So he's taking 15, and then he's gonna be doing 19 after that. So 17. So it'd be 32. He's a little bit short. If Caleb has 8 resources in his hand.
Yes? No, I have not yet.
Yeah, he had 2 E-pots.
Yeah, he had 2 energy potions. So I believe if it depends on how many resources he has. Caleb, every point 7, he has 34. Basically, Joshua needs Caleb to have 6 resources in his hand. I think if Caleb has 6 total resources and he has the Findel Spring Tunic up. So if he has 6 resources up, I believe he is safe, and I think he's guaranteed.
Here's the thing, though. He's safer this turn. Regardless of Kano popping off, he still has the ability to lethally you off a 4-card hand when you're...
Oh, that is true.
Yeah, you don't need to kill instantly. You need to get them to a low enough life total where you're able to kill them.
Yeah, so Joshua can put Caleb to essentially like 4 this turn.
Yeah, and if he uses the cards in his hand to block, he's not going to be able to gain go again. He's not going to be able to use the go again that he gets from these boots.
Yeah, that is true. And I think no matter what, Caleb is not threatening lethal on Joshua this turn.
Not at all. This is Uzuri. The damage is way too slow to threaten lethal like this. Looks like
Yeah, that's what I thought. No, I thought he was long 2 resources. Like he cracked an E-pot.
From what we can tell, Tome of Findel was not paid for counting what's been pitched. So can you just like walk through that and make sure?
Okay, so yeah.
Let me see my graveyard.
Oh no, this is gonna be really hard to track what's been pitched just from the player side.
I believe that he only has the resources to activate the Aether Wildfire. And not Metacarpus the Aether Flare. If he could Metacarpus the Aether Flare,
I don't think so, because we counted the resources and he has exactly enough to Metacarpus and Aether Crucible the first attack.
and then just gets to play out the
Somebody
rest.
roll the tape back.
Yeah.
Or with the 8th.
Well, Ethan just went there to scold the players. So.
Yeah, so I believe that he had 6 resources, pitching a red, a yellow,
Red and a yellow.
and a blue, right?
Yep.
Started out.
And then he banished, and then after he played the Toma final, he had none floating, because he had like 4 resources.
When he played the tome, he had unfloating, and he drew 2 blues. No, he drew. And then. What did he draw off the tome? He drew a blue, right?
I used this. Drew up the 2.
Yeah, we need the camera footage.
Yeah, the last thing that I remember is he had to pop an energy potion to activate Kano for his blazing aether. So at that point, he has 1 floating.
Yeah, I remember the last time we did this math. He had exactly enough. To
So he has 1 floating after he Kanos for the blazing aether, drew a yellow.
Yep.
So he has 3 total resources from his hand, and then 3 from the items on the field, the chest plus the energy potion.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure he cannot metacarpus this.
I don't. Yeah.
Aether flare.
From the math that we did, it seemed that he was only able to pump the first twice and then not pump any of the ones afterward.
Yeah. I think Joshua might be a little bit confused because the card that he drew, he might be doing the math as if he drew a blue off of the Ragamuffins hat, but he actually drew a yellow off of the Ragamuffins hat.
Yeah, we could just pull up this footage, see what happened.
Did this, I drew 2 cards, drew 2 blues. And then, so we did 6, and then I repitched the 8th of Dark, because one of those was the blue drawn. 6, and then we had whatever's here, so 15. What is this, 18, and then we have 20, 22, 20.
You can rewind the game on YouTube. Yep. Trying to see what's happening here. Is this the... oh, wrong game.
And then I need to calculate costs. 20.
Oh, yeah, we've been streaming for a while. Okay, so... yeah, me and Yanji are pulling up this game on our phones to see what's happening here. We don't have the playback option,
I mean,
right?
so like you could the quick way to do the math is whatever is in his pitch zone, you just add 6 onto that based off of what he deja vued. So that's the total number of resources that he has available.
Right. That's 2, 3.
So you just count the total number of Kano activations that he has.
That's a blue right down there. So
I'll go.
yeah, Yanji is leaving the cast to assist the players here, and I'm here sitting by myself looking at the phone. So we are, this is a little bit scuffed, but we're gonna roll it back.
I'll stick this one out with you now. It'll be us.
Thanks to the greatness of technology, we can both look back on the stream to see exactly what happened, and we can go in person to verify with the players exactly what's happening.
This, 5 Kanos.
Yeah.
I see your comment in chat. Big link. I'm not going to show that on stream, but that is pretty darn funny.
Oh no, let me look at this. What's he saying?
He says this is why the game is for 16 plus.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, put that on stream. That's hilarious.
No, nothing against, absolutely nothing against young players.
Oh, that's so funny, dude.
We had.
Oh man.
All right. Also, just for everyone's sake, I am recording the finals here, so in case the VOD clips it, we will.
Yeah, did you say that out loud to the stream?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the stream knows what's up. The comment was hilarious.
What was it?
Someone wrote a comment. They're like, "This is why this game is 16 plus."
That's a little bit messed up. I think Joshua, probably nerves are getting to.
No, for sure.
Him. He's rushing a couple of things.
Oh man, that's so funny. I mean, hey, Josh, this is Joshua. Sorry, he likes to go by Joshua.
Yeah. So let's just do some quick math. Behind
quick maths, boys. Quick math.
Yeah. So right now, basically in his pitch zone, he has 12 resources in his pitch zone, and then we add 6 based off of whatever he put on the deja vu on top, right?
Yep.
He has 2 energy potions, so that's 4 resources, and then he has 1 resource from the Spellfire Cloak.
Mm-hmm.
So he's activated Kano for the Tome. He activated Kano for Tome, for Wildfire. He activated Kano for Blazing Aether, right? Flare, and the Snapback, right? He's activated Kano 5 times.
There's a lot of gems in the chat here.
And then he's also activated shoes.
Okay, so they're resolving it. They're resolving it.
Yeah.
They've resolved it. Yep.
15, 16,
Yeah.
20.
Yeah. We don't need the.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we were right. Everyone's right. The
Alright,
world
great.
is good. Some real gems in the chat though. Someone said if Joshua played at Brodie's speed, I can't believe I'm saying this, but this game would end a lot faster.
What's the policy on the ruling? He has to pay for the metacarpus because he announced that he did.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have an update from the judge staff. So because Joshua announced that he was paying for the metacarpus, it's kind of the onus is on him. He made a legal action because he had the resources available to do so. So his turn kind of gets cut short. That extra one spell, which ends up being quite a lot of damage.
Oh, is he not able to cast the snapback?
Yeah, so he can't actually play the snapback because he doesn't have resources available.
Gets go again.
I thought we mathed the snapback into this equation.
No, we did, but in terms of how they're playing the game, he announced that he was using Metacarpus node on the Aether Flare. So because he's
he announced on the Aether Flare. I see.
So because he's announcing that he's using Metacarpus node on the Aether Flare, it's kind of his responsibility to track however many resources that he has available to him. And so because he's making a legal play.
Right.
The fix would be to rewind to the last time a legal play was made, which was before he attempts to play the snapback.
Yeah, no. Joshua is, just looking to zoom through this, but I think, that's why Kano spends so much time tanking on their turn, because once you make an action, it just, that's it. Usually in these competitive settings.
Yeah, and what a brutal way to kind of resolve that turn. That snapback is the difference between essentially basically 10 life.
Yeah, wow. I mean, if Joshua still wins this, I mean, you got to give it to him. He'd be the GOAT after this, right?
Yeah. Caleb is definitely in the driver's seat and has drawn, it looks like, an Oasis Respite. So I think if Caleb is able to just kind of hold on to this Oasis Respite, he is looking pretty good. Joshua's deck does not block breakpoints very well.